A day in the life of a Japanese farmer. In the moment before dawn, as his hand reached toward the earth, the fate of his family's winter meals, and of the whole year, rested in Sakichi's palm. It was 1900, the 33rd year of the Meiji era. In Tokyo and Osaka, factory smoke was clouding the sky, railways were carrying people and goods, and word of electric lights and new machines was spreading, little by little. But in this village, ringed by mountains and rivers, it was not the clock that told the time. It was the crowing of roosters and the color of the sky. Sakichi, a 36-year-old farmer, lived with his wife Haru, his aging mother, his 8-year-old daughter, and his 6-year-old son in a small house with a thatched roof. What he faced that morning was not simply a single paddy field. It was the whole of his life. How to divide the dwindling irrigation water, and how to secure enough rice from the autumn harvest to hand over to the landlord. The village channeled the water flowing down the mountain slopes into a network of irrigation ditches, and it was this water that nourished the paddies. It was early summer, just after the rice had been transplanted. The seedlings were still thin, their roots still shallow. Without enough water, they would wilt into the soil before ever swaying in the wind. This year there had been little rain since spring. The snow still clinging to the mountains had melted earlier than usual, and the river ran thin. The water lying across the surface of the paddies looked less like a mirror reflecting the sky than a thin film, barely covering the dry earth beneath. The paddy Sakichi's family farmed measured about 3 tan, not a large plot. Nor was it land the family owned. It was rented from a landlord whose holdings lay at the edge of the village. Come autumn, part of the harvested rice would have to be handed over as tenant rent. However much sweat they poured into the fields, the amount left over for the household was fixed from the start. If the weather was good, they could get through the winter. If disease or insects struck, the rice owed to the landlord would be set aside first, and the family would wait out the spring on meals heavily mixed with barley. Even so, Sakichi did not think of his life as especially unfortunate. Many households in the village lived much the same way. If someone slept in, it burdened the neighboring house. If someone neglected to clear the irrigation channel, the paddies downstream would dry up. At planting time, not only family, but relatives and neighbors lent each other a hand. Whether people helped each other because life was hard, or endured hardship because they helped each other, the villagers lived without ever pausing to ask where that line fell. And yet mutual help alone did not make more water. When water was let into the upper paddies, less reached the paddies below. No one was to blame, and yet arguments could still break out over whose turn it was. Sakichi's field lay near the very bottom of the irrigation channel. If the paddies above used up all the water, by the time it reached him, it would be nothing more than a thin trickle threading through the mud. The evening before, the village's water warden had come to announce the appointed order. Sakichi would open the sluice gate while the sky was still dark. The rule was that water would only be sent downstream once the upper paddies had been filled to a certain level. Break the rule, and it would spark a water dispute across the whole village. Follow it, and his own field might go short. I hope it rains at least a little before tomorrow morning. When Haru said this, Sakichi lowered his eyes toward the far side of the hearth. It'll rain, the sky's changing. That was his answer, but outside, the sky stretched dark and cloudless. Haru noticed this too, but she did not contradict her husband's words. On a farm, even baseless hope was sometimes what a person needed to get through the night. Inside the house, a small oil lamp gave off its dim light. Electric lines had not yet reached the village. At night, the houses shut their doors early and finished their evening meals by the last embers of the fire and the lamp's small glow. Burn the lamp too long, and the oil ran low. Burn too much firewood, and there would not be enough for winter. Every part of daily life was held up by calculations no one could see. That night's meal was rice mixed with barley, miso soup, and a little pickled vegetable. Even right after harvest, days of eating one's fill of plain white rice were rare. Between the sounds of chopsticks moving, the wind could be heard scraping against the thatched roof outside. When the 6-year-old son finished eating, he leaned against his mother's knee and fell asleep. Mitsu, the daughter, set small slate she had used that day beside her pillow. She had spent the day tracing over the characters she'd learned at school, again and again. In the corner of the earthen floor, though as planting season approached, the days she missed school to help out were growing more frequent. In this new era, going to school was gradually becoming the normal thing to do. The village had a schoolroom too, but not every family could spare an 8-year-old daughter for learning on the days when there weren't enough hands at home. Sakichi was glad that Mitsu was learning her letters. At the same time, he could not clearly picture what lay beyond that learning. Was there a path that led out of the village to work elsewhere? Or would she, like her mother, spend her life tilling this same soil? The future was not yet in the child's hands. Before sleeping, Sakichi lifted the lid of the rice bin just once. Looking at how much rice remained inside would not make tomorrow's water increase. Still, before closing the lid, he reached his hand in and felt the grains slip between his fingers. Rice was food, yes, but it was also rent, a store to see them through winter, and proof that the family could go on living here. In the middle of the night, Sakichi woke once, thinking he had heard the sound of rain, but when he listened closely, all he heard was the distant rustle of leaves. Beside him, Haru was straightening the children's covers. His mother, Otoyo, coughed softly in her shallow sleep. Sakichi stared up at the ceiling and thought of the coming autumn. He tried to picture heavy ears of rice bending low, but what rose in his mind instead was a dry paddy and an empty rice bin. Then, before the sky had even begun to whiten, a rooster crowed. Sakichi opened his eyes. His body, which had risen at the same hour for so many years, knew morning even without a clock. He folded the bedding and lowered his feet onto the cold earthen floor. The hardness of the ground under his soles pulled his still drowsy body back into the present. His shoulders and back still carried yesterday's ache. On his palms, hard calluses from the hose handle lay layered over fine cracks. Black earth still lodged within them. By the hearth, Haru had already lit the fire. As the flame caught the thin kindling, a red glow rose from the ashes, faintly lighting the dark walls of the house. In the pot, a small amount of rice and barley swirled in the boiling water. As she added water, Haru counted the family's numbers in her head. How much rice would she need to cook to last until noon? She had to set aside a rice ball for her husband to take with him, secure portions for the children, and prepare something softer for her mother-in-law. Every morning she made these judgments alone, without consulting anyone. "Has the water not come yet?" When Sakichi asked, Haru answered with the lid of the pot still half raised. "I didn't hear it running through the night." Both of them were thinking about the irrigation channel. Putting it into words would only make the worry grow larger, so they said nothing more. Haru poured miso soup into a bowl and set it before Sakichi. The scent of miso mingled with the bitterness of the greens she had picked the day before. Sakichi brought it slowly to his mouth. Though it was simply a meal to fill the stomach, that single bowl held within it the fire his wife had tended since the night before, and the wisdom of a woman who let nothing among their limited provisions go to waste. When the meal was finished, Haru held out rice balls wrapped in bamboo leaves. If he could not make it back by noon, he would eat them at the edge of the paddy. The rice balls held nothing but salt. "It depends on the water." When Sakichi said this, Haru glanced at his face for only a moment. "If you can come back while it's still light." Those words carried less worry than the simple fact that there was work waiting at home. Fetching water in the morning, washing, splitting firewood, tending the children, weeding the garden. Haru, too, had work that did not let up until the end of the day. A farming household's day did not belong only to those who went out to the paddies. Those who kept the fire burning inside the house were also supporting the hands that tilled the soil. Sakichi took up the hoe and sickle leaning against the wall. Small spots of rust had risen on the blades. He had sharpened them the night before, but not quite enough. He tightened the cords of his straw sandals and hung an old cloth around his neck. He tucked up the hem of his robe so it would not grow heavy with mud. The preparations were simple, which was exactly why, if even one tool broke, the whole day's work would fall apart. Passing by where Mitsu lay sleeping, he saw his daughter's hand had slipped out from under the covers. Sakichi gently tucked it back in. Her small fingers still looked as though they did not know the hardness of soil. But on planting day, those same fingers would be made to hold seedlings too. He reached to touch his daughter's forehead, then noticed his hand was dirty. In the end, he stood up without doing anything at all. When he opened the door, the air outside was colder than inside the house, was still dark. Here and there, thin threads of smoke rose from houses, and a dog barked once, low. From the distant temple, a single morning bell rang out. Someone was turning the well's pulley. Someone else was checking a cow's nose ring. Though the sun had not yet appeared, life was already stirring throughout the village. Sakichi walked the narrow path toward the irrigation channel. On either side of the path stretched paddies where the rice had just been transplanted. On the water's surface, the last faint stars of the night lingered, and the shadows of the seedlings swayed in thin lines. The soil looked damp, but beneath it lay hidden dryness. Water on the surface alone was not enough. Until the seedlings had taken root, the water had to be kept unbroken day after day. The village's paddies seemed divided household by household, but in truth they were like one great vessel. If someone upstream moved a sluice gate, the water level in someone else's paddy downstream would shift. If the bank of a channel collapsed, the workload of many people increased. And so, tilling a paddy was one person's labor, and at the same time, the whole village's labor. In it there was mutual help, and in equal measure, there were things no one was willing to yield. From beyond the mountain came the sound of a whistle, a train running along the nearby trunk line. Sakichi stopped for a moment. Aboard that train rode people who knew nothing of the village, those heading to the cities, those leaving their hometowns in search of work, officials carrying the nation's new systems. The whistle was the sound of a Japan that was beginning, somewhere far off, to change. But before Sakichi lay the same irrigation channel as always. Wooden sluices, muddy banks, a water inlet that had to be repaired by hand. However widely the name of the new era spread, raising seedlings still required water, soil, and human hands. When he reached the water warden's post, Sakichi immediately noticed something wrong. The sound of water flowing through the channel was thinner than the year before. Near the sluice gate, dead branches and mud had gathered, and water was escaping through gaps between the boards. On the upstream side, someone was already holding a board in place. Sakichi. A voice came from the dimness. It was Genzo, who tended the upper paddy, about 10 years older than Sakichi, his back bent, but his hands still thick and strong. "Don't open it yet. The upper field isn't full." Genzo said this without a scolding tone, the short words of a man who had to protect his own field. Sakichi looked down the length of the channel. Downstream, the paddies still lay in dim half-light, not only his own field, but his neighbors as well. The seedlings in Evos's paddy were equally thin, equally waiting for water. If we lose today, the seedlings below will be in danger too. When Sakichi said this, Genzo fell silent for a while. The water won't increase. Sakichi had no answer to those words because they were true. No matter how many people's wishes were piled together, the amount of water would not change. No one could summon rain or thicken the mountain stream. All that could be done was decide which field the limited water would go to, and in what order. Sakichi knelt and put his hand into the mud. Cold water seeped in through his sleeve and stung the cracks in his fingertips. He cleared away dead branches and pressed the crumbling earth firm with his palm. Black mud worked its way under his nails, and a small cut opened on the back of his hand. Genzo, saying nothing either, gathered stones at another spot. At last, Sakichi put both hands on the board of the sluice gate. Long exposed to water, the board had grown heavy. As he put his weight into it, the wood gave a low creak. The water upstream trembled slightly, and within the dark channel, a thin current shifted direction. If he lifted the board a little further, water would flow downstream. But if he moved it before the upper field was fully filled, Genzo's paddy would fall short. If he left it lowered, morning would pass before the water ever reached Sakichi's own field. Whichever he chose, someone would have to bear with less. Sakichi looked up at the sky, still holding the board. At the eastern edge, black was beginning to turn to grey. In the distance, a rooster crowed a second time. At home, Haru was probably waking the children now. The people of the village were each about to begin their day, and the water that would sustain that day still lay still beneath his hands. Slowly, Sakichi lifted the board. The water made a sound and began to run through the mud. The thin current was not headed only toward his own field. It was a flow moving toward the upper paddy, toward his neighbor's seedlings, toward the summer of everyone living in the village. As the sky turned to a pale blue, Sakichi swung the hoe over his shoulder and set off down the path along the channel toward his field. In the hour when his family kept the small hearth fire burning, his own day was at last beginning. From now until the sun climbed high, the soil would grow heavier still, and countless weeds would push up their heads among the seedlings. Sakichi would face each one in turn, carrying this day forward into his family's tomorrow. By the time he reached the paddy, the eastern sky was unraveling into pale pink. The water-filled field still mirrored the morning sky exactly as it was. With almost no wind, even the clouds floating there, even the distant mountain ridgeline, lay still without a tremor. Sakichi set his hoe at the edge of the ridge path and went barefoot. As he slipped off his sandals, the cold mud wrapped around the soles of his feet. Water had seeped into the cracks of soil that had been dry until the day before, and it was crumbling soft. With each step forward, his feet sank to the ankle in mud, making a small sound as he pulled them free. On the south side of the field, the water had grown shallow. The seedlings' roots were half exposed, their thin leaves leaning though there was no wind. Sakichi reached his hand in and scooped up soil that had crumbled from the bank. Dead grass and small stones were mixed into the water. He set the stones he picked up along the bank and pressed mud on top of them. Only after striking it with his palm again and again did the soil finally hold its shape. In the work of growing rice, there was far more quiet, unseen maintenance than there was work anyone would notice. Was water leaking anywhere? Were any seedlings floating loose? Had a crab dug a hole in the bank? Was barnyard grass hiding among the roots of the rice? Any one of these, alone, would not matter much. But leave one unattended, and the next would go unnoticed too. By the height of summer, those small oversights would show themselves as differences in the harvest. Sakichi reached his hand in among the seedlings. A leaf slightly wider than rice was growing up out of the mud, barnyard grass. Careful not to damage the roots, he pressed the surrounding soil down with his fingers and slowly pulled the stalk free. The weed he pulled had only small roots attached so far. Something this thin was trying to draw the same water and nutrients as the rice. He tossed the pulled grass onto the bank and reached for the next stalk. Staying bent at the waist began, after a while, to weigh heavily on his lower back. Standing up would ease it. But standing up each time cost him time. Sakichi accepted the pain as it was and did not stop his hands. By the time the morning sun showed its face over the edge of the mountain, Haru was coming down the path. In one hand she carried rice balls mixed with barley. In the other, a bamboo tube filled with tea steeped with miso. Behind her followed their 10-year-old eldest son and their still small daughter. Both had old hand towels wrapped around their heads, their faces still heavy with sleep as they looked out over the field. "I've brought breakfast," Haru called out from the bank. Sakichi raised his face out of the mud. "Is it that time already?" "The stomach doesn't wait for the time." Haru said this as she set down the cloth-wrapped rice balls on the bank. Neither scolding nor laughing, it was the tone of someone who knew, from years of living together, that her husband had been working since morning without eating anything. Their eldest son went to stand beside his father and began picking up weeds that had floated loose among the seedlings. Their daughter crouched on the bank, gathering the pulled barnyard grass into one pile. Her small hands could not pull the roots all the way out, and several stalks remained stuck in the mud. Even so, Sakichi said nothing. When children lent their hands, the field became something that belonged to the whole family. Learning the work was not simply learning how to do the tasks. It was learning what those who lived on this land must never overlook. "That one's rice," Sakichi said to his son. The boy hastily pulled his hand back. "It looks the same as the weeds." "At first it does. Look at the shape of the leaf. Barnyard grass is a little red at the base." The boy brought his face close to the mud. As if checking his father's words, he compared stalk after stalk. At last he pulled one out. "That's it." It was a short reply, but a faint pride rose on the boy's face. Seeing that expression, Haru laughed softly. Sakichi's mouth loosened too, but he quickly turned his eye back to the next weed. Across the field, a neighboring woman was bent at the waist in just the same way. On a bank a little farther off, an old man was repairing a broken bamboo water inlet. No one spoke loudly. In the morning's labor, the sound of the hoe, the sound of feet in mud, and the sound of flowing water suited the moment far better than words. Even so, short exchanges passed between them now and then. "Has the water from above come?" "Only a little. I'll send more by noon. It's hard this year, and it's only just starting." No one had an answer to that. In a year with little rain, it was never just one household, the village, that suffered. If the upper fields dried, the lower fields dried too. If someone took more water, someone else had to wait. The irrigation channel connected the village together, but that connection was not always a gentle one. Sakichi looked across the way. More water had come into Genzo's field since morning, but it still could not be called full. Genzo was alone, straightening the rows of seedlings. Noticing Sakichi, he gave a small nod. Sakichi returned it in kind, that was all. Neither man spoke of the decision made the night before. Put into words, it would sound as though one of them had been right and the other wrong. But in truth, both had been protecting their own fields, while trying at the same time not to let the village's fields wither. In a place where there was no single right answer, silence sometimes became a way of not blaming the other. As the day rose higher, the water in the paddy grew warm. Sweat ran down his back and gathered around his waist, mixing with the mud into black streaks. Small mosquitoes swarmed over the water's surface and flew about his face. Sakichi brushed them away with the back of his hand, but they always returned. Even as the bites swelled red, there was no time to mind them. Haru was replanting new seedlings where others had come loose. Taking rice from the bundle she had brought from the seedbed, she separated the stalks one by one and pressed each into the mud with her fingertips. Too deep, and the roots could not breathe. Too shallow, and the water would carry them away. Haru's hands were rough, cracked from splitting winter firewood, whitened by well water, burned from cooking fires. Yet in the paddy, Those hands moved without hesitation. "We should a little more water into the south corner," Haru said. "I'll go look before noon." "What about Genzo-san's field?" "Still not enough." Haru looked upstream once. "Then there's no need to hurry." She said this, even while worrying about their own field. Sakichi did not answer. Back home, the children would need their meals. Come autumn, there was rice to hand over to the landlord. There were taxes and repairs for tools. If the field did not yield well, the family's winter would quickly grow thin, and still, that was no reason to let the neighboring field run dry. Living in a farming village also meant sharing hardship, not only joy. Sharing joy alone would have been easy. Passing around sake in a good harvest year, handing out rice cakes at festival time. But the water in a year without rain, the work left behind by a sick household, the harvest of a family that had lost its laborer. When people took on burdens like these, they were reminded that their own lives, too, were being held up by someone else. The noon bell sounded from the distant elementary school, a signal for the children to file into the classroom. The eldest son lifted his head for just a moment. On the days he went to school, he copied down the characters on the blackboard as hard as he could. But during planting or weeding season, he often stayed home to work instead, knowing his letters would not fill his stomach. And yet, without knowing them, he could not read the notices that arrived from town, nor understand how the world was changing. Sakichi looked at his son's profile. His own father had never been able to write his name properly and had scarcely ever left the village. Perhaps his son would have a different path, going to town to work, riding a train, living somewhere he had never seen. But every one of those paths, it seemed to Sakichi, still depended on today's field bearing fruit. "You must be hungry," Sakichi said. His son shook his head. "I'm still all right." "That's not the face of someone who's all right." Haru opened the cloth and divided the rice balls into 4, adding a little salty miso, and handed them to the children first. Sakichi took one. The rice, mixed with grains of barley, was hard and cold. Even so, eaten amid the smell of mud and sweat, strength slowly returned deep within his body. Sitting on the bank, Sakichi's gaze naturally swept over the whole field. The seedlings, catching the morning light, still looked fragile, thin enough that a gust of wind seemed likely to snap them. But their roots were reaching down into the mud, in a place no eye could see. The seedlings were gripping the soil, drawing up water, growing heavier by the day, little by little. Human life was probably the same, Sakichi thought vaguely. Seen from outside, the house was old, the field small, and there was no ease in their living. But somewhere unseen, someone was gathering firewood, someone was mending a hoe, someone was tending the irrigation channel. Without that accumulation, no fire would catch in the morning, and no rice would cook at night. Far off, a train whistle sounded again, longer this time than before. The eldest son looked toward the far side of the mountain. "Father, if I rode that, could I get to Tokyo?" "Tokyo is much farther than that. Have you ever ridden one?" "No," Sakichi answered honestly. His son fell silent for a moment, then looked down at the mud on his hands. "Is it a wider place than this field?" "It probably is." "Is there lots of rice there too?" Sakichi hesitated over his answer. Rice gathered in the towns. Shops lined their goods on shelves. Many people lived there. But how many of the townspeople truly knew that every single grain of that rice had come from someone's paddy? Even if there's rice, it won't grow without someone to raise it. Hearing this, the boy's face showed something between understanding and not quite understanding. Having finished his meal, Sakichi stepped back into the water. His rest had been brief. The sun had already climbed over the mountain, stealing the morning coolness from the surface of the field. Moving toward the south corner, he saw a new crack among the seedlings. Water was escaping there. Sakichi planted his hoe and dug around the crack. Just then, he heard the sound of a child running from upstream. "Sakichi-san, Sakichi-san, come to the water warden's post." The voice belonged to one of the village's young men. He was hurrying, but not shouting, the restrained way of calling out that villagers used when something had happened. Sakichi gripped his hoe again and looked at the flow of water. Far down the narrow channel, the surface was rippling unnaturally. It was still early for noon, but the work of sustaining today's field would have to send him back upstream once more. Sakichi stepped into the channel and hurried upstream, splashing through the mud. The young man walked ahead, glancing back now and then to check that Sakichi wasn't falling behind. On his back clung an anxiety about something not yet explained. As he neared the water warden's post, several villagers had already gathered. In the middle, the old water warden crouched, staring at the sluice board. Part of the board had lifted at an angle, and water was escaping from it with a sound. This was no mere loosening. It looked as though someone had tampered with it. "When I checked this morning, it was fitted properly," the old man muttered. His voice carried more confusion than anger. The village's water was divided according to a fixed order and schedule, so that everyone could share it. If any one person changed the flow on their own, the paddies downstream would lose water, while the paddies upstream had too much. It was an act that undermined the very balance of the village. Sakichi looked at the tilt of the board and sensed at once that this was no major catastrophe. It hadn't been broken, only knocked loose. But why it had come loose, he couldn't say. Had insect-eaten wood simply given way? Had someone tried to draw more water during the night? Or was it simple old age? In the village, tensions between people were often hidden behind small incidents like this one. "It's nothing that can't be fixed," Sakichi said quietly, lowering himself and putting his hands on the board. The cold of the water crept up from his fingertips to his arms. Putting his weight into it, he pushed the board back into place, and the sound of the channel changed. The leak stopped, and the current moved smoothly again through the restored channel. It had been a simple task, but sweat had already risen on Sakichi's forehead. "That's a relief," the old man said shortly, patting Sakichi's shoulder. But his expression still carried a suspicion he could not quite wipe away. In the village, disputes over water sometimes went on for a long time without ever surfacing openly. No one spoke of it loudly, but subtle differences in how the channels were used could arise, depending on the size of a family's fields or its standing. Sakichi himself recalled something his father had told him when he was young. Water reflects a man's heart before it reflects his rice. The young man spoke in a low voice. "Someone saw Chusuke from the upper field here early this morning." Sakichi said nothing, staring down the length of the channel. Chusuke's field lay somewhat upstream of Sakichi's. If he had tried to draw more water, the households downstream would suffer for it. But there was no solid proof. Blaming someone on rumor alone would only open a new rift in the village. Sakichi disliked that kind of carelessness. "It's fixed now. That's enough." He said this quietly, then pushed earth around the board to hold it in place. The villagers exchanged glances, but no one said anything further. The work of the fields had to go on even while doubt lingered unresolved. Everyone knew this. When his work was done, Sakichi climbed up out of the channel, and the old man offered him tea. The plain hot water poured into a wooden bowl carried a faint scent of earth. Sakichi drank it in one sip and finally caught his breath. "Your field has fine seedlings again this year," the old man said. Though it sounded like small talk, the words carried a quiet appreciation for Sakichi's efforts. Sakichi bowed his head slightly. "It's too soon to say. There's a long way to go yet. Seedlings just after planting would be tested again and again from here. Drought, heavy rain, insect damage, and everything else that could happen where no human hand could reach. Only after passing through each of these, one by one, would the autumn harvest finally arrive." Sakichi knew this in his body more than in words. Returning the bowl, Sakichi gave the old water warden a small bow and started back toward his own field. The grass along the ridge path had dried a little more than it had been that morning, and the feel of it beneath his feet had changed. The sun had climbed higher, and the glare off the water's surface stung his eyes. In the field, the newly planted seedlings leaned slightly, swaying quietly with the current. Their roots were still shallow. Some would surely fall even in today's wind. Thinking this, Sakichi knelt at the bank and righted a single seedling with his fingertips. There was no end to work like this. Once planting was done, weeding began. By the time weeding was done, managing the water was waiting. Left alone, rice did not simply grow. It took shape only when someone kept watch on it every day, tended it with their hands, and noticed its smallest changes. The village elders had a saying for it: rice grows by listening to the footsteps of people. As a child, Sakichi had found the phrase strange. Rice had no ears. But now he understood. Between the field of someone who came to look at it every day and the field of someone who didn't, a difference would show itself by the end of summer. Farther down the bank, his wife Haru was bent over, doing something. Drawing closer, he saw she was pulling small weeds that had crept in among the seedlings with her fingertips. Newly sprouted grass had thin roots, and left alone, would soon compete with the seedlings for nutrients. Haru worked her hands silently, gathering what she pulled into her palm and piling it at the edge of the bank. The pile she had built so far was no higher than a little finger. "How was it, up there?" Haru asked without lifting her head. Sakichi answered briefly. "A board had come loose. I put it back. That's all." Haru paused her hands for a moment, then went back to pulling weeds without another word. After living together so long, even what went unsaid carried its meaning. That Sakichi hadn't spoken Chusuke's name was because he had decided not to. Haru sensed this and asked no further. Living within the village meant carrying many silences like this one. Sakichi, too, came down to the bank and began pulling weeds from the opposite side of Haru. Bending at the waist, he put his hand into the water and worked his fingers through the mud. Beneath the cold water lay soil that had not yet warmed. Within that soil, the seedlings' roots would go on spreading, little by little. Changes that moved forward where no eye could see were something a person could only trust and wait for. For a while, the two exchanged no words. All that could be heard was the sound of water, someone calling to an ox in a distant field, and the occasional cry of a bird. In that quiet, Sakichi rearranged the morning's events in his mind. The sluice board, the old man's confused voice, the rumor the young man had brought, and the suspicion no one had spoken aloud. Each of these was a small thing, but small things, piled one on another, were what changed the air of a village. "Chusuke-san's place had a poor yield last year, didn't it?" Haru said suddenly. Her tone carried no blame. It was simply a way of laying out a fact. Sakichi nodded without stopping his hands. Last autumn, the rice in Chusuke's field had thinned as the water receded, and the harvest had fallen short of what was hoped. Thinking of the weight of the land tax and debts, Sakichi could well imagine how heavily those thin ears of rice must have weighed on Chusuke's shoulders. Rice was not merely a crop. It was the sustenance to see a family through winter, the obligation owed to the village, and the very thing that determined the atmosphere within a household. When the harvest was thin, a family's words grew fewer too. Every time he passed by Chusuke's doorway, Sakichi could feel something taut hanging in the air there. No one spoke of it loudly, but poverty always settled quietly inside a house and stayed. "I hope things go well for him this year." That was all Sakichi said. Saying little was the custom of this land. Openly worrying about another household's harvest and openly rejoicing in it were both things to be restrained. Even in a bountiful year, if someone else's crop failed, the joy of the whole village was halved. Sakichi had absorbed that sensibility naturally since childhood. Haru, too, said nothing more, and returned her hands to pulling weeds. The sun climbed still higher, and the surface of the paddy threw back a white glare. Sakichi lifted his face for a moment and looked at the mountain ridge stretching in the distance. The mountainside still held its deep green, but near the peaks, the strong summer light wrapped a thin haze around them. Between the mountain and the fields ran countless ridge paths, with figures moving here and there along them. Everyone was bent at the waist the same way, moving their hands the same way, following the flow of the season the same way. Every time Sakichi saw that sight, he felt that he too was only a part of it. A village was something that could never stand on the strength of one person alone. A field left untended by even one absent hand would visibly fall into ruin, and if one household faltered, its shadow would stretch even into the neighboring field. From the section they had finished weeding, the two moved gradually onward. Watching the rows of seedlings, they righted the leaning ones, pushed floating roots back down, and sometimes gathered mud to firm up the base. Sakichi's fingertips had gone completely numb with cold, but he seemed not to mind. Through years of this work, a sense for the seedling's condition had come to work in him, even before the cold did. The color of the leaves, the thickness of the stems, how well the roots had taken hold. Checking these with eye and hand took only a moment to describe, but in practice occupied most of the day. Haru let out a small breath. There seemed to be a lot of insects this year. Sakichi peered under a leaf. A few small insects were hiding in the gaps. Still, few, but if left unwatched, they could spread all at once. Insect damage was, alongside drought and heavy rain, one of the great threats to rice. And insects multiplied quietly. By the time people noticed, the damage had often already spread beyond what hands could manage. Sakichi picked the insects off one by one with his fingers and dropped them outside the bank. It was unremarkable work, but Sakichi of weariness, that such small accumulations were what decided the autumn harvest. Let's keep a close eye on it. Yes, let's. The two exchanged no more words and returned to their work. As the sun climbed, sweat dripped from their foreheads and ran down their necks. Summer fieldwork grew harder on the body the moment the morning coolness vanished. Even so, they could not stop. Rice did not wait. It did not grow to suit anyone's convenience. Swayed by the sky's moods, the river's volume, and the small lives hidden in the soil, the rice simply moved quietly through the season. All a person could do was watch over it each day and tend it with their hands, so as to disturb its progress as little as possible. Sakichi stretched his back. Deep within it, the taut muscles slowly loosened. Looking up, he saw strong sunlight falling through a gap in the clouds. The cicadas' cry rang higher than it had that morning, carrying over the village rooftops to the mountain slopes beyond. There was almost no wind. The air above the paddy hung heavy, and the smell of damp earth and green leaves lingered at the back of his nose. "Shall we rest for a bit?" Haru said. Her voice carried a trace of fatigue, but her hands were still reaching among the seedlings. Sakichi looked around and pulled 2 or 3 last weeds that caught his eye. Then he shook his muddy hands lightly in the water. The murky water ran off between his fingers, leaving only the blackness lodged deep under his nails. The two sat down at the edge of the ridge path. Haru untied the bundle she had brought. Wrapped in bamboo bark were rice mixed with barley, salted eggplant, and a small pickled plum. The rice had been cooked that morning, but by noon it had grown a little harder. Sakichi took it in his hand and chewed for a while in silence. With each bite, the fragrance of barley spread, and the sourness of the plum drew saliva. Far off, the sound of a hoe being set down came from another field. The other villagers, too, were probably entering their own brief noon rest. A child cried somewhere, and a mother's soothing voice followed. With no wind, the sounds carried oddly clear. "I heard Shokichi-san's son has come back this year," said, wrapping a plum pit in paper. "From Tokyo?" Yes, I heard the work didn't last. Sakichi didn't answer, looking instead toward a distant ridge. There were no few people who believed that going to the city meant an easier life than the fields. Working in a factory or a shop, one received wages on a set day. No fear of weather, no need to worry over the number of insects, no need to think about how to repay a debt before the harvest even came in. But on the faces of those who came back, there was always a different kind of exhaustion. The hardship of being used by strangers in an unfamiliar place, the anxiety of paying rent and buying food, of a single illness collapsing one's whole life. These too must pile up in ways invisible to someone standing in a field. Which was better, Sakichi could not easily decide. Maybe it's a good thing, just to have a home to come back to, Haru said quietly. Sakichi swallowed his barley rice and lowered his eyes. Having somewhere to return to was, indeed, a blessing. But if that household was already leaning, then the one who returned would also have to become one more person propping it up. A household did not merely shelter someone. It also shared out the weight of daily life onto the shoulders of whoever lived there. Before long, a faint wind came down from the mountain. The rice leaves swayed all at once, and fine ripples ran across the water's surface. The wind touched Sakichi's sweat-damp neck, and he narrowed his eyes. The rest had been brief. Even as his body pleaded to lie down a little longer, the afternoon's work was waiting. Part of the field still had weeds left in it, and in the neighboring section, the soil at the water inlet had crumbled. Haru folded up the bundle and rose to her feet. Mud clung to her knees. Sakichi stood too, but did not start walking right away. He looked at the rice in front of him. The tips of the leaves, catching the wind, trembled thinly in the light. Though they looked fragile, their roots gripped the soil firmly at the bottom of the mud. Nothing much would change in the course of this one day. Pull the weeds, right the seedlings, fix the flow of water, remove the insects. That was all. And yet, if anyone neglected even that all, the autumn field would take on a slightly different shape. What sustained daily life was not great decisions, but the repetition of nameless small maintenance. Sakichi took hold of his hoe again. He walked alongside Haru toward the crumbling water inlet. The afternoon light had grown stronger still, casting the two of them's shadows short across the bank. Behind them, the field they had weeded that morning held its water quietly, and whenever the wind stilled, only the sky reflected there remained unwavering. The soil at the water inlet had eroded deeper than expected. Perhaps the household upstream had drawn more water the night before. Or perhaps a rat or something else had dug a hole in the bank. Sakichi tapped the crumbled edge lightly with the tip of his hoe, checking how firm the soil was. Pressing it with his finger, the damp earth sank with a slick give. Soil that held too much water would lose its shape again, no matter how many times it was piled back up. Better to mix in some small stones, Sakichi said, and Haru nodded silently and began gathering the stones scattered beside the bank. At the edges of the field, stones appeared every year from no one knew where, dug up with each tilling, pushed aside, washed away by rain, and carried back again. Stones no one had placed were, in this way, useful for holding back water. Soil alone would crumble, stones alone would let water through. Only mixed together could they dam a thin current. Sakichi wedged stones into the dug-out soil and pressed it firm with his feet. Mud pushed up from the soles of his sandals, and something cold worked its way between his toes. He stepped on it again and again, letting a little water flow through to test it, then stepping again. It was not work to rush. Piled up hastily and high, it would always be found collapsed by the next morning, low, wide, and firm. His father had told him so, and Sakichi had learned it in his body. When the water began flowing in the intended direction, the water level in the neighboring section rose slightly. Seeing this, Haru let out a small breath. That should hold for another 3 days. If it doesn't rain, Sakichi looked at the sky. The clouds were thin. There was still no sign of rain. But the sky at this time of year could not be relied on. There were years when a clear morning brought comfort, only for someone to rush out to check the banks in a panic that evening. Too little water withered the rice. Too much weakened the roots. To hold that single point of just right, people came again and again to touch the soil like this. Between tasks, Sakichi glanced at the neighboring field, Shokichi's family's paddy. The spacing between the rice clumps was somewhat wide, and less water had been let in. Though his son had apparently returned this year, the field showed no trace yet of that hand having touched it. Hands long away from the soil did not settle into a field right away. How to hold the hoe, how to lower the hips, how to tell weeds apart. Even things once taught, if the body had forgotten them, had to be learned again from the start. This was something Sakichi himself remembered. In his youth, he had gone to help at a relative's house in a neighboring village, and found his feet caught in an unfamiliar field. When the softness of the soil differed, even the way one walked had to change. Every field, depending on its land, had its own quirks. The same rice would not grow the same way everywhere. The hottest part of the day, just before the sun began to lean west, passed by. Sweat no longer had time to dry, and the back of his robe clung to his skin. When he wrung out his hand towel, murky water ran down his fingers. Still, the two did not stop. Moving on to the next section, there was still a place with weeds left, bending at the waist, disturbing their own reflections on the water's surface. They searched the mud with their fingertips. Haru suddenly lifted her face. "Do you think she's out in the field today?" She meant their daughter. That morning, the girl had said she would pick mulberry leaves and then move to the back field. 14 years old now, she had, since sometime last year, begun deciding the order of her own work without being told. "She'll be in the field, I'd think." The weeds among the potatoes had grown up. Sakichi answered this way, though he wasn't certain. Work inside the house, unlike work in the fields, could not be seen from outside. There was no visible record of who had moved their hands or how much. Only small traces spoke of the day's labor, the hearth ashes raked clean, the water buckets filled, the straw mats of drying beans turned to follow the sun. Haru said nothing more after that, only her fingers moved a little faster. Sakichi thought it wasn't that she worried over the work left to their daughter, but that she wasn't yet used to being able to entrust it to her. A child growing up also meant that, one by one, a parent's hands were freed, and a freed hand always went to touch something else. It wasn't that things grew easier, only that where the hands went next changed. From the section they'd finished weeding, the water had turned muddy, then slowly cleared. Until the mud settled, the surface of the field clouded faintly and stopped reflecting the sky. Watching that whitish water, Sakichi remembered his childhood, the years he'd followed behind his father, gathering the weeds that were pulled. He hadn't yet been allowed to hold a hoe and didn't know the names of the weeds. Still, his father had pointed out, one by one, which weeds should be pulled and which could be left. This one's roots are shallow, this one's deep. The deep ones need to be taken out early. There was almost no explanation of why. He was simply shown that this was how it was done. Only now did Sakichi understand the reason. Deep-rooted weeds competed with the rice's roots for space, and once they had taken deep hold, pulling them would shake even the rice's own roots. So they had to be taken while still shallow. Perhaps his father had spared his words, not because there was no time to explain, but because he knew that the memory in one's hands was surer than any words. Now when Sakichi taught something to his own daughter, he found himself doing much the same, showing her, waiting a little, and having her try again. The sun's position shifted, and the shadows along the banks began to lengthen. The edge of the western mountains took on a faint color. It wasn't quite evening yet, but the weight of the air had changed. The dry heat of midday eased, and in its place, the smell of earth rose. The paddy water grew tepid, and one or two frogs began to croak. "We'd better check on the mulberry too before long," Haru said, straightening her back. The silkworms were creatures that would not wait. A day's delay in weeding a field could be made up for, but if the mulberry leaves ran short, the effect showed the very same day. To keep a creature in the house whose appetite grew larger with every passing day meant living by a schedule finer than any calendar. The season when the 3 timetables of field, silkworms, and vegetable garden all overlapped was the most grueling of all. Sakichi nodded. "Go on ahead. I'll check the water in the lower field and come after." Saying this, he stood at the edge of the field and looked toward the water inlet. The amount of water falling from the upper field to the lower one seemed to have decreased since morning. From the end of the rainy season through this time of year, the water's mood changed by the day. Too much weakened the roots, too little let the soil harden and crack. Just the right water level was not something anyone could teach. Only someone who watched field every single day could learn it, through the feel of their fingers and the level of their eyes. Haru reatied her hand towel around her neck, gathered up the mat and sickle, and set off down the ridge path. Watching her back recede, Sakichi crouched alone by the water inlet. He shifted the board slightly, weakening the force of the incoming water. The grass on the bank swayed, pushed by the current. Reaching his hand in, the water was colder than he'd expected. Water that traveled beneath the ground still knew nothing of midday's heat. It was this coldness Sakichi had come to sense over the long years, though no one had ever taught him so, that quietly kept the rice's roots in good order. Once he'd finished adjusting the inlet, Sakichi stood there for a while. His own reflection on the field's surface wavered faintly in the wind. In his younger years, standing alone like this in the field had seemed like nothing more than an extension of labor. But as the years went by, he had come to realize that this brief stillness was, within the whole day, the time closest to himself. No one was watching him. There was nothing he needed to explain. There was only the water, the soil, and his own breathing. In the distance, Haru's figure disappeared around a bend in the path. Not much farther now to the back field where their daughter was. Sakichi watched that direction for a while, then turned his gaze back to the field. The tips of the rice leaves swayed in the wind, all turning the same way at once, as though they had been waiting for some signal. A thought of next year suddenly crossed Sakichi's mind. Watching how this year's seedlings had grown gave him a rough sense of which section would need attention first next year. Different soil quality meant the same fertilizer worked differently. This field, inherited from his father, had a different character section by section. The upper field let water through easily. The lower field, by contrast, held water too readily. Ignore that difference and force the same method everywhere, and strain would show up somewhere without fail. Reading a field, in the end, meant changing one's own movements to match the land's own habits. The sun leaned further west, and the light reflected on the water's surface shifted from white to a pale yellow. By this hour, figures were gradually withdrawing from the fields all around. Everyone, in the same way, was moving on to the next task, the silkworms, the vegetable garden, preparing the evening meal. It sometimes seemed to Sakichi that the whole village moved within a single great clock. If one person fell behind, someone else's time was pressed that much tighter. That was why, without anyone ever arranging it, everyone left the fields at roughly the same hour. Sakichi checked the board at the water inlet one last time with his fingers, then straightened up. His knee gave a faint, dull sound, though not enough to worry over. As he always did on leaving a field, he swept his eyes once over the whole surface of the water, checking for any unnatural change in the rice's color. Among the ranks of green leaves, here and there, Seedlings still lacking vigor were mixed in. It was the section he and Haru had looked at that morning. The soil there had not yet settled. It had been left fallow the year before, so it was no wonder. Soil was not something that changed suddenly to suit a person's convenience. It was something one could only accompany with patience. Stepping up onto the ridge path, the feel of dry soil came up through the soles of his feet, a hardness baked by the sun, different from the mud within the field. Sakichi walked that path for a while, listening. The frogs' cries grew gradually louder, and the cicadas faded in turn. This exchange was something like a signal announcing the start of evening. The color of the sky, too, was losing its blue, so slowly it was almost impossible to see happening. The sun had not yet set, but the angle of the light had changed, and the shadows of the grass along the field's edge stretched long. As he walked, tomorrow's arrangements naturally rose in Sakichi's mind. In the morning, he would stop first at the mulberry field, check how many leaves Haru had picked, and look in on the silkworm room. Then he would return to the field and check how the water inlet he'd adjusted today had changed overnight. Water sometimes shifted direction unexpectedly during the night. Even on a windless day, a slight tilt in the ground could decide where the water went. That was why the very first task of the morning always began with looking at the field. No one had ever told him to do it that way. It was simply how Sakichi began his day. Along the path, he crossed paths with Genji, the owner of the neighboring field. Genji, too, had a sickle over his shoulder and was likewise on his way home. "How was it today?" Genji called out. Sakichi smiled slightly and spoke briefly of the water inlet. Genji spoke of his own field in turn, saying the water in the lower field felt a little too plentiful. The two exchanged talk of water, of silkworms, of weather for a while. Nothing special was being said. It was rather an utterly ordinary conversation, repeated almost every day. And yet to Sakichi, it felt as though something that sustained the village's life resided within these short exchanges. Everyone looked up at the same sky, touched the same soil, minded the same turning of the seasons. That accumulation, he vaguely thought, must be what formed something like the breathing of a single village. Parting from Genji, Sakichi was alone again. There was still a little way left to home. Turning off the ridge path, he saw his own house's roof in the distance. Low, thatched not with tile but with straw, dyed a soft color by the evening light. Standing at the doorway of his house, Sakichi lowered the hoe from his shoulder and leaned it quietly against the wall of the earthen floor. At the tip of the blade, the paddy's mud still clung, not yet fully dried. Haru was crouched before the hearth, adjusting the position of the firewood. The firelight cast a red glow over her thin, tired profile. "Welcome home, I'm back." With only those words exchanged, Sakichi headed for the well. He scooped water with the dipper and splashed it over his face again and again. The cold water ran over his sun-browned skin, seeping from his neck into his work clothes. Opening his palm, he saw mud lodged between his fingers, the undersides of his nails black. Without soap, scrubbing again and again could wash away the surface dirt, but the smell of earth would not disappear. Haru watched this from the doorway. Her own hands, too, bore traces of picking mulberry leaves. Her fingertips faintly stained blue from the sap of soft leaves, tiny bits of leaf clinging to her sleeves. One who worked in the field, one who worked in the silkworm room, different places, yet the two of them's days passed alike, using their hands, bending their backs and forgetting the time. Inside the house, the children were waiting for dinner. The youngest sat on the tatami, fighting off drowsiness in front of an empty bowl. The slightly older child was folding a paper to take to school the next day, pressing down its torn edge with a finger. The village had a school, but that did not mean the children could attend every day. During planting and harvest seasons, household work came first. Even knowing that learning mattered, Making time for it meant someone else had to take on a different task. Dinner was rice mixed with barley, miso soup, and chopped daikon leaves. How to make last year's rice last through the end of summer. This was what Haru thought about every time she lifted the lid of the pot. Growing rice did not mean the household could always eat white rice. Part of the harvest had to be kept aside as seed for next year, part sold for cash to pay taxes, and more sold still to buy fertilizer, tools, salt, and oil. What the field produced rarely went straight into the family's stomachs. Sakichi looked at the rice in his bowl. Grains of barley floated among the white rice. There was enough no one would collapse from hunger, but it couldn't be called plenty either. In a farming household's life, there was always this in-between state. Today could be gotten through. Whether tomorrow could be gotten through the same way, no one yet knew. How was the silkworm room? Sakichi asked. Haru answered while ladling out the miso soup. The upper tier is eating well, but there were still a few leaves left on the lower one. Better to check it early tomorrow. Is the mulberry enough? We're fine this week, as long as the rain doesn't keep up. After that, the two fell silent for a while. Without enough mulberry leaves, the silkworms would not grow. Give them more leaves, and they grew faster, but picking took more effort. If the rain continued, one couldn't enter the mulberry field, and leaves that stayed wet couldn't be brought to the silkworm room. Too dry, and the leaves hardened, and the silkworms ate poorly. Every task had its own point of just right, and it was not a person, but the sky that decided where that point fell. The field and the silkworm room, though within the same household, demanded separate time. The field wanted water, the silkworms wanted mulberry leaves. Rice grew without waiting on anyone's convenience, and the silkworms, too, would not go hungry and sleep obligingly. In a summer farming household, before one busy task ended, the next had already begun. The hour to rest the body was not an hour free of work. It was simply the hour one was forced, no matter what, to stop. Around this time, in the 33rd year of Meiji, talk of new tools and machines had begun reaching even the villages. In distant towns, electric lights were said to be burning. Trains carried people and goods. Silk, it was said, was leaving the ports for foreign countries. The world is changing, people said. But what moved the days in Sakichi's village, even now, was still the rising sun, the flow of water, and the soil that touched his palms. Sakichi did not know how the cocoons raised from their silkworms were handled once they reached distant lands. A broker bought them, passed them to a merchant in town, and from there they traveled on through more hands, farther away still. Along the way, the price of the cocoons changed, but the hours Haru spent picking mulberry leaves, the effort of checking the silkworm rooms, temperature in the middle of the night, none of that reached the buyer. It was not the one who raised them who decided the price. When the meal was over, Haru sent the children into the mosquito netting first. The youngest fell asleep at once. The somewhat older one was still awake. In the morning he was to help carry mulberry leaves. Even on school days, the household's work did not disappear. Children, in their own way, knew what their family's life was held up by. Sakichi returned to the earthen floor and picked up the sickle he'd used that day. He checked the blade's nicks with his finger and wet the whetstone. Each pass of the blade across the stone gave off a low sound that echoed through the house. Haru was mending the torn sleeve of a work garment. Words passed rarely between them, but the silence was not uncomfortable. Even unspoken, each had some sense of what the other was thinking. Beside Haru sat a small cloth pouch. Inside was the money earned so far from selling cocoons. It could not be called much. The cost of the rapeseed cake bought in spring, tool repairs, oil for the lamp, paper and brushes for the children. Thinking of the money that trickled out little by little, the pouch's weight felt precarious. Come autumn, the land tax would have to be paid too. If the rice yielded well, they could manage somehow. But until they checked the grain of the rice ears with their own hands, no one could say anything for certain. I hope the cocoons sell for a little more this year, Haru said, moving her needle. Sakichi didn't answer right away. Whether they sold high was not something the two of them's efforts could decide. It depended entirely on what face the broker wore coming back from town, and what the day's market price happened to be. That alone changed how much money would remain in the household. We won't know until it's time to sell, he finally said, and Haru nodded slightly. That's true. Her reply carried more resolve than expectation. Farming couples thought again and again about what lay ahead, and yet things never turned out as thought. They could not stop the rain, keep insects away, or move the price of rice or cocoons. All they could do was keep at whatever could be done that day until the dark came. Before the night grew too deep, the two went up to the silkworm room. The ladder creaked with a dry wooden sound underfoot. On the second floor, bamboo-framed silkworm shelves stood in rows, and in the dim light the white silkworms were chewing on mulberry leaves. The sound of leaves rustling was like a fine rain. Bring the lamp too close, and there was danger of fire. Keep it too far, and a weakening silkworm might go unnoticed. Haru checked each one, moving the sluggish ones to a separate basket. Sakichi lifted the edge of a shelf and tested the dampness with his finger. The silkworm room held a close smell of earth, leaves, and something faintly sour and alive. What was raised here was no mere insect. It was the small cash the household needed to supplement the rice until autumn, to pay taxes, to mend the children's clothes. That was why each small white body seemed to him bound up with his family's very life. Wind came in from outside, and the paper over the silkworm shelves stirred faintly. Sakichi closed the door partway. Haru adjusted the fire. Block the wind too much, and the air grew stale. Open it too much, and the silkworms grew cold. Just as with the paddies' water, one decision here gave rise to another problem. Life was not about choosing the right answer. It was about continuing to search for the place that wasn't too far wrong. After coming down from the silkworm room, Sakichi went outside once more. He wanted to check the water inlet before sleeping. The sky had grown fully dark, with lights floating here and there among the houses. Frogs croaked by the roadside, and the water flowing through the irrigation channel made a low, unseen sound. The board he had adjusted during the day had not moved. Sakichi crouched and checked the force of the water with his fingertips. A little too much, but narrowing it now would keep it from reaching the lower field. Water did not belong to one field alone. It passed in order from upper to lower. If someone took more, someone else got less. Because the villagers knew each other's faces and shared the same irrigation water, there were rules for it, and there were days even the rules could not settle. Sakichi moved the board just slightly. The sound of the water changed. It might only have sounded changed, with hardly any real difference. Even so, a farmer could not overlook such small differences. Come morning, he would check the color of the rice leaves and the dampness of the soil and adjust again. A field was never something one could look at once and feel secure about. Back at the house, Haru was still sewing. The oil lamp's flame had grown small, and the two shadows on the wall stretched long. "Why don't you rest now?" Sakichi said, and Haru finished sewing the cuff before lifting her face. "You too." Neither said anything more. Both knew what had to be done come morning. Sakichi would go to the field. Haru would look after the mulberry field and the silkworm room. Wake the children, cook the rice, ready the tools. Whatever work went undone today would wait, transformed into tomorrow's task. Even after lying down, the sound of the irrigation water stayed with Sakichi's ears. Was there too much water or too little? Would it rain in the night or would the wind rise? Thinking gave no answer. And yet he could not help but think. For a farmer, sleep was at once the end of the day and a lying down of the body, still carrying the next day's worries. Outside the house, wind moved quietly over the thatched roof. Haru's breathing could be heard, and the mosquito net stirred faintly with the children turning in their sleep. Sakichi closed his eyes, picturing the field as he would first see it at dawn, rising while still dark, heading for the water inlet, checking the state of the soil. If there was any change there, he would decide the next move on the spot. Morning was still far off, and yet a farming household's day began before the hour of waking. Even within sleep, the soil, the water, and the family's life quietly went on breathing. Before long, as the eastern sky began to whiten just slightly, Sakichi would rise again and head to the field to check on changes no one else could see. That repetition was what shaped Sakichi's days. The same field, the same water inlet, the same silkworm room, and yet yesterday and today were never truly the same. The soil had drunk in the previous day's rain. The wind carried the dampness of the night before. The silkworms had grown, however slightly, over the course of one night. That was precisely why Sakichi had to look at the field each morning, as though seeing it for the first time. Familiarity could sometimes help, and sometimes cause him to overlook something. Years of experience let him notice the faintest difference in the color of water, or the tilt of a rice leaf, but relying too much on that same experience could also mean missing a change unique to this particular year. Sakichi had been made to learn this lesson more than once. The summer before, there had been a year of continuous rain. The irrigation water had flowed as it always did, and the boards had sat in their usual positions. And yet, in the lower fields, water had stagnated, and the roots of the rice had weakened. Sakichi's own field had come through unharmed, but the neighboring field's harvest had fallen, and the master of that house had worn a clouded face even into winter. Remembering that year, Sakichi still, even now, put a bit more force into his fingers when moving the board. The same amount of water reached fields entirely differently, depending on the tilt of the land and the quality of the soil. Simply because a field lay in a different part of the village, the same rain could become either a blessing or a calamity. Such imbalance could not be blamed on anyone's deliberate fault. Every field carried its own circumstances, and everyone dividing the water was doing their best. That was precisely why the village had rules built up over a long span of time, and following those rules was the only way to keep disputes to a minimum. But there were also days rules alone could not resolve. One early summer, a drought had continued for some time. The volume of the irrigation water itself dropped, and neither the upper nor the lower fields received enough. The men of the village gathered late into the night, raising their voices as they debated who would use how much water. Sakichi had been among them. Men, usually sparing with words, grew talkative the moment water was the subject. A field was life itself, and water was the thin thread that sustained that life. When the thread grew thinner, everyone, picturing their own family's face, searched for how much they could bear to give up. Remembering that night, Sakichi felt that the village as a system was not merely a gathering of land, but something like a net that held up everyone's livelihoods together. Work in the silkworm room carried similar tension. If mulberry leaves ran short, the silkworms would not grow. If they did not grow, no thread could be spun. Without thread, there would be no cash that should have come from selling the cocoons. That cash was part of what paid the autumn land tax, and it was also the money used to buy cloth for the children's winter clothes. Every day, Haru made her rounds of the mulberry field, comparing the quantity of leaves against the silkworm's appetite, and estimating how much would be needed the next day. Too many leaves went to waste, too few, and the silkworms weakened. That fine balance had been cultivated through years of experience, and yet, every year conditions shifted with the weather and the extent of insect outbreaks, and Haru quietly struggled with it all the same. Sakichi rarely put such labor of Haru's into words of appreciation. in the life of a farming household, working alongside one another. More than words of thanks was itself the way trust was shown. Sakichi, who guarded the field, and Haru, who guarded the silkworms. Though their work was separate, it formed two inseparable parts, holding up the same single household. Behind the short words exchanged at night lay a feeling of sensing, in each other, the weight of the day just past. Without saying much, one could tell from a tired back or roughened fingertips how much labor had gone into that day. The children too, young as they were, bore their share of that life. The eldest son helped with checking the water inlet. The second daughter was entrusted with cleaning the silkworm room. That children not yet 10 years old should take on part of the family's work was simply how things were in this era's farming villages. Learning the work of field and mulberry field before learning was the basis of survival. As though it were an extension of play, the children peered into the irrigation channel, dipped their fingers into the mud to feel the speed of the current, and sniffed at the water in imitation of the adults. But within that play, without their noticing, the seeds of judgment were taking root. Once, the eldest son had noticed the board at the water inlet tilting slightly and run to tell his father. When Sakichi went to look, sure enough, a small stone was wedged beneath the board, leaving a slight gap. Left alone, water would have kept leaking through the night, and by morning a corner of the field might have dried out. Sakichi had only said, "You noticed well." As praise, it was almost too brief, but the boy walked with his back straight the whole day after. To a child, the sense of having taken on a part of his father's work weighed heavier than any words. The second daughter, while cleaning the silkworm room, was learning to know the silkworms' sound. The noise of them chewing mulberry never let up, like falling rain. On days they were healthy. On days they were weak, it grew strangely sparse. When her mother Haru murmured, "It's quiet today," the daughter had, at some point, come to understand this was a word of worry. Sweeping up droppings, changing the trays, exchanging the damp air, simple, repeated tasks. But within that repetition, an eye for gauging the condition of a creature like the silkworm was being cultivated. Neither the one teaching nor the one learning called it education. They simply stood beside each other because it was necessary, and moved their hands because it was necessary. Days flowed by this way, but within this life lay a constant unease that could not be seen from outside. Neither the field nor the silkworms were decided by human effort alone. Everything was placed beneath the power of weather, a force no one could command. Frost in early spring damaged the seedlings. Continuous rain in summer felled the rice. A typhoon before autumn could collapse a whole year's labor in a single night. Every morning, when Sakichi looked up at the sky, he was not so much reading that day's weather as, somewhere in his heart, counting the things that might yet happen. Neither optimistic nor pessimistic, simply keeping in mind what might occur. That was a kind of readiness farmers had learned to carry. The village elders had left that readiness behind in words. The shape of the clouds, the direction of the wind, the height birds flew, the color of the mountain. None of it necessarily had scientific grounding, but as the accumulation of decades of observation, it carried a certain accuracy. In his youth, Sakichi too had listened to such sayings, half in doubt. But as the years passed, he had come to notice the depth of observation behind them. A day when the western sky looked strangely clear often turned bad the next day. A day when morning mist settled low in the valley often cleared by midday. Such fragments gradually knit together through experience. But at the same time, Sakichi knew, however many sayings one learned, a year would surely come when none of them held true. Nature moved on a cycle far longer than any human memory. That was precisely why the meaning of preparing lay less in preventing disaster than in leaving room to stand back up. After one, holding back slightly on the amount of rice sold, keeping extra seed rice in reserve. adding a little at a time to the thatched roof, even before it truly needed replacing, making a bit more miso than needed, keeping a surplus of dried vegetables. Each of these was not meant to increase abundance, but to shrink the drop when something was lost. The caution of farming households in this era did not come from stinginess or timidity. It was the shape taken by a memory of having suffered again and again. That memory lingered in Sakichi's household too. In his father's time, there had been a great crop failure. Sakichi had not been told many details. He only remembered his father saying once, by the hearth, "That year, we even shredded the thatch from the roof." Whether that had truly been to eat, or for the livestock, young Sakichi hadn't known. But the difference in his father's tone from usual had stayed with him clearly. There are certain experiences a person cannot describe in detail. To speak of them is to give them shape, and once given shape, one is forced to see the figure of oneself carrying that weight. So his father had left behind only that one line, and afterward watched the fire in silence. That silence had sunk deeper into Sakichi than any detailed account ever could have. Sakichi had never told that story to his own children. It was less that there had been no chance to speak of it, and more that he felt it was not yet the time. To speak of hunger to a child who had never known hunger would only become a story. Suffering turned into a story left no mark on the body, so instead, Sakichi taught by moving his hands. Why a little extra was set aside when sorting seed rice. Why, when preparing miso, one had to think even of next year's portion. He rarely explained his reasons at length, but through repetition, the children came to absorb the sense of keeping something in reserve before they ever grasped the logic of it. It was something like an invisible dowry needed to live on this land. Anxiety was not only about the weather. Since the tax had changed from a share of the harvest to a fixed land tax, a different kind of tension had entered village life. What had once allowed for some flexibility according to a good or poor harvest now demanded a fixed sum of cash be paid at a fixed time. Even if the rice was harvested, it had to be converted into money before the tax could be paid. And the price of rice was decided by the hands of someone outside the village, whose face no one had ever seen. In years of good harvest, the price of rice would drop, and the money that remained in hand could end up less than expected. That a plentiful harvest did not make life easier. Sakichi and the others had come to know this unreasonable truth through their bodies, before they ever grasped it in their heads. At the end of autumn, after the rice had been sold, the household's reckoning was always quiet. Haru would spread out the ledger, and Sakichi would count on his fingers. Fertilizer costs, tool repairs, buying more salt and oil, the children's sandals, the offering to the temple. Looking at what remained, the two would fall silent for a while. It wasn't that they were short, but neither was there any surplus. That state of no surplus had continued for years. When Haru said, "This was a good year," she meant it less in the sense that it had truly been good, and more that it had gotten through without turning bad. Getting through without turning bad. For a farming household of this era, that was a result worth celebrating enough. When talking of money, Sakichi always lowered his voice. It wasn't so much that he didn't want the children to hear, but that raising his voice made it feel as though anxiety would settle permanently inside the house. On nights spent weaving straw sandals on the earthen floor, on nights returning from checking the silkworm room, the two exchanged words a little at a time. Should they turn part of the field to mulberry next year? There was talk of sending the eldest son into apprenticeship at a merchant's house in town. What should they do? The second daughter would eventually marry. How should they prepare for it? Questions with no clear answer, one after another. And yet they spoke of them, because speaking itself was a kind of preparation. Once put into words, even when the moment finally came, it would not arrive as a complete surprise. A similar quiet unease flowed through the whole village, too. At the well, word passed that the second son of the neighboring household had gone to work at a silk reeling factory in town. It wasn't spoken of as good news or bad, simply told as fact. Somewhere in their hearts, everyone was beginning to know that a different way of living existed outside the village. The railway had come through, newspapers arrived, and rumors from town traveled faster than before. Among the young, there were those who no longer took it for granted that they would inherit the family field. Sakichi could not bring himself to blame them for it. He had come to realize that, in his own youth, there had been no path outside this land, not because he had chosen against it, but because he had not known there were other choices to make. Even so, Sakichi never considered leaving the soil. If asked why, he would not have been able to answer well. Only, standing in the field in the morning, watching the water's surface brighten, there was something in him that accepted the meaning of his being there without needing words to explain it. Rice did not lie. Tend it, and it answered. Neglect it, and it withered honestly. For someone weary of the give and take of human affairs, that simple response was, in the end, the one thing left to trust. Though Sakichi also knew well that this very simplicity could sometimes be cruel. A typhoon blew just as hard on the field of a man who had worked earnestly. And so, this life could not be spoken of only as beautiful. Seen from a distance, the paddies lined along the mountain slope shone quietly under the morning light. The sound of wind crossing the rice leaves was gentle, and the thatched roof houses looked as though they had endured over long years upon the earth. But within that scene lay, in equal measure, cracked hands, wet backs, no room to let a sick family member rest, and the anxiety of payments closing in before the harvest. The beauty of the fields did not erase the hardship. Rather, it stood there carrying both at once. Records left for later ages would note the size of the harvest, the extent of the land, the amount of the land tax, the market price of rice. Looking at the village office's ledgers, a village's life would surface as numbers. But numbers did not record the weight in an arm drawing water from a well before dawn, nor the irritation of feet caught in the mud of a bank, nor the shallow sleep of a woman worrying over the silkworm room's temperature. A farmer's day was measured not by the hands of a clock, but by the brightness of the sky, the crowing of roosters, the depth of water in the field, and the dryness of the soil. On a certain day, in early summer of the 33rd year of Meiji, not long after planting had finished, the next day's work had already begun the night before in Sakichi's household. Even after dusk had passed, Sakichi sat in front of the storehouse, checking that the hose handle had not come loose. Setting the sickle's blade to the whetstone made a low, dry sound. A blade, neglected even briefly, quickly added weight to the work. In a household that could not easily spend money on replacements, keeping tools in use for a long time mattered as much as raising the crops themselves. Beside the hearth, Haru was measuring out rice for the next morning. Rarely did they cook rice alone. Barley or other grains were mixed in to make it go further. She checked what remained of the missa, soaked dried daikon in water, and checked from the bottom of a small jar how much oil was left. Each of these, taken alone, was a trivial matter, but a household's economy was sustained by the accumulation of just such trivial judgments. The children were asleep on straw-spread bedding. The eldest son had already reached the age of going out to the field with his father. Every time he heard talk of working at a merchant's house or a silk reeling factory in town, his eyes turned briefly outward, beyond the house. But that night, he asked nothing. He knew that come morning, he too would rise and work. The night was too quiet for speaking of the family's future. Putting it into words felt as though it would carry the anxiety even to the sleeping children. Before the rooster crowed, Haru woke. The house was still dark and only the ashes of the hearth held a faint red. She gently dug through the ashes, and laid thin kindling over the dying embers. Blowing softly, ash rose, and the red glow spread little by little. Oil for lighting a lamp had to be bought, so the work before dawn often relied on the light of the fire alone. Dew still lingered on the path to the well. Haru lowered the bucket and drew up the rope. The weight of the water bit into her shoulder, and with each repetition, the skin of her fingers ached. Still, she had to draw water, cook the rice, and make the miso soup before the family woke. A farming wife's work did not end simply because the men went out to the field. Rather, the work that let the men go out, and labor continued unbroken from morning until night. By the time Sakichi rose, the eastern sky was still grey. Sitting up, a dull ache lingered deep in his lower back. There were almost no mornings when the previous day's fatigue had fully faded. Still, as though testing the ache, he stretched his back and put on his work clothes. To a farmer, the body was a tool and at the same time his last reserve. A broken hoe could be borrowed, but if his arms could no longer lift, nothing could take their place. Breakfast was only rice mixed with barley, miso soup, and pickles. The children moved their chopsticks in silence. Gratitude for what was set on the table, and a wish for more, both lived within the same chest. When the eldest son emptied his bowl, Haru looked inside the pot. A little still remained. But that was also the portion set aside for noon. Haru said nothing and closed the lid. Holding something back was, at once, an act of restraint and a judgment made to protect the family. Stepping outside, there was already a sense of people astir on the village paths. A neighbor's door opened, and somewhere the sound of sandals dragging could be heard. The temple bell rang once, and a bird's call answered from beyond the mountain. Without anyone announcing the hour, the villagers began to move by the color of the sky. The path to the field looked the same every day, yet it was never truly the same. Sometimes muddy from the previous day's rain, sometimes hardened by the night's chill. The water in the field belonged to no single household. Who opened the upstream sluice, and when, which field received water first? These were matters that concerned the whole village. If water ran short, tension with neighbors rose at once. But raise one's voice and the next day's cooperative work grew difficult. So people swallowed their anger and tried to hold to the appointed order. A community was, on one hand, a place of mutual help, and on the other, a place from which one could never escape the entanglement of others' lives. Sakichi stepped into the field, sinking to his ankles in mud. The water was colder than expected. Among the newly planted rice, small weeds were beginning to grow. Overlooked, within a few weeks they would multiply until barely distinguishable from the rice. Sakichi bent at the waist and pulled the weeds one by one. Each time he stood, his hip bones creaked. But leave the weeds be, and it would come straight back to him in the autumn harvest. The eldest son worked at the same task a little way off. His hands were still slow, and much mud remained on the roots of what he pulled. Sakichi opened his mouth to speak several times, but in the end only said briefly, "Pull out the roots too." He didn't mean to be harsh. In the field, example passed faster than words. The son silently tried again. His fingers, soaked in muddy water, would in time grow as hard as his father's. As the sun rose, more light gathered on the water's surface. Sweat ran down his back, his clothes clinging to his skin. Small insects lived in the water, and sometimes something crawled underfoot. Fieldwork was not as quiet as it looked from outside. The croak of frogs, the shouts of children chasing off birds, the sound of a hoe scraping the bank, someone's cough. These sounds overlapped to shape the village's day. At home, Haru was carrying mulberry leaves. Inside the silkworm room, humidity hung thick, and the faint sound of the silkworms never ceased. The silkworms held the possibility of bringing cash into the household. But that possibility could easily be lost to illness or a shift in temperature. She kept the leaves from running out, cleared away the dirt, watched their condition while letting air through. Sometimes she rose in the middle of the night to check on them. While Sakichi's labor standing in the field was visible, Haru's hands, inside the house, sustained the household's seasonal income. Toward noon, Haru brought the children out to the field. In the bamboo basket were rice balls, pickles, and a little miso. On days she couldn't leave the house, the children carried the meal in her place. If one stumbled along the way, mud got on the food. Even so, it could not simply be thrown away. Haru wiped the surface with a cloth and returned it to the basket, as if nothing had happened. Sitting at the edge of the field, the family took a short lunch. There was little time to rest. As he ate, Sakichi looked up at the sky. Clouds were spreading from the west. If rain came, it would be welcome for the dry soil. But if it fell hard, the banks would crumble, and the newly planted seedlings would be swept away. For a farmer, rain was, before it was ever a blessing, always something that demanded a decision. Wishing for rain or not was not enough. One had to think ahead to what to do once it came. In the afternoon, the wind picked up a little. Sakichi went around checking the water inlet, adding soil to firm up crumbling spots. The eldest son carried the heavy basket while Haru bundled the weeds from the bank. If one person rested, someone else's burden increased. That the family worked in the same place was not only because they got along well. Their life was bound together as a single mechanism, in which no hand could be spared. That day, a small wound opened on the sole of the eldest son's foot, likely from the sandal's cord chafing. He kept walking without a word, but his gait grew gradually unsteady. Sakichi noticed and stopped his work. He neither scolded nor encouraged him. He simply tore a nearby cloth and wrapped it over the wound. Sakichi, who believed that enduring pain was a condition of being a worker, did not, all the same, want his son to learn that same pain too soon. Even so, a wound did not always disappear by the next day. If a fever set in, one fewer person could go out to the field. If sickness lingered, medicine cost money. The village had a doctor, but he could not always be seen right away, and buying medicine strained the household's finances. It was not only great disasters that broke a household's life. Small wounds, a few days' fever, a broken hoe, dwindling rice. When these things piled up together, a household leaned, little by little. By evening, the clouds drifted off beyond the mountain, and no rain fell. Sakichi checked the field's water one last time and shouldered his tools. Haru left the mulberry leaves and headed home. The children, tired, spoke little. The road that had felt so long, that morning felt shorter on the way back. Fatigue even changed the sense of distance along the path. Even back at the house, the work was not over. Wash off the mud, hang the wet clothes, wipe down the hoe and sickle. Leave moisture on a blade, and it would rust. Leave a handle wet, and by the next morning it would no longer sit comfortably in the hand. Haru lit the hearth and began preparing dinner. She went to the silkworm room to check whether there were enough mulberry leaves, then came back and washed the scrape on her son's foot. Inside the house mingled the smell of earth, smoke, sweat, and the green scent of mulberry leaves. At the dinner table, no one spoke grandly of the day. How much grass had been pulled from the field, the ache in the eldest son's foot. What tomorrow's weather might bring. Only words of that scale were exchanged. There was no custom of taking pride in having worked. One could not live without working. It was less a matter of pride than the simple premise of life itself. After the children fell asleep, Haru checked the next day's rice, and Sakichi leaned the tools against the wall. The oil lamp's flame was small, casting a faint light over the two of their faces. Outside, the sound of water flowing through the irrigation channel continued. A sound unnoticed during the day suddenly felt closer at night. Every field in the village lay quietly receiving its water in the darkness. Sakichi thought about what form today's labor would take by autumn. There was no answer. However earnestly one tended it, the rice would fall if the wind blew hard enough. However well one guarded the water, The field would dry up if a sluice broke upstream. And yet, having no answer did not mean one could stop moving one's hands. Tomorrow morning, too, he would check the soil's condition, walk among the seedlings, send water where it was needed. It was less a matter of believing in the future than of continuing today to do what could be done, precisely because no one knew how the future would turn out. Within that repetition lay a farmer's strength, not the strength to forget suffering, but the strength to cook the rice, mend the tools, wrap a child's wound in cloth, and leave behind tonight's embers for tomorrow's fire, all while knowing suffering fully. No grand words, no heroic decisions. Only someone raking the hearth's ashes before sleep, someone heading to the well while it was still dark. That small act carried the household one day further forward. As the night deepened, Sakichi lay down too. His body was heavy, mud still lodged in his palms. Beside him, Haru had not yet slept, still minding the state of the silkworm room. Outside, the darkness wrapped village, field, and mountain into one. Before long, as the eastern sky grew faintly pale, someone would wake again. A farmer's day did not begin when the sun rose. It began while the sky was still dark, while the roofs of the houses lay silent at the fingertips of Haru, searching through the hearth's ashes for the small ember still left behind. As her fingertips gently parted the ashes, a red ember still remained, not yet gone out. Haru laid 2 thin sticks of kindling over it and brought her mouth close, blowing softly. The fire did not catch at once. It reddened faintly beneath the ash, then began to rise in a thin trail of smoke, gradually scorching the edge of the dry wood. Hurry, and the ember would go out. Press too hard, and even the remaining heat would sink back into the ash. Every morning, Haru checked that faint change with her fingertips. Once the fire returned to the hearth, she mixed barley into the previous night's rice and added a little extra water. The contents of the rice bin had grown light enough to tell without even looking. If she began to think how much would remain by autumn, her chest grew heavy. She did not work in order not to think. She worked while thinking, measuring out today's portion, cooking today's porridge. That repetition was, for Haru, what life was. Sakichi opened the door and breathed the outside air. The sky was still dim. The mountain ridge stood black, and only the water's surface in the field showed a faint whiteness. The wind seemed to have shifted during the night. The bamboo grove's leaves all lay bent in the same direction. There was no sign of rain. The irrigation channel's flow, too, had been thin the day before. Sakichi looked up at the sky and rearranged in his mind the order of the day's work. After hurrying through breakfast, Sakichi shouldered his hoe. The eldest son, minding the cloth wrapped around his foot, came out a little behind. Haru said nothing, only retying the knot in the cloth. Not to hide the wound, but because if the cloth shifted with each step, dirt would get in, and the wound would worsen. Whether one could work was decided, not only by the strength of pain, but by whether mud entered the wound, whether fever set in, whether there was money in the house for medicine. Small changes in the body translated directly into calculations of household finance. As the village woke, Sakichi stopped by the fork in the irrigation channel before heading to the field. Several men had already gathered before the sluice gate. The water was less than the night before. Send it first to the upper field, and only a thin trickle would remain by the time it reached the lower one. Give priority to the lower field, and the upper seedlings would dry. It was not something to be decided by any one person's convenience. "Shall we close the upper sluice a little this morning?" an older man said. Sakichi stared at the water's surface. The water flowing over the mud was too meager to fill a field, yet not entirely insufficient either. Divided little by little, there was a chance it could reach every field. But the labor would increase, opening and closing the sluice, repairing crumbling banks. Someone needed to watch the flow. The village's irrigation water had not been given by nature alone. Someone had dug the channels, someone had cleared the mud, someone had decided and kept the order. Rules existed so that conflict could be avoided. Rules existed so that people had to wait their appointed turn. A household with much land and one with only a small plot both lost their seedlings just the same without water. But the pain that followed that loss was not the same. A household that owned its own field, a household paying tenant rent, a household borrowing money from town to buy fertilizer, each carried a different weight in its life. Sakichi gripped the sluice handle and shifted the flow slightly. The water ran with a sound into the narrow channel, eventually reaching the corner of the field. The eldest son ran along the bank, pressing down a crumbling spot with his hand. The mud slipped softly between his fingers. However many times it was packed firm, the water found the lower ground and flowed out again. Soil never bent to human will. Humans could only learn the soil's habits and move their hands to match. Entering the field, Sakichi crouched among the rice. Here and there, grass resembling the seedlings in color had grown. Mistake the difference, and one might pull what should not be pulled. Simple as the work looked, it demanded the full concentration of eye and fingertip. The morning's coolness soon faded, and sweat ran down his bent back. His feet sank into the mud, and each time he pulled one free, a weight pressed against his thigh. The eldest son moved silently along the next row. Whenever his foot's wound ached, he braced himself against the ground with his hoe. Sakichi noticed this several times, but said nothing. Tell him to work, and the boy would push himself too hard. Tell him to rest, and he would blame himself once home. A father's words could grow heavy no matter which way they fell. Sakichi only slowed his own pace a little, so his son wouldn't fall too far behind, and wouldn't be left too far ahead either. At home, Haru had opened the silkworm room's door slightly, letting the damp air inside escape, and carried mulberry leaves to the shelves where the silkworms lived. Even in a single night, the silkworms ate their leaves and grew without a sound. Too little food weakened them. Wrong temperatures brought disease. Just like the rice in the field, neglect showed itself quickly. Except that where rice withheld its results until autumn, the silkworms communicated the household's anxieties through their appearance every single day. Picking mulberry leaves was work fitted into the gaps between fieldwork. Haru made the morning meal, checked the children's wounds, tidied the silkworm room, then shouldered a basket and headed to the mulberry field. Women's work was often thought to lie within the house, but it never ended there. Drawing water, gathering firewood, spinning thread, growing vegetables, sorting cocoons. Only the places of work differed. It didn't mean there was more time to rest. The bell of the village elementary school could be heard. Children younger than the eldest son walked the road carrying their textbooks. Attending school was becoming more taken for granted than before. But when planting or weeding season came, some children stayed home for family reasons. Even knowing that learning would help their future, no one else could take over today's work in their place. When one pair of hands left the family, that much weight fell onto the backs of those who remained. New goods had begun arriving in the village from town in this 33rd year of Meiji: oil, hardware, medicine, paper for school. Far away, the railway carried people and goods, and newspapers told of what was happening in the world. Life was gradually connecting to the outside world, little by little. But on a morning when the field's water ran short, the distant town's development would not protect the seedlings. Buying tools took money. Buying medicine took money too. If the price fetched for rice or cocoons was low, there was no room left to bring anything new into the house. Toward noon, Sakichi sat down on the bank. The barley rice Haru had shaped had gone cold. He brought it to his mouth with a little salt, washing it down with water from his flask. Across the way, another family was eating in the same way. No one appeared to be living an easy life. And yet each household carried different circumstances on its back. A house with someone ill, a house burdened with debt, a house whose laborer had been conscripted into the army, a house waiting for someone who had given up their land to go to town. The scenery of the fields looked uniform, but the days of the people within it were not the same. After Sakichi finished eating, a man from the village office came walking toward him. He brought word that next week's irrigation channel repair work would require one person from each household. Without repairing the channel, water could not be stored even if the next rain came. But if he could not watch over the field on the day of the repair work, the weeds would grow and the banks would crumble. Sakichi listened to the notice while calculating the afternoon's work and how many hands the household could spare. After the man from the office left, wind passed over the field. The seedling leaves swayed all at once, spreading fine ripples across the water's surface. Sakichi took hold of his hoe again. He had to pull the weeds in front of him. He had to attend the channel repair work, the tax deadline, the tenant rent payment, autumn's market prices. None of it left his mind. And yet for now all he could do was walk to the corner of the field the water had not yet reached. A farmer's day did not end on the soil alone. Carrying rules and money worries pressing in from beyond the soil, Sakichi sank his feet into the mud. Once more. Each time he lifted his foot, the mud clung to the hoe's blade with a heavy sound. Among the freshly planted seedlings, weeds trying to grow ahead of the rice were mixed in. Pull them with fingers, and the roots tore. Dig with the hoe, and even the seedlings toppled. Sakichi checked each clump one by one, breaking up the soil, laying the pulled weeds at the edge of the bank. Water gave the field life, but too much rotted the roots, too little withered the leaves. In the work of farming, one had to watch for excess as much as for lack. As the afternoon sun grew stronger, damp heat rose from the water's surface. Sweat ran down his bent back, the cloth of his robe clinging to his skin. The eldest son, a little way off, was righting seedlings that had begun to fall. He had barely opened his mouth since morning. Fresh blisters had formed on his palms, and the skin tore each time he gripped the hoe. Sakichi had noticed this, but he did not say he would take over the work. If he did, his son might feel he was of no use. If he spoke of it, his son might hide the pain and push himself harder still. What a father could do at times was only to till the same soil beside him. Before long, the sound of water flowing from the upper part of the field grew thin. Sakichi set down his hoe and walked toward the irrigation channel. Near the water inlet, a man from the household that farmed the upper field was raising the sluice board slightly. Water flowing through the gap in the board went first to the upper field, losing its force by the time it reached downstream. "Ours is going to dry up too, at this rate," Sakichi said, and the man looked up. "I know. I'll send it down once the sun sets." There was no accusing tone in it. That man's field and his family needed water just the same. In the village, the order for dividing water had been decided, discussed at meetings. Everyone was meant to follow it. And yet, in a prolonged drought, order alone was not enough. Water was said to belong to no one, but its flow could only move from above to below. The rightness of a rule could not overcome the slope of a channel. Sakichi stared at the sluice board and did not reach for it right away. Draw water to his own field and someone else's would dry. Wait, and his own seedlings would weaken. What a farmer faced was never only nature. He also had to face the thin line drawn between a neighbor's life and his own. At about the same time, Haru was heading home with a basket full of mulberry leaves. When she took off the cord that had dug into her shoulder, a red mark remained on her arm. The inside of the silkworm room held the day's heat trapped within it. Open the door too much, and wind got in. Close it too much, and the air turned foul. Carrying the leaves to the shelves, Haru checked the movement of the white silkworms one by one. Silkworms made no sound, weakened or sick. They only shifted their bodies slightly atop the leaves. So Haru had learned to notice changes in sound and smell instead. Fewer sounds of leaves being eaten. Droppings a different color than usual. A silkworm in the corner of a shelf not moving. Miss even a small irregularity, and within days the household's income could shrink significantly. Once cocoons formed, they could be sold to a merchant in town. But reaching that point required mulberry leaves, and the effort of keeping the silkworm room in order. Even the money from selling cocoons did not simply remain in the house. Tenant rent had to be paid, interest on borrowed money settled, and rice bought to make up any shortfall, repair worn farm tools, buy medicine for a child, and the contents of the pouch grew light in no time. Haru knew this reckoning by the feel of her hands, without ever writing it down. In the evening, when Sakichi and the eldest son returned home, Haru was pouring out a bucket of water outside. The two washed their muddy feet and wiped their faces with a damp towel. The water was not cold. Having absorbed the day's sun, it carried the smell of soil within it. Dinner was barley rice, miso soup, and a little salted greens. The eldest son kept glancing toward the silkworm room as he moved his chopsticks. Haru noticed and told him there might not be enough mulberry leaves tomorrow. Sakichi answered that he would go check the neighboring mulberry field early in the morning. It was a short exchange, but within that one line was contained the hour of waking tomorrow, the road to walk, even the strength that would be spent. The youngest child sat under the light of the oil lamp, with a school notebook open, tracing over the characters learned that day again and again. No one raised a voice of complaint about the oil being used. No one had forgotten that time spent learning meant less time for household work. And yet, seeing a child's finger tracing letters, neither Haru nor Sakichi could bring themselves to say, "Close the notebook now." Just as today's labor supported tomorrow's rice, the letters learned today might, someday, carry this household to a different place. When the meal was over, Sakichi mended a torn straw sandal, and Haru returned to the silkworm room. The eldest son leaned tomorrow's hoe against the wall and wrapped cloth around his palms. No one said the day had ended. All that had ended was the simple fact that the sun had set. Outside, the irrigation water flowed on in the darkness. Sakichi stood at the doorway and listened to its sound. If the water stopped, he would have to rise even in the middle of the night to check the sluice. If rain clouds appeared, he would have to worry about the banks crumbling. Even if the sky cleared, he would have to fear the dryness. In the western sky, dark clouds were gathering slowly. Whether the rain would be a blessing or something that ruined the field would not be known until morning. Sakichi put out the light and checked his family's breathing. Even in the darkness, tomorrow's work had already begun. Even as the night deepened, the village's sounds did not fully vanish. A dog barked once, far off, then fell silent. Near the sluice, the sound of the water changed faintly, and Sakichi turned only his ears toward it. Years of living here had taught him the differences in sound. The usual flow, and the flow when something blocked it, echoed just slightly differently. But tonight, there was no change. He let out a small breath and closed the door. Haru sat in a corner of the silkworm room, dimmed the light, and looked over the shelves once more. The small irregularity she had noticed during the day, the weakness in the sound of the leaves being eaten, stayed on her mind. Some sicknesses spread overnight. If tomorrow the silkworms stopped moving one after another, the cocoon yield would shrink, and the money owed in autumn might go unpaid. Haru did not voice this worry aloud. She knew that speaking it would disturb even her family's sleep. Only before putting out the light, she touched the shelf once more, checking the warmth of the silkworms. Even once he lay down in his own bed, the eldest son could not sleep right away. The weight of the day still seemed to move somewhere deep in his arms and shoulders. Thinking of his father's back, he still felt, somewhere distant, that he himself would someday take that same shape. But the weight he'd felt leaning his hoe against the wall was no longer a child's sensation. The youngest child, even after the oil lamp's light went out, kept tracing the shape of the learned characters with a finger in the dark. Even with eyes closed, the shape of the traced lines remained in mind. Where learning would lead, the child did not yet know, and yet the sensation of a finger following letters brought a kind of joy different from picking mulberry leaves. Outside the house, wind stirred the grass along the ridge paths. The dark clouds in the western sky still showed no movement. If it rained, it would be a blessing for the dry fields, but a burden for fields already holding water. This was precisely the boundary Sakichi worried over. Not whether it would rain, but where and how much. That distribution, which no person could decide, would determine the shape of the next day's labor. The whole village passed the same night. The neighbors' lights went out one by one. No household wished to carry today's fatigue into tomorrow. And yet none could cut it off completely either. Sleep was rest, not an ending. Once dawn broke, the state of the sluice, the mulberry field, and the sky would all have to be checked again from the start. Even lying down, Sakichi traced tomorrow's path again and again in his mind. Going to check the sluice before dawn. If the water had risen, confirming the order in which it flowed from the upper field to the lower, and adding soil to the low spots on the bank. If the rain was light, taking the eldest son to fix the crumbling bank, leaving the silkworm room to Haru, and if the mulberry leaves ran short, heading to the hills behind the house while it was still dark. The arrangement was clear in his mind. Only the guarantee that it would go according to plan was missing. Sleep was shallow. Whenever his family's breathing overlapped, or the wind against the roof grew stronger, Sakichi opened his eyes. After a while, he began to hear a fine tapping against the dry roof. The rain fell hesitantly at first. Soon the drops grew thicker, and the whole thatched roof gave off a low sound. Sakichi rose without waking anyone. He put the straw raincoat that hung by the door over his shoulders and put on his sandals. Stepping outside, the night's chill pressed in together with the smell of wet soil. The sky, covered in clouds, showed no stars, and the village held its shape only by the sound of water. The path leading to the irrigation channel was already muddy. Sakichi held a small lantern low as his feet caught in the mud. The light illuminated only the tips of his sandals sinking into mud, and the leaves of grass flicking off raindrops. The water flowing beside the road ran faster than in daytime, muddied brown. By the sluice, dead branches and straw debris that had washed down from upstream had gathered. Water, unable to pass fully through the gaps in the board, had begun spilling into the field from the lower points. Sakichi rolled up his sleeves and put his hands into the cold water. Each time he pulled out a branch, the murky water rose past his wrist. Even as feeling left his fingertips, he could not stop. Overlook a spot where water was overflowing, and by morning part of the bank might have collapsed. From behind, Genbei from the neighboring household approached. Water dripped from the edge of his raincoat as he silently looked upstream toward the sluice. The upper inlet still isn't open. Genbei's voice was lost in the rain. If we clear this, it'll go through to the lower field. Sakichi answered, and Genbei nodded shortly. Without exchanging more words, the two gathered driftwood, dug at the mud, and shifted the board's position little by little. The village's water belonged to no single person. Stop the water to protect one field, and another household's field would dry. Try to release the whole flow at once, and one's own bank would be eaten away. Within the flow of water lay fine rules woven through daily life, and responsibilities no one had ever written down. By the time the sound at the sluice settled, the eastern sky had begun to whiten faintly. Sakichi took the wet raincoat from his shoulders and headed home. Opening the door, he found Haru already tending the fire. She had not been asleep. Every time she'd gone to check on the silkworm room, she had probably been waiting for the sound of Sakichi's return. The water? It's all right for now. That was all, and Haru asked nothing further. Between the two of them lay many worries that, put into words, would only grow long. Even if the water receded, wet mulberry leaves would change how the silkworms ate. Weakened silkworms meant fewer cocoons. Fewer cocoons meant less money come autumn. That money, the rice it would buy, the debts it would repay, even the firewood set aside for winter, was all connected like one thin thread. Haru opened the door to the silkworm room. Damp air flowed out, and a faint sound of leaves came from atop the shelves, weaker than the night before, but not entirely stopped. Haru brought the light closer and checked the silkworm's movements one by one. Sakichi peered in from behind but said nothing. Standing before a living thing, one could not easily use the words, "It's all right." Breakfast was rice mixed with barley, and the previous night's soup warmed again. The family, feeling the weight of their damp clothes, moved their chopsticks in silence. The time for eating was short. The eldest son hurried the rice to his mouth, and once finished brought rope and wood pieces from the storehouse. He meant to use the time the rain kept him from the fields to repair the hose handle. A rainy day was not a day of rest from the fields. When the soil softened, tools were tended. When the channel swelled, the sluice had to be checked. If the mulberry leaves were wet, dry ones had to be sought out, and the silkworm room's ventilation adjusted. When the buckets catching the rain off the roof filled, they had to be emptied outside again and again. Only the shape of the work changed. The time spent working never disappeared. The youngest child, after the meal, rubbed wet hands against the hem of a robe and tucked the notebook inside. It was a school day. Before leaving the house, the child carried firewood, fed the chickens, then set off for the school at the edge of the village. The mud underfoot was deep, clinging to the sandals with every step. Even so, the child held the notebook against the chest to keep it from getting wet. Learning would not immediately change the household's life. It would not reduce today's work either. But knowing letters meant more could be seen. That possibility alone remained like a small light within a poor household. Sakichi went with the eldest son once more to the irrigation channel. The village's men had gathered, packing collapsed soil into straw sacks. No one needed to give orders, each knew their own post. Those who scooped water, those who carried soil, those who watched the current. Between tasks, voices called out asking about the state of each other's fields. The replies were short: bad, still don't know, holding up a little. Behind those short words lay hidden a full year's harvest and a family's livelihood. By the time morning light broke through a gap in the clouds, the rain had thinned, water had filled the fields, and a small crack ran along the edge of a bank. Sakichi put his fingers into the crack, checking how the soil was crumbling. Repairs would take time. Spend the time, and picking mulberry leaves would be delayed. Put off the mulberry, and the silkworms would go hungry. Whichever task he chose, another was left waiting. The eldest son silently lifted his hoe. Sakichi looked at his hands, still young hands, but their blisters had already burst, leaving thickened skin behind. Growing closer to his father's back was not only a matter of height or strength. It meant learning, day by day, what to give up first and what to protect to the very end. Haru called from the direction of the house. On one tier of the silkworm room, the number of sluggish silkworms seemed to be increasing. Sakichi answered and washed his muddy hands. In the channel's water, the water was cold, slipping between his fingers. Morning had already begun. Carrying with him the worry left over from the rainy night, the wet soil, and his family's exhaustion just as it was, Sakichi walked toward the field. The morning light was still weak, gradually bringing into view only the outline of the work waiting ahead on the road. The eldest son followed a little behind Sakichi's, back toward the field. The rain-soaked road caught easily at their feet, and heavy mud already clung to both of their sandals. Reaching the field's entrance, Sakichi stopped and silently surveyed the far side of the bank. The water had risen since the night before. The rice's young leaves poked just barely above the water's surface, swaying finely with the current. Sakichi drove the tip of his hoe into the bank. The soil was soft and crumbled without much force. He gathered the crumbled earth by hand, and the eldest son packed it into a straw sack he had carried over. They laid the sack along the direction of the current, then piled more mud on top. The work looked simple, but pack it wrong, and the next rain would wash it away again. Stopping water was not simply a matter of piling soil. One had to read the strength of the current, consider the weight of the soil, and feel with one's fingertips where the pressure would fall. In the neighboring field, an older man was pushing a length of bamboo into the channel. Measuring the water's depth with the bamboo's tip, he occasionally crouched and put a finger into the mud. When his eyes met Sakichi's, the man gave a small nod of his chin. There were no words. It meant neither "it's fine" nor "don't worry." It was simply a gesture confirming that both were looking at the same water, carrying the same anxiety. In this village, the water in the fields belonged to no single household. Stop the water at the upper field, and it would not reach the lower one. If someone rushed to fix only their own bank, another family's rice might wither. On the other hand, leave crumbled soil unattended somewhere distant, and eventually the whole village channel would grow muddy. A farming household's life had its own individual circumstances, and yet much of it could not be protected by that household alone. The word mutual help sounded beautiful, but in practice, helping someone else's field was tied directly to protecting one's own. Sakichi paused his hands and looked at the rice, standing at the edge of the field. If it grew safely through to autumn, it would become rice. Once it became rice, it would appear on the family table, but not all of it would go into the family's stomachs. Debts had to be repaid, necessary tools bought, and depending on circumstance, tenant rent or taxes paid. The weight of a harvest did not directly represent the ease of one's life. Looking at the rice packed into sacks, one had to think about how much would remain. Sakichi had continued that calculation for years, and yet, standing within the field, there was something numbers alone could not show. Beneath the murky water, the rice's roots were trying to grip the soil. The thin stalks looked fragile, and yet they did not stay fallen. They rose again, little by little. Watching this, Sakichi did not think himself encouraged. Nature did not move to encourage a person. Only, a life existing there was trying to hold on by its own strength. Watching that figure, it seemed to him that humans, too, could do nothing but move their hands in silence the same way. At home, Haru was sorting mulberry leaves one by one. Raindrops remaining on the surface of a leaf could not be wiped with a cloth. Touch too hard, and the leaf would be damaged. Feed a damaged leaf to the silkworms, and it would only weaken them further. Haru spread the leaves out, laying them where the wind could pass through. Wait for them to dry, and the feeding time would be delayed. Give them wet, and it would harm the silkworms' stomachs. Neither choice was entirely correct. Inside the silkworm room, a faint sound continued. The sound of silkworms eating leaves, heard from a distance, resembled rain. But when the vigor of their eating weakened, the difference showed at once. Haru listened closely, kneeling before the shelves. Finding a sluggish silkworm, she moved it elsewhere. There was no notebook for recording numbers. Much had to simply be remembered, and she made the rounds of the same tier again and again. After the youngest child left for school, the house suddenly felt larger. Usually the sound of carried firewood or removed wet sandals lingered. Today, only the sound of drips falling from the eaves continued in their place. Haru went once to the doorway and looked down the road. The child's figure was already out of sight. Was the notebook held to the chest staying dry? Had there been a fall? Was the child falling asleep at school? Once she began to think, there was no end to it. Even so, she could not let go of the worry. To separate learning time from household work, someone in the family had to take on another task instead. If no one carried the firewood, Haru carried it. If no one fed the chickens, the eldest son rose earlier. Sending a child off to school was at once a quiet choice made for the future, and something that shaved away, little by little, from today's life. Haru understood this. That was precisely why, remembering the sight of her child walking carefully to keep the notebook dry, a small ache remained deep in her chest. Before long, a break appeared in the rain clouds, and the drips from the roof grew gradually thinner. It was not that the time to go out to the field had come. It was that the time they had to go out had come. Haru chose mulberry leaves that had not fully dried and returned to the silkworm room. Sakichi pressed mud into the last gap in the bank, and the eldest son shouldered the wet hoe. Each family member worked in a different place, but they all knew that if one stopped their hands, the burden would shift somewhere else. By the time the morning light spread across the water's surface in the field, Sakichi finally lifted his head. The repaired bank still felt uncertain, and he did not know if it would withstand the next rain. The mulberry leaves had not dried enough either. He would need to watch the silkworm's condition until evening as well. Even so, whoever finished what could be done now had no choice but to move on to the next task. Across the village, people were stirring in the same way, the smell rising from wet clothes, and the sound of feet on soil overlapping. Morning was already passing, but the farming household's day would only grow heavier from here. As noon approached, the sunlight grew stronger, and the damp smell rising from the field's water thickened. Even after finishing the bank repairs, Sakichi begrudged himself no time to stretch his back. The next task was already waiting. He shouldered a basket for carrying compost, bringing in leaf mold piled at the corner of the field little by little. It was unremarkable work, but one that would decide the autumns. Harvest all the same. If the soil grew poor, no amount of effort would make the crops respond. Sakichi had been taught this by his father, and his father by his grandfather before him. Not through words, but through the movement of the body. It was not work anyone praised, but neglect it and payment would surely come due later. Believing this, he silently kept carrying the basket. The eldest son went to clean the channel. Dead branches and silt washed in by the rain were blocking the water's flow. Left alone, the next rain would flood one field while another went without water. The village's water belonged to no single person. If a household upstream stopped the water, a household downstream suffered. That was precisely why cleaning and repair could not proceed however one pleased. The eldest son exchanged words with the neighbor's son, gauging by tone of voice alone how much water should pass to which field. There was an unspoken understanding, cultivated over long years. Back in the silkworm room, Haru checked the dryness of the mulberry leaves again and again. They were not fully dry, but waiting any longer would weaken the silkworms. A little dampness could not be helped. Deciding this, she spread the leaves on the shelves. A faint sound could be heard as the silkworms gathered toward the leaves all at once. Not the dry rustle of before, but a somewhat heavier sound of chewing damp leaves. Haru listened closely to that difference in sound too. She knew from years of experience that the weather directly affected how the silkworms grew. Around that time, a hoarse voice could be heard from the neighboring house. An old woman, looking at the soil in her yard collapsed by the rain, muttered to herself as if to no one. Heaven's being spiteful this year, it seems. Haru laughed softly without stopping her hands. Everyone thought the same thing. Complaining about the weather changed nothing. And yet, putting it into words made the weight a little lighter. In village life, small mutterings like this one lay scattered here and there. Toward noon, Haru lit the hearth and began preparing lunch. Today's rice was scarce, so more grain was mixed in. Sakichi and the eldest son accepted this as a matter of course. Some years were abundant, others scarce. Days when rice alone filled the stomach were, if anything, rare. Haru chopped daikon leaves and added them to the miso soup. Even in scarcity, adding something to adjust the taste was a small ingenuity of her own. It came from a wish, not only to fill hunger, but to bring a little ease to her family's faces. The signal for lunch was the sound of a pot being struck. In a house without a clock, such sounds and the quality of the light marked the divisions of the day. Sakichi returned from the bank, and the eldest son came up from the channel. When the three gathered on the earthen floor, no one spoke for a while. They only ate in silence, sipping the miso soup. Even without conversation resembling talk, there was a certain reassurance in it. Not exactly thanking one another for their labor, and yet a sense of it being conveyed all the same, that kind of quiet time. Once he'd finished eating, Sakichi rose at once. Time to rest was precious. Much work still remained in the afternoon, checking the field, tending the mulberry field, and in the evening, caring for the silkworms once more. The eldest son, too, went outside for his tools as soon as he finished eating. Only Haru remained a while on the earthen floor, washing the dishes, thinking of the youngest child. What kind of lesson was being taught at school right now? Learning letters would not immediately help this household's life. And yet, Haru held a vague hope that this learning might, someday, change something. As the afternoon light fell on the fields, Sakichi stood again by the bank. The part repaired that morning had not fully dried. Where the soil looked sunk, and black was proof it held too much water. He crouched there and pressed the soil with a finger. Too soft, and the same spot would crumble again. Sakichi carried dry soil from nearby, piling it on little by little. It looked like the same task repeated, but to him it was a quiet negotiation with the weather. Rather than trying to finish it in one attempt, he knew that finding the signs of crumbling and tending to them each time would, in the end, hold longer. In his youth, he had lacked this patience, pressing too hard trying to finish it all at once, and had instead packed the soil too tight, worsening the drainage. No one had taught him this. It was a sense he'd acquired naturally, through repeated failure. Once the bank repairs were finished, Sakichi headed for the mulberry field. After the rain, the mulberry tree's leaves were a deeper color than usual, their branches hanging heavy. He walked tree by tree, checking how the branches had spread. Leaves struck by strong rain had damaged surfaces, some unsuitable for the silkworms' food. Sorting out the damaged leaves was unremarkable work, but neglect it, and it would affect the growth of the entire silkworm room. Sakichi crouched and carefully picked out the damaged leaves one by one. The amount piling in his palm grew little by little, but no irritation showed on his face. Rather, he understood in his body that each of these small tasks led toward the autumn harvest. Deeper in the mulberry field, the neighboring household's master was checking his leaves the same way. The two exchanged glances and a few words. "The mulberries come back better than expected this year," Sakichi said, and the neighbor nodded slightly. Maybe the roots stored up water with all the rain. There was no more conversation than that, but by confirming each other's fields, the two found some measure of reassurance. In village life, such short exchanges carried more meaning than one might expect. The state of someone else's field was also a mirror reflecting the future of one's own. As evening drew near, the color of the sky gradually shifted from orange to gray. Sakichi carried mulberry leaves on his back, walking the path back to the silkworm room. Along the road, stones washed clean by the rain shone here and there. His eyes caught on one, and he paused. He remembered slipping on this road often as a child. Now, even such a small memory was often buried beneath the weight of daily life. And yet, in moments like this, the distant self of the past would suddenly surface. Sakichi treasured that sensation. It was a moment when he could feel, with certainty, that his past self and his present self were connected on the same road. Reaching the silkworm room, Haru had already finished laying out the mulberry leaves on the shelves. The silkworms were feeding actively in the afternoon light. The sound was stronger than in the morning, filling the whole room. Sakichi handed over the leaves he'd brought back, and the two checked their quality together. "This should be enough for tomorrow," Haru said, and Sakichi nodded, glancing toward the doorway as if checking the outside air. Clouds still lingered in the western sky. Rain might fall again tonight. Thinking this, a small tension rose in his chest. If the weather continued, the quality of the mulberry leaves would drop further, affecting the silkworm's growth too. But there was no way for anyone to stop it. Only thinking about how to get through the next day was the one thing left for him to do. The eldest son finished his rounds of the channel and returned, putting away his tools. Sweat and mud mingled on his forehead, and the hem of his robe was damp. And yet his expression carried the particular calm of someone who had finished a day's work. Telling his father, "The upstream water has settled," Sakichi only answered shortly, "Is that so?" Saying little was the shape conversation took in this household. They understood each other's labor not through words, but through the accumulation of action. As preparations for dinner began, the youngest child came home from school, holding paper smudged with ink, wearing a somewhat proud expression. Haru took the paper and looked at it with narrowed eyes. The characters were still clumsy, the lines crooked, but there, unmistakably, was written the single character for water. Haru traced the character with a finger. "You wrote that well," she said. The youngest child smiled happily and ran off toward the earthen floor at once. Watching that small back recede, Haru quietly held a premonition that this child's future might take a different shape than their own life. The hour when the family gathered at dusk was the calmest moment of the whole day. The hearth's fire cast a faint light over the earthen floor, and the smell of miso soup drifted through the air. Sakichi sat on the veranda, gazing at the distant mountains, the mountain ridge, as though dissolving into the evening dusk, lost its outline little by little, until even the boundary with the sky grew vague. Sakichi had watched this change nearly every day, and yet he never tired of it. Though the mountain's shape stayed the same, the way the light fell was never quite the same 2 days running. Yesterday's dusk and today's dusk resembled each other, yet were certainly different. When had he come to be able to tell such faint differences apart? Probably from the time he had entrusted his own body to the work of the fields. A life spent facing soil, water, and sky gave a person a fine-grained eye. It was a different kind of wisdom, from scholarship, the kind that crumbled the moment it was put into words. By the hearth, Haru had set a pot over the fire, preparing to cook the rice. Rice, though it was called that, was rarely pure white rice alone. Mixing in barley or millet to stretch the amount was the custom of this household. What remained in hand after paying the harvest tax and levies was limited. And yet, in the moment the steam of cooking rice rose, there was certain satisfaction. Haru stirred the pot with a ladle, adjusting the fire's strength. Too strong, and it burned. Too weak, and the core stayed raw. That balance, too, was something her body had learned over long years, grasped not so much through being taught, as through repeated failure, little by little. Before long, the low table was set and the family sat in a circle. Steam rose from the soup bowls, and the scent of miso spread through the room. The only ingredients were greens picked from the garden and pieces of dried daikon. Even so, after a day's labor, the soup soaked into the very core of the body. Sakichi held his bowl with both hands and slowly brought it to his lips. The heat passed through his throat and settled at the bottom of his stomach. At that sensation, he let out an unconscious small breath. It felt as though the fatigue of labor was loosening, little by little, During the meal, conversation was sparse. Only the sound of chopsticks, the sipping of soup, and now and then a child's small laugh filled the room. The eldest son shoveled his rice down in silence. The second daughter was teaching the youngest how to hold a bowl. Haru surveyed everyone's bowls, checking whose portion had grown low. If anyone was short, she shared a little from her own. This was simply the household's custom, never something spoken aloud. When the meal ended, the youngest child spoke up as though remembering something. Teacher said, "Far away in town, there's something called a train that runs." At those words, the family's eyes gathered for a moment. Sakichi set down his chopsticks and looked up at the ceiling as though thinking. He too had heard talk of the train. Among the stories told by those who had gone to town, there was talk of a vehicle running on iron tracks. It was said to spew smoke and shake the ground as it ran. It seemed hard to believe, and yet he could sense, from the edges of village life, that the world was changing. The goods brought by traveling merchants had changed. Cloth and tools he had never heard of were beginning to circulate. "I've never seen one, but I suppose it exists," Sakichi answered. He said nothing more. To him, the train was still an event of a distant world, but the color of curiosity that rose in the youngest child's eyes surely hinted at some kind of beginning. By the time this child grew up, perhaps they would leave the village. Perhaps, rather than inheriting the fields, they would choose a different path. Thinking this, an inexplicable feeling rose deep in his chest. Neither loneliness nor expectation exactly. Haru listened to this conversation while silently clearing the dishes. She too was probably thinking the same thing, only she did not put it into words. Setting today's life in order was her reality, and before worrying about tomorrow, there was tonight's cleanup. Washing the dishes with water drawn from the well, wiping them with a cloth, returning them to the shelf. This series of motions moved her body without her needing to think anymore. Each time her hands touched the cold water, feeling dulled in her fingertips. Even so, she did not stop. As the night deepened, Sakichi went once more to the silkworm room. Carrying the light of an andon lamp, he walked between the shelves. The silkworms were still feeding on their leaves, unchanged. The sound stood out all the more sharply in the night's quiet. He stopped before one shelf and stared at the silkworms' condition. Their white bodies glowed faintly under the lamp's light. This small creature would support next year's household life. Thinking this, a natural care arose in how he handled them. To check the temperature, he held his palm out into the air. It felt slightly cool, and he pulled a charcoal brazier closer beneath the shelf. Silkworms were weak against cold. Even the slightest chill dulled their ability to spin cocoons. Warm them too much, on the other hand, and they weakened. This balance, too, had not been learned from any book, but built up on the memory of repeated failures. A few years back, he had failed to notice a cold night and fallen asleep, losing many silkworms by the next morning. He had not forgotten, even now, the silence of that hushed silkworm room. There was nothing more frightening than a shelf with no sound at all. He had learned that in his body. Lowering the andon's light a little, Sakichi sat with his back against a post. For a while, he simply listened to the sound of the silkworms feeding. That rustling sound, continuing without break, resembled the beginning of rain. Listening closely, even his own breathing seemed to fall into step with its rhythm. Through the day, his body had moved without pause, bending his back, swinging the hoe, carrying mulberry leaves, walking the banks. Each of those movements had a purpose, connecting to the next task. But now, in this hour alone, he was producing nothing. He simply sat, listening to the sound of living things. Even so, he did not think this time wasted. Rather, it was the quietest hour of the day, the one in which he could face his own inner self. Without quite meaning to, this past year's events rose in his mind. The late frost in early spring that had damaged some of the seedlings. The The summer drought that had led to words exchanged with the neighboring hamlet over dividing the water. Back then, both sides had raised their voices, and an awkwardness had lingered for a while. And yet, when the autumn harvest came, they had ended up lending each other a hand after all. Among those who tilled fields, one could not help but understand another's hardship. This inability to hate fully was both the confinement of village life and at the same time, its salvation. If someone fell, someone else harvested the rice in their place. It was less a beautiful sentiment than a simple logic that unless they did so, no one could carry on. Wind cried outside. The wooden door creaked faintly, and cold air flowed in through the gap. Sakichi hunched his shoulders and checked the brazier's position once more. Winter was near. In a few more days, the morning water would grow cold enough to sting the fingers, and the soil would harden and tighten. Winter was thought of as a season of little farm work, but in truth, a different kind of busyness came with it. Twisting rope, weaving straw sacks, mending broken tools, repairing damaged parts of the roof. None of these produced a visible harvest, but they formed the foundation supporting the next year's work. It was precisely the season that looked like doing nothing that was, in fact, preparing for the next one. His father had taught him this. His father had been gone a long while now, but that one saying returned to mind with every turn of the seasons. Stepping out of the silkworm room, the sky spread wide with stars. Clouds drifted, and the moon cast a thin light down. The persimmon tree in the yard rose black like a silhouette. Most of the fruit had already fallen, but 2 or 3 remained at the tips of the branches. Haru had said those were left for the birds. Take them all, and the birds would stop coming. If the birds stopped coming, insects would increase. Whether this was the true reason or simply her own kindness, Sakichi did not know. But since she said so, he thought it best to leave them as they were. Back inside, the hearth's fire had already grown small. The children had fallen asleep in the back room. The youngest had a foot out from under the covers, and the second daughter was fixing it back. The eldest son, despite another early morning ahead, was still on the earthen floor retying the cords of his sandals. Watching his fingers move clumsily, Sakichi almost spoke, but stopped himself. It was better to learn it oneself. What one was taught, one forgot. What one learned through failure stayed in the body. He himself had been the same. Haru sat with mending in her lap, moving her needle. The light was weak, so she narrowed her eyes. The patched cloth was an entirely different color from the original. Even so, it was far better than wearing something torn. The clothes in this household had been mended again and again, refitted time and again to different bodies. What the eldest son had worn passed down to the second daughter. When the second daughter outgrew it, it passed to the youngest. Each piece of cloth seemed to have the memory of a family's changing heights stitched into it. "Why don't you sleep now?" Sakichi said. Haru did not stop her needle, only turning her face toward him. "Just a little more. If I don't finish this, my daughter will have nothing to wear tomorrow morning." Her voice carried fatigue, but no reproach. Over years of shared life, a distance had formed in which the two understood each other without needing to say much. Sakichi said nothing more, and sat down by the hearth. The fire had nearly turned to charcoal, only a trace of red remaining. He took the fire tongs, dug the buried charcoal out from the ashes, and flipped it over. Doing so would keep a little warmth until morning. A small gesture, but one everyone in this household had naturally come to know. The eldest son finally finished tying his sandal cords and stepped up from the earthen floor to the wooden floor. His footsteps were quiet, but moved slowly, as though carrying the full weight of his tired body. He glanced briefly at his father, but said nothing, heading toward the back room. This child, who had just turned 14, had suddenly changed shape this past year. His shoulders had broadened, his voice had deepened, Out in the field, he was counted now not so much as a child's helping hand, but as one full laborer. Sakichi felt proud of this and at the same time felt some loneliness too. He had begun to notice lately that a child's growing into an adult was, at once, a joy and a continuous series of small partings. The second daughter straightened the youngest's covers once more and lay down beside them, preparing to sleep. Her face still held some childishness, but the routines of housework had already settled into her like an adult's, drawing water, cooking rice, helping with mending. None of it had been forced on her. It was simply that, as roles were naturally divided within the household, her body had learned them without her noticing. Sakichi suddenly remembered his own childhood. Back then, he too had watched his family prepare for sleep like this, without ever truly imagining that he himself would someday come to support the household. And now, that had become his role as though it were only natural. Time, he thought, quietly and surely exchanged one's position this way. Haru finally set down her needle and carefully folded the cloth on her lap. "This will be fine for tomorrow morning." Her words carried a small relief, the relief of having, at the end of a day, one more preparation for tomorrow in place. Hearing this, Sakichi only nodded. There was no need to exchange many words. In this household, action itself stood in for words. Noticing that someone had done something for you, and receiving it in silence. Words of gratitude were rare, but an air of recognizing each other's labor permeated the house. Outside, the wind still cried on. The cold air, seeping through the gaps in the wooden door, pressed against the hearth's warmth, forming a subtle layering of temperature in the room. Sakichi checked the fire once more, covering it with ash to protect the embers. Skip this small effort, and starting the fire in the morning would take extra time. Sparing no small effort ultimately made the start of the day easier. It was a logic that applied not only to farming, but to life itself. Ending today carefully made tomorrow a little easier. He had learned this in his body over long years. Haru lowered the andon's light a little, and thin darkness spread into the corners of the room. The children's breathing could be faintly heard. The youngest's breath was shallow and quick, the second daughter's steady and deep. The eldest son's breathing had not yet become audible, but that, too, was usual. This child slept poorly, sometimes lying with eyes open for a while, staring at the wood grain of the ceiling beams. What he was thinking, Sakichi did not know, but he did not think it necessary to press him to say. Even a child needed a time that belonged to no one else. The same was true of Sakichi himself. Sakichi sat by the hearth without moving for a while. The day's work quietly circled through his mind. The morning's water level in the field, the work in the mulberry field, the rounds in the silkworm room, and dinner with his family. None of it was special, and yet each of these unremarkable things, piled together, formed this household's year and his own life. Nothing dramatic happened. Only a day much like any other repeated itself, changing shape little by little. Even so, Sakichi thought that only within that repetition could any proof of his having lived remain. His eyes drifted, without meaning to, toward the earthen floor. The handle of the hoe, leaning against the wall, caught the andon's faint light with a dull gleam. It had been passed down from his father. The handle had been replaced many times, but the blade itself remained the same one, used continuously. Worn down by sharpening, it had grown noticeably thinner than when it was first bought. Every time he saw that thinness, Sakichi understood how much time he had spent on this land, not as a number, but as a shape. Looking at how a tool had worn down told him the passage of time far more accurately than counting the years ever could. When his father had used it, this blade had been thicker, heavier. As a child, Sakichi could barely lift it, and swinging it down would leave it stuck fast in the soil. Now that hoe fit comfortably in his hand, moving like an extension of his arm. That it took this many years for a tool to fit a body this way was something no one had taught him. He simply came to know it. Haru finished laying out the thin bedding and called towards Sakichi. "Time to sleep," he answered, right, but did not stand up right away. He wanted to remain a little longer within this quiet. The hearth's embers breathed dark red beneath, the ash sending up a thin trail of smoke now and then. That smell was the very smell of this household. The smell of cooking rice, the smell of miso, the smell of straw, and the smell of human bodies all mingled together, forming, while shifting slightly with each season, one unchanging smell at its root. When he had once been away from home for several days on a trip, it was this smell that reached his nose the moment he opened the door on returning. Only then did he remember, not in his head but in his body, where he belonged. He thought of tomorrow. In the morning, he would have to rise again while it was still dark and go first to check the water. He had noticed during the day that one board at the upper sluice had come loose. Left alone, the next rain would throw off the distribution of water. That would mean water failing to reach the lower fields, and unnecessary quarrels arising within the village. Water belonged to no one, and yet at the same time it belonged to everyone. That was precisely why its handling carried an invisible discipline. If someone drew a little more, someone else received a little less. To keep that balance from breaking, the villagers had, for generations, continued to honor fine, unwritten agreements. Custom passed by word of mouth held more power than any rule written down. Someone who broke it was not so much punished as quietly isolated. The unwritten law of the countryside took that shape. Sakichi himself, once in his youth, had disregarded that balance. He had only just turned 20 at the time. A drought had continued, and he could see his own fields, rice clearly weakening. Alone in the night, he had gone to the sluice and shifted the board just slightly, drawing more water to his own side. He told himself no one would notice. He told himself it was only a little. But the next morning, the old man who owned the lower field had stood silently in front of his house. He blamed him for nothing. He had only said, "Water is something that flows from above to below," and gone home. Those words had sunk deeper into his chest than any scolding could have. It had not taken long for him to understand that his own act had severed a single invisible thread. Since then, Sakichi always paused to think once before touching the water. Youth, he thought later, was seeing only what stood right in front of one's eyes. That old man had died more than 10 years ago now. On the day of the funeral, Sakichi had pressed his hands together before the coffin for a long time. He had carried the feeling that he had still not repaid the words spoken to him that day. If there was a way to repay it, he thought it would be to pass the same lesson on to his own child. But he had not yet spoken of it to his eldest son. It was less that there had been no opportunity, and more that he had not known how to say it. There was some embarrassment in speaking of his own failure, and yet he also believed that, someday, he would have to tell it. What one person handed down to another was not only a matter of skill or land. Perhaps, rather, it was the memory of a mistake that was passed on in the surest form of all. The sound of a wind grew stronger still, and the roof straw rustled. Sakichi looked up at the ceiling. The beams were black with soot, having absorbed decades of smoke. This house, he had heard, had been built in his grandfather's generation. In each and every post, it seemed to him, his grandfather's handprints remained. Of course, no name was carved into any scar, but the shallow dent at the base of a pillar, the old wedge driven into a beam's joint, the corner worn round from being shaved down again and again. Looking at these, it felt as though the life lived before he was even born remained quietly within the wood. Some beams had been replaced after a typhoon. Once, it was said, villagers had used ropes to pull upright a pillar that had leaned under the weight of snow. A house was not something completed on the day it was built. Those who lived in it mended its wounds, kept out the cold, and changed its layout as children grew. holding its shape together over decades. For as many people as had lived there, invisible layers had accumulated within the house. Sakichi looked up at the soot clinging to the beam. His grandfather, and his father too, had probably lit fires in this same place, and come to the end of a day much the same way. There had been years of good harvest. There had been years of bad harvest. Someone had fallen ill, someone had been born, someone had left this house. And still the beam remained, still the post stood. People came and went, and only the house looked on, silent, at the continuation of their lives. "Why don't you take the eldest boy along tomorrow?" Haru said, straightening the edge of the bedding. Sakichi did not answer right away. He smoothed the hearth's ashes with a thin stick, hiding the red embers slightly. The fire must not be let out, but neither must it burn too much. To keep it through to morning, the flow of air had to be carefully judged. It's only to check the sluice. Even just watching is fine to begin with. He still doesn't understand it. Leaving him not understanding will only cause more trouble later. There was no note of blame in Haru's voice, only a certainty built through years of life. Where the field's water came from, whose fields it passed through, in what order it was divided. How many more days the firewood in the house would last. How much could be seen at the bottom of the rice bin. Haru knew things no one had ever taught her, through the movement of her hands each day. While Sakichi was out in the field, Haru had not simply been keeping the house, cooking the noon rice, making the noon rice balls, washing the mud off returned clothes, mending torn straw sandals, pulling weeds in the garden, feeding the chickens, checking a child's fever, showing her face at a neighbor's celebration or funeral. It was not only Sakichi doing the field's work, only the time each of them spent touching the soil was different. Haru knew of Sakichi's failure from his younger days. On the morning he'd returned from the sluice, mud of a different kind had clung to his hem, not the mud of the path leading to their own field, but the black mud that gathered in the lower channel. Haru had asked nothing, Sakichi had said nothing either, and yet, between husband and wife, a fact that could not be put into words remained. "Tell him about the sluice," Haru said. "There's no need to go into the old story. It's precisely because it's an old story that you can tell it." Sakichi lifted his face. What good would it do now, telling a story of the father's mistake? Sometimes a story of how a person who erred found their way back is more useful than the story of someone who never erred at all. Saying this, Haru looked at the straw sandals set at Sakichi's feet. The cord had come loose. If not repaired by morning, it would break partway through his walk. She took out needle and straw and began, with practiced hands, to reweave it. Watching her fingers, Sakichi thought of his eldest son. The boy was no longer the small child who once followed behind his father. He had learned to read at the elementary school, and sometimes picked up scraps of newspaper that reached the village to read them. Talk of factories in town, of railways in distant lands, of countries across the sea. Hearing such talk, a different light rose in the eldest son's eyes than when he looked at the fields. Sakichi did not think this a bad thing. Wanting to know a world beyond one's own was natural for the young. Only, he did not know whether, once that world was known, one could still come back into the mud. Inheriting farmland was not simply receiving land. It meant accepting weather that changed every year, honoring the village's agreements, and feeding one's family even in a year of poor harvest, upon land that looked free lay layer upon invisible layer of responsibility. Nor did having rice make life easier. Some was set aside as seed, some eaten by the family, some spent on land tax and tools, buying oil, buying salt, mending the children's clothes. If someone fell ill, rice had to be sold for medicine money. Even looking at the sacks piled up at harvest time, one could not think it was all their own. And yet, seeing water enter the field, seeing seedlings sway in the wind, a small reassurance rose in Sakichi's chest. What human hands could do was limited. Till the soil, plant the seedlings, mend the banks, divide the water. Beyond that, all one could do was leave it to the sky and the rain. That was precisely why one could not neglect, before entrusting it, whatever could still be done. Haru held out the straw sandal. This should be fine for tomorrow. Sakichi took it and checked the cord with his fingers. Sorry, if you're going to say sorry, come home before it wears through. Haru smiled a little. It sounded like a joke, but she meant it seriously. A man out in the field sometimes endured the pain in his feet or the strain in his back and did not come home until dark. Taking pride in being able to work, he stopped listening to his body's voice. Haru had seen it happen more than once. From the next room came the sound of a child turning over in sleep. The eldest son was asleep too, his breathing still carrying a trace of childhood. Sakichi hesitated over waking that face the next morning. The road to the sluice was not far, but what he wanted to show his son was not only how to fix a wooden board, how far to restrain oneself when handling water, not to look only at one's own field, not to mistake someone's silence for forgiveness. He did not know how to put such things into words that would truly reach. "I'll wake him," Haru said. "I'll wake him." "Go ahead then." Haru said nothing more. What a husband chose to pass to his son was the husband's to decide. That, too, was a distance she had learned to keep, over years of shared life. Sakichi lay down under the covers. Beneath the thin bedding, the tatami had already lost the day's heat. Lying down, the aches scattered across he rose all at once. Shoulders, hips, wrists, the soles of his feet. Alone, each pain was bearable, but when they overlapped, his body told him, belatedly, just how much he had worked. Even with his eyes closed, tomorrow's arrangements rose in his mind. The order for removing the sluice boards, the mud gathered in the channel, the amount of water flowing to the lower field, the time to eat breakfast, the bank repairs that had to be finished by noon, the grass growing at the edge of the field. If the sky clouded past noon, he would need to bring the firewood in under the roof. A farming household's night was not a time when work had ended. Even after the hands stopped, the next task continued in the mind. Sleep was at once rest and a brief interval sending the body out toward tomorrow. Outside the house, an ox snorted once. Wind stroked the roof, passing through the straw. In the distant channel, water flowed on ceaselessly through the darkness. Listening to that sound, Sakichi's consciousness slowly sank. At an hour before even the rooster had crowed, Sakichi opened his eyes. No one had called him. A body that had risen at the same hour for years sensed, from within the depths of night, the approach of morning. The fire remained thin and red beneath the ash. Haru was already awake, lighting a small flame on the earthen floor. To spare the oil, only the barest sliver of wick showed. In the faint light, her shadow swayed against the earthen floor's wall. "Are you getting up?" "Yes." Sakichi rose and wiped his feet with a cloth. He went to the next room to wake the eldest son. Beneath the covers, the boy slept curled up, knees drawn in. His features were still close to a child's, and yet his hands alone had begun to grow large like his father's. "Get up, we're going to the sluice." The eldest son opened his eyes, but did not rise right away. "Now? It's now that you can see it." Saying only that, Sakichi went back to the earthen floor first. After a while, the eldest son rose and, still looking sleepy, straightened his clothes. Haru handed over 2 rice balls wrapped in bamboo bark. "Eat them if you get hungry before you're back." The eldest son took them silently. Sakichi watched but said nothing, filling one's stomach before work, not taking for granted what someone had prepared for you. This, too, was something learned before words. Opening the door, the pre-dawn chill flowed into the house. The sky was still black, but only the outline of the eastern mountains had grown faintly thin. The village houses stood closed, the night's dampness lingering on their chimneyless roofs. No one was on the road, and yet from some earthen floor, the sound of a fire being lit could be heard, and from another house, a voice moving cattle. The two walked side by side. Sakichi did not hurry. The eldest son's straw sandals slipped several times on the wet ridge path. Sakichi did not turn to offer a hand, but slowed his own pace slightly. The sound of the channel grew gradually louder. In the sleeping village, that sound alone stood out clearly. Crossing the boundary between fields, crossing a low wooden bridge, the two headed for the upper sluice. Dew had gathered on the blades of grass, and each time it touched their hems, cold water fell to their feet. "Listen to the sound," Sakichi said. The eldest son stopped walking. "Listen for what?" "The sound of the water. It's not always the same." The eldest son listened in silence. Near the sluice, water struck the board and split apart finely. The sound was muddier than the day before. Excess water was leaking from the side of the board. "The board's floating up," the eldest son said. "That's right. Some things you can tell by looking. What you can't see, you tell by sound." Sakichi set down the wooden mallet and straw rope he had brought. Kneeling at the edge of the channel, he pressed a finger against the edge of the board. It was looser than he'd expected. If more water had escaped through the night, the amount reaching the lower field would already have shrunk. "First, hold this down." The eldest son put his hands on the board. Pushed by the water's pressure, his body drifted back slightly. "Don't stop it with force. Use the weight of the board and the direction of the water," Sakichi said, adding his own hands alongside his son's. "Water isn't something to hold down. It's something whose path you decide." Having said those words, Sakichi noticed that his own voice carried within it the voice of a distant old man. "Water is something that flows from above to below." Long ago, the old man had said that. Sakichi could not repeat those words to his son exactly as they were. To speak them as his own words, an old pain still remained deep in his chest. But the eldest son, still holding the board, was looking at him. Sakichi took hold of the mallet again. "When I was young, I once shifted this same board myself." The eldest son's eyes moved. "You did, father?" "Yes." "Was there not enough water?" "I was worried about my own field, so I drew more toward my own side." The eldest son said nothing. Only the sound of the water flowed between them. "I thought it was only a little. I thought it wouldn't trouble anyone that much. But people can hide their own convenience behind the words just a little." Sakichi wedged a piece of wood beneath the board. The next morning, the old man from the lower field came. He didn't shout. He only said that water flows from above to below. "And then, did you put it back?" "I put it back." But putting the board back wasn't enough. Enough for what? What had broken wasn't the board. The eldest son looked down the length of the channel. Water flowing from the sluice divided among many fields. Water that nourished the upper field then moved on toward the lower one. If someone stopped that flow, whoever stood below would be left staring at dry soil, unable even to raise their voice. "It's something between people," Sakichi said. It took time to put that back. The eldest son held the board in silence for a while. His hands were trembling. Whether from the cold or from the force he was exerting, Sakichi couldn't tell. "Were you scared too, father?" Sakichi could not answer right away. "I'm still scared, even now." The eldest son looked a little surprised. "It's not the water that scares me. What scares me is only being able to see my own field." Sakichi drove the wood piece in. The board pressed flush against the edge of the channel, and the leaking water thinned. Next, he wetted the straw rope and wound it around a stake. The eldest son pulled the rope as told, but the knot wouldn't tighten properly. Again, Sakichi waited without offering his hands. The eldest son bit his lip and reted it. His fingertips turned black with mud. On the third try, the rope bit firmly into the stake. "Is this all right? Look downstream." The two went around to below the sluice. The water was no longer thin, and its murkiness was clearing little by little. Farther on, water was entering the lowest lying field. The soil's surface slowly grew wet, its dry, cracked places closing over into black. Not just your own field, You look all the way to the last one, Sakichi said. Only once you've looked that far have you truly seen the water. The eastern sky began to whiten. Thin light spilled from the mountain's edge, and dew shone faintly on the wet grass. Somewhere in the village, a rooster crowed. Then from another house came the sound of a door opening. The man who owned the lower field came walking from beyond the ridge path, a man a little younger than Sakichi. He looked at the sluice, then at the eldest son's mud-covered hands. Early this morning, the board was loose, Sakichi answered. The man checked the flow of the water and gave a short nod. That's a relief. Whether the words were meant for Sakichi or for the eldest son, no one could tell. The son said nothing in reply, but straightened his back just slightly. By the time they left the sluice, the sky's color had shifted from night's black to gray. The village roofs rose into view one by one, and morning mist still lingered over the distant fields. Sakichi handed the hoe to his eldest son as they walked. The hoe still looked a little large in his son's hands. His grip on the handle and the angle at which he set it over his shoulder were both awkward. Even so, the boy did not drop it. Reaching the field's water inlet, Sakichi tested the bank's soil with his foot. Mud, holding the night's chill, sank softly beneath the sole of his sandal. Water flowed quietly into the field, tracing a thin path across the soil. Sakichi said nothing and stepped down into the field. The eldest son followed. Morning mud wrapped around both their feet, and in the distance, the village's roosters crowed once more. Fixing the sluice had only marked the very beginning of the day's work. The cold of the mud stopped partway up his shins. Sakichi bent at the waist and cleared away dead grass gathered near the water inlet by hand. What the winter wind had carried in was narrowing the water's entrance. Each time he cleared some away, a murky swirl formed, spreading slowly deeper into the field. "Does this clog up too?" the eldest son asked. "It clogs every year, so every year we do the same thing. Isn't that a bother?" Sakichi answered without stopping his hands. "It is a bother, but a field where the bothersome work is skipped will always have something to say about it the following year." The eldest son laughed a little, likely thinking a field couldn't possibly speak. Yet Sakichi meant it seriously. The soil held no words, but it kept a record. A place neglected the year before showed itself in the height of this year's seedlings. It showed in how the weeds grew. Come autumn, it returned to one's palm as a difference in the weight of the ears of rice. As the water began flowing through, the field's surface could be seen spreading little by little. Water slid like a thin film over the dry soil, catching the light in order from the lowest points upward. The sun had not yet fully risen. The grey sky fell onto the water's surface, and the field took on a colour as though it held the sky itself. "It's beautiful." It might have been the first time the eldest son had ever said such a thing. Sakichi did not answer, but he set the words down deep in his chest. If his son could find the field beautiful, that was one more reason to stay on this land. In an age when reasons to run from it kept multiplying, it was a small thing, but a certain one. The number of young people leaving the village had grown in recent years. Factories had risen in the towns, and word came of daily wages to be earned there. The price of rice rose and fell year by year, and the sweat one poured in did not always match what came back. Sakichi himself had once seen off the neighbor's second son on the morning he packed his things and left. He had not thought it a bad thing. Only, the field he returned to afterward had looked wider than usual, and quieter. "Father, what is it? What do people who went to town do in the morning?" Sakichi climbed up onto the bank and wiped his muddy hands on the grass. "Probably the same. Wake up. Work. Is it the same? Some things are different. Work in town starts when someone says to start. Work here, no one says anything. The water comes, the soil dries, that alone is enough to start it." The eldest son stared at the water inlet. The water kept flowing in at an unchanging pace. "Which is easier? I don't know," Sakichi said honestly. But here there's no one to blame it on. The morning mist thinned, and the distant mountain ridge grew clearer. On the far side of the field, people from another household had already begun working. 3, 4 backs bent at the waist. No voice could be heard, only the sound of hoes striking soil, carried through the damp air. Though uneven, that sound somehow formed a single rhythm. Sakichi took back the hoe and began gathering soil onto the crumbled part of the bank. Through winter, frost had lifted the soil, and meltwater had eaten it away. Left alone, water would cross the bank into the neighboring field, stealing away someone else's morning too. So he repaired it. No one had asked him to. He simply repaired it. Sakichi held out the hoe. The eldest son gripped the handle with both hands and swung it down as he'd been shown. The blade sank shallowly into the soil, moving less than he'd expected. He tried again. This time it went in too deep, and pulling it out took effort. It's not strength. Sakichi stood beside him, watching his son's hands as he spoke. Listen with your hand first, to the weight of the soil. There are hard spots and soft ones. Put the same force into a hard spot, and your arm will give out first. The eldest son nodded, though his face showed he didn't understand. That was fine, Sakichi thought. He hadn't understood it himself at 14. A father's words carried no meaning in the moment. They took shape suddenly, years later, on some particular afternoon. That was how the soil's teaching worked. Not learned by ear, but learned by the hips and the palm. The eldest son swung the hoe 3 times, 4 times. Mud splattered, leaving small specks on his cheek. His breath grew ragged. His body wasn't built for this yet. His shoulders and back didn't know how to transmit force, so he struck with his arms alone. Even so, soil gathered little by little at the crumbled corner of the bank. A modest amount of work, not even enough to fill one person's width. Is this all right? Step on it. As told, the eldest son stepped onto the gathered soil. The soft earth sank with a squelch, moisture seeping up. Stepping on it again and again, the soil's character changed. The mud firmed, and the sensation returned to the sole of his foot, grew harder. That was the signal that the soil had accepted its shape. If you don't step on it, it loses to the water. So that's how it is, that's how it is, Sakichi said, and stood beside him to step on it too. The weight of 2 people turned the soil into a single bank. Nothing special was being done. Only standing, only shifting body weight. And yet this simple act would support half a year through to autumn. What sustained human life was, more often than not, shaped this plainly. The sun crossed over the mountain's shoulder. Light slanted across the field, and the water's color shifted from gray to white, from white to a pale gold. The dew remaining at the tips of the bank grass fell, 1 drop, then another. Sakichi stretched his back and, for a brief moment, gazed at the sight. He saw it every year, yet each year it was slightly different. The height of the water differed, the direction of the wind differed, the height of whoever stood beside him differed. No morning was ever quite the same. I'm hungry, the eldest son said. Not yet, Sakichi answered without smiling, though inwardly he thought, as long as a person could still say they were hungry, they were still a child. Once truly a working age, one stopped even noticing hunger. The body stopped searching for reasons to stop its hands. Whether that was a good thing he still didn't know, even now. It simply became that way. With the bank about halfway repaired, a voice called from the distance. It was Haisuke from the upper field. Sakichi-san, is the water reaching your side? It's reaching, but the sluice board is old. This is its 3rd year. Let's replace it in autumn. That's right. It was a short exchange, and with just that, one arrangement between the 2 households for the year was settled. Nothing was written down. No promise was exchanged in so many words. Only the fact that the board would be replaced in autumn was set down between the 2 of them. Much of the village's work was decided this way. Agreements floated within the distance a voice could carry. The eldest son listened to that exchange in silence. Father, Are you close with that man? Sakichi thought for a moment whether the words close with even applied to this relationship. It's not a matter of liking or disliking. Then what is it? The water's the same. The eldest son looked puzzled. Sakichi began to add an explanation, then stopped and chose his words again. Those who shared the same water were bound together past all questions of liking or disliking. It was not friendship and not obligation either. Something heavier, something older. If his field turns foul, ours turns foul too. If his field falls into ruin, the water grows disordered, and ours falls into ruin along with it. So whether we're close or not is a matter for later. The eldest son held the hose handle and stayed silent for a while. Whether he understood, Sakichi couldn't tell. But that was fine. There was no need to understand right away. Rather, a lesson understood too quickly usually ended up shallow. Some years from now, when the boy himself stood in the position of sharing water with someone, this single line spoken today might suddenly return to him, carrying meaning. That was the mechanism by which the village's reasoning passed on. Haisuke's figure had already shrunk small beyond the bank. Only his bent-backed figure could be seen, walking once more toward his own field. In this valley there were many others, bending the snow in the same morning, under the same light. No one spoke of it loudly, but each of those backs, one by one, held up the shape called a village. Sakichi took up the hoe again and set to work on the remainder of the crumbled bank. The eldest son moved along with him. The two of their shadows stretched long across the field's water surface, catching the morning light. Wind rose. The rice seedlings were still small, having only just poked their heads above the water, and swayed faintly each time the wind passed. Sakichi's eyes went even to that small trembling. Not too strong a wind. Today would probably be fine, but he couldn't know tomorrow's wind direction. The strength to leave the unknown as unknown was also something a person who held a field needed. Father, what is it? Will I too someday share water with someone, like that man? Sakichi stopped his hands and looked at his son's face, cheeks still soft, not yet sun-browned. A day would come when this child stood in the same position as himself, talking with someone about a sluice board. When that day would come, Sakichi didn't know. 10 years from now? 20? Or perhaps only after he himself could no longer stand in this field. You'll come to share it. Not right now. Right now you have nothing yet to share. You're still on the receiving side. The eldest son took in those words with a somewhat dissatisfied expression. Being called the receiving side might have sounded to him like being treated as a child. But Sakichi had no intention of scolding him for it. He had simply stated a fact. There was no need to be ashamed of being on the receiving side. Everyone started there, and over time, gradually became the one who gave. Too fast or too slow and it never went well. Just like soil. Tamp it too hastily and it crumbles. Leave it untamped and it washes away. There was a right timing for people too. The bank work reached a stopping point before the sun climbed high. It wasn't entirely fixed. Low spots remained, weak spots remained. But today's portion was enough as it was. Whoever tried to finish everything in a single day usually broke their body doing it. Sakichi had learned this once, in his youth. There had been a year when he'd pushed himself too hard, collapsed, and couldn't hold a hoe for 3 days. Even now, Sakichi remembered that year well. He had been 24 that spring. It was the year his father had suddenly collapsed, and the whole of the field's burden had shifted onto his own shoulders. There were no extra hands. The seasons would not wait, and only the things that had to be done piled up before him. He went out to the field before the sky had even fully lightened, still trod the banks after the sun had set, and repaired the water inlet by moonlight. He hadn't wanted anyone's praise. He simply hadn't wanted to lose even a single strip of the field his father had left behind. If he let it shrink, how his own name would come to be spoken within the village. That alone was what young Sakichi had cared about. On the morning of the fourth day, reaching to lift the hoe, his arm would not rise. He meant to put strength into it, but his fingers wouldn't grip the handle. His knees fell to the soil, and he lay down on the bank just as he was. The sky was white, birdsong sounded far off, and something inside his body went quiet, as though a thread had been cut. An old man working in a nearby field noticed and carried Sakichi home on his back. He learned later that the old man himself had been past 60. Being carried home on an old man's back was, for a young man, a heavier event than any bodily pain. For 3 days, Sakichi lay down. He counted the wood grain of the ceiling and listened to the sounds outside. He heard someone come to check the water in his field. He heard someone treading his banks. He didn't know their names. He didn't know how many there had been. Only by the sound, he could tell his field had not been left unattended. When he was finally able to rise and go outside, the water had been kept up. The banks had not crumbled. Sakichi never asked who had done it. If he asked, he felt he would have to repay it. Whether he could repay it, of that. At the time, he had no confidence. So, from then on, instead of speaking the word repay, Sakichi made himself learn it through his body. If someone's field water was running low, he would silently go check their sluice. If someone's bank had crumbled, he would pile up soil in passing. He would not give his name. He would not speak of it, because that was the shape in which he himself had received it back then. In this village, mutual help was, before ever being exchanged in words, passed on this way, as a habit of the hand. He had not yet told his eldest son this story. Someday, perhaps, the day would come to tell it, but not now. Telling a child this age about having collapsed usually got received the wrong way, sounding like a story about how admirable a father had been for pushing himself too hard. That was not it. He had collapsed because he had pushed himself too hard. Because he collapsed, he'd had to rely on other people's hands. Sakichi had decided to keep this story within himself until his son reached an age where he could receive it, including all of that. "Are we done already?" the eldest son asked, hoe still on his shoulder. "That's it for today. But that part's still low. Leave it low. I'll decide tomorrow after seeing how the water comes in." His son's face showed he wasn't convinced. Why not fix now what could be fixed now? That logic hadn't yet settled into his body. Sakichi had been the same once. He'd been unable to bear seeing what was lacking right in front of him. But a field wasn't something completed in a single day. What was fixed today would be changed by tomorrow's water. Only after seeing what had changed did one put a hand to it again. That way, over the course of a year, things came into order little by little. By the time it felt fully in order, the next year had already arrived. In this work there was no such thing as an ending. On the way home, Sakichi turned to look back once. The morning light had already reached overhead, and the field's water shone white. The green of the seedlings scattered finely across that whiteness. How many times had he seen this scene? His father must have seen it too. His father's father must have seen it too. Standing in the same place, receiving the light at the same angle, they must have stretched their backs the same way. Sakichi no longer knew their names or faces well, but within the height of this field's banks, the traces of their hands remained. A low place was low for a reason. A bent stretch was bent as it was because it had once avoided the flow of water. The soil remembered human judgment. In front of the house, his wife was carrying a bucket, probably continuing the morning's water work. She looked up, noticing them, but said nothing. What needn't be said went unsaid. That was the quiet of this household. The eldest son reached for one side of the bucket, and mother and son carried it together. Sakichi watched their retreating backs for a moment. His son's shoulders were still narrow, but his handling had certainly grown better than before. A child learned faster from what he saw than from what he was told. Stepping onto the earthen floor, he knocked the mud off the hoe. He carefully removed the soil clinging to the blade with fingers and cloth. Neglect this care, and by the next morning the blade would not bite into the soil properly. One who treated his tools carelessly would, eventually, treat his own sand carelessly. His father had once told him this. The hoe's handle was one they had used since his father's generation. Shaved down and reshaped many times, mended with rope again and again. Only the grip had turned smooth and black. It wasn't lighter than a new handle would be. If anything, it curved slightly, and had its own quirks where it met the blade. Even so, it suited Sakichi's hand better than any other. The eldest son was looking at the hoe from the edge of the earthen floor. Can that thing still even be used? It's used because it can be used. You'd have an easier time buying a new one. The blade can be made new. But if you make the handle new too, your hand has to learn all over again from the start. His son's face showed he didn't understand. It seemed natural to think that as long as a tool worked, that was enough, that if it looked old, it should be replaced. Sakichi, too, had once in his youth felt ashamed to carry something old. When the neighbor's man walked by shouldering a hoe freshly bought from the blacksmith, his own bent handle had suddenly felt shabby. But a well-used tool retained, within it, the way force escaped from a hand, where to grip firmly, at what angle it wouldn't sink too deep into the soil. The tool's scars and swellings taught these things. Even without anyone teaching him, it was conveyed to the body through years of use. A tool said nothing, but precisely because it said nothing, it never missed the habits of the one who used it. Sakichi leaned the hoe against the wall and looked at his son's hand. The base of his right index finger had reddened, the skin had lifted thin, and by tomorrow it would probably be a small blister. "Show me your hand." "I'm fine. Show me." His son hesitated a moment, then held out his hand. Sakichi took it and pressed the reddened spot lightly with his thumb. His son's shoulder twitched slightly. "If it hurts, say it hurts." If I said that over something this small, I couldn't get any work done. Hearing those words, Sakichi's finger stopped. Someone must have taught him that. Or perhaps no one had taught him at all. Perhaps he simply believed it was natural for a working person. Hide the pain, hide the fatigue. Keep moving until you collapse. Before one knew it, that had soaked into the body as strength. Sakichi tore a strip of cloth thin. He wet it with water and wound it around the base of his son's finger. Careful not to bind it too tight, leaving room for the finger to move. "But father, you never said it hurt either." His eldest son said this. Sakichi did not answer right away. From across the earthen floor came the sound of his wife setting down a bucket. Whether she was listening or only pretending not to, he couldn't tell. "I didn't say it. So that's why you were strong, wasn't it?" "No." His voice came out lower than he'd intended. His son looked up. "Because I didn't say it, I collapsed. Because I collapsed, I stopped everyone else's hands too. That wasn't strength." Speaking it aloud himself, the words fell heavily onto the earthen floor. For a long time, Sakichi had treated the day of his collapse as something as small as possible. He'd worked too hard. A little rest, and he'd recovered. It was over and done with. Telling himself this, he had believed it spared his family unnecessary worry. But treating it as over and done meant his son might repeat the very same thing. Watching his father's collapsed figure, what his son should learn was not the figure of someone enduring to the very end. It was recognizing, when one truly could not endure, that one could not endure. Saying it hurts isn't throwing away your work. It's protecting today's hand, so you can work again tomorrow. The eldest son looked at the wrapped cloth. His face still wasn't convinced. Even so, the resistance from before had faded somewhat. His wife brought breakfast. Rice mixed with barley, miso soup, salted greens. The steam thinned quickly, leaving only the smell of miso lingering on the earthen floor. Sakichi washed his hands and sat beside his family at the low table. For a body that had already worked since morning, the weight of the rice became strength directly. With each chew, the hardness of the barley loosened in his mouth. No one said it was delicious. They didn't need to. The rice disappearing was enough. His wife set her own bowl aside for later, looking first at what her eldest son had left of his soup before picking up her chopsticks. Sakichi noticed this, but said nothing. Within the household there was an unspoken order. Those who had worked ate first. Those who ate well took more. But outside that order, someone's patience was always quietly set in place. Sakichi took a little rice from his own bowl and moved it to his wife's. "I don't need it. You've been moving since morning. I'll eat later. Later, the rice will be cold." His wife looked at her husband. In a long marriage, a short phrase often held more than a probing question. She said nothing more, drawing the moved rice into her own bowl. The eldest son watched this. Sakichi noticed his son learning something once again. Mutual help was not something declared in a loud voice. Returning rice one had taken a little too much of, wrapping a wet cloth around a hand, slowing the pace of work when someone was tired. Such small movements were what kept the household's day from breaking apart. When the meal ended, the eldest son cleared the table himself. Ordinarily, he would have left it to his mother and gone outside. His wife moved to stop him, but Sakichi held her back with a glance. His son stacked the bowls and carried them to the bucket. His walk was a little awkward, probably minding the cloth on his hand. Even so, he didn't abandon it partway. Outside, the sun had already climbed past the height of the roof. The morning coolness was gone, and even the light entering from the earthen floor's doorway carried heat. Before returning to the field, Sakichi sat down beneath the eaves. Simply leaning his back against the wall, he could clearly feel the weight that had built up deep in his body. While working, fatigue existed as a single mass. The moment he sat, it separated out into his lower back, his shoulders, his knees, his fingertips. The eldest son sat beside him too. "Are you resting until noon?" "Just a little. The water might drop. If it drops, I'll check when I go back." "It might be too late by the time you check." Sakichi looked toward the field. On the distant bank, the soil repaired that morning still showed a darker color. The water flowed thin, trembling intermittently as it caught the sunlight. Being late and being too late aren't the same thing. His son fell silent. Break something in a hurry, and it takes even longer to fix. It's the same for a person's body as for a field's bank. Whether those words reached his son, Sakichi couldn't tell. A lesson didn't necessarily take root on the day it was spoken. Sometimes years later, when the son looked at his own hand or wrapped a cloth around someone else's, it would take on meaning for the first time. It had been the same for Sakichi's own father. Words that had sounded irritating in his youth had, years later, suddenly taken shape inside him. The wind passing beneath the eaves carried the smell of the field's water. Mud, grass, wet wood, smoke from firewood being burned somewhere far off. Within that smell, Sakichi sensed the second half of the day approaching. The morning's work had been a time of moving the soil in front of him. Come afternoon, he would have to watch how the moved soil settled within the water. It was a time for watching how the field changed once it had left human hands. The temple bell rang over the village, as if announcing noon. The sound spread once toward the mountain, then sank quietly between the roofs of the houses. Sakichi placed his hands on his knees and rose slowly. The eldest son stood too, but didn't reach for the hoe right away. He looked at his wrapped hand first, then took the handle with his other hand instead. Watching this, Sakichi said nothing. Putting it into words, he felt, would turn what his son had just learned back into something merely taught. He wanted to leave the movement his son had chosen for himself as his son's own. The two stepped out of the house's shade. The noon light illuminated the field more strongly than the morning had. Narrowing his eyes against the water's whiteness, Sakichi walked. The afternoon field showed a different face than the morning one. spots on the verge of collapse, channels where the current had shifted, fine algae floating among the seedlings. Overlook them, and by evening it might be too late. Even so, he eased his hurried pace just slightly. Today's work had to continue with today's body. Before going to check the field's water, he first needed to match his stride to his son's. Reaching the field, the two did not climb onto the bank right away, but stopped beside the water inlet. The water's flow had weakened since they'd seen it that morning. A thin channel broke off partway, and only the soil's surface remained wet. Sakichi tapped the bank lightly with the tip of his hoe. Some spots gave back a dry sound. Others sank dully. The water wasn't flowing only where it could be seen. It passed through the inside of the soil, gradually changing its path. Here, the eldest son bent down. Where the water's thin, look where it's thin. Where it's plentiful hasn't hidden itself yet. Sakichi pressed the mud with his fingertip. The soft soil crumbled, and a thin trickle of water seeped out. The hole was small, but continued deep toward the bottom. Left alone, by evening it would probably have hollowed out the space beneath the bank. If water flowed into the neighboring field, this side's seedlings would dry. Try to stop the water by covering it with soil from above, and it would break through somewhere else instead. The eldest son readjusted his grip on the hoe. Should I dig? Just a little. Dig deep, and you'll find where it's coming from. Aren't we letting the water escape? Let it escape first, then stop it. Press down on what you can't see, and it comes out somewhere else. His son silently put the hoe in. But the moment he put force into his right hand, his face twisted slightly. The end of the wrapped cloth was damp with sweat. Seeing this, Sakichi took the hoe's handle from him. Hold it with your left. I can hold it. It's not whether you can hold it. It's whether you can keep holding it. His son seemed about to say something back, but closed his mouth instead. He gripped the handle with his left hand and scooped up soil shallowly. It was an unpracticed motion. The hoe's blade went in at an angle and the soil wouldn't come out as intended. Even so, Sakichi didn't reach out to help. If he took away, right away, what his son couldn't yet do, his son would never come to have his own way of doing it. If the father moved first, the work would finish faster. But finishing faster was not the only way to protect a family. After moving the soil several times, a thin sound of water could be heard from deep within the bank. The flow was clearer than before. The water was moving sideways beneath the bank rather than into the field. Go get straw. As much of the dry kind as you can. The eldest son started to run. Don't run. I have to hurry. Fall, and it'll only be slower. His son stopped, and, careful not to make his strides too large, headed for the storehouse. Watching his back, Sakichi felt a different weight settle in his chest. There was a caution in his son's walk that hadn't been there that morning. It was the walk of someone who had come to know pain. A person who did not yet know pain treated their body like a tool, using it until it broke, only realizing after breaking that there was something inside oneself that could not be recovered. His son came back carrying a bundle of straw. Because he carried it with only his left arm, the bundle kept slipping from his shoulder. That's too much. It might not be enough. If it's not enough, I'll go get more. Sakichi loosened the straw and mixed it with mud. The sticky soil worked its way in. Between the straw strands, he had his son do the same. Both their hands turned black with mud, dirt working its way even under their nails. The sound of water continued close by. A thin sound, and yet listening to it kept his chest from settling. Sometimes it was the small things that wore a person down the longest. The first packing sank the moment it was pressed in. The second time, water came around from the side. Sakichi put his hands on the bank and steadied his breath. His lower back felt heavy, and standing up, the edge of his vision whitened. Father, don't watch. Move your hands. It's just the heat. You should rest. Sakichi looked at his son. Those words were the same ones he himself had spoken before noon. break something in a hurry, and it takes even longer to fix. It's the same for a person's body as for a field's bank. He hadn't expected the words he'd taught to come back to him this quickly. I'll rest a little. When Sakichi sat down at the edge of the bank, the eldest son stood by the bundle of straw without moving. You rest too. If I rest, Father will do it. Father hasn't collapsed yet. It'll be too late once you have. There was a hardness in that voice different from earlier in the day. Sakichi looked at his son's face. Sweat had plastered his hair to his forehead, and his lips were dry. Though he favored his right hand, his eyes never left the water's flow. Sakichi remembered old words he'd heard from his own father. It was not the strong who protected a field. It was the one who could keep watching over the long term. On days when water ran low, on days when rain wouldn't stop, on days when someone in the family fell ill, someone had to stay by the bank. Rather than a strong person fixing it all at once, someone who came to look every day, even while tired, was the one who, in the end, left the field standing. Do you want to protect this field? The eldest son didn't answer right away. Far off, at the mountain's edge, summer clouds were slowly changing shape. A cow lowed somewhere in the village, and a person's voice answered from another field. I don't know. His son finally said, I don't want to be left not knowing this place. After Father is gone. Sakichi's finger stopped over the mud. The eldest son went on, where to look for water dropping, which soil crumbles, how much Mother is cutting back on the rice. If I know nothing at all, I'll end up breaking what Father has built. The wind passed once between the two of them. The rice leaves bent all the same way, then righted themselves. Sakichi tried to answer his son's words, but found no voice would come. It wasn't joy exactly, it wasn't pride exactly either. It was closer to a kind of apology that his son had discovered on his own, the weight Sakichi had been carrying, piling up all this time. A farming household's child knew the family's shortfalls before ever inheriting the house. The amount of rice, what remained of the firewood, a broken tool, someone's cough. However much the adults tried to hide it, life could not be fully concealed. The eldest son had grown up watching each of these, one by one. Not knowing doesn't necessarily mean breaking it. Sakichi finally said, if you try to learn what you don't know, that's enough on some days. His son lowered his eyes. But my hand hurts. It's all right to say it hurts. If I say it, people will think I'm weak. Hiding the pain until something breaks, that's the weaker thing. Sakichi took his son's right hand. Unwinding the cloth, he found the area around the wound reddened and swollen. It wasn't a deep wound. Even so, if mud got into it, it would carry heat. Sakichi tore his own hand towel and wet the cloth with the water he had brought. His son turned his face away, but did not pull back his hand. Father's hand towel will run out. Wash it again and it'll still work. It's torn. A torn thing can be re-teed. By the time the new cloth was finished being wrapped, the sound of the water had changed slightly. The packed straw had sunk, and the current was being pushed toward another spot. The two stood up at the same time. Sakichi set the hoe aside and moved slowly along the bank. The eldest son followed behind. This time, it was his son who found the spot where water was seeping first. Pressing the soil with his left hand, he checked around it with the tip of his foot. This is soft too. To be continued. You noticed well. The sound of the water's different. Sakichi nodded. The eldest son packed in a small amount of straw, layering mud on top. It wasn't forceful. Rather than blocking the water's escape, he set his hands as though receiving the current. Still clumsy, but there was a thought in his handling that hadn't been there that morning. The afternoon sun pressed the two of their shadows short beneath the bank. Sweat ran down their backs, and mud dried and pulled at their skin. They stood, crouched, walked, and returned again and again. The work was not the least bit dramatic. No one was watching, and no voice announced its end. Only water advancing thinly among the seedlings, and a bank on the verge of collapse, staying in place. That alone was what supported the household that day. Before long, the flow settled. It hadn't stopped entirely. Soil moved even through the night. Tomorrow morning, it would have to be checked once more. Sakichi stared at the water inlet, and the eldest son beside him held down the wet straw. Far off came the sound of a bucket heading toward the village's communal well. The sun was beginning to lean, too early yet to go home. Before the western sky turned red, they still had to check on the upper field. Sakichi took up the hoe and looked at his son. "Next is over there." The eldest son said nothing, in reply gripping the handle with his left hand. The two began our walking again. This time, it was not Sakichi matching his stride to his son's, but Sakichi advancing while watching his son's footing. The noon's heat still lingered on the bank. Tilting light trembled on the water's surface, and the whole field breathed quietly toward the end of a long day. The road to the upper field was steeper than to the lower one. The ridge path was narrow, one side a crumbling slope, slip a foot, and one would drop straight down to the channel below. As he walked, Sakichi unconsciously checked his own footing. A path he'd never given thought to in his youth now revealed its dangers differently with each passing year. That was also why he minded his son's footing now. The eldest son supported the handle with only his left hand, holding his right at his side as though protecting it. The bandage cloth trembled faintly with each step. The pain surely hadn't faded yet. Even so, there was no hesitation in his gait. If anything, having finished the work at the lower field seemed to have planted some small confidence somewhere in his body. Sakichi did not put this into words. He felt that speaking it might make that confidence collapse. Reaching the upper field, the state of the rice differed from the lower one. The water level was maintained, but the leaves showed a faint yellow tinge. Sakichi crouched and pressed the mud at the base with his finger. There was hardness, a spot where, though water was present, the soil itself was beginning to dry. "Here it's dry even though there's enough water," the eldest son murmured. Sakichi was surprised by those words. His son had already sensed a contradiction that should have been invisible to a child's eyes. Water flows from above to below. This is the highest point, so it dries first. But there's water here. There being water and the soil holding water are different things. Sakichi took a handful of soil and let it fall through his fingers. Dry grains crumbled, pattering down. The eldest son watched intently. When soil hardens, water flows over it instead of soaking in. So this spot alone needs extra tending. The eldest son nodded. It was less an expression of understanding than one of carving a new shape into his mind. Sakichi explained no further. Teaching was not a matter of piling up words, standing in the same place looking at the same thing, letting it soak in over time. Sakichi himself had learned this from his own father. The two walked along the bank, checking each hardened spot in turn. The eldest son handled the hoe with his left hand, Sakichi supporting from the right side. His son's movements were still slow, and the force he applied uneven, but his hesitation had lessened. It was no longer the movement of waiting for his father's hand, the way it had been that morning. Partway through the work, the eldest son spoke up unexpectedly. "Father, when did you learn all this?" Sakichi stopped his hands. The question was simple, but it took time to answer. "Less that I learned it, and more that I failed and learned it." "Failed how?" "There was a time I let rice wither, a time I put in too much water and rotted the roots." The eldest son looked up, surprised. That his father might fail seemed to have been beyond his imagining. Were there that many things that didn't go well? More things didn't go well than did. I only remember the ones that did. The eldest son was silent for a while. "So even if I fail today, you'll fail many times. Aren't you scared?" "I am. Even now, I'm scared." Sakichi answered honestly. It wasn't words meant to reassure his son. In truth, Sakichi was always afraid. Every time the weather changed, every time the color of the rice changed, He had rarely been able to feel certain his judgment was correct. And yet he had kept standing in the field, not because he knew a way to erase fear, but because his body had learned how to walk while carrying fear along with it. The eldest son did not seem to grasp those words right away, but he did not deny them either. Only some small strength returned to the hand gripping the hoe. The sun leaned gradually further west, and the two of their shadows, stretched long across the mud of the upper field, looked far darker and larger than they had that morning. Sakichi glanced down at those shadows for a moment, then lifted his face and checked the smell of the wind. Mixed with the smell of dry soil and green rice was, somewhere far off, a smell like firewood being burned. Someone in the village had probably begun preparing the evening meal. The sun had not yet set, but a small signal announcing the day's end had already begun mixing into the air. The eldest son, still gripping the hoe, let his eyes travel over every corner of the upper field. It was a different look than before. That morning his eyes had only moved his hands as told. Now they had become eyes that sought out, on their own, the field's fine differences in soil. Sakichi saw this and said nothing. Praise sometimes stopped a child's movement right now, quietly, protecting the time in which his son looked with his own eyes and checked with his own hands, mattered more. This spot's a little hard too, the eldest son said, pointing elsewhere. Sakichi walked over and pressed it with a finger. Indeed hard, but slightly softer than the previous spot. Even hardness has its gradations. The hardest spot, the next hardest, the spot still all right. They all look the same, but they're actually different. The eldest son crouched and pressed the soil with his own finger. He changed spots and compared them again and again. At first everywhere had seemed the same hardness to him, but eventually, noticing some faint difference, his fingers' movement grew careful. I see it, this one's a little softer. That's right. There, some capacity to hold water still remains. Rather than explaining the difference in detail with words, Sakichi let his son's own fingertip sensation speak for itself. Fieldwork couldn't be done by sight alone. Pressing with a finger, smelling, sometimes even tasting to check. It was something learned with the whole body over long years. As the work continued, sweat began beading on the eldest son's forehead. Working while protecting his right hand apparently consumed more strength than he'd expected. Sakichi noticed, but didn't speak up right away. It wasn't that he wanted to push his son too hard, but that, in this very moment, his son was measuring his own limits for himself. If Sakichi took that away first, his son would return once more to the sense that father will protect me. Today was a day that could not be allowed to be that. After a while, the eldest son let out a small huff, shoulders heaving. Only then did Sakichi finally speak. Want to rest a little? The eldest son showed a moment's hesitation, then nodded honestly. The two sat down on a slightly raised part of the bank. Looking down from the upper field, the green of the lower field spread out like a single band. The road that had looked so distant that morning felt, seen from this high place, unexpectedly close. It looks different from up here, the eldest son said. Sakichi felt something move deep in his chest at those words. A child's offhand remark sometimes struck in an instant at something adults took a long time to come to understand. That's right. While walking, you only see the length of the road. But looking down from up here like this, you can see where you've come from. I've come a short way still. You walked quite a lot, just today. The eldest son looked at his own feet. On the mud-stained top of his bare foot, a small scrape had appeared that hadn't been there that morning. He hadn't noticed the pain, only now, seeing it, did his face wince. I didn't notice. Sakichi laughed quietly. That's how pain is. While you're absorbed, you don't feel it. The moment you stop your hands, only then do you remember how much you've worked. The eldest son touched the scrape gently with a finger, wincing slightly, but he made no show of crying. If anything, as if to confirm that small pain, he pressed it a second time. Harder. Sakichi watched this silently, not running from the pain, trying instead to accept it as part of himself. That was something the sun of that morning hadn't had. Wind blew across the bank, and the rice leaves bent all at once in the same direction. That sound, carrying a dry rustle, lingered between the two of them for a while. Sakichi narrowed his eyes, following the sway. Rice did not resist the wind. Only, while surrendering its body to that force, its roots alone never let go of the soil. Perhaps people too should be that way, Sakichi thought suddenly. There were days of strong wind, and days of stillness. What mattered was never forgetting, on either kind of day, where one's own roots were planted. "Father, don't you get tired?" the eldest son asked suddenly. Sakichi answered after a short pause. "I get tired. Even now, my back is heavy. But you never rest, do you?" "Sometimes I do rest. I'm only choosing where to rest." The eldest son looked puzzled. Sakichi continued. "The body can't hold up under constant work, but rest too much and the rice won't wait. So figuring out where to ease off and where to put in effort, that's the hardest thing of all." "Figuring out, huh?" The eldest son repeated those words, murmuring as if testing them in his mouth. He didn't seem to have grasped the whole meaning yet, but he seemed to be trying to hold on to, at least the sound of it in memory. Sakichi thought that was fine. Even without understanding today, someday, standing in the same place, this phrase might suddenly return to him. Fieldwork was something that soaked into body and mind that way, little by little, over time. The two gazed at the scenery in silence for a while. In the lower field, a few villagers were still working, their movements small from a distance, like dots within a single painting. Watching that sight, Sakichi remembered once having sat in this same place beside his own father. Back then, he too had understood less than half the meaning of his father's words. But as the months and years passed, standing on the same soil, receiving the same wind, those words had become his own before he knew it. Now his own son stood partway along that same path. That fact alone gave Sakichi's chest a quiet weight. "Shall we go then?" Sakichi said, and the eldest son rose obediently. The time they'd sat had been short, but his body still showed a certain recovery. The two stepped back into the field. The feel of the hardened soil from before returned to the soles of their feet, as if remembered. This time the eldest son advanced without hesitation, trusting his own senses. Resuming the work, the son leaned further, and the angle of light striking the rice leaf tips changed. The green looked deeper than before, and at moments even took on a golden tin. Sakichi had watched this change in light many times over the years, and yet today it felt somehow new. Perhaps because of the presence of his son beside him, watching the same light. "Father, doesn't that cloud look like something?" The eldest son pointed at the sky. Sakichi stopped his hands and looked in the direction his son pointed. A single large cloud drifted in the sky, slowly changing shape. "Which one?" "That one. Doesn't it look like a cow? With horns." Sakichi narrowed his eyes and stared at the cloud for a while. Indeed, two bulges in its outline stretched skyward like an animal's horns. But Sakichi knew that the wind would allow that shape to last only a moment. Clouds seemed alive, and yet in truth were constantly crumbling, constantly being remade. Only for as long as a person found meaning in it did it remain a cow, a dragon, or some kind of face. "A cow. It does look like one." "You think so too, father?" But wait a little, the eldest son kept staring at the cloud, puzzled. Within a few dozen seconds, the wind shaved away at the cloud's edge little by little. One horn thinned, then crumbled, changing into a different outline. Before long, the cow had become nothing more than an ambiguous mass, like a clump of cotton. "It's gone. It's not gone. It's only changed shape." The eldest son didn't seem to grasp the meaning of those words right away. Sakichi returned his gaze to the rice and continued quietly. "Clouds don't stay in one place. So what you just saw, you'll never see in exactly that shape again. And yet the cloud itself goes on existing there. The eldest son looked up at the sky once more. This time the cow's shape was nowhere to be seen. Only a pale grey expanse caught the evening light, its edges tinged faintly gold. Watching that change, Sakichi thought fieldwork was similar. The way today's rice ears swayed, the smell of today's wind, today's conversation between father and son, none of it would ever return in exactly the same shape. And yet the rice itself would, next year too, root in this same land and grow the same way again. There were things that went on continuing even as their shape changed. Sakichi wasn't sure he could put that sense into words well, but he wanted to try all the same. This cloud we watched together today won't come back, but the fact that you and I stood here together, that won't disappear. Hearing those words, the eldest son fell silent, as though sensing something. In his still young heart, he probably hadn't fully grasped the meaning. But the color of the light at that moment, the smell of the wind, the low pitch of his father's voice, these would surely be remembered someday in some unexpected moment, because it had been the same for Sakichi himself. His own father, too, had spoken similar things in a similarly fading field at dusk. Words he had let pass in one ear and out the other back then now flowed, in his own voice, taking new shape to his own child. It was a strange turning of fortune. Putting his hand back among the rice, the coldness of the water reached his fingertips again. The sun neared the western mountain's edge, and a band of light stretched long across the whole field. Each single stalk of rice, catching that light, showed its outline strongly, and with every gust of wind, it looked as though countless small blades trembled all at once. The eldest son, though his eyes were caught by the sight, kept his hands moving without pause. Unlike the unpracticed movements of the morning, his handling now had, however faintly, a settled rhythm to it. Sakichi confirmed this from the corner of his eye, and nodded without saying anything. Sometimes, he knew, silently acknowledging a fact mattered more than putting it into words. Words of praise, however pleasing in the moment, could fade with time, but a memory of having been watched over in silence sank, like a seed buried in soil, to the bottom of the heart over a long span of time. Sakichi watched, without voicing it, the way his son's handling changed little by little. Suddenly, the eldest son lifted his right hand out of the water. The base of his fingers had reddened, part of the skin turned pale and swollen. There were a few small cuts too. As though trying not to be seen, the son quickly hid his hand in the shade of the rice. "Show me your hand, I'm fine. Show me." Unable to defy his father's voice, the eldest son held out his hand hesitantly. Sakichi untied the old hand towel knotted at his waist, wet it with water, and wrapped it around his son's hand. The cloth had been washed many times, its edges frayed. Even so, cloth holding cold water gave a quiet comfort to the fevered palm. If it hurts, you can say it hurts. Everyone puts up with this much. Enduring and hiding are different things. The eldest son silently stared at his father's fingers. Sakichi's own fingers, too, had thick joints, black soil worked into the nails. The cracked skin rose hard, and old scars remained in several places. "Does your hand hurt too, father?" the eldest son asked. Sakichi did not answer right away. There were almost no days without pain. Rising from the futon each morning, his finger joints were stiff. Put his hand into cold water, and each small cut awakened. Even so, at some point he had stopped calling it pain. If he counted every ache, the day would be over before the work even began. That was what he'd come to believe. There are days it hurts. Then why do you keep doing it? Because if I don't, the rice won't grow. It was an almost too simple answer, but within that simplicity lay nearly all the years Sakichi had lived so far. The field did not wait for anyone's convenience. Whether it rained too much or too little, weeds grew and insects multiplied all the same. The field did not know whether a person was tired or hadn't slept. Precisely because of this, people dragged their own bodies back there, day after day. Sakichi remembered himself as a child. He too had once hurt his hand in this same field and had his father wrap it in cloth. His father had said then, just as Sakichi did today, "If it hurts, say so." Sakichi had let it pass unheeded. His father's words were always short, and he had thought they simply disappeared somewhere, mixed with the sound of the field's water and the wind. And yet the words he'd thought had disappeared had not disappeared. For decades they had slept at the bottom of the soil, and now from his own mouth had passed on to his son. "Did grandfather do this for you too?" "He did. You remember, I thought I'd forgotten." Sakichi said this and let go of his son's hand. The small palm, wrapped in cloth, looked strangely fragile in the evening light, much softer than his own hand. A hand that might yet receive countless wounds to come. A little more, and we're done for today. All right. The two returned to the field once more. Sakichi chose a shallower spot so as not to push his son too hard. The eldest son moved his hands told. His pace wasn't as slow as that morning's. Searching among the roots in the water, finding weeds, pulling them carefully so as not to harm the rice. Some childishness still remained in those movements, but there was a will trying to learn by feel. The sky had lowered further still. The sun sank beyond the western mountains, and brightness drained little by little from the field's surface. The rice ears that had shone gold moments before now sank between grey and deep green, swaying quietly like waves, each time the wind passed. "Father, what is it? Does a farmer do the same thing every day?" Sakichi didn't stop his hands. "It only looks the same. Is it different? Yesterday's water and today's water are different. Yesterday's rice and today's rice are different. Your hand, too, is different now from what it was this morning." The eldest son looked at his own wrapped palm. "Will I get better at it tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe not. There are times it doesn't happen. There are. But if you keep doing it, you'll end up somewhere different from yesterday." Sakichi cut himself off there. He wasn't entirely sure what he wanted to teach his son. The harshness of labor, the meaning of continuing, or was it some old resignation, telling him to accept hardship as something beautiful? What had he himself received from his father? Not only the skill of tilling a field, reading the smell of rain, noticing the smallest change in the flow of water, watching the hands of the person beside you, even while exhausted. None of these had been handed to him like a textbook by anyone. They had been set within the sight of a person living silently. "Father, do you want me to take over this field too?" The eldest son's voice was small enough to nearly vanish into the wind. Something grew slowly heavy deep in Sakichi's chest. As his son grew, a day might come when he left this field. He might go to town. He might find some other work. What Sakichi was looking at now, his son might come to see from a different place entirely. "What you do is for you to decide," Sakichi answered. "Only, don't leave behind what you've received from this land." The eldest son looked at his father's profile, as though gauging the meaning. "What I've received, what is that?" Sakichi looked down at the field's water. On its surface, the sky, thinly remaining in the evening dusk, was reflected. The cloud's shape could no longer be seen, and yet both of them remembered that a cow's figure had been there during the day. Today. Saying only that, the eldest son nodded quietly. Before long, frogs began calling from the edge of the field. A single bell rang from the village temple, announcing the evening. Its low sound spread across the mountain slope, and after a while into the distance, Sakichi pulled the last weed and pressed the bank's soil with his hand. The eldest son beside him gathered soil in the same way. Their two hands touched the same spot. His father's hardened fingers and his son's still soft ones overlapped for a moment atop the damp soil. "That's enough for today," Sakichi said, and the eldest son let out a small breath. His face showed fatigue, but in his eyes was a quiet satisfaction that hadn't been there that morning. Coming up from the field, Sakichi washed the hoe and had his son carry a light basket. His son readjusted his grip on it many times, and yet never once tried to let it go. The road home was short, but in the dusk it felt longer than it had that morning. On both sides of the ridge path, wild grass swayed in the wind. Smoke rose from distant houses, and the smell of hearths being lit drifted over. The sound of someone closing a door. A dog barking. The village's day was returning, little by little, into the houses along with the end of the day's work. The eldest son, still holding the basket, spoke up. "Can I tell Mother about the cloud? Do as you like. It looked like a cow. To you it did. You saw it too, Father." "I did," at that. The two spoke no more after that. Even without speaking, they could now recall the same scene. On the earthen floor, his wife was waiting with a water bucket ready. Seeing the cloth wrapped around her son's hand, she frowned. "Did you make him overdo it?" "It wasn't overdoing it. Children will try anything if you tell them they can." Saying this, his wife took her son's hand and unwrapped the cloth. She washed the wound with water and spread a thin layer of crushed herb over it. The eldest son winced but made no sound. "You worked well today," his wife said, and the eldest son looked toward his father. Sakichi nodded once. That alone was enough to brighten his son's expression a little. It wasn't extravagant praise, only that a whole day's labor had remained in someone's eyes. That alone was enough. Dinner was rice mixed with barley, miso soup, and pickled daikon. The eldest son moved his chopsticks more slowly than usual. He was tired, but kept searching for words, trying to tell his mother about the cloud from that afternoon. At first it was a cow, but then the wind blew, and it disappeared. "Clouds are always changing shape," his wife answered. "Father said it didn't disappear, it only changed shape." His wife stopped her chopsticks and looked at Sakichi. Sakichi lowered his eyes to his bowl of miso soup. He himself didn't know why he'd spoken those words. Only he had wished that even if his son someday left this house and looked up at a different sky in some other place, something of today would remain somewhere within him. When the meal ended, his wife went out to the well to wash the dishes. The eldest son laid his exhausted body down on the straw bedding, and before long began breathing the deep breath of sleep. Sakichi, under the light of an oil lamp, twisted rope again for the next day. Outside, the sound of water flowing through the night's field continued unbroken. Standing at the doorway, the daytime field looked like a black sea. The shape of the rice was hidden in darkness, but with each pass of the wind, its presence alone could be faintly sensed. What had become invisible had not ceased to exist. Sakichi remembered his son's voice from that afternoon. That cloud would never return. But the time the two of them had stood together in that light would remain, changing shape within his son, and within himself as well. Far off, the sound of water striking stone could be heard. Sakichi closed the door and returned to where his sleeping son lay. Come tomorrow morning, he would have to go to the field again. Before the sky whitened, at the hour the village still slept, the soil would begin waiting for human hands once more. That long night had only just begun. Narrowing the lamp's wick, the room's outlines dissolved gently, and only the small back atop the straw bedding floated visible within a faint orange glow. Sakichi looked at that back for a while. It was the same back that had nearly stumbled many times in the field that day, and yet had never once let go of his hand. His sleeping son still carried a child's smell. Sweat, soil, dry grass. Probably the same smell Sakichi himself had once smelled, beside his own father. His wife returned from the well, wiping her wet hands on her apron, as she stepped up onto the earthen floor. "He's sleeping well. He walked too much today. You were the same in your youth, weren't you?" His wife's voice carried no blame, only a kind of confirming. Sakichi didn't stop his hands from twisting rope. Straw rubbed against the pads of his fingers, fine bits falling onto his knee. "I was about that age when my father first took me out to the field. Weren't you scared?" "I was." Saying this, Sakichi laughed a little, a laugh that made no sound. Back then, his father had explained nothing. How to walk the banks, how to grip the hoe. He had learned less by being taught than by watching and imitating beside him. Fail, and he was silently corrected. Even when things went well, he had almost no memory of being praised. Only once on the evening the rice harvest ended, had his father said, "This year was faster because you were here." Sakichi had remembered those few words for decades. Today, when he had only nodded at his son, that too was probably the same thing. It wasn't that he had few words. It was that saying too much would spill something out. His wife let the hearth fire die down, the sound of ash being smoothed following. Once the sun set, the sounds of this household always arrived in the same order. The clink of dishes touching, the sound of a bucket set down, wind passing through the gap in the door. Within that repetition, a year accumulated. Will you take him again next year? I'll take him. And about school, he'll go, Sakichi answered shortly. There were still some in the village who said a child who would inherit the field had no need of learning. But Sakichi wanted his son to know words beyond the soil too. A day might come when his son knew something Sakichi himself did not. To say he felt no fear of that would be a lie. And yet, more than fear, the wish to see it happen was just the strongest feeling. Perhaps the wind had changed direction. The sound of water outside grew nearer. The water spread across the field, continued moving slowly even through the night. Even while people slept, the rice grew, its roots reaching deeper into the soil. It was precisely in the hours no human hand could reach that a field became a field. Sakichi had come to know this over a long span of years. In his youth, he had thought rice grew from his labor alone. He had believed that rising early and working late would make the rice respond in kind. But in truth, it wasn't so. There were years of drought, years of endless rain, years when, however much care was given, the ears grew thin. Conversely, in years when nothing particularly special was done, unexpectedly heavy ears sometimes ripened. Perhaps all a person could do was avoid getting in the way of a field trying to become a field. Repairing the banks, watching the water, pulling the weeds, continuing to stand beside it that way. That was the true nature of this work. One length of rope finished in his palm. Sakichi set it beside his knee and drew the next bundle of straw toward him. His fingers no longer needed to think about handling straw. Much in this household could be done without thinking. That wasn't laziness. It was the body having learned it over long years. His father's fingers had moved this way too. His grandfather's fingers probably the same, and the fingers of someone further back still, whose name he didn't even know. The lamp's oil ran low, the flame trembling faintly. "You should rest soon," his wife said. Sakichi nodded but still did not stop his hands. 2 more, 3 more. He wanted to reach some stopping point, finish it in the night, and tomorrow morning's steps to the field would feel that much lighter. Such small calculations sustained daily life. Just then, his son turned over in his sleep. He said something like a sleep-talking word, but it never took the shape of speech. Sakichi stopped his hands and listened closely. Nothing followed. Only the sound of steady breathing returned. Tomorrow, that child might not be able to rise again. Wake him, and he would rub his eyes and follow along all the same. He might grow tired of it within 3 days. That would be fine even so. Today, seeing the sky reflected on the field's water, his son had caught his breath. That wasn't something taught and absorbed. It wasn't being told to be surprised. It was one's own eyes being surprised first. If even one such encounter happened, the soil would go on waiting for that person somewhere. Sakichi himself had been the same. There had been years he'd wanted to abandon the field entirely. Years when the price of rice fell, and after paying the tax, almost nothing remained in hand. There had been a night he'd watched a man his own age, who'd gone to town, returned to the village in brand new clothes. And yet, when spring came and he saw the water-filled field faintly reflecting the morning light. His body moved before reason could. It wasn't logic. Outside, a dog barked once. As though that single bark were a signal, the outside of the house grew quiet again. Sakichi looked down at the rope in his hands and drew the remaining straw bundle to the side. 2 more, he'd thought, but hearing his wife's sound of tending the fire, he finally stopped his hands. Work a little longer into the night, and tomorrow's labor grew lighter. But cut too much into sleep, and tomorrow's body would not move. Judging that boundary too was part of a farming household's life. His wife checked the water jar set in the corner of the earthen floor and opened the pot's lid slightly. Whether enough rice remained for the morning porridge, whether there was enough firewood, how much longer the miso would last. Life was protected less by great decisions than by the accumulation of such fine confirmations. Sakichi sat by the hearth, holding his cracked palms toward the fire. Mud remained between his fingers. Black soil worked deep beneath his nails. However much he washed them, they became dirty again at once. Go to the field and he touched mud. Return home and he handled straw. Though it was work that used tools, in the end, it was always human hands that did the working. The 33rd year of Meiji. In the towns, talk was heard of new machines and factories. Far away, railways had begun carrying people and goods. And yet what decided the time of this village was still the color of the sky and the flow of water. However fast a train ran, it could not change the speed at which rice grew. However much government systems changed, they could not choose the days it rained. Even as human life gradually grew newer, above the fields, the same uncertain work that had never changed since ancient times continued on. A farmer's day could be spoken of as a peaceful life nestled close to nature, morning light, wet soil, seedlings swaying in the wind. These were indeed beautiful. But behind that beauty lay fear of crop failure, anxiety over illness, the weight of taxes and debt, the suffering when the price of rice fell. A field was a place that fed people, and at the same time, a place that made people's lives unstable. Sakichi may have loved the field, but it wasn't only that. There were circumstances that kept him from leaving even when he wished to, and even while resenting it, he drew his livelihood from that same place. What drove him toward the field was not made of pride alone. Resignation, responsibility, habit, a slight hope mixed together. These things sent his feet outward each morning. That was precisely why this life must not be told as a beautiful tale alone. It wasn't that hardship made someone admirable, so that hardship might connect, even a little, to their families tomorrow. They continued today's maintenance. Even with no guarantee of reward, stopping one's hands meant something would be lost within that very day. A small collapse in the bank, the flow of water, grass grown too tall, overlook them, and by tomorrow they would become a great loss. What mattered was not accomplishing something grand, but keeping something on the verge of breaking from breaking one more day. Before long, the bottom of the sky began to whiten faintly. His wife rose and struck a flint. A small flame caught the straw, and a pale redness spread across the earthen floor. His son was still asleep. Sakichi meant to call out to him, then stopped. He had followed along all of yesterday too. A child's body carried a fatigue only a child could know. Teaching him to work was necessary, but letting him sleep when he could sleep was also one part of protecting the family. Breakfast was thin porridge and a little pickle. His wife did not serve herself much rice, setting most of it before Sakichi instead. Sakichi noticed but said nothing. Instead, he split the pickle in half and returned part of it to his wife's bowl. Both of them began the morning by pretending not to notice the other's restraint. Stepping outside, the night's chill still remained on the ground. Sakichi put on his straw sandals and shouldered his hoe. On the path leading from behind the house to the field, dew-wet grass lay bent over. Someone had walked ahead of him, and water had gathered in those footprints. That everyone in the village rose at roughly the same hour and walked roughly the same roads gave a strange reassurance within the dark path. Reaching the field, Sakichi went first to the water inlet. He checked whether the water had risen too much overnight, whether any new crack had appeared in the soil wall. Water was necessary, but not too much either. Water meant to protect the seedling's roots could, through the smallest gap, crumble the bank and send a muddy flood even into the neighboring field. It was not work that could be finished by watching only one's own field. Water flowing down from the upper field moved through a thin channel toward the lower field. Sakichi lifted the bamboo board slightly, weakening the flow. Before long, an old man's voice came from the neighboring field. "Could you send a little more this way?" Sakichi silently changed the board's position. Water moved visibly, but how it was divided followed an order and understanding long established in the village. Send more to his own field, and someone else's would dry that much more. If anyone pushed too hard, in the end, everyone suffered. Protecting a field was not protecting only one's own household. His son had appeared at some point, standing at the edge of the path. Rubbing sleepy eyes, he watched his father's back. Sakichi beckoned him over, but did not force the hoe into his hands. "Why doesn't the water flow to the same place?" his son asked. "Because it goes from high places to low ones. Then is the low field at a disadvantage." Sakichi thought for a moment. "So that no one's at a disadvantage, everyone watches the water together." Saying only that, he pressed down the bank's soil once more. Had he searched for words easier for a child? Perhaps some grander answer existed. But life was not always fair. Sometimes the owner of the upper field could draw water first. Sometimes the person with the lower field had to watch through the entire night. Carrying that imbalance all the same, someone kept their turn, someone yielded, and the village barely held together. Sakichi gathered the crumbled soil with the tip of his hoe. The mud was heavy, clinging each time he pulled his foot free. Stretching his back, a dull pain shot through its depths. A pain he wouldn't have minded in his youth now served as a marker announcing the length of the day. His wife came to the field a little later. She had probably finished the household's tasks, wrapped the noon lunch, checked on their son before coming out. Comparing only time spent standing in the field, Sakichi's was longer, but the time spent at home could not be thought of as not work. Preparing meals, mending clothes, keeping the fire from going out, checking the family's health. Without that work, Sakichi could not go out to the field either. A farming village's day was not simply divided into men tilling the field and women keeping the house. Both were close to the soil, both bore the anxiety of daily life. There was work even on days one didn't go to the field, and fatigue remained even on days spent at home. No family could live on any single person's labor alone. Toward noon, strong light broke through a gap in the clouds. Water droplets remaining on the seedling's leaves shone all at once, brightening the whole field. His son saw the light and stopped, just as he had the day before. Sakichi didn't hurry the work along. He didn't think the time spent feeling something beautiful as beautiful was an obstacle to work. Still, the light wouldn't necessarily last long. At the sky's edge, clouds heavy with rain remained. If rain came in the afternoon, the water would need to be drained. If it didn't come, tomorrow too the water inlet would have to be opened. One could read the weather but not change it. All a farmer could do was notice, change quickly, and move his hands so the damage would be small. Opening the lunch, barley was mixed into the cold rice. His wife handed the larger rice ball to their son and set the smaller one before Sakichi. Sakichi said nothing, eating it in 2 bites. His stomach wasn't filled. Even so, he told himself it was enough to return to the afternoon's work. At the edge of the field, his son's foot caught in the mud. When Sakichi grabbed his arm, his son's face looked ready to cry, but he didn't. Sakichi brushed off the mud, and fixed the straw sandal. In that moment lived both a father's worry and a farmer's irritation, at once, thinking it dangerous, wanting to tell him not to come, and at the same time thinking that someday this child might stand in this place instead of him. Those two feelings could not be settled into one or the other. A field was not a place that always answered effort with reward. Tend it carefully, and a typhoon would still knock it down. Adjust the water, and disease would still spread and wither the leaves. The idea that harvest increased in proportion to labor crumbled easily before a field, and yet people still put their hands to it, not to control the outcome, but to reduce, even a little, the possibility of loss. Within that lay the harshness of a farmer's work, and its quiet dignity. Dignity was not enduring suffering itself, nor was it being praised by someone for having endured. Without any guarantee for tomorrow, watching the amount of water, pressing the soil, dividing rice among the family's bowls, piling up small judgments, carrying today's life through to tomorrow. Within that repetition lay a responsibility that bore no name. The afternoon wind shifted slightly. The rice leaves swayed all in the same direction, and birdsong could be heard from a distant grove. Sakichi stretched his back and looked up at the sky. Whether it would rain, he still didn't know. Even not knowing, he had to think about what to do next. His wife called from beyond the bank. It was time to check the water inlet. Sakichi set down the hoe and shook his muddy hands once. His son fell into step behind him. The three of their shadows trembled slowly on the water. Shadows crumbled in the wind, vanished into ripples, and regained their shape elsewhere. Perhaps a day did not exist to bring something to an end. Beyond work thought finished, lay another check still to come. Protecting a field, protecting a family, neither was ever complete. Only not letting go of today's hand and passing it on to tomorrow. That repetition was what made up the village's time. And in the evening, clouds began to gather beyond the mountain. Sakichi did not stop his feet, walking while watching the waters flow. If the sky's color changed, the night's work would change too. Before returning home, there was still something that had to be checked. The road to the water inlet had softened more than when he'd passed it that morning. Beneath a surface that had begun to dry in the daylight, a layer still holding water remained. Each step sank his soul faintly, and by that slight difference in sinking, Sakichi gauged the soil's condition, put into words. It was only a little heavy, but that sensation was written in no ledger or almanac. It was a record accumulated in the soles of his feet over long years. At the inlet, the width he'd opened that morning remained unchanged. The flow was thin, its sound low. Sakichi crouched and put a finger into the water. The cold had eased slightly, proof that the upper field too had begun using water. Give in to greed and widen the opening here, and the water reaching the lower household's field would decrease. If it decreased, the master of that house would probably come complaining the next morning. Or perhaps he wouldn't come to complain. He might, without a word, silently lower the water level in his own field instead. That would, in fact, weigh heavier. The village's water belonged to no one, and belonged to everyone. An unwritten order held more power than any written rule. From above to below, from east to west, an order shifting slightly with years of rain and years of drought. Every villager knew it, somewhere within them. Should anyone break it, that household would lose its place within the village before it ever lost its rice. So Sakichi, knowing full well his own field wanted a little more water, left the opening's width as it was. "Is it enough?" his wife asked. "It's enough," Sakichi answered. The word enough did not mean sufficient. It meant they could get through today. His wife knew this too and asked no further. His son crouched at the bank, peering into the water's surface. A small insect slid across the water, and where its feet touched, a dent formed, making a ring of light. His son tried to chase it with a finger and put his hand into the mud again. This time Sakichi did not scold him. He couldn't find within himself a reason to scold. The field was a place of work, and at the same time, for this child still the world itself. There was no need to hurry the hand that was learning to know the world into a working hand. It would change in time. Left alone, the seasons and life itself would change it. The three walked back along the bank. On the way, they crossed paths with an old man working in the neighboring field. His back bent, he used the hose handle like a cane. In his youth, Sakichi had heard from his father. This man had been the fastest in the village to finish planting. Now, half a day left him breathless. Even so, he went out to the field every morning. Everyone in the village knew, from watching, that aging accelerated suddenly from the day one stopped going out. "Rain's coming," the old man said. "Is it?" "It's coming. My knee says so." Sakichi looked at the sky. The clouds had indeed thickened, but their color was still white. Whether the old man's knee was right would be known by nightfall. Right or wrong, what Sakichi would do remained the same: prepare. If prepared and it turned out unnecessary, don't begrudge the wasted effort. That was how judgments were made on this land. Nearing the house, thin smoke rose from beneath the roof. His wife went in first, starting the hearth's fire. His son washed his feet on the earthen floor, letting out a sound at the cold water. Sakichi set the hoe under the eaves and brushed the mud from its blade with straw. Leave it unclean, and by morning rust would rise. A tool required more time in tending than in use. When he'd stopped finding that bothersome, he no longer remembered. Dinner was rice mixed with barley, miso soup, and pickles. The rice was barely visible, countable within the bowl. Even so, it was rice from their own field. The little rice that remained in hand after the harvest tax and borrowed portions were subtracted. That the one who grew the rice ate the least of it. Sakichi no longer felt anger at that fact. He had burned with anger once, in his youth, deep in his belly. Burning it had not increased the rice, so now he turned the force that could change nothing toward the water inlet and soil instead. That was slightly different from resignation. One who had resigned did not go check the water inlet, did not press down the soil, did not fix a child's sandal. Sakichi had done all of it that single day. He would probably do it again tomorrow. He held no certainty that anything would improve, only he knew that without doing it, things would certainly worsen. That alone was what connected Sakichi's day to the next. When the meal ended, his wife stacked the bowls and carried the remaining hot water to the corner of the earthen floor. To avoid wasting the wash water, she mixed in a little hearth ash before pouring it out. The ash absorbed the oil and suppressed the smell of soil. Such small procedures his wife had learned without anyone teaching her. Within a household, there were many tasks never written down. Eating, keeping the fire, drying wet clothes, putting today's tools back for tomorrow. Each of these was small, hardly worth calling work seen from outside. But if even one was missed, the next day's life grew heavier in ways no one could see. His wife took her son's sandals and retied the nearly broken cord with straw. Her son was dozing off by the hearth. His mud-streaked fingers rested on his knee, his head swaying slowly. "Should we let him sleep as he is?" Sakichi asked, and his wife didn't lift her eyes from the sandal. "His feet will be cold tomorrow morning." Saying only that, she bit off the end of the straw. Sakichi lifted his son up. He was light. That lightness weighed on him a little. However well he seemed to eat, a child's body responded quickly to the season's changes. The chill of early spring, the long rains of summer, the autumn wind. What an adult endured silently, a child announced through fever and coughing. Carrying his son to bed, Sakichi remembered his own memory of being carried by his father. In that memory, his father's arms were thick, smelling of soil and smoke. Those arms, too, must have ached somewhere every day, just as his own did now. As a child, Sakichi hadn't understood that. The time spent being carried, understood or not, returned to his chest now. His wife set down a small light. To spare the oil, The wick had been turned low. The brightness wasn't enough. The corners of the house remained dark. As long as one didn't try to force a view of the dark places, life did not suffer for it. Not seeing what couldn't be seen was, in a poor household, one form of wisdom. Outside, a single drop of rain struck the roof. A second drop followed. Sakichi lifted his face. His wife noticed too, but said nothing. Rain was wanted, but past the wanted amount, it would break the banks instead. To a field, water was, before it was ever a blessing, a force that had to be managed. Before long, the sound of rain spread across the whole roof. Not a thin rain, a quiet rain without wind. Water ran from the roof's edge, staining the soil beneath the eaves a deep color. "I'll go look," Sakichi said. His wife stopped her hands. Now, just the water inlet. His wife didn't stop him. She knew he would go even if she tried, and she knew that if he didn't go, his heart wouldn't return fully into the house. She took the old straw raincoat and set it on Sakichi's shoulders. Her hands, tying the cord, moved a little slower than in daytime. "If something's collapsed, don't fit alone. I know. Do you really?" Sakichi didn't answer, only putting on his hat. Opening the door, the rain's cold crept in at his neck. The road was already muddy, mud clinging to the bottom of his sandals. It wasn't a distance requiring a light to walk. From a gap in the clouds, a faint whiteness of moon fell. The village houses were closed, only the firewood beneath the eaves leaving a black shape. On the way to the field, the sound of a door opening came from far off. Someone else, too, had probably gone out to check the water. No figure could be seen, but he knew that within this same night, someone else walked, carrying the same worry. In a farming villager's life, there was more time spent silently, sensing what a neighbor was doing, than time spent talking with them. Without calling out to each other, the villagers naturally knew whose lights were still lit, whose roofs still gave off smoke, who had headed to the field in the middle of the night. Reaching Sakichi's field, the water hadn't risen as much as he'd expected. The channel flowing down from the upper field was thin too. Having narrowed the opening in the daytime had proven useful here, but a small tear had appeared in the eastern bank. Water was quietly escaping through it, eating away at the soil. Sakichi knelt. He pressed mud in with his hands, firming the outside with his foot. Rainwater came in through his sleeve, running down his back. The mud was cold. However many times he pressed, it crumbled between his fingers. Sakichi then pulled up grass from a spot a little away and packed it, roots and clinging soil together, into the tear. The grass's roots held the soil, weakening the flow. What would have looked simple in daytime became a matter of groping in the dark of the rainy night. By the time the work finished, an old man's voice came from the neighboring field. "Is your side all right?" "For now. There's too much water here. Open the inlet a little. Open it and too much will go downstream." At the old man's words, Sakichi found no answer to give. Whichever way he chose, it affected someone's field. There was no single correct method. The amount of rain, the firmness of the soil, how the seedlings were growing, the distance to the lower field. All he could do was watch everything and search for an answer good only for that one night. Before long, the sound of the old man adjusting his water inlet came. A wooden board struck stone, giving a low sound. "I'll come check again in the morning. I'll do the same." The two spoke no more. Returning home, his wife was waiting inside the door. She hadn't put out the light. Seeing Sakichi's figure, she held out a wet hand towel. "Was it bad?" "Not bad. That's not the face of someone it wasn't bad for." Sakichi wiped his face with the towel. Water, sweat and mud mixed together, so that he couldn't tell what was rain and what was his own. His son stirred in his sleep. "Father," it was a voice still asleep. "It's all right." Sakichi answered, then thought a moment more. Tonight, at least. Whether his son had heard, he didn't know. His wife had heard. It felt to her as though this was the first time Sakichi had admitted that a simple word alone wasn't enough. Even saying the field was all right. By tomorrow noon, some other spot might collapse. The seedlings might be eaten by insects. Drought might come. Wind sometimes blew even before the harvest. The word all right, as it existed in a farmer's life, was not a word guaranteeing the future. It only meant that, in this present moment, one was in a state to still take the next action. Sakichi hung the wet raincoat under the eaves. His wife restarted the fire and set a small pot of water over it. Steam rose. Sakichi brought his hands near the fire, but the cold in his fingertips didn't return right away. Better not to take our son tomorrow, his wife said. After rain, the footing is bad. It's not a school day. Even so, it's better to leave him at home. His wife looked silently at the steam. If they left their son at home, someone had to watch him. If he went to the field, a child could lend a hand. Even small hands could pick up grass, carry tools, learn the depth of water. It wasn't that they wanted to make him work. There were days the household's work simply couldn't turn without it. That boundary, both Sakichi and his wife measured every day. Protecting a child and teaching a child to know how to live. The two did not always point in the same direction. Let his hands touch mud, and he learned danger. Keep his hands from mud, and he avoided wounds. Both held some rightness, and both left some anxiety behind. Poverty did not only reduce one's options, it made it impossible to do two right things at the same time. Sakichi set the mended sandals at his sleeping son's feet. The knot in the cord still held the shape of his wife's fingers. Whether his son would wear them and go outside the next morning was not yet decided. That it wasn't decided was, in a small way, a relief. Not everything in life was determined in advance. Even the smallest room to choose, come morning, still remained. It continued until midnight. Sakichi woke several times. When the sound striking the roof weakened, it made him uneasy instead. The sound hadn't disappeared. Perhaps water was pooling somewhere else. Listening closely, the sound of drops falling from the eaves continued at a steady interval. Counting that sound, Sakichi drifted back to sleep. In his dream, his father stood in the middle of the field. He seemed to be saying something, but it was lost in the sound of the rain, unheard. Sakichi tried to approach. His feet sank into the mud, and he couldn't move forward. His father's figure did not grow distant. He only kept standing in the same place. At dawn, a rooster crowed. His wife had risen first, lighting the hearth's fire. His son was still asleep. Sakichi went outside. The rain had stopped and the sky was a pale grey. Clouds were reflected on the field's water, fallen leaves floating here and there. The eastern bank had held through the night's repair. Not perfectly. The soil was soft and would need to be tamped firm once more. Sakichi took up the hoe, the same tool as yesterday, the same field as yesterday, and yet, precisely because of yesterday's tending, this morning he could reach toward a different spot. Life, perhaps, was not about changing something greatly, but about returning what was on the verge of collapse, each time, to its original position. No one was watching this work. No one praised it. There was no guarantee the harvest would increase. Even so, Sakichi put the hoe to the soil. The blade split the damp earth, and a heavy sound echoed across the morning field. Inside the house there was a sign that his son had woken. His wife's voice could be heard, his figure not yet in sight. Sakichi did not turn back, tending to the edge of the bank. A new day began as a continuation of yesterday. But how it continued still carried the traces of hands that had touched it the day before. In the soil, in the flow of water, in the family's sleep. Before long, as morning light spread across the whole field, Sakichi walked toward the next place he needed to check. The first place he headed was the corner of the field, where the previous night's rain had nearly crossed the low bank. Sakichi knelt and put his fingers into the soil. The surface was soft as mud, but a firmer layer remained a little beneath it. Water still lingered within the field. Too much would hurt the seedlings' roots. Too little would expose them to dry wind. A field was not something that could simply be kept filled with water. Every morning, he had to discern where the water came from, where it flowed, and in which soil it lingered. Sakichi opened a small water inlet with the tip of the hoe. Muddy water flowed out into a thin channel. So the force wouldn't be too strong, he gathered the crumbled soil by hand, gradually correcting the direction of the flow. The hoe was heavy, but the weight itself wasn't what was hard. His hands knew that he would lift this again and again, return it to the same spot, and do the same work again tomorrow. Even if a harvest lay beyond it, no one could count how many times this motion would be repeated before the day of harvest came. Fieldwork was not work that accomplished anything grand. Keeping a bank on the verge of collapse from collapsing, stopping water flowing too much just a little, sending a little more water where it was lacking. No conspicuous change occurred, and yet missing even one of these small adjustments could change the color of the rice. Days later, Sakichi looked at the channel leading to the upper field. From the previous night's rain, dead branches and straw had washed in. Clog it there, and water wouldn't circulate to the lower field. On the other hand, remove it too hastily, and the upstream soil might collapse and flow elsewhere. It wasn't enough to watch only his own field. The village's channel belonged to no single person. If the upper field used water, the amount reaching the lower field decreased. If one household didn't repair its bank, the neighboring household too would be flooded. Life was bound to each other's hands more tightly than the words mutual help alone could capture. Sakichi walked to the channel and removed the branches one by one. Small stones mixed in the mud bit into his palm. He set the removed straw on the bank, dividing what could still be used as fuel from what had rotted and had to be discarded. Nothing could be wasted. It wasn't so much a matter of not wasting, as having no room to discard anything at all. From the neighboring field, an older man called out, "Did the water hold?" "For now. The upper inlet's a little clogged. I'll look at it." That was all to the conversation. No thanks. Only what was necessary was conveyed, and one headed to where it was necessary. The villagers didn't ask each other about their hardships in detail. Even without asking, one could roughly tell from a morning's expression or the movement of a hoe. That was at once a kindness and a coldness too. However much someone struggled, one couldn't stop one's hands every time. One's own household too had a field that had to be protected. The range within which one could help was narrow, and to forget what one couldn't help with, there was nothing to do but keep working. As Sakichi scooped mud from the channel, he saw his son's figure beyond the bank. His wife had given him a small basket to carry. His son wore the mended sandals, holding the basket with one hand and pressing down the hem of his robe with the other. His wife stopped a little way off. "I brought the morning meal, and this one wouldn't listen when I told him not to come." His son looked at his father's face. His eyes didn't yet know whether he was allowed to come or would be sent back. Sakichi didn't answer right away. What he'd discussed with his wife the night before still lingered. A field after rain was dangerous, but leaving him at home wasn't necessarily safe either. While his mother's hands were occupied with the hearth and washing, a child moved about on his own. Not letting him outside didn't, by itself, amount to protecting him. "Don't go near the channel today," Sakichi told his son. "There are deep places in the field too. Even if you see my footprints, don't step into the same spot." His son nodded. "Can I help?" "Only pick up floating straw. Don't put your hand deep into the water. Just that is enough." His son looked a little dissatisfied, but set the basket on the ground. He picked up the dead leaves floating on the water one by one, carrying them to the bank. With his small hands, it took time. Each time he picked one up, mud stuck to his fingers, and he wiped it on his hem, minding it. Sakichi said nothing. He didn't hurry him to do it well either. For a child to learn work, knowing the places where one must not Fail came before the work itself. "Father, how do you know where the deep places are?" his son asked. "Because I fell in once, long ago." "Did it hurt?" "It hurt. That's why I remember." His son stared at the water's surface. The field looked quiet, but beneath that quiet lay mud that could catch a foot. Water that looked shallow could, depending on the soil's condition, pull off a sandal and tip a body over. Sakichi did not tell his son to fear danger. He taught him not to approach without knowing fear. His wife, returning home, added firewood to the empty hearth. Even after the morning rice was cooked, the fire couldn't be fully put out. Warming the miso soup, measuring the barley for lunch, moving wet clothes to a place where wind could pass. Not going out to the field didn't mean there was less work. Work inside the house only looked separate from the field. Without someone to cook the rice, those who worked couldn't maintain their strength. If a sandal's cord broke, the one walking would be stopped. Drying a wet raincoat, wiping tools, checking what remained in the rice bin, all of it was part of the field too. His wife watched the field from the doorway. Sakichi and his son's figures looked small. Her son slipped once. Sakichi caught his arm at once. His wife started to call out, then closed her mouth, shout from a distance, and her son might be startled and move his feet even more. Watching over someone was sometimes also not calling out. Sakichi brought his son up onto the bank. "That's enough for today. I can still do it. It's not about whether you can. Knowing when to go home is work too." His son fell silent. His face showed he couldn't judge whether he'd been useful or in the way. Sakichi looked into the basket. Dead leaves and thin straw were inside. In quantity, it was little. But not a single thing his son had gathered did his father return to the channel. "This can be used in the other field." Sakichi sorted the straw. "Don't throw it away. Don't throw it away until it has no more use." His son nodded. He still couldn't understand, in words, the meaning of working, only that his father didn't easily throw things away. That much he was coming to learn, little by little. The morning light had grown stronger. The rain clouds drifted east, and water droplets shone white at the tips of wet leaves. It was a beautiful sight. But Sakichi didn't stop to look at that beauty. Once the light came out, the mud grew heavy. There was work that had to finish by noon. Even a beautiful morning was, to one who worked, no more than a signal announcing the time. When the two returned to the field, the man next door was piling soil beyond the channel. Sakichi silently put in his hoe too. No one had ordered it. No one would praise it either. But there were spots one person alone couldn't finish in time, and there, hands naturally gathered. Mutual help did not always begin from a gentle feeling. Because he'd been helped yesterday, he lent a hand today. Because someone might come when his own bank collapsed next month, he carried soil now. Within it was calculation and obligation, and sometimes unspoken resentment too. Even so, the hands carrying soil moved in the same direction. Village life did not continue on pure hearts alone. Tired people, tired all the same, stood shoulder to shoulder. Without fully understanding one another, they used the same water, feared the same rain, waited for the same seasons. That was precisely why they could not live apart. Sakichi, watching the waters flow, remembered his father's dream. In the dream, his father had stood in the middle of the field. Nothing could be heard, but now he felt he understood a little. His father, too, probably hadn't been trying to convey something. He simply hadn't had the time to convey it. Rise in the morning, take up the hoe. When night came, set down the tools. Before words, the movement of hands had passed on to the next generation. His son called from atop the bank, "Father, the water's come." Sakichi turned. Water flowing from the channel was slowly entering the edge of the field. The muddy surface caught the sun, making fine ripples. "Don't rush. Watch the flow." His son watched the water in silence. Water seemed to hold no will of its own, and yet, following the soil's slightest rise and fall, it changed course, pooled, overflowed. Human life too was perhaps similar. Not every day proceeded as planned. Rain fell and plans crumbled. Someone fell ill and the order of work changed. A child cried and hands stopped. Even so that the flow was never entirely lost. Someone gathered soil, someone watched the water. That someone was no special person. It was a child who until yesterday had been asleep. A wife who kept the fire. An old man who walked over from the neighboring field. It wasn't work substantial enough to leave a name behind. It wasn't recorded anywhere. And yet, nameless hands sustained a day, and that day sustained the next. Before long, the temple bell rang in the distance. Not a bell announcing the morning's work had ended. A sound reaching every house in the village equally, simply announcing the passage of time. In the basket his wife had given him, the rice balls mixed with barley had cooled. Sakichi looked up at the sky and checked the sun's position. Still a little early for noon, but by the time one felt hungry, the strength within the body had already diminished. Sakichi called to his son, "Time to eat." His son ran over happily. One sandal caught in the mud, and its cord loosened slightly. Sakichi crouched and fixed the knot onto the knot that still held his wife's fingerprints. His own fingerprints now overlapped. The field's water flowed quietly at their feet. The morning's work was not yet done. Once they ate the noon meal, they would have to head to yet another spot. A farmer's day did not end at any particular break, but continued, changing shape each time a new need appeared. The two sat down on a slightly raised part of the bank. Opening the basket's cloth, the rice ball's surface had dried, showing mottled patches of white and brown. The barley-mixed rice gave back a slight hardness with each bite. Sakichi chewed it in silence. Days of eating rice alone came only a few times a year. Festival days, someone's celebration, perhaps for someone lying sick in bed. That those who grew the rice could not eat it was not a rare contradiction in this village. His son held the rice ball with both hands, opening his mouth wide. He didn't mind the grain sticking to his cheek. The way one ate when truly hungry was honest. Is it good? It's good. That was all the conversation. And yet in that answer, Sakichi felt he saw roughly half the reason he worked. The other half, probably, couldn't be put into words. Protecting the field, not letting the soil received from his father grow poor. Being able to walk through the village with his head held up. Such things, mixed together, roused his body in the darkness of morning. Wind passed and the rice's young leaves leaned all at once. Sakichi narrowed his eyes. By the time these leaves hung heavy, summer's end would be near. Before then, the water would have to be exchanged. Many times weeds pulled, insects watched for. Weather did not listen to human convenience. Continued rain rotted the roots. Continued drought cracked the soil. Whether the harvest would be good or poor remained unknown until the very end. Not knowing and still walking to the same place every day. That was farm work. He suddenly remembered last autumn. The morning after the typhoon passed, the whole field lay flattened. The rice lay collapsed in mud. The water turned murky. The road buried under flowed soil. At that time, Sakichi had made no sound. He hadn't cried either. He had only stood there still, and then gone home to fetch his sickle. Even fallen rice, righted, yielded some portion that could be gathered. Not all of it, but some. For that some, the whole village had bent their backs for 3 days straight. Despair came quietly, and sometimes it could only be overcome by moving one's hands, just as quiet. His son still didn't know the meaning of that autumn. He probably only remembered the day after, the typhoon, as the day the adults were busy. But someday when he had his own field and stood on a morning his own rice had fallen, some part of his body would surely remember that day. There were memories, never taught, that remained within one's hands all the same. Sakichi looked at the sky. The clouds were thin, only the eastern side still white. The afternoon would probably clear. If it cleared, he wanted to cut the undergrowth on the hill behind the house before bringing in the dried firewood. Winter fuel had to be prepared during summer, or it wouldn't be ready in time. Today's labor existed not for today, but for a cold morning half a year away. A farmer's time was always stretched forward. "Father, what's that?" His son pointed at a white bird that had landed nearby. It probed the mud with thin legs, occasionally stretching its neck. "A heron. What's it doing? Looking for food, same as us." His son laughed. Sakichi moved only the corner of his mouth slightly too. The heron stayed there a while, then suddenly spread its wings, struck the water's surface once, and flew slowly away beyond the bank. His son followed it with his eyes, while pushing a rice ball into his mouth. A single grain fell onto his sleeve. Sakichi picked it up and put it in his own mouth. There was no rice that could be wasted, even rice mixed with barley. Not a single grain could be left to fall into the soil and end there. It was less a matter of thrift than a sense rooted somewhere deeper. Sakichi's body had not forgotten how much labor the crop called rice passed through before becoming this rice ball. It began with choosing the seed. At winter's end, while snow still remained in the storehouse, there was the work of selecting the most uniform grains of seed rice from the previous year's harvest. Light grains floated in water. Heavy grains sank. Only the sunken ones were entrusted to next year's field. Choose poorly, and autumn's harvest would visibly shrink. Sakichi's father and his father's father had repeated the same work in the same season. The procedure never changed. What changed was only that year's weather and the sureness of the chooser's eye. While making the seedbed, sowing the seeds, and waiting for the sprouts to appear, Sakichi had gone every morning to see that small green. No one had told him to. He simply couldn't rest easy without looking. If the sprouts were yellow, fertilizer was lacking. If thin, there was too much water. Such judgments had soaked into his body over long years, and trying to explain them in words often failed to convey them well. Even when the time came to teach his son someday, Sakichi might only be able to say the same thing. "You'll know by looking." That wasn't unkindness. It was that some kinds of knowledge could only be conveyed that way. Sakichi himself had only understood this after receiving the same words from his own father in his youth. The day of rice planting, too, remained fresh in Sakichi's mind. The whole village turned out, bending at the waist, inserting seedlings into the mud one by one. Sometimes songs rose. Someone sang off-key, someone laughed at it, and even laughing, hands never stopped. Rice planting was heavy labor, but also a day for confirming the village's bonds. It wasn't work one person could manage alone. Help with someone's field, and next time that someone would help with yours. Such a ledger of mutual help was never written on paper, but every villager remembered it precisely. Having finished his rice ball, his son drank water from the bamboo tube and let out a breath. The way he exhaled seemed, just slightly, grown up, and Sakichi found himself looking at his son's face. His shoulders were still small, but this child, too, would someday join the line of rice planters, would someday grip the sickle for the harvest. When that would be, Sakichi still didn't know, but that it wasn't a distant day. He could tell from watching his son's body grow. The robe he'd worn last year no longer reached his sleeve length. "Shall we rest a little more before going?" Sakichi said, and his son nodded. There was no reason to hurry. A field wasn't something that would run away just because one rested a little. Rather, not resting when one would throw off the afternoon's handiwork, making even the next day's work heavier. To a farmer, rest was not laziness, but one of the tasks necessary to keep working. The two sat at the edge of the bank, silent for a while. Each time the wind stroked the rice leaves, a sound like blue waves spread across to the far side of the field. His son held the bamboo tube with both hands, occasionally shaking it as if checking the water inside. Almost none remained. "Do you get tired too, father?" his son asked suddenly. Sakichi thought for a moment before answering. "I get tired. You always look fine." "I only look fine. No one is free of fatigue." Sakichi looked at his own hands. Black soil was worked into his nails, and fine cracks lined his finger joints. His palms had grown thick and hard, but beneath that hardened skin, pain and fatigue certainly remained. Keep going while tired, and you hurt the rice. You hurt your own body too, so I rest. His son listened to those words while looking at his father's hands. He didn't yet understand the whole meaning, only that his father too felt fatigue and hid it. That much he seemed to understand a little. Before long the sun showed itself between the clouds. Light trembled finely at the tips of the wet leaves, and the field's water surface brightened all at once. Sakichi stood and stretched his back. Just stretching pulled at the muscles of his back, but he didn't show it on his face. Let's fix the bank. His son rose hastily too. From part of the bank, water was seeping out thinly. Even though it looked like the smallest leak, left alone, the inside of the levee might collapse by evening. Sakichi crumbled dry soil with the hoe and mixed it with damp mud. He rolled it into a ball with both hands and pressed it into the leaking spot. Mud spilled between his fingers, wetting his wrists with cold. Hold this down here, Sakichi said to his son, and carried soil from a spot a little away. His son pressed the mud with small hands. Lacking strength, it crumbled again and again. Even so, Sakichi didn't scold him. If it crumbled, pack it again. Soil didn't listen the first time. Only after a human hand touched it again and again did it finally hold its shape. The fields looked divided plot by plot, but were connected by the channel. If water leaked in the upper field, it wouldn't reach the lower one. When someone opened a sluice, someone else had to be watching the water's flow. Use water for one person's convenience alone, and somewhere in the village, rice would wither. In the afternoon, Shokichi's voice came from the neighboring field. Sakichi, is your water inlet all right? Fixing it now. Shokichi crossed the bank and came closer, appearing at Sakichi's work. The two exchanged no unnecessary words, holding down the leaking spot together. Shokichi picked up stones, Sakichi packed mud. His son, a little way off, piled the soil he'd carried into a small mound. No one thanked this help. There was no need to. Protect someone's field today, and tomorrow someone would watch over his own. Village life was not sustained by visible money alone. Records of lending and borrowing weren't kept on paper, but, just like the field's water, flowed constantly from person to person. Once the water stopped, the field's surface grew quiet. Sakichi stared at the water inlet for a while, then took up his sickle. Next, we pull the barnyard grass. Among the rice, thin grass resembling rice was mixed in. Hard to distinguish while the seedlings were young, but the direction of the leaves, the feel of the stem, the spread of the roots differed slightly. Sakichi pulled one and rubbed the leaf between his fingers. This isn't rice. How do you know? You know by touch. Those were the same words he'd once heard from his father. Sakichi remembered for a moment a distant winter storehouse. In the dim place, his father's fingers had selected grains of seed rice one by one. Even then, there had been little explanation. But not being explained was different from not being told. There was knowledge that could only be learned by seeing with the eyes, touching with the hands, making mistakes again and again. His son crouched too, peering at the base of the rice. At first he nearly pulled the rice itself, but Sakichi added his hand and stopped him. Don't pull suddenly. Look at the base first. His son nodded and pulled one stalk of barnyard grass. A thin root emerged from the soil, a small clump of dirt clinging to it. Does this become rice too? It doesn't. Then why does it grow? Sakichi looked at the pulled grass. The answer wasn't simple. Till the field, select the seeds. Still, unwanted things always mixed in. Even grass a person considered unnecessary had its own reasons for growing. There was no field anywhere that grew only rice. What grows, grows. So when you find it, you pull it. That was all he said. Come autumn, the rice would bend its ears. But not all the ripened rice would become the household's meals. Some was set aside for next year's seed. Some went toward land tax or tenant rent. Some was sold to buy salt, oil, or clothes. What went into the family's stomachs was only what remained after all that. His son didn't know this yet. Seeing the field spreading full of green, he might think that come autumn, he could eat white rice to his heart's content. Sakichi didn't want to break that expectation right away, but he couldn't say that hard work always guaranteed abundance either. Continued rain flattened the rice. No rain, and water ran short. Insects came, disease spread, and the price of rice sometimes fell. A farmer's hands raised the crop but couldn't decide the whole of the harvest. Even so, without tending the field, even less would remain by autumn. Sakichi spoke to his son while pulling barnyard grass. "Do you want to eat white rice?" "Yeah." "Father wants to eat it too." His son looked up, surprised. He'd probably thought his father knew everything, could endure anything. "Then we have to take care of the rice." "Me too, you too." His son laughed a little and this time looked carefully at the base of the rice before reaching out his hand. The afternoon light gradually changed color. The white light of noon thinned, and long shadows began falling across the mountain slope. His son's movements had slowed since morning. His muddy feet grew heavy, and he winced each time he stretched his back. Even so, he didn't leave his father's side. Sakichi drew the heavy basket toward himself, so as not to push his son too hard. He had his son set the pulled grass on the bank and carry dry soil little by little. However small the amount of work, the sense of having contributed remained. When a child became a village worker, the first thing he acquired was not strength, but knowing his own place within the field. Before long, the two gathered the grass they'd laid on the bank and washed the hoe and sickle in the channel. The flowing water turned murky, then clear again. Washing the mud off the tools was also an important procedure for preparing tomorrow's work. By the time the sun touched the mountain's edge, Sakichi and his son headed home. Smoke rose here and there in the village, and somewhere a rooster crowed. In a distant house, the sound of firewood being fed into a hearth could be heard. His son turned back several times to look at the dusk-lit field. The water's surface reflected the sky's color, and the rice swayed quietly in the wind. The bank they'd repaired that day, the grass they'd pulled, seen from a distance, nothing looked changed. And yet the water didn't leak, the rice's roots were protected, and by tomorrow morning the field would still be there. Even after returning home, the day still wasn't over. Bringing in firewood, putting away tools, feeding livestock if there were any, helping prepare dinner. Coming back from the field wasn't being freed from labor, it was moving to a different kind of work. Sakichi stopped once before the doorway, looking up at the brightness remaining in the western sky. Then he leaned the muddy hoe against the wall and stepped inside. Inside, his wife Haru was lifting the pot's lid slightly. Before the hearth, steam spread across the earthen floor, and the smell of barley mixed with rice filled the cooling house. His son stopped at the doorway, looking down at his muddy feet. "Wash up first." Haru pointed at the bucket. Her son put his feet into the water. At the bottom of the murky water, the soil clinging between his toes loosened, little by little. However many times he rinsed, the blackness deep in his nails wouldn't disappear. Watching this, Sakichi picked up the hoe leaned against the wall. The tip of the handle had loosened slightly. It must have taken force in today's work. Before going to the field tomorrow morning, he'd have to tighten it with a mallet, leave a small looseness unattended, and the handle could come off mid-work, injuring a hand. Haru put a measuring box into the rice bin, taking out the decided amount of rice. Leveling the box, she traced the surface with her fingertip. There was no hesitation in that movement, not mistaking the amount of a single. Measure was also part of the work of keeping a household. Dinner was rice mixed with barley, miso soup, and a little pickle. There was no fish. Her son stared at the steam rising from his bowl and opened his mouth, as though remembering the afternoon's field. When autumn comes, can we eat white rice? Haru's hand stopped for a moment. Sakichi looked at his son's face. It was a face that had touched soil since morning, peered at the base of rice at noon, continued his own small work until evening. There was fatigue in it, and also expectation for a season he didn't yet know. If the rice ripens well, Sakichi answered. If it ripens a lot, even if it ripens a lot, we can't eat it all like tonight every night. Some of the laughter faded from his son's face. Haru looked at her husband but said nothing. Teaching a child reality wasn't taking away his dreams. It was telling him how many hands a dream required. Someone chose the seed. Someone tilled the field. Someone drew the water, pulled the weeds, righted the fallen rice. After the harvest, someone set aside a portion for next year. Someone divided what had to be paid. And finally, someone served the rice into the family's bowls. The single bowl of rice placed on the table hadn't come straight from the field. It was something the season, labor, and patience had, over a long time, changed shape into. His son nodded slightly and brought the rice to his mouth. It wasn't white. Barley was mixed in, the shape of the grains uneven in places. Even so, once inside the stomach, it would become something that sustained the body until morning. Did this come from the field too? That's right, the barley too. Someone grew the barley. His son stared at his bowl. Until now, rice had simply existed there as rice, but from that night, it might have looked slightly different. Rice and barley, miso and pickles. None of it had come to the house separate from someone's hands. Behind eating, there was always the time of someone working. After the meal, Haru mended her son's sleeve cuff. The thread had torn during the day's work, and the mud-dried cloth had gone stiff. Her son rubbed his sleepy eyes, watching his mother's needle move. The needle pierced the cloth, passed to the back, and returned to the front again. The same motion repeated over and over. Sakichi fixed the hose handle on the earthen floor. Each swing of the mallet gave a low sound that echoed off the house's walls. Outside, frogs called, and the channel's flow continued in the darkness. The field's water didn't stop even at night. Even while people slept, water could leak from somewhere along the bank. By morning, that change would have to be found. A farmer's day was not only working the field from morning to evening. Returning, he tended his tools, saw to the fire, thought about the family's meals for tomorrow. Each of these looked, from outside, like negligible tasks. But neglect even one, and the next day's work would gradually crumble. Sakichi looked up at the light, its oil running low. There was no room to leave it burning long. When Haru dimmed the fire, the shadows within the house deepened. His son was already asleep on the straw mat. His mud-stained hand rested near his chest, mouth slightly open. Sakichi laid a thin cloth over his son's feet. His son probably wouldn't remember how many blades of grass he'd pulled from the field that day. He might even forget by tomorrow where the repaired bank was. Even so, hands that touched soil would come to know the field's weight, little by little. Working wasn't only about exerting strength. It was also learning what to leave, what to remove, and where to stop one's hands. Sakichi himself had learned the same thing, watching his father's back. His father hadn't promised a good harvest. He couldn't stop the rain, couldn't make insects vanish. He had only gone to the field each morning, sent water where needed, pulled the overgrown grass. A field didn't record human hardship. It didn't praise a bank repaired yesterday, didn't lighten today's fatigue. Even so, for every bit a human hand touched it, the possibility of rice surviving increased ever so slightly. That slight possibility was what a farmer gathered up day after day. As night deepened, only the family's breathing could be heard. Sakichi lay down and looked at his palms. Between the cracked skin, soil still remained. Some soil washed away. Some became marks that never disappeared no matter how many years one worked. Outside, wind stirred. Through the gap in the door, the smell of the wet field drifted in. Sakichi closed his eyes. Sleep was at once rest and preparation to return the body to the next day's work. Before long, the eastern sky began to whiten faintly. A rooster's voice rose from a corner of the village, and in the still dark earthen floor, the outline of the leaning hoe began to emerge. The field passed the night quietly, waiting for another morning. But the field waiting for morning didn't mean any promise of a good harvest lay within it. Too much rain weakened the roots. No rain, and the bottom of the channel showed itself. In a drought year, however hard one worked from morning to night, the rice's leaves yellowed, indifferent to human wishes. In the farming villages of 1900, to work was not to secure a bright future, it was to lose a little less. Setting aside seed rice, keeping tools in working order, dividing food so no family member fell ill. Not to grow prosperous, but to carry life through to the next season. That was why every day's hands moved. Even Sakichi's household didn't keep all the rice the field produced. Some went out as tenant rent and tax. If there was a festival or a funeral, even village socializing required a little money. If the roof's thatch wore, it had to be repaired. If the hoe's blade chipped, it had to go to the blacksmith. Life wasn't decided by the amount harvested alone. Counting what remained in hand, the family quietly carried the next worry. Even so, Haru lit the fire. Sakichi opened the door. His son walked behind his father, sleepiness still on his face. Not because of some great hope, because if today didn't begin the same as yesterday, tomorrow's burden would grow. Even amid hardship, people didn't always think only of hardship. Haru thought about what to put in the noon soup. Sakichi remembered the collapsed spot on the bank. His son thought that come evening, he'd look for small fish in the channel. In life, heaviness and lightness existed in the same place. Working with hands caked in mud, waiting for a child's laughter, carrying hunger and easing one's heart at the sight of a steaming bowl. Without that small reassurance, one couldn't endure the long days. A farmer's life couldn't be told only as diligent and beautiful. There was fatigue in it, illness, debt, fear of losing the harvest. There was no guarantee that work would always be rewarded. There were years worked hard and still not enough. And if someone in the family fell ill, the remaining members' work increased. A field required human effort, but didn't promise results matching that effort. That was precisely why the sight of Sakichi heading to the field every morning held something different from simple bravery. He hadn't given up, and he didn't believe in victory either. Before weather he couldn't understand and soil that never changed, he simply continued, one by one, what he could do. See water and fix the water, see grass and pull the grass. Even unable to decide the distant future, he could still choose the single move in front of him. That single move became the family's rice. The rice supported the next move in turn. Life didn't change through great events, but barely held its shape through the accumulation of nameless motions. Before long, in Sakichi's household's morning, the sound of the neighboring house's door opening overlapped. A cow lowed in the distance, and the sound of sandals walking the road was absorbed into the soil. Across the village, fires were lit the same way, tools taken up the same way. A single farmer's day was not his alone. The channel, the roads, the labor, all were connected between neighboring houses. Atop that connection, the village's year quietly began to move. The sky's color, the wind's direction, the water's depth, things no human hand alone could decide, waited for the next day. So the village people had cultivated the habit of reading the sky. When morning clouds hung low, Sakichi anticipated afternoon rain and narrowed the field's water inlet. On a day when the western sky was too clear, he instead worried about the channel running low. Such judgments weren't learned from books. They had been passed down, sparingly, from his father or from elders who had tilled the same fields. It was like this last year too. The wind comes this way, this time of year. Those short words were the shape wisdom took in the village. Wisdom only had meaning once shared. Water flowed from the upper field to the lower. If one person drew too much, someone's field dried. So the order and timing for dividing water had been decided within the village over long years. It wasn't that there had been no conflict. In drought years, someone would tamper with the sluice in the night. The next morning, low voices would be exchanged atop the bank, and an awkwardness would linger for a while. Even so, when planting day came, people entered the neighboring house's field too. Even carrying resentment, without lending a hand, the rice wouldn't get planted. Sakichi had never thought of such relationships as beautiful. He simply knew there was no other way. No one could protect a field alone. Fall ill, and there was no choice but to borrow a neighbor's hand. So daily, he never failed to greet others, delivered surplus vegetables, brought rice to funerals. It was closer to a promise for survival than kindness. But what began as a promise sometimes turned, over long years, into affection. In the evening, on the road back from the field, Sakichi passed the neighboring old man. Bent at the waist, the old man briefly praised the color of this year's seedlings. Sakichi nodded, and that was all before they parted. It wasn't conversation resembling talk. Even so, whether that single word existed or not changed how he felt the next morning. Someone had been watching his field. Someone had known of his labor. That fact left a faint warmth deep within his tired body. Returning home, Haru was before the hearth. His son proudly showed off a small fish he'd caught in the channel. The hearth's fire cast the people's shadows large against the earthen floor's wall. Outside, wind rustled the bamboo, and frog calls rose from the distant field. And as night deepened, the village grew quiet again. Lights went out one by one, leaving only the smell of soil. Beyond sleep, the water kept flowing on, unchanged, even as night deepened. Sakichi's sleep never grew fully deep. His body was heavy, his limbs aching as though left behind in the mud. Even so, at the sense of the wind changing direction, or the sound of rain striking the roof, he woke at once. Was the field's water rising too much? Was the inlet clogged? Even into sleep, thoughts of soil and water intruded. In this village, the sky's color decided time more than a clock's hands. A rooster's voice, the mountain's shadow, how quickly the morning dew dried, the evening wind. Layering such small changes, people measured the day. Neither the hour to begin work nor the hour to return home was announced by anyone's loud voice. The sky and the body quietly ought. The 33rd year of Meiji. In town, factories increased, railways extended, and news from distant lands traveled by telegraph. And yet what stood at the center of Sakichi's life was still the weight of soil, the amount of the color of the rice's leaves, the speed at which the nation changed, and the time from sowing a seed to its ripening were not the same. The village people existed within a new era, while still placing their bodies within the ancient march of the seasons. Getting rice from the field didn't mean everything was satisfied. Depending on the household, land tax had to be paid, tenant rent for borrowed fields settled, village expenses covered. Grain had to be set aside, next year's seed secured. If farm tools broke, repair cost money. If someone fell ill, medicine cost money. However high the rice sacks were piled, each one already had a destination decided, and what went into the family's mouths was less than one might think. Haru knew this better than anyone. Even after finishing dinner preparations, she checked the rice bin's contents by hand, calculating tomorrow's portion in her head. How to use the remaining vegetables, how long the miso would last, when she could go gather firewood. In silkworm season, she sometimes chopped mulberry leaves late into the night. Housework left no visible shape, unlike the field. But if her hands stopped, Sakichi couldn't even go out to the field the next morning. The two didn't discuss such things every night. Haru lifted the pot's lid slightly. Sakichi silently added firewood. In that short exchange alone, how substantial tonight's meal was, and what tomorrow's life lacked, were conveyed. Poverty wasn't always put into words. It showed itself first in the number of dishes set in the house, in the thinning cuffs of clothing. His son didn't know such things yet. He repeated the story of the small fish caught in the channel again and again, proudly holding out his palm until his father laughed. The fish was small, hardly enough to add to dinner. Even so, bringing home that small life was for the boy a great event of the day. Watching his son's sleeping face, Sakichi sometimes wondered whether it was right to let him walk the same path as himself, learn to till a field, and one could get by. But Sakichi knew that a single turn of weather could shake one's life, that there were years worked hard and still left owing. He wished his son could choose even a little different path. But he couldn't easily believe that abandoning the field and going to town would bring happiness either. From the village elementary school, a bell sometimes sounded. There, children learned letters, national rules, the names of distant lands. When a document arrived from the office that Sakichi couldn't read, he thought that if his son learned to read it, life might change a little. Knowing letters wasn't the same as leaving the field. It might rather become the strength to confirm one's own life with one's own eyes. But it still felt too early to voice that hope. Even during school hours, hands were needed at home. A child's strength to cut grass, gather firewood, tend cattle was never small to a farming household. Feeling the importance of learning, he still had to think about who would take over today's work in its place. The heart that hoped for the future and the reality of getting through tomorrow always lay side by side. Seen from outside, a farmer's day looked like the same repetition. Rise in the morning, head to the field, touch the soil, sweat, and return home as the sun leaned. But the contents differed every day. Less water than yesterday. One seedling's color paler than the rest. The neighboring field's bank collapsed, wind blowing from the south. Overlook a small difference, and weeks later it became a great loss. So Sakichi, even while working, always watched his surroundings. Not only the mud at his feet, but the layering of clouds, the brightness beyond the mountain, even changes in insect calls. There wasn't necessarily a certain answer there. Even so, moving his hands while trying to know even a little of what lay ahead, rather than moving them blindly, gave a higher chance of protecting his life. That judgment wasn't always correct. Wait for rain to sow seed, and sometimes the rain didn't come. Fill the field with water early, and sometimes cold weakened the seedlings. After long labor, there were years everything was taken by typhoon or drought. For a farmer, effort didn't guarantee results. And yet, stop one's hands, and life broke off before any result could arrive. Therein lay the harshness of farming. The saying that hardship is rewarded couldn't tell the whole truth of a field. Harvest didn't necessarily increase in proportion to labor, and living carefully didn't guarantee avoiding illness or disaster. Even so, people piled up what they could do, one thing at a time, repairing banks, polishing tools, selecting seed rice, wasting no remaining straw. That accumulation was almost invisible from outside. It was never recorded as a great success. For those living in the village, a day not lost, a day passed on to tomorrow, was itself a certain achievement. No one in the family fell ill. The field's water never broke off. Everyone gathered at the dinner table. That alone gave rise to a small reassurance deep in the chest. Sakichi didn't consider his own life admirable. He would never be known by name, never travel to distant places, tilling the same land every year, meeting similar seasons, carrying similar worries, and yet dig the soil and there were his father's handprints. In the old banks his grandfather's memory remained. Thinking that he too stood partway along that long line, his loneliness thinned a little. A field was less something owned than something entrusted. Not to be ruined in his generation, but passed to the next. Grateful in an abundant year, enduring with wounds carried in a bad one. Viewed within a span of time longer than a single life, Sakichi's day was only the smallest fraction. And yet, if even that small day were missing, the next season couldn't continue. In the night house, the fire had grown small. Haru put away the dishes and redraped a thin cloth over her son. Sakichi looked at the hoe set on the earthen floor. Dried soil clung to the blade's tip. It had to be cleared before going out tomorrow morning. Neglect tool care, and the next day's work grew needlessly heavier. He took up the hoe and slowly wiped the soil with cloth. The metal's coldness reached his tired palm. Today's labor wasn't over. Tending tools for tomorrow was also included within a farming household's day. That small motion before sleep was preparation for the coming day. Outside the door, the wind weakened, and the insects in the grass began calling one by one. The lights that had leaked from the village houses had nearly all gone out now. Everyone, equally tired, equally minding tomorrow's weather, sank into the quiet night. Before long, the eastern sky lightened just slightly. Sakichi noticed the sound and opened his eyes. His family was still asleep. Stepping outside, the night's chill touched his cheek, and the smell of wet soil rose. From the field's direction, the presence of unseen water reached him. It looked like the same morning as yesterday, but it was a different morning from yesterday. The cloud's position had changed. The wind's direction had changed. New dew rested on the tips of the seedlings. Sakichi looked up at the sky and stood for a while without saying anything. Then he went back inside and began preparing to go out to work. That day contained no special event, no great decision, no dramatic change. Only, he lit the fire for his family, watched the fields water, minded the neighboring bank, put his hands to the soil, and at night, tended his tools. Within that repetition lay everything needed for a single household to survive. And beyond the quiet village, the footsteps of a new era were drawing gradually closer. The prices of goods arriving from town, the letters learned at school, documents handed out at the village office, young people going out to work far away. Without erasing the smell of soil, these things worked their way into the farming household's life too. Changes, Sakichi didn't yet know, were already beginning to move, beyond the village, like the wind of the next season. Sakichi still couldn't imagine what shape those changes would take when they arrived. Only he faintly sensed that words exchanged by someone in a distant town, and each item carried in by cart, were entering the village at a different speed than before. The old people who met each other on the ridge paths had begun saying more often, "The world's gotten strangely busy lately," but no one had a certain answer for what that concretely meant. Only, it was becoming visible to everyone's eyes that even things that should have remained unchanged for decades, the handling of tilling a field, the timing of sowing seed, were beginning, little by little, to mix in new words and new tools. Even so, Sakichi's day continued to hold its unchanging shape. Rise while still dark in the morning, light the fire, check the field's water, mind the neighboring bank, wipe sweat as the sun rose high, tend tools and sleep as the sun set. Precisely within this repetition lay his own existence. However fast the world moved, the soil would not bear fruit to match that speed. Rice grew on rice's time. Barley ripened on barley's time. However much a person hurried, the seasons turned slowly but surely. Sakichi had carved this deep within his body, taught by no one, simply by standing continuously in the field, since childhood. As night deepened and the light within the house began to fade, Sakichi looked once more as if to confirm, at the hoe leaned in the corner of the earthen floor. Its blade, already cleared of dried soil, gleamed dully. He set it quietly against the wall and vaguely pictured himself gripping it again in tomorrow's light. Though it looked like the repetition of the same motion, each single swing carried subtle differences. The wind's strength, the soil's dampness, his arm's fatigue, his heart's ease, all differed slightly, and he suddenly realized there had never once until now been a day exactly the same as another. Haru, arranging the bedding over the children, breathing softly in the corner, murmured quietly, "I wonder if this autumn will be a little better." It was less as a question than words spoken to convince herself. Sakichi didn't answer right away, only nodding slightly. No one in this house held the answer to whether it would be a good harvest or bad. Only that tomorrow too they would go out to the field, the same way, watch the water the same way, touch the soil the same way. That alone was the only answer the two of them could give. Outside, the insects' calls had quieted at some point, and instead, the sound of a distant river had become clearly audible. As the night deepened, it felt as though the whole village breathed quietly, like a single living creature. Deep within the houses whose lights had gone out, each family, having ended their own day, fell asleep picturing their own tomorrow. Everyone, under the same sky, rooted in the same soil, still lived different lives. Before getting into bed, Sakichi looked outside once more from the doorway. Stars scattered thinly across the sky, and toward the field, the traces of the day's labor sank quietly into the darkness. Every small motion he had piled up that day sank quietly, unnoticed and unrecorded, into the soil, into the tools, into the family's life. That was fine, he thought. It was inconspicuous work that sustained this life. Not a day for showing someone, but a day for the family's survival. Even seeking meaning in it felt like something unnecessary. Before long, he closed the door, tended the hearth's remaining embers slightly, and quietly sank his body into the bedding. Fatigue from the day's labor still remained in every joint, but it didn't feel unpleasant. Rather, it felt like proof of having certainly lived the day. Closing his eyes, the smell of the field, the dampness of the soil, the sound of rice leaves swaying in the wind rose and faded, one after another, behind his eyelids. None of them were special events, but they were certain fragments that had shaped his day. The night grew deeper still, and even the faint creak of the house's beam echoed like news arriving from a distant place. In the short time before falling asleep, tomorrow's arrangements drifted like a thin mist through Sakichi's mind. First, go check the water inlet. Then, add soil to the crumbling spot on the eastern bank. Past noon, check the state of the seedbed. The order changed almost none from year to year. And yet, depending on the day's sky and the soil's dryness, it had to be rearranged little by little. Reordering it repeatedly in his mind, he entrusted his drowsiness before he knew it to that very task. Thinking became, as it was, a lullaby. The air within the house was far heavier and warmer than in daytime. The fire remaining beneath the hearth's ash sometimes crumbled with a small sound. That sound was one that would never break, as long as people continued living in this house. In his grandfather's generation, and the generation before that, fire had been kept the same way, in the same place. No one had specially decided it, but never letting the fire go out was something like the backbone of this household's life. The memory of his mother rising again and again to add firewood on harsh winter nights still remained within Sakichi. Now, he and Haru had taken over that role. Someday, the children sleeping in the corner would probably take it over. Thinking this, even this small tending of the fire seemed to hold a weight difficult to put into words. In a shallow moment of sleep, Sakichi woke once. Outside was still pitch dark, no rooster's voice yet, only. He could tell the wind had shifted slightly. The wind that had blown from the south until evening had, before he knew it, come down from the mountain. Living on this land for many years, the body knew first how such a shift in wind direction connected to the next day's weather. Tomorrow might be a little cold, better to check the seedlings earlier than usual. He thought only that, and closed his eyes again. Small judgments told to no one accumulated quietly this way, in the darkness of night. A field's harvest, he understood without putting it into words, was the sum total of countless such nameless judgments. Beside him, Haru murmured something while turning over. Probably thinking in her dream about tomorrow's cooking. Her day too began in the morning's darkness and ended in the night's darkness. Washing rice, scooping miso, mending torn clothes, taking a child's temperature, going back and forth to the well many times. Each of these might look from outside like negligible work. But if even one were missing, this household's day couldn't hold together. Sakichi knew, in his bones, that it wasn't only those who went out to the field who worked. Their two labors carried out in separate places, combined to support a single life. Sakichi pictured the children's sleeping faces in the darkness. His eldest son would probably begin helping in earnest with fieldwork next year. His still thin arms found the hoe too heavy, but Sakichi wanted him to start learning how to watch the water, how to repair the banks. Even now, teaching, though, didn't mean much could be explained in words. Only standing him beside, showing him the same place, letting him touch the same soil. That alone, and the body learned it before one knew it. He himself had received it that way from his father. It had soaked in so naturally that even the memory of having been taught was vague. If, someday, this child left the village for entirely different work, perhaps only the feel of soil would remain somewhere within him. Sakichi thought this vaguely. Beyond the village, the era was certainly moving. In town, new buildings rose in distant prefectures, trains ran. Among the young, those leaving the fields to work elsewhere were gradually increasing. Rumors reached the village like wind, and, each time, long discussions were held at the village meetings. No one could declare whether it was good or bad. Only, it was certain that the shape of life once taken for granted was beginning to waver, little by little. Even so, tonight, the practice of living in this village, tilling the soil, and listening closely to the turning of seasons remained unchanged. Even within what looked unchanging, a faint tremor was certainly creeping in. New word arriving from town, unfamiliar documents posted on the village office's board, stories of distant lands told by traveling merchants. These too were gradually carrying the presence of the new era into this mountain-ringed village. Sakichi did not fear change itself. Neither the hoe nor the plough had always kept the same shape since ancient times. If a handle broke, one carved new wood. If a blade dulled, one asked the village blacksmith to fix it. Life was not preserving the old exactly as it was, but continuing while mending what broke. But the change born in town wasn't like replacing a tool's handle. It was something that gradually moved even people's hearts. Even the direction a family would take. Hearing that the price of rice had risen, the villagers, while pleased, thought about how much would remain in their own hands. Even in a year of abundant harvest, seed rice had to be set aside, taxes had to be paid, borrowed money repaid, broken farm tools fixed. Firewood was needed to get through winter, and children's clothes too. A field certainly gave blessings, but that blessing didn't roll into the house doing nothing. Only after turning the soil, drawing water, pulling weeds, and enduring wind and rain did some portion finally return to human life. Sakichi pictured this year's rice sacks. Seedlings that had been so small in early spring had grown, by summer up to waist height, and by autumn waved a whole field of ears in the wind. Watching that figure, it felt as though the field remembered their labor. But a field didn't praise human hardship. Too much rain weakened the roots. Continued drought meant sleepless nights spent before the water inlet. If insects appeared, the whole family had to walk the field. However much effort was spent, there were days that, in the end, had to be entrusted to the weather. Sakichi had known that sense, close to resignation, since childhood. To resign wasn't to do nothing. It was, after finishing everything that could be done, still accepting what lay beyond one's own power. In a farmer's life, such moments were many. Tomorrow's sky color, the water's flow, the faint tilt of a rice leaf's tip. Reading invisible changes, and still living while carrying what couldn't be fully read. The andon lamp's flame trembled slightly. To avoid wasting oil, Haru had probably lowered the wick a little. In the dim light, her hand was moving. Even looking asleep, she might not have fallen fully into sleep. She always caught the small sounds occurring within the house before anyone else. A child's cough, the sound of firewood crumbling, wind pressing against the door panel. Distinguishing such sounds, too, was one skill acquired over long years. Sakichi remembered the daikon Haru had hung to dry that afternoon. Cut into thin strips, the daikon had swayed in the cold. Evening wind, lined up like white shadows, preserved those, and even when snow fell, they could go into the soup. Even with little miso, having dried vegetables meant one could still eat. Though what was set on the table was simple, each item held ingenuity for getting through the seasons. Seen from outside, rice mixed with barley and thin miso soup might look like a poor meal. But to make that rice, someone had sown seed in spring, pulled weeds in summer, harvested in autumn, selected the grain during winter. Haru carried water from the well, lit the fire, washed the rice. The children gathered firewood. Sakichi checked the hearth's condition. The single bowl set on the table finally took shape only after passing through each family member's hands. Thinking this, he understood that there was no such thing as small work within life. Someone closed the door, someone tended the fire, someone moved tomorrow's tools under the eaves. Skip even the smallest effort, and it affected the next morning's work. Leave the hoe wet, and it rusted. Don't put away the straw and rats gathered. Don't keep the water jar filled. And one had to rush to the well first thing in the morning. It wasn't only great events that sustained a household. The accumulation of nameless chores kept every day from crumbling. Sakichi placed his hand before his chest. Between his gnarled fingers, soil remained that even soap couldn't fully wash away. The edges of his nails were black, and his palms bore several old scars. His father's hands had held the same shape. As a child, touching that hand, he remembered thinking it was terribly hard, like tree bark. Now, looking at his own hand, perhaps his eldest son would someday think the same thing. But it didn't have to become the same hand, Sakichi thought. Even if the era changed and his eldest son went to town, even if he chose different work using the letters learned at school, Sakichi had no intention of blaming him for it. He couldn't tell a young person wishing to leave the field to stay. Land raised people, and at the same time could also bind them. That there was no escape in a crop failure year. That a doctor was far away even when someone fell ill. That when even one able worker was lost, the burden on those remaining increased at once. Sakichi knew such realities all too well. Even so, he would surely never forget the day his eldest son first gripped the hoe, his hand holding the handle trembling, his body pulled backward each time the blade entered the soil. Sakichi had said nothing, only swinging his own hoe beside him the same way. He hadn't laughed at what was done poorly, hadn't extravagantly praised what was done well. Soil taught a person more slowly than words. Where to put strength, where to place one's feet, how deep the blade entered the soil. Repeating it again and again, his son's hands had gradually learned the movements. It was less that he had taught, Sakichi thought, and more that they had simply spent the same time together. What he'd received from his father had been the same kind of thing. He retained almost no memory of words heard as lessons. A back walking silently in the morning's chill, water held out during a rest, a figure silently wiping farm tools after finishing work. Each of these had sunk into him before he knew it. Perhaps people drew closer not to what they were taught, but to what they kept watching. A dog barked once, far off. Someone had probably passed along the night road. In the village, even the presence of the night reflected people's lives. If someone hadn't returned late, the neighboring house worried something had happened. If a child ran a fever, someone brought medicinal herbs. If there was a funeral, fieldwork stopped and hands were lent. Human connection wasn't only warm, it could sometimes feel stifling, hard to escape. Even so, seasons no one could cross alone. The village people had crossed together, by each other's strength. Sakichi wondered what town people would think, seeing this village's day. Covered in soil from morning to night, walking the same places, repeating similar work. No conspicuous events, no name left behind. And yet the rice lined up in town shop fronts, the meals set on someone's table, were all born from days like this one. Somewhere unknown to anyone, someone sweated, someone tended a fire. That fact alone would not disappear, however much the era changed. As the night deepened, the sounds within the house thinned one by one. Haru's breathing quieted, and the children's turning in sleep stopped. The hearth's fire remained only a red core, breathing faintly beneath the ash. Sakichi reached out and gathered the ash with fire tongs. If fire remained by tomorrow morning, it could be transferred to firewood and water boiled at once. Even the smallest fire, if protected, could be carried to the next morning. Watching that fire, Sakichi thought about what a single day was. It looked as though it began in morning and ended at night, but in truth, it never ended. Today's way of fixing the channel protected tomorrow's field. Today's chosen seed rice decided next year's harvest. The color of soil shown to his child today might, someday, become the shape of home within that child's memory. A person's day didn't simply pass, it sank quietly into a time not yet arrived. The darkness outside thinned slightly. Beyond the mountain, morning's light was not yet visible. Even so, the coldness of the wind had changed, and a rooster crowed once in some distant place. Before long, a voice answered from another house. The sleeping village was beginning, little by little, to turn toward the next day. Sakichi listened to that voice with his eyes still closed. Before long he would rise, light the fire, and head to the field. A morning that looked the same as yesterday, and yet was never truly the same, was about to visit the soil once more. That repetition, one could say, was what had shaped Sakichi's day and his whole life. The same field, the same channel, the same sound of the hoe. And yet the time flowing within them carried a slightly different color each day. Last year's mud smell and this year's mud smell were not the same. This year's wind was slightly drier than last year's, and his eldest son, 1 year older than the year before, held the hoe at a slightly different angle. Beneath a life that looked unchanging, something was certainly still moving. Sakichi sensed this deep within his body, without putting it into words. In the faint stillness before dawn, Sakichi thought of the number of mornings he had seen off until now. He had never counted, but he must have welcomed thousands of mornings in this same place. The field inherited from his father's generation would change slightly in shape during his own, and someday, in his eldest son's generation, take yet another form. Even if the position of banks shifted, the angle of the channel changed, the way the roof was thatched changed, the essence of the labor flowing there would not change. Sowing seed, planting seedlings, drawing water, harvesting rice. Within that cycle, the life of one person named Sakichi was quietly woven in. He knew he was not a special presence within this village's history. His name would not remain in any record, would not be spoken of as an achievement. But he felt no loneliness in that. Rather, Sakichi quietly believed that it was precisely this continuation of nameless labor that supported the village and the nation. Without someone tilling the field, no rice was born. Without rice, neither the town's life nor the distant capital's activities could stand. Behind every visible splendor, there was always someone's invisible hand. Sakichi held a quiet pride in being one of those hands. Within the hearth's ash, the fire still breathed small. Sakichi moved the fire tongs once more, arranging the ash's shape. This fire might be an extension of something protected the same way, across generations, since before he was even born. Not letting the fire go out wasn't simply an act for warmth. It was something like a small vow, connecting what was called a household, what was called a life, to the next morning. If the light went out, morning preparations would be delayed, and the time to go to the field would be delayed too. A single fire supported the entire arrangement of a day. Sakichi understood this more deeply than anyone. Outside, the roosters' voices increased further, 1, 2, and, as if answering, voices rose from other houses too. The whole village, still within darkness, was gradually beginning to wake. He could tell. Somewhere, the sound of a door opening. Someone had already risen, perhaps heading for the well. The sound of drawing water. The sound of a bucket set on the ground. These small noises melted into the darkness and disappeared. Sakichi listened closely to those sounds, still lying down, gradually releasing the strength from his body. Sleep probably wouldn't deepen any further. Even so, he cherished this brief time of rest. Haru's breathing was still steady. The children, too, were probably still within their dreams. Sakichi quietly rejoiced that they could sleep a little longer. By rising first himself, tending the fire, checking on things outside, the beginning of the day would already be quietly prepared by the time his family woke. Such accumulation of small consideration, he thought, was what protected something called a household. If no one did it, the time within the house would fall into disorder, and unnecessary hardship would arise. Sakichi felt, in bearing that role, more relief than fatigue. Before long, the mountain ridge began to change color slightly. The light itself was not yet visible, but the quality of the darkness was clearly changing. Sakichi, still lying down, watched that change in the sky for a while. Whether he was seeing it with his eyes, or sensing it through a feeling cultivated over long years of life, he himself didn't know. Only, he clearly felt that the night was heading toward its end. He slowly rose. Deep in his lower back, the weight of yesterday's work still remained. Bending his knee, his joints creaked faintly. Even so, he didn't wince at the pain. Pain was like an old acquaintance waiting at the door every morning. Unable to chase it away, all he could do was carry it along. Sakichi put his hand on his knee and after a while stood up. Stepping down onto the earthen floor, coldness reached the soles of his feet. Parting the hearth's ash slightly, a red fire glowed faintly within. He slid in a thin piece of firewood and blew. The fire didn't grow large right away, but redness spread from beneath the ash, and before long a thin flame rose. That light gradually brought into view the earthen floor's wall, the hanging farm tools, the outline of the bucket set in the corner. Opening the door, cold air flowed into the house. The smell of soil holding night dew rose. Drops falling from the roof's edge struck the stone beneath the eaves. The eastern sky was still grey, but only above the mountain ridge. A pale indigo had begun to unravel. In the distant field, white mist drifted low, and beyond it, the banks and channel waited to wake from sleep. Sakichi stood at the doorway surveying the village. Few houses were yet raising smoke, but somewhere the sound of a bucket being dragged. Elsewhere, the sound of a door closing. No one raised their voice loudly. At the start of morning, hands moved before voices, lighting fires, drawing water, taking up tools, preparing the family's meal. Each of these was, little by little, setting the sleeping village into motion. Before long, as the tools laid by the fire changed from those for planting to those for harvesting, the family would once again meet a different set of worries and joys. Tracing each of these, a farmer's year appeared not as mere repetition of labor, but as the memory of a long span of time, swaying continuously between nature, institutions, and family. That memory remained even as night deepened, beside the hearth where the fire was going out. As Sakichi lay down, his wife was still checking the children's breathing. Had a cough stopped? Had a blanket slipped? Was there enough rice for tomorrow morning? Even the brief moments before sleep were used for judgments to protect the family's life. Sakichi, too, checked that the door was closed, hung the wet straw raincoat on the beam, and traced the hose handle with a finger to check for cracks. Tools were not something to fix after breaking. fail to notice before they broke, and work would stop on a busy day. If work stopped, the field's water wouldn't wait. Weeds would grow, and he'd have to ask a neighboring house for a loan. Not overlooking small damage was the way to keep the household's finances from collapsing. Outside, the sound of water falling through the irrigation channel continued in the darkness. A dog barked once, far off, and wind stirred the bamboo leaves. The village's night looked quiet, but wasn't complete silence. Someone splitting firewood, someone soothing a baby, someone standing at their doorway worrying about tomorrow's rain. That presence faintly connected the scattered houses. The era of 1900 was also a time when new systems began layering atop the old way of life. Children learned letters at school. Papers arrived from the government office. Rules about taxes, military service, and roads entered village life from distant places. In town, railways extended, prices of goods changed, and farming households, too, could no longer ignore the market's movements. But even as institutions grew new, the speed at which soil dried, or the way to bring down a child's fever, hadn't changed. The new era didn't bring only convenience. Anxiety over documents one couldn't read, the weight of money owed, the pressure of meeting fixed deadlines. These, too, entered the house at the same time. Villagers came to be counted as members of the nation. But within that count were included bodies unable to move from illness, storehouses emptied by crop failure, and parents' hearts unable to sleep, night after night. Even so, when morning came, someone opened the door. His wife lit the hearth's fire. Sakichi looked up at the sky's color. The children rubbed sleepy eyes and dressed themselves. What couldn't be resolved the day before carried over as it was to the next. Debts, coughs, government papers, weeds in the field. None of it disappeared. Even so, people carrying the carried-over worry moved their hands, starting with what could be done. That figure couldn't be settled with the single word, patient. There must have been anger too. There must have been nights of wanting to run away. On days the neighboring house had a good harvest while one's own field alone looked thin. Envy and frustration must have arisen too. There must have been times harsh words were thrown at family, regretted afterward. What existed in life wasn't pure endurance alone. Fatigue, fear, greed, resignation, and yet an affection that couldn't be let go, all intertwined with each other. That his wife shared food from her own bowl with the children, that Sakichi hid his own hunger. These weren't always possible. On days food was truly insufficient, hunger didn't disappear even if someone endured it. Kindness alone couldn't get one through winter. Prayer alone couldn't stop rain. Precisely because of this, the weight held within a small sharing was great. In a life without margin, a single mouthful became proof that a family hadn't abandoned each other. The village's mutual help too wasn't only warm. Using the field's water in turn, repairing roads, supporting funerals and festivals. While doing this, people also had to follow the group's rules, and explaining one's circumstances didn't necessarily lighten the burden. People lived supporting each other, while also, in a way, watching over each other's lives. Within it existed closeness and suffocation at the same time. Without seeing that complexity too, the farming village of 1900 would lose its true form. Farmers were neither gentle people at one with nature, nor simply nameless people who endured poverty alone. Reading the weather, calculating prices, sensing family feelings, bewildered by changes in institutions, they were each a single person living, piling up daily choices. What remained at the end of a day was not a great victory. Only the small certainty that the fire hadn't gone out by the next morning, that a child's cough had eased slightly, that a tool still seemed usable the next day. Holding that certainty in hand, Sakichi closed his eyes. There was no guarantee tomorrow would be easier than today. Even so, once tomorrow came, there was nothing to do but go to the field again, touch the soil, work for the family. This way a day ended and a year continued. Spring's soft water, summer's fierce rain, autumn's anxious wait for harvest, winter's long cold. Within each of these seasons, days accumulated that looked the same yet were never twice alike. Taking the small fire remaining in one household's hearth as a clue, next comes a look at what the farmers waited for, feared, and tried to protect, in the time moving from spring to winter. When spring came, the very air of the village changed. The soil, holding its breath through winter, slowly began to wake. Sakichi stood at the edge of the field every morning, breathing in the smell of the still cold water, filling his chest. Within that smell, expectation and anxiety mixed in equal measure. Would this year's seedlings take root well? Where should the water be drawn from? Would the harvest increase even a little over last year? No one knew the answer, but continuing to ask was the only luxury this season allowed. The work of turning the field's soil tested not only physical strength but memory. Sakichi had learned, by hand rather than by head, the firmness of soil, the angle of the hoe, the spacing of ridges taught by his father. Within the motion repeated over long years, many traces of failure had accumulated. One year he'd added too much and damaged the seedlings. Another year he'd missed the planting time and growth had lagged. Such memories of pain supported his present judgment. Experience wasn't mere knowledge, it was an accumulation of regret. On the day of sowing seed, Sakichi looked up at the sky again and again. The shape of clouds, the wind's direction, the way birds flew. None were certain forecasts, but none were clues to ignore either. If a nearby farming household began sowing, Sakichi too felt urgency. Fall behind and a difference would show in the seedlings' growth. Sow too early, and cold would damage them. Everyone watched the same sky, moving by their own judgment. The whole village advanced through spring within an invisible negotiation. When rice planting season arrived, work involving the whole family began. His wife carried an infant on her back while carrying seedlings. His elderly grandmother sat at the bank, helping with simple tasks. The children, too, carried bundles of seedlings with small hands, sometimes stumbling in the mud, and still rising while laughing. That laughter was a small salvation born amid harsh labor. No one said it aloud, but the very act of working as a family had become a time of confirming each other's existence. As summer approached, rain took the leading role. Rain brought relief. No rain brought anxiety. Every time Sakichi looked up at the sky, he performed prayer and calculations simultaneously in his heart. Too much rain spread disease. Too little withered the seedlings. Rain of just the right amount wasn't something granted simply by wishing for it. All he could do was maintain the channel, finally adjust the field's water level, and exert every effort possible. Even so, in the end, he had to rely on heaven. Summer's heat mercilessly drained physical strength. Weeding under the sun's rays was work covered in sweat and dust, and both lower back and back cried out. Even so, leave the field unattended, and weeds would steal the seedling's growth. Sakichi didn't stop his hands even while feeling pain. Resting wasn't mere laziness, it was a direct threat to the harvest. Each single day of this season was a fork in the road that would decide autumn's yield. As autumn approached, expectation and fear intensified together. Once the rice ears began to ripen, Sakichi checked their color and weight every morning. It was also typhoon season, and rice that had grown with such effort could fall overnight. Just a slight change in the sky's color shook his heart violently. Abundant harvest, or poor harvest, that difference carried a weight that would decide the family's whole year. Precisely because of this, the ripening season was one where joy and tension pressed in together. On the day of harvesting, Sakichi, gripping the sickle with force, remembered the season's memories up to now. The anxiety of the day seed was sown, the family's laughter on planting day, the suffering amid summer's heat. Everything was concentrated into this single moment. Each time he cut the rice, he confirmed its weight with both hands. If abundant, relief; if light, mounting anxiety. Harvest wasn't mere work, it was the year's answer key. As winter approached, the village was again wrapped in stillness. Once the work of drying the harvested rice, threshing it, and storing it in the storehouse finished, deep fatigue remained in Sakichi's body. But within that fatigue was also certain relief. This year too, he had secured the sustenance for his family to eat. Not much, but at least the prospect of surviving the freezing winter had been secured. That sense of security remained in his chest, not as great joy but as a quiet weight. On a long winter night, Sakichi, gazing at the hearth's fire, recalled the seasons that had passed. Spring's tension, summer's suffering, autumn's anxiety, and now's relief. None were isolated events. They connected like a single thread. He felt that next year, too, he would walk the same path again. That wasn't resignation, but rather a natural acceptance as one who lived by the soil. A person couldn't choose the season. All one could do was prepare oneself according to the season. This fact, Sakichi had finally come, over long years, to quietly affirm. The sound of firewood crackling in the fire came. At that small sound, Sakichi returned to himself and looked at his wife's hands mending beside him. Her fingertips, roughened by daily labor, had grown slightly thicker at the joints. Even so, the way she moved the needle held an unhesitating certainty. She, too, was one who had silently supported this year. Carrying a child on her back while carrying seedlings on planting day, sweating alongside Sakichi in summer's weeding, taking on the role of carrying bundled rice at autumn's harvest. Praised by no one, she had continued working as though it were only natural. Every time Sakichi saw that figure, he was reminded that he could never have gotten through this year by his own strength alone. Beyond the hearth, the children were already fast asleep. The fatigue from running around the snow-maining yard that day showed plainly on their small, sleeping faces. His eldest son had this year, for the first time, been entrusted with the role of carrying seedling bundles during rice planting. At first, he couldn't carry them well, stumbling in the mud again and again, but gradually grasped the knack, and in the end had reported back with his chest puffed out. Remembering that proud face from that day, a smile naturally rose to Sakichi's lips. The children didn't yet know the true weight of labor. Even so, what began like play would someday become their means of survival. Watching over that process was also one of a father's duties. His grandmother, in the corner by the hearth, had quietly closed her eyes. It had become difficult for her to go out and move around the fields, but she still sat at the bank, continuing to bundle seedlings and offer simple watching over. Her presence, having crossed seasons on this land, the same way for so many years, held a meaning beyond simply being a family member to Sakichi. The old stories his grandmother told included years of famine Sakichi hadn't experienced, and life in harsher times still. Every time he heard such stories, Sakichi realized anew how much sacrifice and ingenuity the present life was built upon. Gazing at the hearth's fire, Sakichi suddenly began thinking about next year's field. How to fix the section with poor drainage this year. How to change the distribution of compost. How much earlier than last year the seedling planting time should be. That such thoughts welled up even when he should be resting was something like the nature of being a farmer. Even within rest, preparation for the next season quietly began. It wasn't impatience, but a natural practice for living. Outside, the sound of wind swirling up snow could be heard. Cold air seeped in slightly through the gap in the paper door, and the contrast with the hearth's warmth reminded Sakichi of the season's harshness. Labor under summer's blazing sun and winter's freezing cold were both realities within the same single year. A person completed a year only by living through both extremes. Sakichi didn't put this into words but understood it firmly, deep within his body. Before long, his wife set down her needle and quietly stood up. She tended the hearth's fire slightly, beginning preparation to preserve the fire's seed by covering it with ash. That gesture, repeated dozens, hundreds of times, held no wastefulness. Watching her back, Sakichi thought that next year too, nights surrounding this same fire would continue in the same way. There was no special emotion in particular, only, within that repetition lay a certain sense of life. In the village, during winter, work other than farming also proceeded. Weaving rope, repairing tools, fixing damaged parts of roofs. Sakichi, too, had a plan to resharpen his hoe's blade the next day. The well-worn hoe was itself the very trace of his labor up to now. The handle had soil's oil worked into it, and the blade bore marks of having cut through soil countless times. Treasuring one's tools wasn't mere thrift, it was also a form of respect toward the next season. As night deepened further, the hearth's fire gradually grew smaller. Sakichi, for the last time, looked back over this whole year. The tension of the day seed was sown, the family's laughter on planting day, the suffering of summer's weeding, the weight felt at autumn's harvest. All of it connected to this present moment's stillness. Knowing that the same hardship awaited next year too, he still held, deep in his chest, the small wish to make it even slightly better than this year. The sound of the hearth's fire crackling occasionally broke the silence. Perhaps startled by that sound, the youngest child twisted slightly, disturbing his breathing, but soon returned to deep sleep. Sakichi watched that for a while, then quietly straightened the edge of the bedding. The child's body heat felt especially warm within the cooling room's air. Whether he could let this small life pass through winter this way, next year and beyond. That was, to Sakichi, a heavier question than the field's yield. Rice's outcome was swayed by weather and soil, but protecting the children's lives could only be achieved through a father's will and the accumulation of his working. He had learned this, taught by no one, naturally within the days of ordinary life. Once his wife finished tending the fire, she quietly sat down beside Sakichi. There was no conversation between the two, but that silence didn't come from awkwardness. It was a form of understanding, needing no words, that only those long paired together held. His wife's hands were faintly roughened by the day's needlework and the housework before it. Sakichi looked at those hands and recalled how much work she had silently accomplished this year, helping with rice planting, preparing miso, weaving, and caring for the children. None of it was work Sakichi directly touched, but it was because these proceeded without disruption that he could concentrate on the field. Marriage, Sakichi had finally, at this age, come to deeply understand, was a joint effort of protecting the same, single life while guarding each other's respective domains. His grandmother coughed lightly. At that sound, Sakichi turned his gaze toward her, but she sat unchanged, eyes closed. Only, at the weight of that cough, Sakichi felt a faint unease. His grandmother's body was certainly weakening, year by year. Sakichi held, in his childhood memory, the image of his grandmother once going out to the field earlier than anyone, working later than anyone. Now, having lost most of that physical strength, she still found what she could do within the house, continuing quietly to support the family. In this village, that the elderly could no longer work was taken for granted, and no one blamed them for it. Rather, having lived long and survived, was itself recognized as a value within the village. The old tales his grandmother told were not mere memories, but an accumulation of wisdom for living, to be inherited by those living on this land. Sakichi remembered words he'd heard walking the field's bank together, back when his grandmother was still healthy. Soil doesn't lie. However much you tend it, it will certainly give something back. Only, the way it gives back doesn't always go as you intend. Sakichi hadn't fully understood the meaning of those words in his youth. But now, having experienced many abundant harvests and many poor ones, He felt the weight of those words sinking deep within his body. The land didn't ignore human effort, but that effort didn't necessarily connect directly to results. Weather, disease, unexpected events, including all of these, farmers lived out a year. The wind outside gradually grew stronger. The sound of the house's beam creaking faintly could be heard, and the hearth's smoke swayed for a moment as though reversing course. Sakichi listened closely to that sound and thought of the roof's condition. This winter, there was still no major damage, but judging from the state of the straw's wear, next year might require rethatching. Roof repair was work that could never be finished by the family alone. It was one of the cooperative labors, the so-called yui, in which villagers helped each other. On the day someone's roof was fixed, the men of the whole village gathered, and the women prepared meals. Because such a system of mutual help existed, Sakichi realized anew that life on this land could never be sustained by individual strength alone. He suddenly remembered the neighboring house, whose health had broken down this year, unable to fully manage their fieldwork. That household's master had caught a fever during the height of summer, unable to rise for a while. During that time, Sakichi and the others, alongside their own field's work, had also lent a hand to the neighboring house's field. No one had suggested it. In an entirely natural flow, the village's men had all lent their hands. In place of the man fallen ill, they had watched over the field's water, pulled the overgrown grass, fixed the crumbling bank. The neighboring wife had bowed her head many times, but none of the villagers asked for words of thanks. If one abandoned a sick person, next time the same thing happened, their own household too would find no one to rely on. Such thinking wasn't taught by anyone in particular. It was an unspoken rule that had, over long years, soaked into village life. Even so, it wasn't sustained by simple kindness alone. A household that received help was expected to return the favor someday, in some other form. Even a household weak in body, unable to work, the women cooked meals, the children carried water, the elderly braided rope. Those who could do something did what they could. That was what mutual help meant in the village. Continuing to rely on others' hands while unable to do anything oneself was painful even for the recipient, because a debt that gratitude alone couldn't fill remained deep in the chest. Sakichi remembered the time when the neighboring house's master had risen from his illness. His complexion was still poor, and he couldn't walk without a cane. Even so, at the end of the rice harvest, he had come to Sakichi's field. Knowing his own body couldn't do much work, he had stood beside those carrying the harvested rice bundles, checking each bundle's knot one by one. If a rope was loose, he reteed it. If mud was on it, he wiped it off by hand. It was only a small amount of work, but he hadn't left that spot until the very end. As he left, the man said to Sakichi, "That helped," and Sakichi replied, "We're even." But either helping nor being helped fit into a simple line. Everyone, at some point, needed someone's hand. Even on a day one felt they lived by their own strength alone. One was in places unseen, supported by the labor of many people. The ditch drawing the field's water, the soil repairing the road, the straw thatching the roof. None of it could be prepared by a single person's hand alone. Sakichi hadn't thought deeply about this in his youth. As long as he could work, working was simply natural. Going out to the field from morning to night, tending tools upon returning, finishing his meal and sleeping. For one pushed to sleep by fatigue, there was no room to think about what supported one's life. But as the years accumulated, and his body no longer moved as it once had, what caught his eye gradually changed. Behind him swinging the hoe, his wife cooked, his grandmother mended the children's clothes, his neighbor cleared the channel's clog. A farming household's day wasn't made of one person's labor alone. His wife lifted the small pot set at the edge of the hearth and poured the remaining hot water into a bowl. Beyond the steam, the faint scent of miso rose. Dinner was rice mixed with barley, pickles, and soup with chopped daikon leaves. Even after harvest, one couldn't eat rice to one's heart's content at every meal. The contents of the sacks had to be thought of in divided portions, that set aside for next year's seed rice, that allotted for land tax, that sold to buy tools and daily necessities. The rice filling the family's stomachs was carefully portioned from what remained after all that. His wife set the bowl before Sakichi. The west side of the storehouse, wind seems to be getting in. Was the straw lifting? A little, when I looked at noon. Take a rope and check it tomorrow morning. Sakichi nodded. Roof damage, left alone, led to leaks. Leaks rotted the beams, and rotted beams weakened the whole house. He knew it was best to fix small tiers the moment they were found. But between field tasks there was no time to spare. Around next week, he might need to call for a Yui to fix part of the roof. The neighbor's roof, too, they say hasn't been fixed yet. His wife's voice carried not only concern, but the ring of someone already thinking through arrangements. Wait until spring, and the straw will only worsen. That's true. The two fell silent for a while. Even fixing their own house was difficult enough, and yet they found themselves minding the neighboring house too. That was life in this village. Precisely because they supported each other's shortfalls became visible too. Once seen, it was hard to pretend not to notice. His grandmother, eyes still closed, opened her mouth. A roof is something to fix before the snow comes. Once long ago, one side of a house sank under the weight of snow. Voice was weak, but only when speaking of events in her memory did a little strength return. That year, rice was scarce. Some households had gone hungry since the start of winter. Even so, seeing a house crushed under snow, there was nothing to do but fix it, even sharing food to do so. If the house was lost, one couldn't survive until spring. Sakichi looked at his grandmother's face. There was none of the exaggeration peculiar to those who spoke of hard times. She neither beautified the past nor overstated its misery. She simply remembered what had happened as it was. She had done what was necessary to survive and carried forward into the next season what couldn't be done. That accumulation seemed carved into each of her grandmother's wrinkles. Did everyone fix it together back then too? Sakichi asked, and his grandmother slowly nodded. Everyone fixed it together. Otherwise, no one could have gotten through winter. Those words didn't carry the ring of speaking of mutual help as something beautiful. Rather, they held the weight of harsh reality, that there had been no other path to choose. The villagers hadn't helped because they were kind to each other. Even on days they couldn't afford to be kind, they had needed someone's hand, and so extended their own. Within it was affection, but at the same time, wisdom and resolve for survival. Beyond the hearth, one of the children turned over in sleep. Probably the day's fatigue remained. A small hand had come out from under the blanket. His wife noticed and quietly returned the hand under the covers, careful not to wake the child. Watching that motion, Sakichi thought about how his children would come to remember this present life. His eldest son had learned letters at the village elementary school and could now read place names outside the village. Sometimes he read papers arriving from the village office faster than before. Hearing his son read aloud characters Sakichi himself couldn't read, a strange feeling rose in him. The era was changing little by little. The number of carts running along the road had increased, and the talk of merchants coming from town had begun to mix in stories of distant lands. Even so, come spring, water was drawn to the field. In summer, weeds pulled. In autumn, rice harvested. That labor alone hadn't greatly changed from the old days. However many letters one learned, without being able to read the sky's clouds, one couldn't protect a field. However new the tools, without checking the soil's dampness by hand, one couldn't decide the time to plant seedlings. Sakichi thought his son might walk a different path than his own, and yet he didn't want the sense, cultivated by living in touch with soil, to be easily lost. That's fine then. Early spring is when the body sometimes can't keep up. Gensuke said nothing further. He didn't say not to worry, or to take him to a doctor. Even something simple to put into words, a farming household's day couldn't easily stop as one might wish. Gensuke knew this too, and Sakichi knew it too. No sound of a clock announcing noon could be heard from anywhere in the village. The sun's height and the emptiness of one's own stomach told the time. When the shadows shortened and strength grew harder to summon into his palm gripping the hoe, Sakichi gathered his tools together. The road home felt shorter than when he'd walked it that morning. Whether from fatigue or from wanting to check on his son's condition quickly, he himself couldn't tell. In front of the house, thin smoke rose, same as that morning. His wife was probably preparing the noon meal. When Sakichi opened the door, his wife looked up from the depths of the earthen floor. "Welcome back. How's the field?" "The compost is done. This afternoon I'll check the channel." His wife nodded and set the bowl placed by the hearth before him. Rice mixed with barley, pickled daikon, and a little miso soup. Bringing the hot soup to his mouth, the inside of his cooled body slowly loosened. Sakichi ate in silence. His wife didn't say much either. From beneath that quiet, his son's sleeping breath could be heard. Sakichi set down his chopsticks and moved beside the bedding. His son lay on his side, cheek pressed against the pillow. The redness of his face was thinner than that morning. Placing a hand on his forehead, heat still remained, but not severely so. He sweated a little while sleeping. His wife said from behind him, "Could he drink water?" "Just a little." "And about 2 mouthfuls of porridge." That alone was sufficient news for Sakichi. It wasn't a certain promise that all was well. Even so, the fact that he wasn't in a state unable to take anything by mouth placed a small light within his chest. By his son's pillow, a wetted hand towel lay folded. Looking at that towel, Sakichi thought that while he'd been digging soil in the field, his wife had probably changed the water many times, touching his son's forehead again and again. Those who remained at home, too, had work protecting the house. Swinging a hoe outside wasn't the only form of work. Sakichi knew this, but knowing it, and being able to fully put gratitude into words were different things. "You're going again this afternoon, aren't you?" His wife's voice carried no note of blame. It was only a quiet voice, confirming what was already understood. "I have to check the channel." "I understand." Saying this, his wife changed the towel on their son's forehead. She too knew that fieldwork didn't stop. Precisely because of this, leaving the house weighed on Sakichi. Stepping outside with worry left behind, only his body headed toward the field, while a part of his heart remained left behind in the house. By the time he returned to the field once more, the sky's color had changed slightly. Thin clouds spread over the western mountain, and the wind had grown stronger than in the morning. The village's men gathered from their respective fields toward the channel, checking the old wooden sloots. It was to replace boards damaged over winter and adjust the water's flow. Water didn't flow to suit any single person's convenience. If the upper field took water first, it wouldn't reach the lower field. So the village had an order decided over long years. Not something written down, but an order passed from parent to child, from elder to younger. Sometimes discontent arose. Even so, without keeping that rule, not just one field, but the whole village's harvest would waver. Sakichi listened to the water's sound and lifted the sluice board slightly. Too strong a flow, and it would scrape the bank. Too weak, and there wouldn't be enough water to raise the seedlings. Checking the water's force by feel, and looking at the surrounding field's height, he decided the board's position. Such judgment required no numbers or instruments. What was needed was eyes that had watched the same land for many years, and the memory of years that had failed. Sakichi remembered his father once standing before the sluice, watching the water the same way. His father's back had looked much bigger than now. As a young child, Sakichi hadn't known what his father was thinking. Only when his father silently watched the water. No one spoke loudly. Within the water's flow hung that year's whole life. His father, too, must have once left a sick person at home and gone out to the field. Sakichi felt this, only now for the first time, as the weight of reality. As a child, it had only looked as though his father simply went out to work. But perhaps on the way to the field, he had looked back at the house many times, pushing his worry deep into his chest. The afternoon's work told his body more than the morning's had. Each time he put in the hoe, the soil lifted heavily. Thin blisters had formed on his palms, and mud seeped into the torn skin. Even so, Sakichi didn't stop his hands. He broke apart the hardened soil remaining at the field's edge, gathering new soil toward the low points of the bank. A well-shaped bank not only held back rain and water, but also protected the boundary with the neighboring field. As the sun began leaning toward the mountain, a damp smell mixed into the wind. Rain might be coming. Sakichi looked up at the sky and rearranged in his mind the order of the remaining work. He divided what had to finish today from what could wait until tomorrow. He couldn't finish everything. What mattered was arranging things as far as today allowed, so tomorrow's self wouldn't be troubled. Finally, Sakichi surveyed the line of the bank he'd been digging since morning. The soil was still fresh, hoe marks remaining here and there. Those marks cast long shadows in the evening light. Before long, once water was let in and seedlings planted, today's marks would become invisible. In summer, covered by grass. In autumn, hidden by the shadow of harvested rice. Even so, work that became invisible didn't mean it disappeared. Sometimes the less visible to human eyes, the more it supported the next season. Sakichi shouldered his tools. From the village's direction, several columns of smoke rose, announcing dinner preparations. The temple bell rang once, echoing thinly across the mountain slope. He began walking toward home. His feet were heavy, but the anxiety remaining in his chest since morning hadn't disappeared. Finishing work and ending worry were not the same thing. By the time the house came into view, a short cough sounded once from within the door. Sakichi quickened his pace slightly. Dusk began quietly wrapping the village, the smell of soil and the smell of cooking rice overlapping along the narrow road. Opening the door, his wife looked up from beside the hearth. The small andon light cast a shadow of fatigue on her cheek. In the bed within, his mother had pulled the covers up to her chest, repeating shallow breaths. As Sakichi approached, his mother tried to open her eyes but soon coughed again. "Has the fever not gone down yet?" Sakichi asked, lowering his voice, and his wife shook her head. She wasn't as pained as that morning. Only, each time she coughed, her body trembled slightly, and each time his wife's hand slowly stroked her mother-in-law's back. Sakichi set his tools in the corner of the earthen floor and washed his hands and face with well water. The cold water stung the cracked wounds on his hands. Each time he washed off the mud, it felt as though today's whole day's work was slowly flowing away, but the pain in his palms alone remained. His wife wet a cloth and tried to wrap it around his hand. "Leave it as it is. It'll dry by tomorrow. You'll be gripping the hoe again before it dries." His wife didn't speak as though blaming him. She only stared at the familiar wound on his hand. Hearing that voice, Sakichi lost the words to answer. While he'd been turning soil in the field, his wife, too, had lit the fire, washed the rice, carried water from the well, and cooled his mother's forehead. Going out to the field wasn't the only form of work. Within the house, too, a day unseen by anyone accumulated. Dinner was rice mixed with barley, miso soup and softly boiled daikon. Sakichi took up his chopsticks but stopped his hand each time his mother coughed. His wife mixed a little rice into porridge, cooled it, and brought it to his mother's mouth. His mother took only about 2 mouthfuls and shook her head. "How's the field?" his mother asked in a weak voice. The sluice is fixed. The water for now is enough. In truth, if it rained, the channel's flow would change, and the low bank might collapse. The seedbed's soil, too, wasn't yet fully in order. Even so, to reassure his mother, Sakichi answered simply. His mother, eyes closed, once smiled faintly. Your father used to say that too. It's all right, he'd say. At those words, Sakichi lifted his face. She spoke of the night, when his father was still young, that his mother had lain sick in bed. His father, returning from the field, had touched his mother's forehead before even washing his soil-covered hands, checking her fever, and finding there was nothing he could do, he had silently split firewood, it was said. He had thought working outside would protect his family, but returning home, a different anxiety had waited. Your father said nothing. Even without saying it, some things could be understood. His mother's voice broke off midway with a cough. His wife quickly offered hot water, and Sakichi straightened the bedding at the pillow. Beside a sick person, moving one's hands mattered more than speaking. Changing the water, weakening the fire, wringing out a wet cloth, repeating the same thing again and again through sleepless nights. It didn't necessarily cure the illness. Even so, one couldn't bear simply watching, doing nothing. The village had no doctor. Going to ask for one in town, even walking back, would take half a day. Paying the examination fee and medicine cost might mean touching the money set aside for seed rice and lamp oil to come. Sakichi thought of this, but tried not to hold the hesitation too long. If the fever continued until tomorrow, he would go to town even if it meant asking someone else to take over the field work. Even a field kept for protecting life was no reason to put life itself second. When the meal ended, Sakichi brought the nearly broken hoe handle under the light. A thin crack had opened in the wood's surface. Use it again tomorrow, and it might break. He wet a rope and wound it tightly around the handle. There was no room to buy a new handle. Fix what one had, use it as far as it could be used. That was farming household life. His wife changed his mother's clothes and washed the soiled cloth with water. By the fire lay the remains of medicinal herb decocted at noon. Whether it worked, no one knew. The villagers bringing herbs, pickled plums, warmed cloths, visited houses with the sick. Often it wasn't much help. Even so that a suffering house wasn't left alone, someone knocked on the door. Before night deepened, the neighboring house's child came to deliver a small package. It was medicinal herb his grandmother had dried, they said. His wife thanked him many times, and Sakichi bowed his head. After the child left, only his mother's breathing and the sound of firewood crackling in the hearth remained within the house. Tomorrow, I'll go draw water, Sakichi said, and his wife answered while looking into the pot. You go to the field. We can't keep the seedbed waiting. His wife, too, was tired. Even so, unless one of them took something on, the house's day wouldn't proceed. Sakichi said nothing more, adding one more piece of firewood by the fire. Both the field's water and the house's fire, if broken off, would shake life at once. People didn't live by great events alone, connecting each time what was on the verge of disappearing with their own hands. That was how they got through a day. Before long, the sound of rain striking the roof began. The rain was thin, striking the thatched roof at a steady interval. Whether it would be a blessing rain or a rain that broke banks, Sakichi still couldn't tell. He checked his mother's bed once more and sat down beside his wife. Outside, the channel flowed through the darkness, and the field's soil quietly received the rain. Just before falling asleep, Sakichi pictured tomorrow's work. Check the water level, fix the bank, head to the seedbed. Before that, check his mother's fever. Come morning, he would have to make a different judgment than today's. The night was still deep, but the next day was already quietly beginning, beyond the sound of rain. The rain's sound gradually gained strength, overlapping with the breathing of the family sleeping beneath the roof. making the night itself feel like a single living creature. Even with his eyes closed, Sakichi didn't fall asleep right away. His mind on the field's channel, he traced the shape of the bank again and again in his head. If the rain grew stronger, there were spots that would collapse by morning. Especially the lower field had poor drainage. And he remembered that last year too, the bank had collapsed at the same spot, sweeping away the seedlings. The frustration of that time still remained, small, deep in his chest even now. A field could only be worked once a year. Lost seedlings couldn't be immediately recovered. Beside him, his wife's breathing was shallow, sometimes seeming to stop. Pressed by nursing his mother and housework, she too had probably ended her day without a moment's rest. Sakichi pulled the blanket over his wife's shoulder slightly. He meant to speak to her, but, fearing he'd wake her, silently stopped his hand. Without needing words, an understanding built over long years existed between the two. The field, his mother, the house, none of it was something either one alone should carry. Even so, the weight of daily life piled up mercilessly. In a shallow moment of sleep, Sakichi suddenly remembered a childhood memory. The morning his father had taken him to the field for the first time. Still small, he couldn't even hold a hoe, sitting on the ridge path and watching his father's back. His father silently turned the soil, not wiping sweat, continuing to work until the sun rose high. Watching that figure, Sakichi felt, even as a child, that he understood. So this is what a farming household is. What he learned from that back exceeded what he was taught in words. Within the night's stillness, his mother's cough sounded faintly again. Half asleep, Sakichi still rose in response to that sound. His wife opened her eyes at nearly the same moment, and the two stood without exchanging words. His wife changed the water. Sakichi placed a hand on his mother's forehead. The fever seemed slightly lower, but he couldn't be certain. In the darkness of night, changes in body temperature could only be felt vaguely. Even so, a heart trying to find a thread of hope in the slightest change naturally arose within him. Returning to bed, the rain had grown stronger still. The sound striking the roof continued without break, and at times, mixed with the wind, the sound of distant trees swaying could be heard too. Sakichi thought about how this rain would affect tomorrow's field, while simultaneously thinking about how his mother's illness would turn. The two uncertainties overlapped, quietly shaking his heart. Before long, the eastern sky began to whiten slightly. The rain that had continued striking the roof lost the intensity of deep night, changing into a thin rain. Sakichi turned back once, as though checking his wife's and mother's breathing, and quietly got out of bed. His mother's fever hadn't suddenly dropped. Even so, he took the fact that it hadn't worsened during the night as a small salvation. Putting on his straw raincoat on the earthen floor, he took up the hoe. He knew his feet would grow cold in wet sandals, but there was nothing else to change into. His wife woke and called out from the darkness. The lower field? Just going to look a bit. That alone was enough for his wife. Without being told, she understood what Sakichi was worried about, where he was headed. She silently began lighting the fire. Behind him, with the small crackle of firewood in the hearth, Sakichi left the house. The village road had become like a river from last night's rain. The soil at the road's edge had crumbled, and water pooled in low spots. No rooster had crowed yet, and the house's doors remained closed. The distant mountain was hidden in clouds. It looked less like morning had come than that the night's color had simply thinned slightly. Reaching the lower field, the spot Sakichi had feared had indeed collapsed. Part of the bank had been scraped away, water flowing from the upper field, rushing down forcefully. In the murky water, several newly planted seedlings lay fallen. Not everything had been washed away yet, but left as it was, by the time it grew light, the damage would spread. Sakichi thrust his hoe into the mud. To stop the water, he scooped the crumbled soil and pushed it back inside the bank. The soil, holding water, was heavy. However many times he carried it, the current's force pushed it back. His feet caught, sinking to the knee in mud, but he still didn't stop his hands. Bundling straw, pressing with bamboo, layering soil. Remembering the method taught by his father, he shaped it piece by piece. Though hurried, being rough would make it collapse again. The field's water knew nothing of a hurried person's feelings. He had to discern where to put strength and where to wait. As the sky began to lighten, the man who owned the neighboring field came. No one had asked him to. He'd probably heard the sound of water from afar and come to see. The man said nothing, taking up his hoe. Sakichi didn't thank him either. There was no time to spare for thanks, and without words they understood each other. The two carried soil, held down straw, gradually weakening the water's flow. Before long, the water that had been crossing the bank became a thin line, returning into the field. They righted the fallen seedlings, pressed down the soil at their base. Not everything had returned to how it was. Even so, something remained not lost. In the villages of 1900, when repairing a field's channel or road, it wasn't rare for households to lend each other a hand. There was much that couldn't be protected by a single household alone. If it rained, water entered everyone's field. Everyone's bank crumbled. Though hardship existed in each household, before nature the whole village carried the same weakness. Sakichi looked down at his muddy hands. Nothing was written there. Not the night's anxiety, not his mother's fever, not this year's worry over the harvest. Only cracked skin and black soil worked into his nails. And yet, that hand had protected some seedlings this morning. It wasn't a great thing. Even so, what was called life continued through the accumulation of such small tending. Returning home, his wife was serving porridge. His mother had her eyes open on the bedding, but her complexion was still pale. His wife glanced at Sakichi's muddy feet and asked shortly, "The field? It held somehow. Is that so?" His wife asked no further, seeing the mud on the hose handle. She'd probably gotten a rough sense of how much had happened. She fed his mother a little porridge too. His mother took 2, 3 mouthfuls, then closed her eyes as though tired. The illness hadn't been cured. Only the fact that she could eat brought a small brightness into the house. Sakichi hurriedly filled his stomach with porridge and headed to the field again. As the sun rose, what last night's rain had left became clearly visible. Murky water, fallen seedlings, scraped road, broken bamboo fence. Wounds unseen in the rain's darkness showed themselves one by one under the morning light. Seeing those wounds, he wasn't without discouragement. However many times he fixed them, they might break in the next rain. Even if the seedlings grew, they might lose to summer's wind or insects. Even if they ripened in autumn, not all the harvest was guaranteed to remain with the family. Farming life wasn't so simple that effort always guaranteed reward. Even so, Sakichi stepped into the mud. He righted the fallen seedlings, released excess water, checked the bank's height. The wound on his palm ached, but that pain told him he existed there, now. A bird cried in the distance, and pale sunlight fell through a break. In the clouds, light trembled on the wet leaves, and the field's water surface shone silver for a single moment. At noon, his wife brought a lunch packed with barley rice. She'd probably worried about leaving his mother's side. His wife sat at the field's edge, pressing the wrapped bundle with her knee so it wouldn't be blown by the wind. The two ate side by side, pickled plum and pickles, and barley rice with a little miso. Not lavish, but for a body that had worked since morning, it was a meal more welcome than anything. "How's mother?" Sakichi asked. "Sleeping. She seems a little more at ease than this morning. Can we ask the village doctor? If someone's going to town this afternoon, I'll ask." His wife said this, rewrapping the emptied lunchbox. The worry hadn't disappeared. There was still little material for reassurance. Even so, the two decided, one thing at a time, what could be done today. Even without resolving everything about tomorrow, That was enough to not stop today's hands. The afternoon field was quieter than the morning. The water flowed slowly, and the seedlings swayed in the wind. Sakichi checked, one clump at a time, whether the roots had settled in the soil. Work done, bent at the waist, weighed on the back. His feet grew cold in the mud, and fatigue accumulated in his shoulders. Even so, finishing the clump before him, he moved to the next. In farm work, there were times confirming the soil one was touching now mattered more than picturing the distant harvest. Toward evening, the mountain's clouds unraveled, and reddish light spread over the field. In the rain-washed air, the smell of soil rose thickly. Sakichi shouldered his hoe and slowly returned home. The bank that had collapsed that morning still bore the color of new soil. Not a perfect shape, but it looked to have strength enough to get through this one day. At home, his mother sat leaning her back against the wall. His wife must have supported her up. Seeing Sakichi, his mother smiled faintly. "Is the field all right?" Sakichi answered the same as that morning, somehow. His mother, hearing those words, nodded slowly. No long explanation was needed. That the field was safe, and that not everything was safe. His mother understood both. Sakichi sat before his mother and wrapped her cold hands in both of his. A childhood memory of watching his father's hands revived. Hands that touched soil, were wounded, and still gripped the hoe again the next morning. Farming household life couldn't be told only in beautiful words about hardship. There was hunger, there was illness. If the harvest was small, the rice remaining in the house decreased, and next year's seed and what had to be paid also became worries. Working didn't always guarantee peaceful days would follow, but within that uncertainty, Sakichi and the others rose every morning, lit the fire, tilled the soil, shared what there was to eat. That repetition might have looked, from outside, like a day with no change at all. But before a single bowl of rice was set on the table, someone had looked up at the rain, fixed the collapsed bank, held down the seedling's roots, listened closely to the family's cough. The hands of nameless people quietly supported life by night. The rain had entirely stopped. Frog calls came from the field's direction, and insects called faintly in the wet grass. Sakichi stood at the doorway, staring at the dark field beyond. Tomorrow, too, something would probably happen. It might clear, it might rain again. Whether his mother's condition would improve or worsen, he didn't know either. Even so, he decided to sleep tonight, to rise again tomorrow morning and go check the field, returning to the house where his wife and mother were, sitting beside the fire nearly gone out. Whether the seedlings protected today would ever bear ears, no one yet knew. But the time spent putting hands to soil didn't disappear. The time spent thinking of someone, sharing strength with someone, didn't disappear either. A certain day in the 33rd year of Meiji, Sakichi's day began with the sound of rain and ended amid the smell of mud. There was no great event in it, only one by one, he continued what was necessary to live. That quiet practice was precisely what protected the household, connected the village, and carried people forward into the next season. When we look back on the life of a distant era, what's there is not only the special strength of people of old, it's the figure of an ordinary person who, tired, lost, afraid, still rose when morning came. Sakichi's wife, his mother, none of them were certain of the future. Even so, they didn't throw today away, arranging life from within reach. Life doesn't always give us great answers. Sometimes fixing a collapsed bank, warming a cold hand, leaving a little rice for someone, that alone is all one can manage in a day. But those small acts accumulate, becoming the family's tomorrow, becoming the harvest beyond the season, shaping a single life across a long span of time. The night field is dark, saying nothing. It only reflects the remains of the sky on its surface, swaying quietly each time the wind passes. Watching that field, Sakichi thought he would probably work the same way again tomorrow. Not to speak of hope loudly, to keep doing what could be done today so as not to lose what mattered. What remains at the end of a day is not a splendid victory. A bank rebuilt after rain, a few mouthfuls of porridge eaten, a neighbor's wordless help, and the presence of people huddled together in a dark house. Each of these remains as a certain warmth, a single day, passing unknown to anyone, in a distant village of long ago. That day was never small, because nameless people protected today, tomorrow continued. Our own lives, too, might rest upon the hands of unseen people and days piled up without giving people. Video outro note in original. If this story stayed with you even a little and felt helpful, please subscribe to the channel, like the video, and leave a comment. And even after the story ends, some small sounds still remain in that village's night. The sound of drops falling from the eaves, the sound of water flowing through the distant channel. Within the house, the presence of someone turning over in sleep. Once the light goes out, the house is wrapped in darkness. But that darkness wasn't an empty darkness. The breathing of someone who had lived through the day, a hoe waiting for tomorrow's work, the smell of straw not yet fully dry, these were quietly there. Even as night deepened, the feel of mud remained on Sakichi's hands. However many times he washed, the soil worked into his nails wouldn't fully come off. His wife hung the wet clothes by the fire and prepared some warmed water for his mother. His mother lay down, occasionally coughing lightly. Each time, his wife looked up. Sakichi woke too, but the two didn't say much, because putting it into words seemed as though it would make the worry grow even larger. In a family's life, there was no such thing as one person's hardship alone. While Sakichi swung the hoe, in the field his wife tended the house's fire, prepared food, dried wet clothes, checked the rope and baskets needed for tomorrow's work. Even as his mother could no longer move as she wished, she sorted beans, mended torn cloth, noticed the small changes within the house, whose work was heavier, whose easier, that couldn't be compared that way. Life was sustained by both visible strength and invisible effort. The next morning, a little before the rooster crowed, Sakichi woke. His body was heavy. Fatigue from yesterday remained in his shoulders, and even stretching his back sent a dull pain through it. Even so, careful not to wake his sleeping wife and mother, he quietly rose. Parting the hearth sash, a small red fire remained within. He added thin firewood. The fire didn't rise right away, only smoke, gathering under the low ceiling. Opening the door, the pre-dawn air flowed into the house. The soil after rain was soft, and the puddles in the road reflected the sky's pale color. Sakichi put on wet straw sandals and headed to the field. The village was still asleep. Every house's door was closed, and water dripped from distant roofs. No people were visible. Even so, footprints someone had walked the day before remained on the path leading to the field. Reaching the field, several seedlings lay fallen. Pushed by the water's current, they leaned from their base. Sakichi crouched and returned them to the mud one by one. He pressed the roots with his fingertips, gathered the surrounding soil. He couldn't save everything. Weakened seedlings might wither even after being righted, but he couldn't take his hands away before confirming whether they'd wither. Farm work carried no promise that effort would always be rewarded. Sometimes seeds sown didn't sprout. Even with water drawn, if drought continued, the field dried. If it rained too much, seedlings raised with such effort were swept away. Illness and injury stopped a person's body, regardless of their will to work. If the harvest was small, the food remaining in the house decreased. What had to be paid, what had to be repaid, next year's seed, there was more to think about than the weight of the harvest. So Sakichi and the others' labor wasn't a simple story of hope. It wasn't that hardship guaranteed a bright future, nor that effort alone could overcome poverty. Even so, people didn't stop their hands, because doing nothing meant losing more. To leave even a small possibility, they continued what could be done today. There was, in that, not showy courage, but a quiet will, chosen again and again within life. The village people, too, didn't always help each other happily. There were arguments over the water's turn. If the timing of returning a borrowed tool was delayed, an awkward air flowed. There were days one wanted to share rice but had no margin in one's own house. Even those who helped worried about tomorrow's meals. Even so, if someone fell ill, there was someone who went to check their field instead. If a roof broke, there was someone who silently brought straw, not because they had margin to spare, because they knew that they too, someday, might need someone's hand. A single bundle of straw, a single bowl of rice, a short time of help. Seen with today's eyes, these might look small. But in an era when life continued at the very edge, that smallness supported families. What someone offered didn't end within the person who received it. It became a meal, became strength to continue working, and on the next day was returned to yet another person. The village's connection wasn't fine words, but the accumulation of such uneven exchanges. Even a single bowl of porridge took a long time to reach the mouth. Selecting seed in spring, raising seedlings, planting them into the flooded field, pulling weeds on hot days, adjusting the water amount on rainy days, writing what the wind knocked down, checking leaves when insects appeared. Come autumn, harvesting, bundling, drying, threshing, removing the husk with mortar and pestle, sorting out chipped grains, and finally putting it into the pot. That single grain wasn't made of soil and water alone. It had been carried to the table through many hands and many times of waiting. It's not that Sakichi was thinking about this. Standing in the field, he wasn't working while thinking of such grand meaning every time. He simply righted a seedling if it had fallen, fixed a bank if it had crumbled. If his mother coughed, he minded her. If his wife's hands were red and swollen, he tried to take over the work of splitting firewood. People don't always live understanding the meaning of their own actions. Only looking back later does one sometimes learn that a small action had supported someone's tomorrow. Even in the village of 1900, the changes of the world arrived little by little. New things increased in town, and the coming and going of people changed too. Even so, the time spent checking the field's water, the effort of lighting a fire, didn't change right away. When the season came, grass grew. When rain fell, banks crumbled. Work at the root of life kept demanding human hands, whatever name the era carried. Those hands were never only strong. They were cracked, swollen, cold, tired. There were probably mornings when fingers gripping the hoe trembled. There were probably days when a wife's back ached, when a mother's legs wouldn't move as she wished. Even so, one could work while carrying weakness. It wasn't only the strong who met tomorrow. Those carrying anxiety, those wanting to cry, those wanting to rest. They too connected a day within what they could manage. Now in our lives, turning a tap gives water. Turning on a light illuminates a room, and food is carried from distant lands. We usually don't need to think about how many people were involved in a single meal. That's a grateful change, and there's no need to return to the old inconvenience. But precisely because things have become convenient, there are hands that have become invisible. Those who till the soil, those who protect seeds, those who carry, those who cook. There's also work continued within a house, praised by no one. Remembering Sakichi's day isn't beautifying the hardship of old, nor is it speaking of poverty, illness, and inequity as something nostalgic. It's simply gazing at how much time and body eating, sleeping, and protecting a family once required. And it's noticing that our own lives, too, rest upon someone's unseen labor. That evening, Sakichi stood by the field again. The seedlings he'd righted that morning still swayed uncertainly on the water's surface. They looked as though they'd recovered, and also as though they might fall again if a strong wind blew. Whether ears would emerge, whether they'd bear enough fruit, couldn't be known at that point. The future, like the seedling's thin stem, had not yet decided any shape. Even so, Sakichi didn't move from that spot for a while. The evening sky was reflected on the water's surface, and pale light fell through a gap in the clouds. Somewhere far off, someone closed a door. At home, his wife was probably preparing dinner. His mother, by the fire, might be remembering today's rain. Come tomorrow, a different worry would arise again. But now the seedlings had returned to the soil, and the road home remained. What supports life is never always a great success. Fixing something collapsed, a little. Putting something warm into a cooled body. Sitting silently beside someone tired. Saving a little strength today, for tomorrow. Each of these looks, in the moment it's done, too small, hardly worth recording. But looking back over long years, only these small acts certainly remain. We don't know how much harvest Sakichi's field yielded that year, whether it was abundant or poor, whether his mother's illness improved, where the family headed afterward. A single nameless farmer's day barely remains in history's great record. Even so, not remaining in record and being meaningless are not the same thing. Someone rose in the morning, lit the fire, put hands to the soil, not throwing that day away, returning home, sharing what remained to eat. Such days accumulated countless times, becoming the village's time, becoming a road continuing to the next generation. It wasn't only the famous who moved history. Those who protected life one day at a time, unnamed, certainly supported the era too. The night field even now says nothing. It only holds water, receives wind, quietly reflects the sky's color. Within that silence it seems that the fatigue of people of old, the feeling of not giving up, the hand extended thinking of someone, all remain, without being able to make tomorrow certain, still living today carefully, even on a day without great hope, tending the soil before oneself, minding the person beside oneself. That figure, crossing more than 100 years, quietly reaches the hearts of us, living now too. The fire, nearly gone out, in a small house of a distant village, didn't fully go out by morning. The red ember remaining beneath the ash caught the firewood once more. Human life resembles this. Not every day burns strongly. There are days that look almost gone out. Even so, someone gently parts the ash, protecting the remaining warmth. That warmth becomes the strength to meet the next morning. Living out a single day is at times sufficient work in itself. The road walked in rain, the feet sunk in mud, the worry never put into words. None of it is ever wasted. The time spent touching soil doesn't disappear. The time spent thinking of someone, sharing strength with someone, doesn't disappear either. A certain day in the 33rd year of Meiji, Sakichi's life was not a special story. Precisely because of this, there's a truth in it that lasts long. A person continues one by one. What can be done today while gazing at an uncertain tomorrow? Within that quiet practice, there is a family's warmth, the turning of seasons, and a certain strength connecting life. And tonight too, somewhere, someone puts out the light at the end of a day, falling asleep for tomorrow, without holding a great answer, still waiting for morning. That figure might, somewhere, connect to the figure of Sakichi standing at the edge of the distant field. Thinking this, the single name Sakichi might not in truth matter that much. In his place, another name could be set. Someone from the neighboring village, or someone further north in deep snowed land, protecting a field the same way. However different the names, the gestures they repeated are surprisingly alike. Rising in the morning while still dark, lowering feet onto the cold earthen floor, lighting the hearth, watching white smoke rise, quietly receiving the weight of this day. Such a series of motions has continued, hardly changed in form, however different the region, however shifted the era. People, wherever they are, have probably lived the same way, equally weak, equally supporting each other. Looking back over Sakichi's day, there was almost no special event in it. He went to check the field, minded his mother's condition, was caught in rain, his feet caught in mud, and still returned home. That's all there was. Even if someone had recorded this day in a diary, later generations reading it would probably not have been moved. No noteworthy incident, no dramatic turn. And yet, precisely within that day of nothing, the essence of human living seems to lurk. We don't live our lives through a succession of great events. We walk through a lifetime unnoticed, through the accumulation of such nameless days. As night deepened, the whole village quietly sank down. Few houses lit lights, only moonlight illuminating the field's water surface. A dog barked once somewhere, and otherwise almost no sound. Within this silence, people like Sakichi were probably preparing for the next day, checking the hose blade, mending the worn parts of straw sandals, trying to read tomorrow's weather from the sky's color. All small, unremarkable work, and yet their accumulation was what barely allowed a family, a village, to survive. The Meiji era is often spoken of as a time of great change. Railways were laid, factories built, cities rapidly changed shape, educational systems took form, new thoughts flowed in from across the sea. But far from that visible stage of change, the life of people following the seasons, bowing to the weather, living alongside soil, continued unchanged. To them, the word modernization probably held almost no meaning. What they faced was the rice before their eyes, the family beside them, the limited time called today. In a dimension different from events recorded in history textbooks, each of them was living their own history. The evening sky, Sakichi looked up at by the field's edge, would probably spread over the village the next day, and the day after, changing color the same way. The rice seedling he worried over would, before long, either grow lush green or fail to grow as hoped through summer. His mother's cough might gradually ease, or might drag on unchanged. We can't know what comes after, but that very not knowing might be said to be the shape of human life itself. Continuing to walk without a clear answer, that was a practice common not only to Sakichi, but to all the nameless people who lived the same era as him. Having followed the story of a single day this way, we too might suddenly find a moment to look back on our own daily lives. Pressed by busyness, distracted by the task before us, we often forget the weight of the time called today. But just as Sakichi made his way home even with his feet caught in mud, we too have no choice but to advance our own kind of day, step by step. In everyone's life there are days with nothing special in them, just like Sakichi's day. If anything, such days are overwhelmingly more common. Waking, working, minding someone, tiring, sleeping. Within that repetition we are, without even noticing, piling something up. It's not a visible achievement, rather, something that takes no shape, such as trust with someone, or the strength to endure day after day, or simply the quiet fact that today too, I survived one more day. The hearth fire Sakichi probably gazed at last might have then symbolized his day, not shining strongly, not swaying greatly, just quietly, ceaselessly continuing to burn. That modest brightness was his very life. Listening to his mother's cough, he let go of today's fatigue little by little. He'd have to think again tomorrow about the rice, about the rain, but only in this present moment was he allowed to rest his body by the fire. That short time of rest probably quietly stored up strength for the next day. We have this way carefully traced a single day of one nameless farmer of the distant Meiji era. Whether his name was truly Sakichi, what expression he actually wore, we can't know the details precisely. But it's certain that people like him existed, countless throughout this country. They left no name in history books, but it was their sweat and labor that supported the next generation's life, and eventually connected to this era we live in today. Even in the single grain of rice we now speak of as a matter of course, the day-by-day lives of such nameless people are quietly woven in. Standing in a paddy at dusk, watching rice ears sway in the wind, we might suddenly recall the figure of someone who lived in a distant era. Someone who trod soil, carried water, read the weather looking up at the sky, minded their family's health, and still didn't stop walking. Their practice held no flashiness, no drama, but atop its accumulation rests our present life. Thinking this, we're made to notice that the small moments we casually overlook in daily life, morning light, evening sky's color, someone's cough, the weight of tired feet, were in fact all very precious. Sakichi's day quietly closes the curtain here, but the story of people like him never truly ends there. The next morning too, dawn will break the same way, and he'll light the hearth the same way, head to the field the same way. Within that repetition lies the essence of human life, and at the same time, that very repetition has shaped the history we can now look back upon this way. Living out each day carefully, even without a special event, that might be the most important thing Sakichi, saying nothing, conveyed to us. Through this series, we've followed a single day of one nameless farmer, touching the air of the Meiji era, and the quiet weight of what it means for a human to live. There was no flashy event, no dramatic development, but if you were able to sense, precisely because of that, something continuous with our own daily lives, nothing would make me happier. Sakichi's footsteps, his mother's cough, the hearth smoke, and the evening field, each of these scenes and sounds, I hope they remain quietly, not as a beautiful backdrop decorating a distant past, but as a memory of life continuing within the hearts of us living now too. What existed there wasn't a story to make hardship look beautiful. Living in a farming village in the 33rd year of Meiji was never only gentle, orderly days. A single turn of weather changed the harvest. A single illness in the family lost a laborer. A small debt or shortage of rice cast a long shadow of anxiety over life. Sakichi, too, probably never thought that working from morning to night would make everything rewarded. Even so, he had to work. Because if someone didn't carry water, if someone didn't turn the soil, if someone didn't tend the fire, that household's tomorrow wouldn't continue. In town, railways extended, smoke rose from factories, and the world moved little by little toward a new era. But in the village's fields, what decided the rice's growth remained. As ever, the sky's color and the amount of rain, and what supported the family's table, remained the hands of those who touched soil. However greatly the era moved, for one who tilled a single field, today's work remained today's work. Sensing the world's change from afar, still fixing the bank before oneself, drawing the muddy water, righting the fallen rice. In that figure was not only a loneliness of being left behind by history's flow, but a strength common to every era, for people to protect their lives. But that strength was not always resolute. There were nights of exhaustion, dragging one's feet. There were probably days when work didn't proceed as hoped, carrying frustration one could tell no one. If his mother's coughed on, his chest would ache at the lack of means to buy medicine. If rain continued, he might lie sleepless thinking of a poor autumn harvest. There were probably times he wore a composed face so as not to worry his family. A person doesn't endure because they're strong, carrying weakness and anxiety as they are, still continuing just one more motion. That's how one barely gets through a day. Sakichi's walk, too, was surely something like that. So, looking back on his day, we don't need to search for the figure of a hero in it. He wasn't the bravest of all, nor did he hold special wisdom. He simply rose in the morning for his family, went outside for the field, and rested his tired body upon returning. He continued that repetition without throwing it away. He himself might not have known how much meaning that alone actually held. He probably never imagined that what he was doing would be remembered by someone decades, generations later. Even so, the accumulation of days, not seeking to leave a name, became the foundation supporting the era. The rice we casually eat now, too, arrives here having passed through the hands of someone distant. Of course, the rice Sakichi grew doesn't reach today's table as it was, but the technique of growing rice, the wisdom of protecting a field, the sense for reading the seasons, have been inherited through countless people's experience. Within that flow is included the time of nameless farmers like Sakichi. Their sweat was never recorded, and the wounds on their palms never remained in photographs. Even so, the memory of hands that touched soil was passed, in invisible form, into the life of the next generation. We now know the weather through forecasts, can move to distant places in short time, and can obtain what we need at stores. We're freed from much of the inconvenience people of old carried. That doesn't mean we need to lift up their hardship, as it was, as something precious. A society where one receives treatment when sick, leaves heavy work to machines, and can rest sufficiently is certainly better. What matters is not longing nostalgically for hardship, but noticing what has become hard to see amid convenience. Preparing meals, minding a family's health, using time for someone. Such acts that they form the very root supporting life, hasn't changed even after more than 100 years have passed. For example, when drinking tea someone brewed in the morning. Beyond that rising steam, there's the small effort of the one who prepared it. When a light is on where one returns at night, there's the time of someone who returned earlier, opened the door, lit the fire, arranged the room. Amid our busyness, we tend to receive these as a matter of course. But life isn't protected only by great events. Nameless small consideration accumulates, giving shape to a single day called today. In Sakichi's era, and in our era too, that invisible labor certainly exists. As night deepened, and the hearth's charcoal lost its redness, Sakichi probably closed his eyes slowly, thinking of tomorrow's arrangements. Tomorrow, he had to check the channel. He also had to fix the tool's handle. For his mother, he had to look for medicine when he went to town. Things to think about remained. Even so, just before falling asleep, the fact that he had finished today sank quietly to the bottom of his body. Not a pride of having accomplished something, with failure and worry still remaining, still a faint relief that he had been able to end today. That relief is surely something we living in the present understand too. A day work didn't go as hoped. A day carrying words one couldn't tell someone. A night that grows heavy just from thinking about tomorrow's schedule. Even so, one eats, returns to where one sleeps, ends a long day. Not all problems have been solved. Even so, there's meaning in having gotten through today. Living, perhaps, isn't always finding an answer. It's carrying one's body to the next morning, even without finding an answer. We don't know what became of Sakichi's household afterward. How long his mother lived. How many good and bad harvests the field met. Where his children went, we don't know. Eventually the house was probably rebuilt. The road widened. The field's shape changed too. But each time the seasons turned, somewhere a field was surely filled with water again. Someone looked up at the sky, sensed the winds change. People change, but the wish to keep life connected quietly remains. When looking back on history, we tend to look toward the figures who moved the world, or events that left a name. But what truly carried the era far was the countless mornings and nights that remain in no record. The hand that gripped the hoe, the hand that washed dishes, the hand that checked a child's fever, the feet that walked a dark road home. Each of these became the strength to meet the next day. Beneath great history always, these layers of small life are piled up. Sakichi's day is one quiet light within that thick layer. We remember his day not only to know life of old, it's also to look again once more at our own days, having been bathed in morning light, having answered someone's voice, having finished heavy work, having made a small preparation for tomorrow despite fatigue. Such things don't become news, aren't praised. Even so, without them, life doesn't continue. Living out an unspecial day carefully is never a small thing. Within the night's stillness, I think of the fire remaining in a distant village's hearth. The red charcoal would eventually be covered by ash, and Sakichi's house, his voice dissolved into long time. Even so, fire never fully went out. The practice of thinking of someone, protecting something, storing strength toward tomorrow continues now too, within our lives. In your chest, having ended today, perhaps a similarly small fire is lit. It doesn't need to burn strongly. Even wavering, it's enough if it remains without going out. If this story stayed with you, please subscribe to the channel, like the video, and share what you felt in a comment. That one word becomes a quiet token of gratitude to you, who watched this story through to the end. And I want to return once more to the figure of one farmer named Sakichi. He wasn't a person who left a name in history. He wasn't written into anyone's biography, and there's no monument carved with his name. But the days he lived one by one certainly existed somewhere in this world, rising before dawn, leveling soil, drawing water, looking at his family's faces, and falling asleep again. Within that repetition, all of who he was carved. When we picture his figure now, special achievement, no dramatic event, is necessary. Only the fact that he lived a day earnestly is enough, I feel, for his life to have been sufficiently precious. In the same way, your own day, listening to this story now, holds that same weight too. The lethargy of waking in the morning, the heaviness of feet heading toward work or study, the faint relief felt in conversation with someone, or, conversely, a small pain left in your chest, the meaning of a day called today that you suddenly consider before turning out the light at night. All of these might be, within history, small events, just like Sakichi's day. But within your own history, they are never small. Everyone has a moment of wishing someone would recognize their day, wanting someone to notice how hard they worked, wanting someone to understand what was painful. But many days pass without gaining such recognition, a day quietly ending, praised by no one, comforted by no one. When such days accumulate, one might sometimes feel emptiness. But remember the era Sakichi lived in. He, too, didn't till the field to be praised by someone. To protect his family's life, following the turning of the seasons, he continued silently moving his hands. In that figure, there wasn't even room to seek recognition. Even so, his practice was not meaningless, rather so much that it needed no recognition. That practice was tied directly to living itself. Our own daily lives, too, hold that same strength to continue without recognition. Washing dishes carefully even when no one's watching. Quickening one's pace so as not to be late for a promised time, even if no one notices. Showing small consideration for someone, even without being thanked. These acts might leave no visible result, but they certainly accumulate within you, as proof that you lived that day. Seasons turn. The rice ears Sakichi saw continued to be raised by the next generation's hands, even after he left this world. The practice of protecting the field was passed on to his children, his grandchildren, and generations beyond. In the same way, the small acts we pile up today, even without being directly inherited by anyone, shape our own tomorrow's figure. Today's carefulness becomes a gift to tomorrow's self. Today's patience becomes the foundation supporting tomorrow's self. And so, like an invisible thread, I think a day is tied to the next day. The hand that gripped Sakichi's hoe eventually grew old, trembling, and returned to the soil. But the soil that hand moved was tilled again the next year, seed sown, rice ears ripened. A human life has its limit, but there are moments the practice itself seems, certainly, to have no end. Even if someone falls, someone else stands in that place, continuing the same work. And so, upon a single piece of land called a field, generations worth of sweat and prayer soak in. We sometimes call that history, but for Sakichi, it was probably just life, something that didn't even need naming, simply the life that was there. Our own present life, too, will someday become history for someone. The casual greeting you exchanged today, the single meal you made for someone today, the small suffering you silently endured today. These are, in this present moment, mere modest events, unnoticed. But with time passing, they become the record that shaped the person that is you. When someone looks back on your life, what's there should be, not great incidents, but the accumulation of countless such small days. What we should feel through Sakichi's story is never a simple sentiment of the old days were hard. Rather, it's the fact that however much the era changes, the essence of what it means for a person to live doesn't change. Tools change, ways of life change, the speed of information changes too. But the skeleton itself of the act of living, waking in the morning, moving for someone, tiring and falling asleep, is surprisingly similar 100 years ago and now. We don't know the color of the dawn Sakichi saw, but we too, every morning, meet dawn somewhere. We don't know the birdsong he heard, but we too, within our days, are sometimes moved by a small sound we suddenly hear. To you who listen to this story to the end, there's one thing I want to convey. Your day is not for someone to recognize. It is a quiet history itself, accumulating within you. How you spent today, only you know. There's no need to explain it to anyone, no need to prove it to anyone. Only the fact that you certainly lived that day is, in itself, sufficiently meaningful. The Meiji era Sakichi lived in feels, from now like a distant past. There are few photographs, records are scarce, and the names of countless people like him remain almost nowhere in history books. Even so, we can still this way imagine, tell, and listen to his day. That's because the fact that people like him certainly existed, certainly lived, has somehow been conveyed down to us today. The technique of tilling a field, the feeling of caring for family, the heart of treasuring the seasons. Such things, even without remaining as words, quietly live on within life, within culture, and within the depths of our own hearts, I think. That's precisely why, now, as I finish telling this story, I wish for you to remember your own day once more. This morning, with what feeling did you wake? A small plan you made for someone, a modest consideration directed at someone, an inner effort you never showed anyone. These are, essentially, no different from the moment Sakichi gripped his hoe and faced the soil. However different the era, however different the ools, the root part where a person tries to live a day earnestly continues, unchanged. We live in a convenient era. Press a switch and light con. Open a tap and water flows. Machines take on much of the labor in our place. But even so, our days, just like Sakichi's era, hold fatigue, joy, hesitation, and quiet satisfaction. The form changes, but the weight of emotion doesn't change. Rather, precisely because information overflows and choices have increased in this era, we might have something to learn from Sakichi's kind of attitude of living a day straight through. He had no excess choices. What should be done today, do within today. That alone was the simple, certain guidelines supporting his day. We living in the present sometimes hesitate amid many choices, stopping to wonder how we should live this day called today. But it's precisely at such times that I want you to remember the way of life of people like Sakichi. There's no need to think hard about it. Simply face carefully what's before you. That alone, and a day quietly, certainly, accumulates. Not to be praised by someone, not to be recognized by someone, but simply to leave within yourself the certain sense of having lived that day. Sakichi's story is not a special heroic tale. He wasn't a person who left a name in history, nor one who established great achievements. He was simply one of countless people who tilled fields, thought of family, entrusted themselves to the turning of seasons, and quietly lived out each day. But I think that very unspecialness is the core of this story. The accumulation of unspecial days shapes an unspecial life, and that life is precisely the foundation of the life we now, as a matter of course, enjoy. We too, someday, will quietly leave this world, either within someone's memory, or without remaining in anyone's memory. That's never something to grieve. Just as it was with Sakichi, the proof of our having lived doesn't necessarily need to remain as a name or a record. The very fact of having certainly, carefully, straightforwardly lived a day called today is itself the meaning of our life. What I wanted to convey through this story comes down to just one thing. It's the extremely simple truth that living a day carefully has value in itself. That was something that certainly lived within a nameless farmer of the Meiji era, a man named Sakichi. And now, within you who have finished listening to this story, that same truth should be quietly taking root too. But here, I want to return a little more to the outline of the person Sakichi. What kind of morning he met, with what hands he gripped the hoe, with what gaze he looked at the field. By tracing those concrete scenes once more, carefully, we should be able to feel, more deeply, the true warmth underlying this story. Sakichi lived in a small basin village surrounded by mountains. In winter, snow piled deep, and when spring came, meltwater filled the irrigation channel, breathing life into the fields. His day began before the stars had even faded. From stirring the hearth's ash and nurturing a small flame, his day quietly began to move. Before his wife rose, he already stood on the earthen floor, retying his straw sandal cords. That wasn't work ordered by anyone. It was a habit he himself had accumulated, a rhythm carved, so to speak, into his very body. Stepping outside, an indigo sky still holding traces of night spread wide, breathing in. Cold air seeped deep into his lungs, and that coldness quietly tightened his still sleepy body. He looked up at the sky, checking the flow of clouds and the smell of the wind. This wasn't mere habit. Reading the weather was, for him, a skill related to life and death. Would a typhoon come? Would frost fall? Would rain continue? All of it would decide that year's harvest and decide his family's life too. His eyes must have watched the sky with attention incomparably greater than when we, in the present day, check a weather forecast. The road to the field bore no one's footprints yet. He left the house first, stepping onto the ridge path first. Within that stillness, he might have suddenly remembered his deceased father. His father, too, had walked the same road, at the same hour. The hoe his father had used was now in his own hands. The handle worn smooth, the grain holding decades' worth of sweat soaked in. Every time he gripped it, he probably felt deep in his chest an emotion beyond words. It wasn't a mere inheritance of a tool. The very practice of living was, itself, a quiet ceremony, passed from hand to hand. Reaching the field, he first checked the water's condition. Was water flowing properly from the channel into the field? Was the level sufficient? Had the bank not crumbled? These checks were never mechanical work. It was a time of dialogue, so to speak, facing the living creature called rice. He gently touched a rice leaf's tip with a finger, reading the state of its growth from its hardness and sheen. There was no scientific data or analytical equipment as there is now. What he relied on was years of experience, wisdom inherited from grandfather and father, and his own 5 senses alone. As the sun rose, the whole village gradually began moving. Smoke rose from houses here and there, roosters' voices echoed. Children's laughter reached from afar. Sakichi, feeling those sounds at his back, continued his work silently. In his day, the very concept of being evaluated by someone was thin. If the field's condition was good, that was his own satisfaction. If bad, material for his own reflection. Not comparison with others, but dialogue with himself. That might have been the spiritual axis, supporting his labor. Near noon, he sat at the bank and bit into a rice ball his wife had prepared. A salted rice ball and pickles coated in miso, just that meal. But to him it was luxury above all else. Not merely filling hunger. That short time was also precious rest, for returning to himself. Gazing at the surrounding fields, he'd suddenly turn his eyes to the distant mountain ridge. That scenery, changing through the 4 seasons, was to him something like a quiet clock for feeling the flow of time. The afternoon's work weighed heavier on the body than the morning's. Sunlight strengthened, sweat dripped from his forehead, and his robe's back grew soaked with sweat. Even so, he didn't choose to rest. It wasn't that he didn't know how to rest. Only, The fact that there was something to be done in this very time kept his body moving. Pain and fatigue were, to him, also proof of living today. Not avoiding suffering, but advancing while accepting suffering. That was his very way of living. As dusk approached, the sky's color began to change. Clouds dyed orange reflected on the field's water surface, overlapping with the rice ears, spreading like a golden carpet. Only in this moment did he sometimes stop his hoe and become absorbed in that sight for a while. That was, perhaps, the only time of idleness permitted within a day of labor for him. Not to accomplish something, but time to simply entrust his heart to that beauty. Precisely because such small margins existed within harsh labor, he could probably grip the hoe again. The next day, the same way. Returning home, his family waited. The children, hearing of his return, would run out to the earthen floor. He'd grip their small hands and ask about today's events. The children's stories were usually about trivial things. That the neighbor's dog had been barking, about a stone found at the river, about a promise exchanged with a friend. Even so, he listened to those stories with a serious face. To him, time with family was a practice just as important as fieldwork. At night, the time spent eating a meal around the hearth was the calmest moment of the whole day. The whole family shared the modest but heartfelt meal his wife prepared. Conversation wasn't much, but within that quiet space, a certain warmth flowed. Gratitude conveyed without words, appreciation conveyed without words. These flowed between family members in a form different from the culture of frequently exchanging the words thank you, as in the present day, but certainly, I think. After the meal, Sakichi would quietly settle the end of the day, twisting rope, tending farm tools. The only light was the small flame of an oil dish. Within that flickering light, he vaguely thought through the order of tomorrow's work. If rain seemed likely, there was something to do today. If clear weather continued, how to manage the water. His thinking was always directed toward the time called tomorrow. Today was always preparation for tomorrow, and tomorrow was preparation for the next day still. Within this continuing wheel of time, the entirety of one person's life, named Sakichi, was quietly woven before falling asleep. Sakichi always had the habit of stepping outside once more and looking up at the sky. It was the day's final confirmation, and at the same time, a modest ceremony for calming his own heart. If stars were visible, the next day would probably clear. If the moon's outline was blurred, it might be a sign of weather breaking down. He had carved such signs into his body through years of experience. Not a theory taught by someone, but the accumulation of thousands of repeated observations was, to him, knowledge itself. Looking back on a day this way, one realizes that Sakichi's life had a surprisingly simple skeleton. Wake. Look at the soil, eat with family, sleep, sleep. That's all. But within that simplicity, an astonishingly rich quality of time was actually hidden. There was no waste in his day. At the same time, there was also labor and rest, tension and peace, solitude and togetherness. These, within an exquisite balance, shaped his life. We, living in the present, often confuse busyness with fulfillment. We're under the illusion that having a packed schedule is proof of being alive. But tracing Sakichi's day, we're made to realize that true fulfillment is born, rather, from deep concentration on being here, now. He carried no smartphone, not even a clock. Time was measured by the sun's position and bodily sensation. Precisely because of this, his thoughts rarely drifted outside the time called now. Today's field, today's water, today's children's voices. All of these were at the center of his consciousness. Of course, care is needed not to over-beatify Sakichi's life. The Meiji-era farming village was never a pastoral paradise. In years of crop failure, hunger struck the village, and the weight of tribute and taxes pressed on family life. It wasn't rare for children to lose their lives to illness. Medicine was scarce, and it was a world where superstition and practical wisdom mixed together. Sakichi himself must have spent countless nights of anxiety and fear. If the field's water dried up, the next harvest became hopeless. If a typhoon came, a whole year's effort turned to nothing in a single night. Within such harshness, he was surely never a fully enlightened sage. But like us, a single human being who feared, worried, and sometimes wept. Precisely because of this, deeper meaning dwells in that quiet gaze he shows, watching the dusk-lit field. It's not the ease of one who doesn't know suffering. It was the expression of quiet acceptance that only one who has fully known suffering can hold. He didn't resent nature's unreasonableness. Even if a typhoon came, even if frost fell, he simply began preparing to sow next year's seed. That wasn't resignation nor indifference. It was the expression of an extremely honest way of living, doing what I can now. Here, I'd like to broaden the perspective a little. The figure of one farmer named Sakichi was, in fact, also a mirror reflecting the whole of Japanese society at the time. The Meiji era was, on the surface, an age of rapid modernization under the name of civilization and enlightenment. Railways laid, Western clothing spreading, electric lights lit in the cities. But it would still take a long time for the benefits of that modernization to reach every corner of the farming villages. Farmers like Sakichi still faced their fields with tools and techniques barely changed from the Edo period. Their sweat and labor were, in fact, quietly supporting the city's development. The crop called rice was, at the time, not mere food but one of the most important resources in the Japanese economy. Rice as tribute, rice as commodity, and rice sustaining a family's life. Each single grain of rice Sakichi raised was in an invisible way connected not only to his own family but to the whole workings of the nation. Thinking this way, we're made to realize that Sakichi's day has a breadth that never fits within a mere small individual story. Within the hand gripping his hoe, not only his family's future, but the survival of the village, and even the foundation of a great entity called a nation, were quietly contained. He himself probably wasn't clearly conscious of this. He simply lived carefully, facing the field before him this day called today. That, as a result, came to support something greater. This very structure is, I think, the quiet dignity held by the labor of nameless people. Now let's return the story once more to Sakichi's individual interior. To him, fieldwork wasn't merely a means of livelihood. It was also an act for confirming his own existence itself. Watching the rice grow gave him the sense that his own hands were certainly producing something. Unlike people working in the city, whose labor's results are converted into the abstract form called wages, in Sakichi's case, that result appeared in visible form, within the field, as the figure of rice ears. This visible result might have supported his deep sense of conviction toward his labor. In modern society, many people tend to lose sight of the meaning of their own work. Within massive organizations, it becomes hard to see how one's own role affects which part of the whole, and how. But in Sakichi's case, the result of his labor was always right before his own eyes. Looking at the field, how carefully, how seriously he had faced it, appeared directly as the result. This very directness might have been the greatest factor stabilizing his heart and giving meaning to daily labor. There's one more aspect of Sakichi's life that shouldn't be overlooked. That's dialogue with the seasons. His year wasn't merely divided into spring, summer, autumn, winter. It was experienced as a concrete succession of tasks: rice planting, weeding, water management, harvest, threshing, and winter preparation. During the season of spring rice planting, the whole village united as one, helping each other's fields. This was a system of mutual aid called yui, not merely shared labor, but an important social ceremony for confirming the bonds of the community called a village. Sakichi, too, helped his neighbor's field, and his neighbor helped his field in turn. Within this cycle, he probably understood, through his body, the obvious yet deep truth that one cannot live alone. When summer came, the rice grew lush and green, and the paddy was dyed a green color full of vitality. The main work of this period was entering the field and pulling, one by one, the grasses poking their heads up among the rice. Sometime after planting, not only rice, but grasses like barnyard grass, monocoracia, and needle spicarush began growing, as though they'd been waiting. He'd distinguish leaves poking above the water's surface, searching the soil with fingertips so as not to damage the rice's roots. Bending at the waist or soaking to the knee in water, he repeated the same motion again and again. Weeding wasn't as simple a task as it looked from outside. Grass growing at the base of the rice was hard to see within the soil. Put in too much force, and even the rice would be pulled out. Hesitate, and the grass's roots spread. Sakichi judged not only by eye, but by the feel of his fingertips. The softness of the mud, the spread of the roots, the thinness of the stem. He had learned to tell these differences apart through long experience. Even a child who didn't know the names of farm tools might have noticed the fineness of that judgment, watching their father's hands. In the morning, the water was still cold. The moment he put his foot in, his body shrank slightly. But by the time the sun rose high, the water grew lukewarm and mud clung to his ankles. Mosquitoes flew around his face, and sweat ran down his back. Rice leaves scraped his arms, making small cuts. Mud entered the wounds, sometimes swelling red later. Even so, Sakichi didn't stop his hands' work. That grass existed meant it was stealing the rice's nutrients. One stalk overlooked today would multiply into dozens within a few days. At the field's edge lay tools made simply from wood sticks and bamboo. A board for adjusting the water inlet, a hoe for leveling the bank, a rake for gathering grass. All were long used, oil from hands worked into their handles. There wasn't always margin to buy new tools. A broken handle was reshaved. A bent metal fitting was struck back into shape. To Sakichi, tools were consumables and at the same time the house's memory. His father had used them, his brother had used them, and now he used them. Each scar left behind the time someone had worked. In the summer field, water management was as important as weeding. Too much rain weakened the roots, too little, and the leaves curled, stopping the rice's growth. Water wasn't something available in needed amounts whenever needed. It flowed in order from the upstream field, finely divided within the village, arriving at each house at a decided time. If someone opened the sluice arbitrarily, the downstream field would dry up. Conversely, if the upstream held the water back, not a drop would remain for the house below. For this, the village had the role of water warden. Before dawn, he made rounds of the irrigation channel, checking whether the soil had crumbled, whether tree branches or fallen leaves blocked the flow. After heavy rain, many gathered with tools, scooping out mud. Channel repair wasn't for any single household, but without lending a hand there, eventually water wouldn't reach one's own field either. Mutual help wasn't something that continued on kindness alone. The inescapable reality that everyone's lives were connected supported it. Arguments sometimes broke out over the water's turn. When days without rain continued, everyone wanted to protect their own field. Someone who'd secretly moved the water inlet in the night would be suspected, and the next morning, men might stand on the bank, raising their voices. Sakichi, too, wasn't always able to stay calm. Seeing the rice's leaves beginning to yellow, impatience rose deep in his chest. His own family's meals depended on it. Even knowing the other person had the same circumstances, there were moments he couldn't yield. Even so, in the end, an elder would look at the water's flow and redecide the order. Someone who'd taken extra would return it. Someone else would wait just a little. A perfectly fair conclusion wasn't reached. Only, everyone had to face each other in the same place again the next day. It wasn't a conflict that ended by leaving the field. They lived within a relationship continuing next year and the year after. Even carrying anger, they had to return to the shed. That clumsy way of reaching accommodation, too, was part of village life. Near noon, his wife brought a simple meal: rice mixed with barley, pickled plum, pickles, soup dissolved with miso, even without appetite from the heat. If he didn't eat, the afternoon's work wouldn't continue. Sakichi sat on the bank, washing his muddy hands with water. Water droplets fell onto the mud, making small black marks. Family matters, the afternoon's water order, work that had to finish by evening. There wasn't much to talk about, precisely because they were tired. There were things understood without needing to explain to each other. His wife couldn't rest even after bringing the meal. Returning home, she washed dishes, added firewood, began preparing dinner. Looking only at time spent in the field, Sakichi's work might look heavier, but within the house, countless tasks accumulated: drawing water, mending clothes, preparing miso and pickles, checking a child's fever, arranging an elder's meals. During rice planting and harvest seasons, his wife too entered the same mud, carried seedlings, tied rice bundles, carried them on her back. In the village of that time, farming women's work was often called helping the house. That phrase made the scale of their labor look smaller than it was. Maintaining the house was maintaining farming itself. Without meals, neither men nor children could go out to the field. Without clothes, one couldn't endure rain and cold. Selecting seed rice, storing straw, arranging tools for next year's use were all done within the house too. When following Sakichi's day, one mustn't look only at his back. That back could keep moving because in an unseen place, someone was supporting life. Children too had roles. Young children chased chickens around the house, gathered firewood, looked after younger siblings. A little older, they gathered grass on the bank, carried rice bundles, tended cattle. Even at school age, they sometimes missed during busy farming seasons. The village's small school taught reading, writing, and arithmetic. The teacher was often a young person who'd come from town. Children gripped pencils in the classroom and returned home to grip a hoe with muddy hands. Sakichi didn't think learning useless. If one could read letters, one could know news of relatives who'd gone far away. If one could do arithmetic, one could confirm the amount of rice or the interest on debt. But even while a child was at school, the field's grass grew, necessary work for the house, and learning for the future. How to balance those two was harder, the poorer a farming household was. One evening, a child might show off letters learned at school, writing them with a finger in the corner of the earthen floor. Even when unfamiliar characters were mixed in, Sakichi didn't scold right away. A world he himself didn't know was open before the child. In that, there was pride and anxiety at the same time. A child who'd learned to read and write might someday leave the village. Working in a town factory or shop, they might be freed from the house's heavy work. That was a joyful thing, and also the loss of the house's laborer. At the height of summer, wind crossed over the field. The rice leaves swayed all at once, fine light scattering across the water's surface. Seen from afar, the endlessly continuing green looked calm and beautiful. But to one standing within the field, that green wasn't uniform. A spot where the leaf color was slightly pale, a spot where the stem was starting to fall, a spot where the water pooled differently. Sakichi looked at the whole field like a single living creature. Stopping his feet, he searched for irregularities within the wind's sound. If insects eating the rice's leaves increased, he examined the underside of leaves in the morning. Insects entering the stem's interior were hard to see from outside, sometimes only noticed once the leaf tip withered. They scattered ash, removed leaves with eggs attached, cleaned the channel. In some regions, villagers gathered, raising torches for an insect-sending ritual. A line of fire advanced between the fields, sending insects outside the village. There was prayer in it, and at the same time, a practical meaning of everyone patrolling the field together. Finishing the insect's ending didn't necessarily mean the pests disappeared for certain. By the next morning, new insects might again be on the leaves. Even so, people walked carrying fire. They weren't trying to obtain a harvest through prayer alone. After offering prayer, they returned to the field again, moving their hands as much as possible, knowing they were powerless before nature, yet unable to fully give up. Between the two, human life existed. Around Obon, preparation to welcome ancestors began within the house. Offerings were placed on the altar, graves were cleaned, and hands pressed together a little more carefully than usual. A prosperous house could prepare fish and sweets, but a house without margin only arranged the usual vegetables and rice. What mattered wasn't only what was offered, it was speaking the name of the deceased, remembering the place they'd once sat. Sakichi's household, too, had ancestors without photographs or portraits. Even without knowing facial details, the elders remembered who had opened which field, which year had experienced famine, which child had been lost. In the field's banks and stone walls, the hands of nameless people remained. When Sakichi turned the soil, he didn't see only his own life there, passing on what had been handed down from the past without breaking it to the next. That responsibility vaguely existed within him. Japan of the 33rd year of Meiji had already begun changing greatly. Railways connected city to city, mail carried news of distant lands, and the school system taught new words even to village children. In town, factory chimneys increased, and merchants tracked national market prices, ledger in hand. But the work of distinguishing rice, stalk by stalk within the field, hadn't been replaced by machines. Sakichi's day wasn't outside the modern nation. It supported its foundation. Taxes had to be paid in currency. Households owning land had a land tax. Households farming as tenants had rent to pay to the landlord. Buying tools, clothes, medicine, and school necessities required cash. Even growing rice, not all of it could be placed on the family's table. Selling good rice, paying taxes and debts, getting through winter on what remained of rice and barley. Even in an abundant harvest year, what remained in hand was surprisingly little. Sakichi calculated many times even before the harvest, the amount to set aside as seed rice, the amount the family would eat, the portion to give to the landlord or merchant, the portion allotted for taxes and debt. He wanted to keep a little cash aside too, in case someone fell ill. Calculation didn't end on paper alone. Only by combining the field's color, the year's weight, and weather forecasts together could he finally think about the life ahead. Uncertainty that couldn't be reduced to numbers always lay outside the calculation. One summer, rain didn't fall for many days. The morning sky was blue, at noon not a single cloud, and even by evening the wind stayed dry. Cracks appeared in the channel's bottom, and the pond's water level visibly dropped. Stepping on the bank, the soil was hard, fine powder sticking to the soles of his shoes. The rice hadn't fallen yet. The leaves still kept their green, but Sakichi could tell the field was nearing its limit. While waiting his turn for the water warden, he went to check the water inlet many times. The incoming water was thin, mixed with mud. By the time it returned from the upstream field, it had almost no force left. Even returning home, he couldn't tell his wife it was all right. The word all right could be used to reassure a child, but toward the field it held no power at all. That night, Sakichi's turn came. Under the moonlight he sat beside the channel, moving the board little by little. Let water in suddenly, and his own field was saved, but the amount going downstream decreased. Let it flow slowly, and this time his own field would run short. The water before him wasn't mere water. His family's meals, his children's schooling, winter's firewood, debt repayment. All of it overlapped within that thin flow. From a little distance, the neighboring farmer approached. Without calling out, he too watched the water's surface the same way. The two said nothing for a while. Before long, The neighboring man said he'd dry part of his own field for one night. He couldn't save everything, but that portion of water could be sent downward. Sakichi thanked him and answered that he'd do the same with his own field. It wasn't a beautiful sacrifice. It was a bitter choice for everyone's survival. A few days later, rain finally fell. At first it was weak rain, barely wetting the roof, and no one went outside. Before long the rain grew stronger, and the dry bank turned black. The children ran out to the eaves, but Sakichi went to check the field's condition before rejoicing. Sudden rain further broke a crumbled bank. If too much water entered, the rice would be pushed down and fallen. Even blessing rain, depending on how it fell, could become disaster. To a farmer, nature didn't hold blessing and threat separately. The same rain, on one day, saved life, on another day, took the harvest away. Wind, too, if weak, swayed the ears and helped permission. If strong, knocked the rice down from its roots. So Sakichi couldn't simply say he liked or disliked nature. Nature was a great force outside himself, and, at the same time, something that had entered into his own body and life. After a typhoon, the whole village's fields changed shape in a single night. Righting fallen rice, fixing banks buried in mud, gathering straw and tools nearly washed away. If time until harvest was short, righted rice sometimes stood back up. If the roots were cut, it withered as it was. Sakichi took a single fallen rice stalk in hand, checking the soil's condition. He divided what could be righted from what could no longer be helped, however much hand was put in. That judgment required also the coldness to abandon expectation. To keep working continuously, not breaking one's body also mattered. But in the farming villages of that time, there was no margin to treat fatigue and pain as illness. However much the back hurt, one rose come morning. However much blisters formed on the hand, one gripped the hoe. If there was fever, family placed a wet cloth on the forehead, decocted medicinal herbs. If that didn't cure it, one went to a town doctor. Being examined by a doctor required both time and money. Illness weakened not only the body, but the household finances at the same time. The night a child ran a fever, the air within the house changed entirely. The usual sound of firewood crackling, the sound of dishes, didn't register in the ear. His wife changed the water many times, and Sakichi went outside, hesitating whether to go call the doctor down the dark road, or whether to wait until morning. That judgment rested on Sakichi's shoulders alone. The village had only one doctor, and other houses might call him too. If another house had a sudden patient that same night, the doctor couldn't come right away. Sakichi lit a lantern and walked through the darkness, stopping repeatedly to look back toward the house. As long as he could see the light swaying faintly, nothing had happened yet. Telling himself this, he kept walking. It was a little before dawn broke when the doctor arrived, and it became clear the child's fever had passed its peak. Sakichi sat on the foundation stone, finally releasing the strength from his shoulders. The sky was still dark, but birdsong had begun sounding, one by one. Fieldwork wouldn't wait. With his body still having spent a sleepless night, he took up the hoe and went outside again. The wish to rest and the thought that the field couldn't be left unattended existed within him with equal weight. A way of living that chose one or the other wasn't permitted to him. As autumn approached, the rice ears gradually bowed their heads, their color changing from blue-green to gold. This change looked different day by day. The ears wet with morning dew were heavy, shining dully in the light. Every morning Sakichi stood at the field's edge, checking how the ears bowed, how densely the grains filled, how withered the leaves' color had become. Harvest too early, and the grains wouldn't grow hard. Too late, and the ears would spill, eaten by birds and insects. The act of deciding harvest day was deciding the answer to a whole year's toil within just a few days. On harvest day, not only family but neighboring houses too lent each other a hand. The hand gripping the sickle held soaked within it the memory of the seasons up to now. The feel of mud during planting, the sweat of midsummer's weeding, the water watch of a typhoon night, the anxiety of a night of illness, all of it was quietly folded within the simple motion of cutting a single stalk of rice. The cut rice was bundled, hung on racks, slowly drying in sun and wind. That sight repeated the same way everywhere in the village. But to Sakichi, it was also a history belonging only to his family. On threshing day, the smell of rice husks filled the yard. The work of dropping grain from the ears with a threshing comb was monotonous, yet never work one could let one's guard down on. Slip a hand, and one's finger was hurt. The voices of women gathering the grain, humming songs, could be heard here and there in the yard. Children played gathering husks, and elders sat on the veranda watching the work, discussing what differed from last year's harvest. Whether abundant or poor, that year's rice was carved into the family's memory. The field that finished harvest suddenly grows quiet. The soil, with rice gone, spreads dry-colored, no trace of green remaining there. Sakichi gazes at that field, thinking of next year. How to fix this year's failures, which bank should be reinforced, which land should rest. The end of harvest wasn't the beginning of rest, but the beginning of the next preparation. Even during winter, the field isn't entirely asleep. Each time frost falls, the soil tightens, and when snow piles up, that too becomes spring's water. On winter nights, sandwiched around the hearth's fire, the family quietly passed time. Outside, snow piled up, only the sound of wind echoing. Sakichi twisted rope, his wife mended clothes. The children characters learned at temple school, with charcoal on boards. Light was scarce, and nights were long. Even so, this time held a calm that summer's busyness lacked. No one said it aloud, but this quiet time was also time for retying the year's toil together as a family unit. As New Year's approached, a taut air flowed through the whole village. The sound of pounding mochi could be heard from houses. Sacred rope was hung at doorways. New Year preparations advanced. Even a poor house treated New Year alone as a special day, preparing even slightly better rice, arranging a meal more lavish than usual. That was less extravagance than a quiet form of gratitude for having safely crossed the year. Sakichi too pressed his hands together, facing the field on New Year's morning. It was a gesture naturally acquired, taught by no one. Even when the new year began, the essence of fieldwork didn't change. Selecting seed, making soil, drawing water, facing insects, dealing with weather, calculating harvest, supporting family. It looked like the repetition of the same thing, but in fact differed slightly each year. The soil was the same, but the weather differed. The weather might be the same, but family circumstances differed. Sakichi had acquired over long years an eye for distinguishing the differences within repetition. It wasn't something taught at school. It was something the field itself taught. The new era called Meiji rapidly changed shape, centered on the cities, but village life didn't simply match that speed. Even as new farm tools and knowledge came in little by little, the part relying on the judgment and physical strength of the person standing in the field remained large. Farmers like Sakichi weren't outside the change. Rather, they stood as the foundation supporting change, in a modest, inconspicuous place. Precisely because they continued working silently, city life, railways, and schools too could have their existence supported. Sakichi himself was never conscious that he was part of such a large structure. What mattered to him was today's field condition, tomorrow's weather, next month's harvest, next year's seed rice. The word family was at the center of his life more than the word nation. But the accumulation of that small household's practice became a village, became a region, and eventually became a nation. History, too, was the result of countless such single days piling up. There are times when the aged Sakichi remembers the time he once inherited the field from his own father. That day, too, morning light illuminated the bank the same way as today. His father hadn't spoken many words, he had only silently shown him how to use the hoe, how to watch the water, how rice grew. Sakichi, too, treats his own children the same way. What can't be fully explained in words can only be conveyed through the body. Fieldwork was also a continuation of such wordless education. As dusk approaches, Sakichi today too stands at the field's bank, looking up at the sky. The western sky is dyed red, and a thin blue already spreads across the eastern sky. The end of a day always arrives, quietly the same way. But within that quietness, events that existed only on this day called today certainly accumulate. The sound of insect wings, the smell of water, children's voices, a short conversation with a neighbor. All are small events, but gathered together, they become a year, become a lifetime. That the ancestors before his father's generation, this house had held somewhat more fields. A cold damage year and his mother's long illness overlapping in the span of a few years, 2 fields had gone into another's name. Now the household to the east farmed that field. There was no resentment. It wasn't a matter with someone to resent. Only passing before that field, Sakichi remembered his father's figure, fixing the bank. His father had been a man of few words, speaking only of the field's banks. If the bank crumbled, water escaped. If water escaped, the rice withered. That alone, he had repeated for decades. What Sakichi says to his son now, push to its root, might be the same thing. Pull too hard alone, and it breaks. With the same force, without resting, turn it, fix the bank. Watch the water. The words change, but what's conveyed doesn't change. What one who lives touching soil can pass to the next generation is only technique, a way of enduring, and the discernment of where not to give up. On snowy days, mornings when outside work was impossible, Sakichi fixed tools in the storehouse. If a hose handle loosened, he redrove the wedge. If a blade dulled, he put it to the whetstone. The whetstone was soaked with water and moved in a circular motion. The sound of blade rubbing stone was low, absorbed into the storehouse's plank walls. Holding the finished blade to the light, a single thin line ran straight. Only seeing that line did Sakichi feel that something certain remained in his hands. Tools were expensive to buy, so one fixed them. Use until unfixable, and when unfixable, remove the still usable part and keep it. A broken sickle's blade was reforged into a small knife. The wood that had been its handle was burned in the hearth. Once ash, it was scattered on the field. Ash became fertilizer and was also used when dyeing indigo. In this house, almost nothing reached a dead end. Everything was passed into the next shape. Whether the act of throwing away being a luxury in that era was called thrift, or simply a way of life, the people themselves probably couldn't distinguish. Near evening, the neighboring Yosuke peered into the storehouse. In his hand he held a bundle of straw. "Can I borrow the whetstone? Use it." Yusuke sat in the corner of the earthen floor and began sharpening his sickle. For a while both were silent. Only the sound of stone and blade continued. The eastern house, Haikichi's place, the second son's leaving, they say. Yosuke said. To town. No, north, they's come. Sakichi stopped his hand. Talk of going north had, these past few years, sometimes been heard in the village. The land was wide, cold, and one started from cutting trees. Word from those who'd gone was scarce. Both good and bad news changed shape by the time it reached here. Can you get a field if you go? That's what's said. What it's actually like, only those who've gone know. Yosuke lifted the sickle, looking at the blade. My own boy might be told the same someday. Will you tell him not to go? I couldn't. There's no field here for him. Those words sank quietly into the storehouse's air. The eldest son inherits the house. The second and third sons have no field to inherit. Going into service, going to town, going north, or staying in the village and aging while helping someone else's field. Several paths seem to exist, but none could be chosen by will alone. Sakichi's own brother going to the factory too had been within such an order. My Taichi can read. Sakichi said, even surprising himself. Yosuke looked up. That's good. Whether it's good, I don't know. I don't know either, but it's not a bad thing. Yosuke asked no further. The village's men didn't step deeply into each other's household matters. Step in, and what must be returned increases. Mutual help ran deep, but prying ran shallow. That way of keeping distance, too, was wisdom for living together long on narrow land. As the year's end approached, the air within the house changed slightly. Haru repatched the torn paper door, wiped the household shrine, and began New Year preparations. On Mochi Pounding Day, several houses in the village took turns using the mortar. The mortar was shared, belonging to no single house. Someone used it first, then it was carried to the next house. Carrying it was the young people's role. Taichi too was called that day from morning, joining older boys in shouldering the mortar. The hands shouldering the mortar were still small, lacking strength. Even so, Taichi struggled desperately among the older boys, silently enduring the rough rope biting into his shoulder. Sakichi watched that figure from a little distance. The wish to lend a hand, and the feeling that he mustn't, existed in his chest at the same time. A child learns weight only through such days. Not something taught by someone, but something the pain in a shouldering shoulder teaches. The mortar was first carried from the oldest house in the village. The order had been decided since long ago, and no one questioned it. The long-continuing order seemed to have its own reason, though in fact, no one remembered the reason anymore. Only, by keeping the order, the village as a single body barely held its shape. If someone broke the order, that year's mochi pounding would stall, and if it stalled, New Year preparation itself would crumble. Sakichi had come to feel, more strongly with each passing year, that the accumulation of small rules supported a great life. At the house where the mortar was brought, steamed rice was piled in a wooden tub, white steam spreading throughout the earthen floor. Those holding the mallet were strong young men, and the older women sat as the turning hands. The sound of the mallet coming down, and the breathing rhythm of the turning hands kneading the mochi, overlapped, eventually becoming one beat. If this beat went out of sync, the mochi wouldn't be pounded evenly, sometimes injuring a hand. Precisely because of this, mochi pounding showed the very way the village's breathing matched together, calling to each other, joining strength, passing to the next house. Within that repetition, the year's end and beginning flowed at the same time. The mortar came around to Sakichi's house near dusk. Haru had already boiled red beans, preparing sweet bean paste. Taichi, though showing fatigue, stayed until the end for his own house's mochi pounding, and was allowed to hold the mallet. His strength swinging down was still weak, and the mochi wasn't pounded evenly. Even so, Sakichi only said in a low voice, once more. The act of teaching was also often, not saying much, making him repeat the same motion again and again, letting it soak into the body. Rather than explaining in words, letting him learn through repetition suited the life of field and farm better. At night, the hearth's fire dimly lit the family's faces. Haru rolled the freshly pounded mochi into small balls, roasting them at the hearth's edge. The moment the mochi swelled and its thin skin split, a sweet smell filled the room. Sakichi felt that smell as proof that a year's toil had finally taken shape. Tilling the field, sowing seed, drawing water, mixing in millet and barnyard grass to stretch the food, paying tribute, fixing tools, tilling the field again. At the end of that repetition, this single mochi existed. The mochi itself might hold no special meaning, but to Sakichi, it felt as though the weight of a year's time was concentrated there. As New Year approached, the whole village was wrapped in a quiet tension. Meeting the new year wasn't merely the date changing. It was also the act of once settling last year's debts and newly trusting next year's seed. Instead of holding a ledger, Sakichi roughly counted that year's income and expenses in his head. the rice's yield, the interest paid, tool repair costs, what remained of the seed basket. Even without being written as numbers, these were carved within him, becoming material for the next year's judgment. On New Year's Eve, Sakichi sat alone before the household shrine. He trimmed the lamp's wick, pressed his hands together. It was less a time of praying for something than of confirming that he'd safely come this far. The field's god, the hout's god, and ancestors' spirits, whether these truly existed, he'd never thought deeply about. Only, by pressing his hands together toward what couldn't be seen, the weight of visible life felt slightly lighter. It was less faith than a certain manner for living. When the new year dawned, a short time of rest visited the village. For a few days only, one was permitted to spend time without a hoe. Children flew kites, young men wrestled sumo, women laughed together, sleeves of kimono touching. Sakichi too, these few days, temporarily forgot worry over the field, exchanging sake with neighbors. Men usually sparing with words grew talkative, only during New Year, perhaps because they'd stored up a year's worth of words. But rest didn't continue long. By the time the New Year decorations came down, preparation for the next year had already begun. Checking the contents of the seed basket, removing damaged seed, reselecting only the good seed. This selection work was, to Sakichi, one of the most tense times. In selection, and it directly affected that year's harvest. There was a standard of judgment passed down from his grandfather's generation, which Sakichi had inherited from his father, and was now, little by little, trying to pass to Taichi. The grain's luster, weight, how tightly the husk closed. A sense that couldn't be fully explained in words was taught by rolling it in the palm again and again. When snowmelt began, the field's soil gradually loosened. Sakichi stood at the field's corner every morning, checking the soil's color. Black, damp soil was a good sign, white. Dry soil was a mark that it was still too early. In this judgment. And the timing of sowing seed would shift, affecting the whole year's harvest. Reading the weather, reading the soil, reading the wind. All of these were sensations cultivated through years of life, not knowledge written in books. Sakichi himself couldn't explain why he sensed it that way. It was simply something like an instinct carved into the body, held only by one who had long lived alongside a field. As the presence of spring approached, the air of the whole village changed. A reversal from winter's stillness, everyone began moving busily, cleaning the channel, repairing banks, carrying out compost. In Sakichi's house too, Haru began preparing the garden, and the time came for Taichi to finally join fieldwork in earnest. Though a child's hands were still small, the work those small hands accumulated would eventually become the strength supporting a single field. Sakichi felt that the essence of human life existed precisely within this repetition. No special event occurred. Sowing seed the same way every year, harvesting rice the same way, pounding mochi the same way. Within that repetition, a child grew little by little, the old departed, new life joined. Beneath days that looked unchanging, something was certainly still moving. Whether Taichi would, in the future, leave the village or inherit the field, no one yet knew. Sakichi himself didn't think to hurry an answer. Only what was necessary in this very moment. He handed over one thing at a time carefully. How to use the hoe, how to watch the water, how to choose seed, tool care. Such things he handed over one by one. That was the only thing Sakichi could do. Whether to inherit or not was for Taichi himself to decide, not something Sakichi could decide. Only when the day to decide came, Sakichi thought there must not be nothing in Taichi's hands. When the snowmelt water quietly flowed between the banks, Sakichi stood every year in the same place, gazing at the same scenery. Last year too he'd stood there, the year before too, and even when his father was alive, he'd looked at the same field from the same place. The scenery itself had hardly changed. The bank's shape, the channel's curve, the distant mountain ridge, for decades unchanged remained there. Gazing at the unchanging scenery, Sakichi quietly accepted that he himself was only a very small part within that unchanging flow. A person is born, works, ages, and departs, but the field remains their paths to the next person. That fact left something closer to relief than loneliness in Sakichi's chest. Even if he disappeared, the field remained. If the field remained, life too would continue. Once spring's work grew earnest, sound returned again to the village. The hose sound, quiet through winter, voices driving cattle and horses. The sound of drawing water. These overlapped, and the whole village began moving like a single living creature. Placing himself within that sound, Sakichi felt a reassurance he couldn't put into words. People's voices, tools' sounds, the sound of flowing water. Precisely in the place these overlapped existed the sense of life. Just as city dwellers took pride in the speed of newspapers and telegraphs, to Sakichi, speed meant this series of sounds continuing without stalling. If rice planting was delayed, everything was delayed. Precisely because of this, villagers minded each other's movements, silently making up for someone's delay. That wasn't sentiment, but extremely practical wisdom for protecting life. On rice planting day, Haru made rice balls from early morning, preparing them for Sakichi, Taichi, and the neighboring people who came to help. Rice planting wasn't work one person could do alone. Those carrying seedlings, those standing in the field planting, those watching the water level. Roles naturally divided, and though no one decided it, settled into roughly the same arrangement every year. Taichi still had the role of carrying seedlings, but had advanced one step from last year, receiving this year the role of distributing seedlings right beside the bank. It looked like a small advance, but to Sakichi, he knew how great a meaning it held. Each time a role increased, that child gained his own place within the village. Gaining a place also meant gaining responsibility. The work of inserting seedlings into the field looked like the repetition of a simple motion, but in fact constantly demanded fine judgment. The soil's depth, the water's amount, the seedling's spacing. Insert too deep, and the roots weakened. Too shallow, and it lost to the current. Learning this adjustment through the body took many years. Sakichi himself remembered failing many times in his youth, being silently taught by his father. His father had been a man of few words. He'd silently pull out a failed seedling and reinsert it at the correct depth. Through that motion alone, Sakichi understood his own error. More than words, the motion itself was the teaching. Once rice planting ended, a brief stillness visited the village. But that wasn't rest. It was also time to prepare for the next work. Water management, weed handling, insect patrol. While the rice grew, there were almost no days one could let one's guard down. Sakichi checked the field's water level every morning, adjusting the channel's opening if necessary. Too much water rotted the roots, too little weakened the seedlings. This discernment, too, was based on years of sense not found in books. As summer approached, sunlight strengthened, and the field's green deepened by the day. The sound of rice swaying in the wind was, to Sakichi, an especially calming time even within the year. Though there was the hardship of sweating under strong sunlight, watching the rice grow held an inexpressible fulfillment. Between garden work, Haru taught Taichi how to distinguish vegetables and the characteristics of leaves prone to insects. Wisdom passed from mother to child held a slightly different quality than wisdom passed from father to child. Haru's teaching was fine wisdom supporting life itself. Sakichi's teaching was great wisdom supporting the field itself. Only when the two combined did a single household finally hold together. At the height of summer, a village festival was held. This was a religious rite to pray for a good harvest, and at the same time, an opportunity to be temporarily freed from daily toil. The sound of drums echoed through the village, and children ran about with smiles rarely seen otherwise. Sakichi, too, only on this day kept the field in the back of his mind while standing beside Haru, watching the festival lights. On the festival night, villagers spoke of each other's circumstances, sometimes hearing of another house's hardship. Every house suffered the same way, lived supporting each other the same way. Confirming that fact together might have been the true meaning of the festival. Sakichi felt. When the festival ended, daily life returned again. Around when the rice ears began to ripen, patrols to prevent damage from birds and insects increased. Sakichi walked around the field's perimeter in early morning and evening, checking for anything unusual. Taichi too, by this time, increasingly went on rounds together with Sakichi. Though still young, he had begun, little by little, to gain an eye for noticing changes in the field. The rice's color, the leaves' tilt, the wind's smell. Coming to notice these fine differences was the first step toward living as a farmer. As autumn approached, the whole village entered the most tense season of the year. This was because the harvest's outcome would directly decide the following year's life. Sakichi checked the rice ear's weight in his palm, discerning the harvest time. Too early, and the grain wouldn't harden. Too late, and the ears would fall. This judgment, too, relied on experience and instinct, and failure risked wasting a year's toil. On harvest day, the whole village's households went out to the fields together. Those holding sickles, those bundling, those carrying. Roles divided naturally, just as during rice planting, and Taichi, this year, was allowed to hold a sickle for the first time. His movements were still clumsy, and his hand bundling rice slow. But Sakichi didn't fault that slowness. He knew that being accurate mattered more than being fast, even if slow. Speed would follow later. Accuracy could only be acquired through repetition. The cut rice was hung on racks, dried in wind and sun. This work, too, didn't finish in a day, carefully carried out over many days. Haru, watching the drying rice's condition, advanced preparation for threshing. Threshing work required even more patience than harvesting. Passing rice bundles through the threshing comb, removing grain from the ears. A repetition of monotonous motion, but precisely within that monotony was packed the crystallization of a year's toil. Every time Sakichi heard the sound of threshing, he could sense, through the sound's weight, how much that year's field had responded. If grain fell with vigor, it was proof of a substantial harvest. Conversely, if the sound was scant and light, he had to suspect trouble with weather or soil. Confirming by ear, confirming by hand, confirming by eye. Only when these three aligned could he finally accept the year's result. Once threshing ended, the grain was packed into sacks and piled at the back of the storehouse. Counting the sacks, Sakichi always felt a quiet feeling. Some years there were many, some few. But behind those numbers accumulated a year's worth of sweat and judgment, and the villagers' mutual help. Each sack was not merely a harvest, but something like a promise supporting life. The portion delivered as tribute, the portion set aside as next year's seed, the portion the family would eat. The grain, divided into each category, already had its use decided in Sakichi's mind. Years with margin were few, years of shortage were many. Even so, Sakichi used his energy more toward thinking how to make up for a shortage than lamenting it. Lament didn't fill the stomach. Only ingenuity supported the next year. Once the hulling finished and white rice grains showed themselves, an air something like relief spread through the village. But that wasn't a noisy fullness of joy. It was more like a silent nod exchanged in some quiet, deep place. Looking at each other's fields, confirming each other's sack counts with their eyes. No one said it aloud, but they shared the realization that this year too, they'd somehow gotten through. Around this time, Sakichi often came to remember his deceased father. His father too must have counted sacks the same way, nodded silently the same way. Feelings not put into words remained, instead, as motion, soaking into Sakichi. Every time he noticed that some of his own present gestures had been inherited from his father, Sakichi felt a strange connection. Even when a person dies, motion remains. If motion remains, perhaps that person hasn't completely disappeared. As autumn's end approached, the village held the tribute collection. Officials visited the village, confirmed the harvest records, and gathered the decided portion. Sakichi's expression during this period always showed something like attention. Paying the tribute was a burden, and at the same time, a realization of having fulfilled a duty as part of the village. Taichi couldn't yet fully understand this sight, but he'd noticed the change in his father's expression. Why, only during this period, did his father wear a slightly different face? He didn't yet know the answer, but sensed, as a child, that someday a day would come when he too knew its meaning. Once the tribute was paid, true rest finally visited the village. Winter preparation began, and work using straw increased. Those braiding rope, those making straw raincoats, those weaving sacks. Handwork continued quietly under the eaves of houses. Sakichi too, during this period, spent time tending his hoe and sickle, sharpening the blade, fixing the handle's looseness, keeping it usable for next year. Tools like the field were things that should be passed to the next generation. Taichi sat beside his father, watching the hand movements of weaving straw, sometimes imitating them himself. He wasn't skilled, but Sakichi never laughed at that. Even if unskilled, there was meaning in beginning. Only those who began could meet a day of becoming skilled. On winter nights, gathered around the hearth, Haru quietly looked back over the year's events. Years of abundant harvest, years of poor harvest, various small events that occurred in the village. Taichi, listening to those stories, pictured in his mind scenery of a past he'd never seen. His grandfather's generation, times when the village still had a different shape. The words told weren't many, but within those few words, the house's history was carved. Sakichi didn't say much, but listened quietly to Haru's words, only nodding occasionally. Between husband and wife existed an understanding that needed no exchanged words. A quiet trust, known only to those who had spent long years together. During winter's farming off-season, villagers visited each other's houses, helping fix tools or sharing surplus crops. This period's exchange wasn't mere socializing. It was an invisible mechanism for maintaining the community called a village. If someone fell ill, someone helped with that house's fieldwork. If someone lost a child, someone shared meals with that house. Such mutual help wasn't written as a rule, but had naturally taken root among villagers. Sakichi himself, when he lost his father in his youth, couldn't have maintained the field without the villagers' help. So he too, without hesitation, lent a hand when someone was in trouble. It wasn't so much repaying a debt as a natural principle acquired for continuing life. On nights when snow piled deep, Sakichi sometimes told Taichi stories of when he was young, being taught how to use the hoe by his father, the day he first planted rice alone, the year he'd failed and wasted rice. For Sakichi, who didn't say much, such nights were rare in having a little more words. Taichi, listening to those stories, learned that his father too had once had a time, like himself, when he could do nothing. That gave Taichi a strange reassurance. What couldn't be done now would someday become possible. That was a fact his father embodied, proof more persuasive than words. When the new year began, Sakichi again went to check the field's condition. The snow-covered field quietly waited for the next season. Beneath that soil, which looked as though nothing was growing, preparation for the next life was already quietly proceeding. Sakichi, imagining that invisible practice, accepted as a matter of course that this year too, a day would come to grip the hoe the same way. No special resolve, no great determination was needed. Only the same as last year, this year too, facing the field. That alone was enough. Village life this way repeated the same shape throughout the year, while changing shape, little by little. Taichi grew a little taller than last year, was entrusted with a little more work. Haru gained a little more grey hair than last year, and Sakichi came to feel a little more back fatigue than last year. But the field itself didn't change, the channel didn't change, the mountains surrounding the village didn't change. People, changing little by little, lived supported by what didn't change. Sakichi didn't find this kind of contradiction especially strange. Rather, he felt that precisely because unchanging things existed, people could remain unafraid of change. Precisely because the field continued existing in the same place, Taichi could grow, Haru could age, and Sakichi himself could gradually hand his own role to the next generation. If the field itself showed a different face every year, people surely couldn't have changed with peace of mind. Precisely because an unchanging foundation existed, could the practice called life advance forward. Sakichi hadn't been taught this by anyone, but had carved it into his own body over long years. As spring approached, another tension began drifting through the village. Snowmelt water flowed into the channel, and the field's soil slowly showed its face. During this period, Sakichi never failed to stand at the field's edge every morning, checking the soil's color. Some soil was still frozen hard, some had already begun loosening. Discerning that difference was the first step in deciding that year's order of work. Taichi, walking behind his father, tried to look at the soil the same way, but still couldn't tell the difference. Sakichi didn't try to hurry teaching it. He knew that eyes weren't opened by being taught, but naturally opened through repeated seeing. Precisely because of this, Sakichi didn't say much, only kept Taichi beside him. Wisdom that couldn't be taught in words could only be conveyed through time spent together. When the season of field turning came, the whole village began moving at once. Households with cattle had the cattle pull the plow. Households without cattle turned the soil with human strength alone. Sakichi's house had no cattle, so Sakichi himself gripped the plow, turning over the hard-packed winter soil, piece by piece. This work carried a different kind of weight than harvesting. Harvesting was work receiving a harvest. Field turning was work preparing to welcome new life into the soil. Each time he turned the soil, a smell that had slept through winter rose. The smell of damp soil, a faint smell like leaf mold, and somewhere, the lingering scent of last year's rice. Every time Sakichi smelled it, he quietly felt, on his shoulders, the weight of the year about to begin. On the day water was drawn to the field, the village cleaned and repaired the channel. The channel, where fallen leaves and sediment had accumulated during winter, was cleaned by all the villagers together. This work wasn't only for one's own field. It was carried out for the whole village's fields. Water flowed from upstream to downstream, and no one's field alone was permitted to monopolize it. Precisely because of this, channel management had strict order and rules, and following them was a villager's minimum courtesy. Sakichi, in his youth, had once seen a villager who disregarded this order quietly, but certainly lose the trust of the whole village. He wasn't blamed loudly, only he stopped being lent a hand when needed. That alone made village life suddenly harsh. Sakichi felt he had to someday pass that lesson to Taichi too. As the season of seedbed making arrived, Haru's workload increased at once. Selecting grain, keeping only the good ones, carefully sowing them in the seedbed. In this selection work, Haru's years of experience were put to use. The grain's size, color, weight. Checking each one in her palm, Haru sorted the grain without hesitation. Taichi, watching that hand movement, sometimes thought his mother looked as though she were conversing with something. Haru herself didn't think it anything special. Only, things touched for many years naturally began speaking to one. That was true not only of grain, but of hoe and sickle, and the field itself. For the few days until the seedbed sprouted, a rarely quiet time visited the family. Still early for rice planting, and field turning having settled. Sakichi often used these few days to attend the village meeting. At the meeting, that year's water distribution, road repair, and management of communally used farm tools were discussed. Decisions weren't by majority vote, but carefully worked, centered on the elders' opinions, into a form everyone could accept. It took time, but this very carefulness was the wisdom for keeping the community called a village lasting long. Sakichi wasn't one to speak much, but when necessary spoke briefly, never missing the point. He still kept, even now, what his father had taught him in his youth. Speak correctly, rather than speak much. When the seedbed's sprouts began growing, Taichi was, for the first time, entrusted with part of the seedling care, checking the water amount, watching so birds didn't eat them, pulling weeds. A small task, but to Taichi, his first own work. On the day he was entrusted with it, Taichi rose earlier than usual, heading to the seedbed without being told by anyone. Sakichi watched that from a little distance. He didn't call out, but there was certain satisfaction in that back. The moment a child begins moving by their own will was, to a parent, the quietest joy of all. As the season of rice planting approached, the whole village's air gained tension at once. Only during this period, households usually working separately helped each other's fields. Rice planting, requiring much manpower, was work no single family could finish alone, and mutual help among villagers was essential. Neighboring families came to help Sakichi's house too, and conversely, Sakichi and the others also went out to other houses' fields. This mechanism, called yui, wasn't merely an exchange of labor. It was something like a ceremony renewing villagers' relationships every year. No one's field could be supported by the strength of one person alone. Confirming this with the body every year strengthened the roots of the community called a village. On rice planting day, from early morning, women lined up in the water-filled field, planting seedlings. Haru too joined that line, bending at the waist, carefully planting one clump at a time. Work that looked monotonous, but within it was certain technique. Too deep, and roots wouldn't grow; too shallow, and it fell to the wind. The appropriate depth and spacing, Haru kept accurately, not by measuring with the eye, but by years of sense. Taichi, watching this sight, imagined the day when he too would someday join this line. His hands didn't yet know the movement, but the sight reflected in his eyes had already begun carving itself within him. The night rice planting finished, the village sometimes held a simple but heartfelt feast. There wasn't special cuisine, but a meal prepared a little more abundantly than usual, and a little sake. A time to appreciate each other's labor, quietly sharing the accomplishment of the same work again this year. This night Sakichi grew more talkative than usual. Sakichi, who never broke his stern expression, showed a slightly softer face only on such nights. This way, Sakichi's day repeated countless times, and the seasons turned from here, we record, in order from among the years thus accumulated, the various events that particularly shaped the life of Sakichi's household and the village. The village's elementary school was a small single room, borrowed from a corner of the temple. The teacher was a young man from town, teaching the village children reading, writing, and arithmetic. Taichi couldn't attend many days, but when he went, he diligently copied the characters written on the blackboard, tracing the learned kanji with his finger again and again. One day the teacher had said, "From now on, the breadth of life will change between those who can read and those who can't." Taichi didn't fully understand the meaning, but when he told Sakichi this at home, Sakichi was silent for a while before answering, "I can't read. Even so, I can farm. But your generation might be different." Those words held a ring that was neither envy nor loneliness exactly. Sakichi could write only his own name and knew nothing beyond that. Documents arriving from the village office, he always had a young person from the neighboring house read for him. Taichi, using the characters he'd learned, sometimes began reading notices posted on the village bulletin board aloud to Sakichi. Notices about changes to how tribute was paid, notices about seed rice distribution. There were many difficult words, but when Taichi read them aloud, however imperfectly, Sakichi listened silently. "That's something," Sakichi said shortly, and Taichi looked down, a little embarrassed. Learning didn't till a field. Even so, Sakichi quietly felt that his son was, little by little, gaining a thin thread connecting the house to a world outside the field. The village temple's bell rang at fixed hours, morning and evening. In this village, where most houses had no clock, the bell's sound served to teach the day's divisions. Those in the field, hearing the bell, would stretch their backs once, checking the sky's height. The head priest was an old man who, in his youth, had often mediated village disputes. Even quarrels over the channel's order had many times been settled by the priest's single word. When Sakichi, as a child, had gone to the temple led by his father, he still occasionally remembered the priest saying, "The field tests people, but people also test the field." In years of good autumn harvest, villagers delivered a little rice to the temple. This wasn't obligation, but a custom naturally carried out as a form of gratitude. It was also said the priest used that rice to build part of a reserve for famine years. No one knew the details, but that rice was piled in the temple's storehouse had become, for the villagers, a form of invisible reassurance. There had also been a period when Taichi, in something like a temple school, was taught kana reading by the priest. Even without understanding difficult sutras, the old stories the priest told, and stories about the village's origins, remained in Taichi's memory. This small temple held an entrance to learning outside the field. Within the village's time, carved along with the bell's sound, such quiet learning too was woven in. At the very top of the channel, near where water gushed from the mountain slope, stood a small shrine. In the village, it was believed since old times that a water god dwelled there. In spring, before beginning rice planting, villagers had a custom of gathering at that shrine, offering prayer that water would be shared again this year. Sakichi had, as a child, heard the shrine's origin from his grandmother. Long ago, in a year of terrible drought, villagers had fought over water, and it was said the dispute finally came to bloodshed. That night, an old woman who tried to stop the conflict had thrown herself into the water source, and since then, it was said, water that never dried had begun gushing from that place. No one could confirm the truth, but villagers passed down that story, not merely as an old tale, but as a warning never to forget the weight of sharing water. When Taichi begged for the same story, Sakichi tried to convey, as much as possible, the same words he'd heard from his grandmother. But the details inevitably grew vague. The old woman's name, the name of the households that had fought, had already faded from Sakichi's memory. Even so, the story's core point, that water belongs to no single person, he could convey clearly. When pressing his hands together before the shrine, what Sakichi prayed for wasn't a special miracle, only the extremely modest wish that this year too, no one would show too much greed and no one would go hungry. Whether prayer truly called water he didn't know. Even so, the act itself of the whole village's houses, pressing their hands together on the same day, in the same place, had become a visible ceremony, renewing every year the resolve to share water. During winter's farming off-season, Haru never stopped her hands from weaving. The cash obtainable from the field was limited, and the family's clothing had to be woven by themselves to cover it. Their daughter Mitsu, from around age 7, began sitting beside her mother, helping with thread spinning. The hand movement turning the spinning wheel was clumsy at first. The thread tangled, requiring Haru's help many times, but Haru didn't rush her. "Hurry, and it tangles more. Slow is fine." As those words said, Mitsu, repeating the same motion again and again, gradually came to spin thread evenly, little by little. Watching Haru's back facing the loom, Mitsu wondered if she too would someday be able to weave that way. One evening, Haru told a story from her own youth. Before marriage, it had taken her years to learn weaving at her parents' house, failing and wasting thread, being scolded by her mother. Mitsu listened to that story, overlapping it with her own failures. Even if you don't get good, it's fine to continue. Whether you get good follows later. Haru's words closely resembled the words Sakichi used when teaching Taichi how to use tools. The couple weren't ones to talk much together, but the words directed at their children carried, somehow, the same ring. That the hand tilling the field and the hand weaving the loom were both hands supporting the same household's life, Mitsu didn't yet know, but a day would come when she knew. Haru quietly thought while weaving. Even before the rainy season fully ended, small sounds never ceased in the upstairs silkworm room. The sound of the silkworm's jaws chewing mulberry leaves echoed especially well on rainy days. Haru never failed, every morning before going out to the field, to climb the ladder and check the silkworm shelves' condition. If leftover leaves remained, humidity gathered, and the silkworms became prone to illness. Between the wish to generously give new leaves and the reality that the mulberry field too had its limits, Haru always measured the amount. Silkworms didn't promise a fixed harvest every year like rice, but if cocoons sold, cash came in. Tribute was paid in rice, but items that had tool repair costs, salt, oil inevitably required cash. Silkworms filled the gap in life that the field alone couldn't cover. Sakichi understood this well, so when mulberry leaves ran short, he headed to the back mountain, even putting off field work. Taichi, too, during this period, was given the role of sweeping fallen leaf scraps beneath the silkworm shelves. Using a small broom, he swept carefully, corner to corner. By the time the silkworms began spinning thread, even the sounds within the house changed. Even at night, listening closely, one could tell the sound of chewing mulberry continued, and Taichi sometimes fell asleep, listening to that sound like a lullaby. The day the cocoons finished mounting and lay white in rows, Haru's cheeks relaxed for the first time. Counting the number, weighing them, comparing in her head whether it was better or worse than last year. Instead of saying much, that evening's dinner had one mouthful more rice served than usual. Sakichi cheated this, but took up his chopsticks without saying anything. Even without words, something was conveyed within the family. On New Year's morning, Sakichi took his family to visit the village shrine. Preparing while still dark, they climbed the slope breathing white breath. The shrine grounds already had several lanterns lined up, villagers forming a line. There was little calling out to each other, but on faces exchanging bows was a quiet relief at having crossed the year. Throwing an offering, pressing hands together. What each prayed for differed person to person, but what Sakichi thought was always the same thing: that the field would bear fruit, that the family wouldn't fall ill, that water disputes wouldn't arise. Not great wishes, only that this year too could be gotten through the same as last year. Sakichi prayed with the same words every year. After finishing the visit, the village elders gathered at a corner of the shrine grounds, talking around a fire. Taichi approached that circle, listening without quite listening. One elder was telling of a great famine he'd experienced in his youth. Rice had bottomed out, and there had been a year, it was said, when they'd even peeled and eaten tree bark from the mountains. Now, it's not that bad yet. The elder said this, laughing with a dry voice. Taichi didn't understand the meaning of that laugh, but could sense that the adult's expressions had tightened for just a moment. Sakichi placed a hand lightly on his son's shoulder. It's not a bad thing to hear stories of bad years too. Taichi nodded, but still didn't truly understand the weight of it. That was fine. Sakichi thought. Weight wasn't something understood by being taught. A day would come to confirm it with one's own hands. Until that day, It was enough to just keep the story in his ear. On the way home, the sun began rising, and the snow-maining ridge path was dyed a pale pink. The family's footprints continued side by side, and before long the house's smoke came into view. The year's first morning, without any special event, quietly dissolved into the usual life. In a year of heavy snow, the village became, for a while, as though cut off from the outside world. The mountain pass was buried in snow, and neither peddlers nor officials could enter the village for a while. The field was covered white, the channel too frozen, and all Sakichi and the others could do was clear snow from the roof and continue work within the house. On such nights, time spent around the hearth naturally grew longer. While Haru mended, Sakichi braided rope, Taichi and Mitsu listened to the adults talk, while warming themselves by the fire. The topic was always decided: last year's harvest, small events that had occurred in the village, and memories from when Sakichi and Haru were children. When I was a child too, there was a year of heavy snow like this. When Sakichi began this way, Taichi and Mitsu naturally leaned forward. Days shut in by snow, when even coming and going with the neighboring house was difficult. Days spent only with family continuing. Within that, his grandfather had carved a small straw toy for him. Sakichi's story was never a great event, but for the children, it was precious time, learning a side of their father they hadn't known. Days buried in snow were, at the same time as the inconvenience of being unable to do anything, an unexpected opportunity to reclaim family time, normally lost in busyness. Haru sometimes thought, moving her mending hands, that these winter nights might be, more than the field's harvest, the very time that made family family. The morning the snow stopped and clear skies peeked through after a long while, Sakichi, clearing snow from the roof, surveyed the distant mountains, hazy white. The closed road was slowly opening again, little by little. The family time stored up during winter too would probably quietly dissolve into the work of spring about to begin. Sakichi thought. That Haru was expecting a third child was learned in the autumn when Taichi was 9 and Mitsu 7. Even between fieldwork, Haru's body grew heavier day by day, but she never reduced her morning work. Sakichi said he'd at least handle the water drawing work himself, but Haru wouldn't hear of it, saying, "I can still move." In early spring, with snow still remaining, labor began in the middle of the night. Sakichi hurried to call the village midwife. The midwife was an older woman living in the neighboring settlement, reputed to have delivered nearly half the village's children. Once called, she quickly prepared and headed out along the dark night road with accustomed steps, without even a lantern. At home, Taichi and Mitsu huddled in the corner of the earthen floor, frightened by their mother's voice heard from within. Sakichi too went back and forth between the doorway and earthen floor many times, not knowing what to do, only continuing to boil water. There wasn't much a father could do, following the midwife's instructions, carrying water, preparing cloth, and after that only waiting. A little before dawn, a baby's cry echoed within the house, a small but powerful voice. When Sakichi entered the inner room, Haru's face was exhausted, but her eyes held certain light. "Born was a girl. You did well." Sakichi said only that, and Haru laughed softly, drawing the baby to her chest. Taichi and Mitsu too approached fearfully, peering at their small sister's face. A weight of different from the field's harvest had that morning been added to the house. As she left, the midwife said to Sakichi, "This child too will eventually live on this land." "Yes, probably." "Then raise her carefully. Raising isn't only your work, it's the whole village's work too." Sakichi didn't forget those words for a while. That one child was born was a single family's joy, and at the same time, one new life added to the great circle of life called a village. In early July, the village children looked forward to the custom of tying paper strips with written wishes to bamboo. Taichi and Mitsu too, using the kana they'd just learned at temple school, wrote their own wishes on the strips. Taichi wrote, "May the rice bear well," and Mitsu wrote, "May I quickly become good at weaving." Haru, seeing those strips, laughed a little. Rather than childlike wishes, it seemed the things seen and heard in daily life had simply become wishes as they were. You can write wishes more for yourself too. When Haru said this, Taichi tilted his head. If the rice doesn't bear, everything else would be in trouble too. To that answer, Haru said nothing back. That her son, who should still be young, had, before she knew it, placed the household's life at the center of his own wishes, brought pride and a slight sorrow rising at once. By evening, the bamboo gathered at the village square was densely tied with strips from each house. Every time wind blew, the strips swayed, the sound of rubbing paper spreading throughout the square. Children ran beneath it. Adults sat on benches chatting, enjoying time to stop their hands for once. Sakichi too, only on this day, finished the field early, going with his family to the square. Looking up at the strips swaying on the bamboo, Sakichi tried to remember the wish he'd written as a child, but couldn't recall it clearly. Even so, this small annual event was certainly one of the few times family looked up at the same place amid busy days. At night, the stars were hidden by clouds and invisible, but no one regretted it. Whether visible or not, there seemed to be meaning in the very series of actions. Writing a wish, tying it to bamboo, everyone looking up together. One summer, no rain fell for nearly a month after the rainy season ended. The river's water thinned, and many of the village's channels showed their bottoms. The field's surface cracked, and the rice leaves hung listlessly from morning. Sakichi's time crouching before the water inlet, staring at the meager flow, grew longer every day. In the village, arrangements repeated whenever drought continued kicked into motion. The order of using water was further finely divided, dividing even the time itself. Houses that passed water to the field only during the night, houses only in the morning. If someone used more, someone would certainly fall short. Precisely because they knew this, villagers, while carrying the awkwardness of watching each other's water inlets, strictly kept to the decided times. Within the house too, rice decreased day by day. Haru increased barley and barnyard millet, supplementing the soup's ingredients with wild grass. The dinner bowl grew lighter day by day, but no one voiced complaint. Everyone in the family knew that voicing it wouldn't increase the rice. The night Taichi let slip, "I'm hungry," Haru moved one mouthful from her own bowl to her son's. Sakichi noticed but said nothing, because he knew that if he said something, Haru would hold back and stop. Watching silently was, sometimes, the greatest consideration. Rain finally fell past mid-August. The moment the first drop struck the roof, the family gathered at the doorway without anyone calling, listening silently to the rain's sound for a while. No one raised a voice of joy, only one could tell that from Sakichi's shoulders, a long tensed force was quietly releasing. The village's channel, seen from the mountain water source, was somewhere connected to the neighboring village's channel too. Normally 2 villages with no relation to each other, but in a year of severe drought, the old arrangement of which upstream village drew water first, sometimes became a problem. That year too, a summer of little rain had continued. Word spread that the neighboring village had built a new weir, drawing more water than before into their own fields, around a month after rice planting. In Sakichi's village too, the channel's flow visibly thinned, and at the village meeting, voices mixed between those saying they should protest to the neighboring village, and those saying they shouldn't stir things up. They probably have their own reasons too. One village elder said this, and several young men looked unconvinced. But the elder continued, "Just throwing reasons at each other won't increase the water. We have to talk it out." In the end, representatives from both villages came to meet at the temple grounds. Sakichi too was chosen as one of them. The neighboring village's representative, was a man a little older than Sakichi, wearing an equally troubled expression. Each spoke of their own village's field conditions, confirming together how little room either side had to yield, becoming a long, heavy discussion. What was finally decided wasn't a dramatic solution, only limited to drought years. The time for passing water was divided even more finely than before, with an arrangement that both villages' water wardens would patrol each other's channels. No one was satisfied, but it was a form where no one lost completely either. On the way back, Sakichi walked alongside the neighboring village's representative. "Do we have to think about nothing but water every year like this?" Sakichi murmured, and the other man smiled wryly. "Wherever there's water, this talk always follows. There's nothing to do but get used to it." At those words, Sakichi laughed a little too. Conflict never completely disappeared, even so that it could be settled through discussion, without becoming fistfights or lawsuits. Sakichi quietly chewed over on the way home. At the end of August, there was a day the sky's color suddenly changed. From morning, the wind was strangely warm. Clouds ran low and the mountain ridge grew hazy and invisible. The elders said, one after another, "A big wind is coming," and more houses in the village finished work earlier than usual. Sakichi too set down his sickle, hurriedly carrying the just-hung bundles from the rice rack into the storehouse. Taichi carried rope. Haru tightly closed the field's water inlet. If wind strengthened, it was better to drain the water before the rice fell. Without anyone teaching them, the villagers arrived at the same judgment, the same motion repeating here and there, in the fields. By evening, wind began howling, and the sound of the thatched roof lifting could be heard. Sakichi prepared thick rope, retying it from the roof's four corners to stakes in the ground. The children huddled in the corner of the earthen floor, pressing themselves close to their mother's shadow. The light swayed repeatedly in the wind, each time stretching a large shadow across the house's walls. At midnight, the rain turned to a lashing sideways rain. The channel's sound swelled to many times its usual volume, and a dull sound of something collapsing could be heard far off. Sakichi put on his straw raincoat, trying to go outside, but Haru gripped his arm strongly. "Right now, going won't fix it." Haru's voice was low but unwavering. Sakichi stood at the doorway for a while, but eventually lowered his arm. There were things that could be protected, and things that couldn't. Mistake that boundary, and a person would be lost before the field. The next morning, the wind had stopped, and fallen rice and crumbled banks were found here and there in the village. About a third of Sakichi's field too was sunk in water, but the portion hung on the rack and taken in earlier was safe. At the neighboring house there was a house whose pre-harvest field had almost entirely fallen. Villagers went around checking each other's fields, with few words, but from those with free hands, one by one they joined the work of righting the fallen rice that same day. No one spoke loudly of helping each other, only those who'd finished checking their own field next headed to the neighboring field with sickle in hand. When heavy rain swelled the river, there had once been a time the log bridge connecting village and town was swept away. Without the bridge, one couldn't carry tribute rice, nor go seek medicine in town. Everyone was made to realize, seeing the traces of the swept bridge, that village life was supported not only by the field, but by this single bridge too. Villagers hurried, cutting thick logs from the nearby mountain, beginning work to rebuild the bridge. The river's current was still fast, and even carrying logs carried danger. Sakichi tied rope to his waist, becoming one of the men standing on the riverbank pulling logs. Cold spray hit his face, and the stones underfoot were slippery. "Watch out, you'll be swept away." Someone's voice flew, and everyone loosened their force at once. A moment's carelessness could lead to a great injury. An older man took the lead, aligning the breathing of joined strength. Sakichi realized, every time during such work, the meaning of calling out to each other. Over 3 days, the bridge was rebuilt. At the first crossing, the village children ran out first, and the adults watched, laughing. Taichi too was among them, fearfully stepping out, confirming it didn't wobble. "You've properly learned to cross now, haven't you?" Sakichi said. And Taichi nodded proudly. The bridge wasn't merely a road for carrying rice and medicine. It was also the first step for the village's children to step out into the outside world. Sakichi's house's thatched roof hadn't been rethatched since his grandfather's generation. Years of wind and rain had thinned the thatch, and places with leaks had increased. One autumn, the village meeting decided it was Sakichi's house's turn to have the roof rethatched. Rethatching wasn't work one family alone could do. The village had, since long ago, the mechanism called yui, where neighboring houses all lent a hand for a large construction. Harvested thatch was piled like a mountain, and from morning, men climbed onto the roof, peeling off the old thatch. From the peeled old thatch rose a smell blackened by years of smoke. Taichi too, beneath the roof, was given the role of receiving bundles of new thatch as they were carried over. He couldn't yet hold the heavy bundle alone, but could carry it with 2 people. On the roof, older men pressed the thatch with bamboo, tightening it with rope. It was said the way of tightening changed how rain leaked, and that adjustment required years of instinct. At noon, Haru and other women, all together, prepared rice balls and soup, spreading a long mat beneath the roof to serve everyone. Those normally working at separate houses, only on this day, ate together under one roof. Laughing, Sakichi, surveying the faces gathered for his own house, thought that someday he too would climb onto someone else's roof. There, in a form that didn't fit within the words lending and borrowing, was the very shape of village life. Before dusk, once the new roof was finished, villagers looked up at the roof, exchanging brief words before dispersing. No one thanked exaggeratedly. Next time someone's roof was damaged, it would be Sakichi's turn to carry thatch there. One year, when drought continued for 3 years, the village meeting raised talk of digging a new well. Not only the field's water, but there had been summers when even drinking water thinned. To decide where to dig, villagers walked the mountain many times, relying on the instinct of an old man knowledgeable about water veins. It was a matter costing money, but no one opposed it. Without water, neither rice nor people could continue. Once digging began, they hit harder rock than expected. Men took turns descending into the hole, swinging pickaxes. Sakichi too entered the hole's bottom several times, scraping out soil and rock in the narrow darkness. A bucket lowered by rope from above carried the soil out little by little. By day's end, arms grew too tired to lift, but the next morning, people again gathered at the same place. After about 3 months, they finally reached the water vein. At first, only muddy water came out, but over several days it cleared. The day the well was completed, there wasn't margin for special celebration, but villagers, taking turns, drew water, confirmed its coldness, and nodded to each other. Taichi too, led by Haru's hand, went to draw water, curiously peering at his own reflection at the bucket's bottom. "This will make things a little easier," Sakichi said, and the old man beside him laughed. "Saying it'll be easier is going too far. Only, this reduces one trouble." To those words, Sakichi returned a wry smile, too. There was nothing in this village that originally made life easy. What existed was only the steady accumulation of reducing troubles one at a time. The well, too, as one part of that accumulation, quietly joined the village's life. As autumn deepened, an old man from the village outskirts died. Not long ill, he'd gone out as usual for the field's morning rounds, and passed away peacefully in his sleep by evening, said the one who brought the news. Sakichi, hearing this, stopped his hand from holding the hoe. He'd once been helped by that old man in a channel dispute in his youth. Without time to repay the debt, that man had passed away. The village's mourning wasn't only the house's work. Men assembled the coffin to carry to the temple. Women brought porridge and pickles for the morning gathering. Haru reduced rice from the night before to cook porridge, having Taichi carry the bowl. To a child, death still looked like something distant, but watching the adults' quiet movements, Taichi sensed an air different from usual. While the funeral procession advanced through the village road, there were those here and there on the banks who stopped their fieldwork and bowed their heads. When someone died, for that one day alone, the whole village slowed its pace slightly. It wasn't a rule, but no one broke it either. After the funeral, Sakichi went to look at the old man's field. It was a field with no one to inherit it. At the village meeting, who would farm that field and how would probably be discussed. Land remained longer than people. Even when a person departs, the field remains there waiting for the next someone's hand. Sakichi accepted this with a feeling quietly different from sadness. Our house, too, will someday be the same. When he let this slip to Haru, Haru said nothing back, only nodding slightly. It wasn't words seeking an answer, only, unless spoken aloud, it was the kind of thing that would remain heavy somewhere in the heart. One autumn evening, Sakichi, out on channel rounds, found an unfamiliar family sitting on the road at the village outskirts. A man who looked like the father, a thin wife, and 3 children. Their clothes were dingy, and their luggage only a single cloth bundle. Listening to their story, poor harvests had continued in the neighboring county, and they'd given up their field, heading to town seeking work. Sakichi couldn't give anything on the spot right away, but returned home and told the village elder of the circumstances. The elder, after thinking a moment, said, "Let them rest under the temple's eaves tonight." Whether to share the village's rice was a separate matter. Easily giving reserve grain to outsiders risked the village's own stores eventually becoming unsustainable. Even so, faced with hungry children, they couldn't simply turn them away without doing anything. Haru cooked a little extra porridge that night, dividing it into bowls for Sakichi to carry. Taichi went along too, given the role of holding out the bowl to the children shivering under the temple's eaves. The children at first hid behind the adult as if wary, but seeing the steaming porridge, reached out unable to bear it any longer. Our house isn't living easily either, but tonight at least, let them fill their stomachs. Sakichi said this, and the traveling man bowed his head many times. The next morning, the family thanked them and left the village. Afterward, no one in the village ever knew where they arrived. Taichi remembered that night for a long time, that even though his own house wasn't wealthy, it could still hold out a bowl to someone. There was no guarantee that what was given would ever return. Even so, the single point of not abandoning someone struggling before one's eyes, that was one thing Sakichi conveyed to Taichi, not through words, but through action. One year during the farming off-season, a house was welcoming a bride from a neighboring village, and the whole village helped with the celebration. A wedding wasn't merely a celebration for the couple themselves. It was also an event renewing the bond between villages. Through the two families' connection, men prepared celebratory sake, and women were busy for many days preparing to steam red rice. Sakichi's house too received a request to share red beans for the red rice. Their reserves weren't much, but Haru unhesitatingly put beans into a bamboo basket and handed them over. Being stingy at a celebration meant that house's name would be spoken of forever after. All the village women knew this. On the wedding day, the bride walked over the mountain pass from the neighboring village on foot. Along the road, young men from both villages went out to greet her carrying lanterns. Reaching the village, the celebratory procession continued with the sound of drums, and children ran chasing behind. Taichi too walked at the edge of the line alongside Mitsu, eyes shining at the bustle rarely seen otherwise. At the celebration feast, Sakichi, who usually held back on sake, refilled his cup repeatedly only on this day. There was even a scene of laughing, recalling with Genzo seated beside him, the water dispute story from their youth. Precisely because they'd lived long in the same village together, they could speak of both conflict and celebration as the same continuous memory. As night deepened and the feast ended, tired children slept in their parents' laps. Sakichi carried Taichi on his back, heading home. The night road, still holding the celebration's afterglow, felt brighter than usual. That one person joined this village was, in a form different from the field's harvest, something supporting the village's future. Several times a year, a peddler visited the village, carrying goods on a balance pole, selling needles, thread, medicine, and sometimes novel small goods. The children enjoyed watching from a distance, wondering if there was anything rare among that cargo. The peddler didn't only sell goods, he also told of conditions in other villages and towns. One year's peddler spoke of electric lights being lit in town, the number of trains increasing, rumors of a distant war. Villagers, sitting on the earthen floor, listened to that talk over tea. They say the thing called electric light is bright even at night, like daytime. Someone said this, and someone else mixed, how enviable no oil costs, and everyone laughed a little. Within that laughter mixed a color neither quite envy nor quite resignation. Electric lines hadn't yet come to the village. Light was still adjusted, as ever, by the thinness of oil and wick. Sakichi listened to such talk without particular surprise. He knew that town's changes wouldn't immediately change village life. Even so, the night after the peddler left, when Taichi asked, "Father, do you want to see electric lights too?" Sakichi thought a moment before answering, "I won't say I don't want to see them, but seeing them wouldn't change the field's work." At that answer, Taichi looked a little dissatisfied, but asked no further. That the world was changing and continuing to till the field before one's eyes existed within Sakichi as separate flows of time. Both were true, and he couldn't choose only one or the other. The village had a communal rice storehouse called a granary. In abundant harvest years, each house contributed a little rice, storing it there. It was a mechanism for dividing that reserve to struggling houses when a poor harvest year came. Sakichi's house too, in years of good harvest, always carried part of one sack to the granary. Rice contribution to the granary was made public at the village meeting. Who contributed how much was recorded in a ledger, which anyone in the village could check. Some houses contributed much, some in a hard year could contribute only a little. No one blamed that. If one couldn't contribute this year, contributing next year was fine. The granary wasn't a place for settling yearly accounts, but a mechanism for evening out the whole village's precariousness over many years. When Sakichi was a child, there had been a great crop failure, and it was said the granary's rice was distributed throughout the village. His father hadn't spoken much of that year, but once let slip. Without that, several households would have left the village. From that one line, Sakichi understood that the act of contributing rice together wasn't mere preparation, but had become the very skeleton supporting the community called a village. The year Taichi first witnessed granary rice contribution, Sakichi, shouldering a sack, said to his son, "What you give isn't guaranteed to come back to you as it was. But if you don't give, no one will help you when the time comes." Taichi didn't seem to swallow those words right away, but nodded silently. That a mechanism unmeasurable by profit and loss alone had long supported this village's life. A day would surely come for him to confirm it with his own hands. In winter, a blacksmith who made rounds of the village appeared once a year, loading a furnace and full set of tools on a cart, setting up a temporary workshop at the village square, rehammering hoe blades, fixing sickle blade chips. This work was, for the village men, one of the important tasks connecting a year's life to the next. Sakichi lined up before the blacksmith every year, with the hoe inherited from his father. The blade had thinned, with several chips, but the handle still fit his hand. The blacksmith put the blade in the furnace, hammering it back into shape once red hot. Every time sparks scattered, Taichi flinched slightly but never took his eyes off the sight. Switching to a new one would be easier in the long run. The blacksmith often said this, but Sakichi always gave the same answer. This is fine. A tool one's used to keeps the work from going wrong. A new blade cut well, but its weight and angle to the handle differed. A tool used for years, as though remembering even the user's habits, didn't resist the hand's movement. To Sakichi, this wasn't mere attachment, but a practical choice connected to actual speed and accuracy of work. Receiving the rehammered blade, Sakichi lightly swung it there on the spot, checking the weight's feel. The cooled blade was slightly lighter than before, but had regained certain hardness. Taichi too had a small sickle rehammered, and the two headed home together. "Will I someday be able to hammer too?" Taichi murmured, gazing at the blade, and Sakichi shook his head. "Smithing is the blacksmith's work. We're the side that carefully uses the hammered tool." Within those words quietly seeped the shape of village life, recognizing each other's respective roles. In years of good harvest, even after subtracting tribute and next year's seed rice, a slight margin of rice sometimes arose remaining in the house. In such years, Sakichi sold part of the sacks to the town rice merchant. Cash was necessary to buy tools, medicine, and children's school supplies that the field alone couldn't provide. Selling rice wasn't simply work of carrying and handing over sacks. Rice's price fluctuated greatly year to year, with the ironic mechanism that prices dropped more in abundant harvest years. When the whole village bore fruit similarly, rice merchants bought cheap too. Conversely, in poor harvest years, there was hardly any rice left to sell in the first place. Sakichi had heard this from his father in his youth, and confirmed it with his own eyes many times since. One year, arriving in town, the rice merchant's storefront already had rice sacks from other villages piled like a mountain. The clerk, working an abacus, presented a price about 10% lower than last year. Sakichi listened silently to that number, but had no margin to go around to other merchants, ultimately having no choice but to hand it over at that price. This year's an abundant harvest poverty, isn't it? At the clerk's words, spoken like small talk, Sakichi could only laugh bitterly. That a field bearing well didn't necessarily enrich the house. That was a contradiction Sakichi had tasted many times living on this land. On the way home, counting the coins in his pocket, Sakichi rearranged in his head the order of what to buy this year. Renew the hose blade, buy new sandals for Taichi, or set it aside for next year. Coins were few, wishes many. Even so, it was far better than returning with nothing at all. The road he'd walked shouldering rice sacks, he now returned along with a light pocket. Sakichi felt, every year, a similar bewilderment at that imbalance between lightness and weight. One early summer, word came that a prefectural official would visit the village to remeasure the field's area. It was said to be for newly remaking the ledger related to land tax. The official, dressed nearly in Western clothes, used tools the villagers had never seen, stretching rope from bank to bank, writing numbers in a ledger. The day the official came to Sakichi's field, Sakichi stood at the bank, silently watching that work. The field's area, long known by eye measure and paces, was being replaced by unfamiliar numbers. If the numbers were correct, payments to the landlord should become fairer. But among villagers, there was simultaneously anxiety over whether those numbers would truly benefit them. "Will this make the tribute lighter?" someone asked the official, and the official showed a troubled smile, not answering clearly. That a system changing and life becoming easier weren't necessarily the same thing. Sakichi vaguely sensed from years of experience. Even with a new ledger, the amount of rice coming from the field wouldn't suddenly increase. the more precise the numbers became, the more it seemed the village's life would, conversely, be managed even more finely. Even so, Sakichi didn't interfere with the official's work, answering honestly what he was asked. Resisting wouldn't change the flow of the era. Even within the new mechanism, in the end, the practice of tilling the field, dividing water, and feeding family alone didn't change. After the official left the village, Sakichi took up his hoe as usual, heading to the field. As the Meiji era advanced, new mechanisms gradually entered the village too. Village matters that had, until now, been decided only at the elders' meetings began. At some point, while Sakichi was still going out to the field, to involve a prefecturally appointed village mayor and elected assembly members. When word came that the first election would be held, many villagers were bewildered. The very act of choosing someone was something not present in life until now. The channel's order, the festival's arrangement, until now, these had naturally settled into the elders' judgment. Many, Sakichi included, couldn't easily adjust to this new form of writing on paper and choosing. In the end, whether we choose or not, the village's work is the same. Some let this slip at the meeting, but among the young men, there were those with expectations for the new system. If those who could read and write increased, perhaps the village's opinion could be conveyed more accurately to the office. Taichi was one such person, and on the first voting day, wrote a name on paper with a tense expression. Who was chosen was, in the end, an older man who'd long gathered the village's trust. Even with the mechanism changed, the chosen person wasn't greatly different from before. Even so, Sakichi couldn't help but feel the era's weight in the very fact that the method of deciding had changed. In our generation, we might not yet understand this mechanism's true meaning, Sakichi murmured, and Taichi nodded. Even so, getting used to it now means the next generation won't have to hesitate. Both the new mechanism and the old custom were in the end only tools for protecting village life. There was no need to hurry deciding which was correct, using it while adapting, little by little, into a form suiting the village. That too was one piece of time-consuming wisdom, the same kind Sakichi and the others had learned in the field. Word came at the close of a certain year that the landlord who owned the field Sakichi's house borrowed had grown old and died. The landlord himself had lived in town, rarely coming to see the field directly, but arrangements for tenant rent and consultations in poor harvest years had long continued with the same person. Hearing that the one inheriting was a son doing business in the city, no small unease spread through the village. The following spring, a representative from the new landlord visited the village, a young man in Western clothes, ledger in hand, checking the field's area and yield in more detail than before. Sakichi, before his own field, answered as asked by the representative about last year's harvest and the drought year's conditions. Answering, Sakichi grew careful in his choice of words. Honestly conveying hardship might bring sympathy, but if taken as weakness, it could also become a pretext to raise the tenant rent. "Shall we keep the same arrangement as before?" Sakichi asked, and the representative looked up from the ledger, surveying the village's fields for a while before answering. "I don't intend to change things suddenly. Only, going forward, I'd like the harvest amount properly recorded." At those words, Sakichi outwardly nodded, but held complicated feelings within his chest. That records grew finer also meant the room for village discretion decreased. In poor harvest years, until now there had been some room for consultation with the landlord, but once arrangements became based on ledgers, that room might narrow. At that year's meeting, similar voices of unease rose from other tenant households too. No one opposed loudly, but a tension different from before drifted through the whole village. Sakichi told himself that even within the changing mechanism, what they themselves could do wouldn't change. Till the field carefully, produce a harvest not embarrassing to the recorded numbers. That alone was the modest pride villagers could continue holding within the relationship with the new landlord. The winter his mother's cough dragged on. The powdered medicine the village medicine peddler brought seemed to have thin effect. Haru sat many nights at her mother's pillow, placing a hand on her forehead, checking the fever's degree. Sakichi, after hesitating, decided to go call the town doctor. It was about 2 ri each way, and losing a day from the field was regrettable. But the time spent hesitating was more regrettable still. Arriving in town, a different smell than the village hung there. Smoke from grilling fish, the smell of oil, the sound of carts scraping soil. Before the doctor's house, several others stood, like Sakichi worried about someone. While waiting his turn, Sakichi checked his pouch inside his robe many times. He'd managed money for the examination, but not enough for medicine besides. Even so, when his turn came, he conveyed his mother's symptoms without hesitation. The doctor put his ear to the old mother's chest, silent for a while. Then, without forcing much explanation, wrapped only the necessary medicine in paper. Age can't be overcome, but it probably won't turn bad. Those words weren't a certain promise. Even so, Sakichi loosened the strength from his shoulders slightly. Anxiety with understanding was still more bearable than staying without understanding. On the way home, the sun had already leaned. Walking hurriedly, Sakichi checked the medicine packet inside his robe many times. Having left the field for a day, tomorrow's work would grow heavier. Even so, reaching home, seeing Haru's hand carrying medicinal broth to his mother's mouth, Sakichi didn't think that day wasted. The field waited, but a person's life didn't wait. That he mustn't mistake that order, Sakichi clearly understood. His mother's cough deepened year by year. It settled for a while with the doctor's medicine, but returned again every time cold grew severe. One winter night, his mother quietly breathed her last, as though falling asleep. She showed no sign of suffering, as though at the end of a long day, she'd simply continued into sleep. Sakichi, for a while, couldn't move, staring at his mother's face. Before sadness, a thinness of reality occupied his chest. Someone who'd been coughing under the same roof until yesterday now said nothing at all. That change had been so quiet that Sakichi somewhere felt as though his mother was still in the next room. Haru, showing tears, quickly proceeded with morning preparations. Taichi and Mitsu, bewildered by their first experience of a family member's death, imitated the adults' movements, searching for what they could do. Villagers gathered, assembling the coffin as usual, cooking porridge. Sakichi, borrowing those hands, felt more the proof of how long his mother had lived in this village. On the morning night, Sakichi alone took up the old bowl his mother had used. A chipped rim, a worn bottom, something used for decades. His mother had been a woman of few words to touch. Certainly remained traces of life. I too will someday become this. To that murmur, spoken to no one in particular, Haru said nothing back, only sitting quietly beside Sakichi, gazing at the same bowl. Even when a person departs, well-used tools and tilled fields, keeping the memory of that hand, are passed to the next generation. Sakichi, in his grief, chewed over that fact once more. The spring Taichi turned 15. Sakichi decided, for the first time, to leave the entirety of field turning to his son alone. Until now, his role had been helping beside Sakichi, but that year was different. Sakichi deliberately stood at the field's corner, only watching him grip the plow. Taichi's movement wasn't yet as smooth as his father's. The plow caught on hard soil, and he nearly lost his footing several times. Even so, rather than dragging with brute force, he gradually changed the angle, checking the soil's resistance. And that carefulness, Sakichi, though he didn't put it into words, felt certain response. Past noon, Taichi, sitting down to rest, wiped sweat from his forehead and said, "My hips are more tired than my arms, more than I thought." "That's right. Try to do it with strength alone, and you'll give out quickly." Sakichi answered only shortly, but it was almost the same as what he himself had once been told by his father. Teaching might be something that, this way, passed from person to person without changing shape. Sakichi suddenly thought. By evening, Sakichi walked end to end across the field Taichi had finished turning, checking it. The soil's turning had some unevenness, but no major oversight. "Well done." At that one word, Taichi laughed, a little embarrassed. He couldn't yet be called a full adult. Even so, this field had certainly this year been turned by his son's hand. With just that fact, Sakichi quietly felt his own generation slowly beginning to hand over to the next. Some years after Sakichi had entirely put down the hoe, Taichi had, for the first time, to get through a year of bad weather by his own judgment alone. Long rain continued during rainy season, and with the field's water not draining, seedlings had begun yellowing. When Sakichi had once suffered in a similar year, Taichi, as a child, had only watched from a distance. Now he himself stood in the middle of that suffering. At the meeting, opinions divided over draining the channel. Upstream houses wanted to drain water quickly to protect their own fields, while downstream houses worried that suddenly releasing water would collapse their banks. Taichi came to speak, this time from his own mouth, words of mutual concession at the very edge, similar to what Sakichi and Genzo had once exchanged. "Let's not drain all at once, in order little by little." At young Taichi's words, skeptical glances turned toward him at first from the older men. Even so, when Taichi offered to have his own field drained last, the atmosphere softened slightly. Only by himself showing readiness to accept loss could a young person's words gain weight. That night Haru, already aged, listened silently to her son's story before the hearth. "Your father used to say something similar, I know. I just used his words as they were." Taichi answered with a wry smile. "Not words taught, but words learned by watching, come naturally to the mouth in a moment of need." That, Taichi realized anew that night, was the true nature of what he'd inherited from his father. In the end, that year's harvest was somewhat less than usual, but no house in the village collapsed greatly. Taichi, counting sacks found within his own chest for the first time, a quiet weight, neither quite relief nor quite futility, the same probably that his father had once felt. The year Mitsu turned 16, a marriage proposal came from a farming family in the neighboring village. The other house was similarly a field-tilling family, with a son 2 years older than Mitsu. As the talk progressed, Haru, between weaving, began, little by little, preparing Mitsu's kimono and personal items. Sakichi, watching that between fieldwork, still couldn't quite come to terms with the approaching day his daughter would leave this house. The night the marriage was settled, Sakichi called Mitsu, saying a few words. "At the other house too, fieldwork is the same. There's hardship the same way too." "I know," Mitsu answered shortly. In that voice was something closer to resolve than anxiety. Sakichi suddenly remembered the day as a child she'd been entrusted with seedbed care. That day, the daughter's back, proud of the small task entrusted to her, and now, the back quietly accepting marriage, overlapped somewhere within Sakichi. On the morning of the wedding, before stepping over the threshold of the house where she was born and raised, Mitsu turned back once. Her mother Haru, holding back tears, put a small cloth bundle in Mitsu's hand. Inside was a scrap of cloth Haru had woven with her own hands. "When you're troubled, look at this and remember our house." Mitsu said nothing, only nodding firmly. Sakichi, standing at the bank, saw off the procession descending the slope. It had been a long while since he'd stopped his hands mid-field work. Even after his daughter's figure disappeared from sight, Sakichi didn't move from that spot for a while. Returning home, dinner was quieter by one person than usual. Even so, no one deeply lamented that quietness. That a daughter began a new life at another house wasn't something to be spoken of only through sadness. Just as with the field, people too, eventually, extended roots from the place they'd grown to the next place. On a September night, once harvesting had settled somewhat, the village held a moon-viewing feast. Few houses had margin to prepare special dishes, but the custom was to offer taro, chestnuts, and a few dumplings on the veranda, gathering where the moon was visible, pressing hands together. Haru steamed taro set aside between harvest tasks, arranging it on a small plate. Taichi carried it to the veranda, placing it facing the direction the moon was visible. For children, moon viewing was also one of the few chances to secretly snack, eyeing the offering sideways. Sakichi, pretending not to see this, also brought a dumpling to his own mouth. Somehow, we've made it this far again this year. When Sakichi let this slip, looking up at the sky, Haru sat down silently beside him. Neither an abundant nor a poor harvest, just an average year. Not special enough for celebration, but not enough to lament either. The gratitude of safely crossing such an ordinary year, Sakichi came to feel more strongly with each passing year. On the moon viewing night, the presence of houses here and there in the village, similarly looking up at the moon, was conveyed. Sometimes someone came to share moon viewing dumplings. Sometimes children's laughter echoed from afar. Rather than a special event, it was a modest punctuation for quietly comforting a year's toil. As night deepened and the moon hung at its zenith, Sakichi, still seated on the veranda, turned his eyes toward the field. The harvested field spread quietly under the moonlight. Next year too, he would probably sow seed the same way, plant seedlings the same way. Only this one night, looking up at the moon, could he feel the weight of that repetition a little lighter. As the years flowed by, Sakichi's back bent further, and even rising in the morning came to take longer than before. Taichi had already come to be able to arrange the field's order alone, and increasingly attended in Sakichi's place, the meeting deciding the water warden's order. One morning, Sakichi, trying to take up the hoe, felt it heavier than usual. Taichi, noticing this, silently received the hoe. Sakichi watched that back for a while, then eventually sat down on the bank, moving only his hands for weeding instead. The one at the field's center was, little by little, changing places. That wasn't something to be spoken of only through loneliness. It was also certain proof that the field would continue on. At night before the hearth, Sakichi held out an old ledger to Taichi. Decades worth of harvest records, the channel's order, arrangements decided at village meetings. He couldn't write, but had Haru, and sometimes Taichi himself, record it for him. From now on, you keep it. Taichi received that ledger with both hands, staring at it silently for a while. The weight was more than the paper's thickness. I don't know if I can do it well. I didn't know from the start either. When I received it from my father, I was even less reliable than you. At Sakichi's words, Taichi loosened his shoulders' strength slightly. There was no need to be perfect, only not letting go of today's hand, passing it to tomorrow. If only that one point were kept, both field and family would somehow continue. That was what Sakichi himself had learned over long years. Outside the window, snowmelt water quietly flowed between the banks. In the coming spring, standing in that field would no longer be Sakichi alone. Countless seasons passed, and countless mornings dawned and set the same way. From that pre-dawn night, Sakichi had first put his hand to the sluice board. Countless dawns had accumulated, each one carrying the family's life a little further forward. The hand holding the board, which had once been Taichi's, had, before anyone knew it, come to have the same hardened skin and black-cracked soil as Sakichi's own. Where Mitsu had married, she too was probably weaving the same way, raising children the same way. The youngest daughter, born last, not yet knowing the field's weight, innocently ran about the ridge paths. In that moment of reaching a hand toward the soil before dawn, upon whose palm now rested the family's winter meals and the year's fate, Sakichi could no longer say clearly, Only, whoever's hand it was, the weight and wish placed within it would surely, unchanged, be inherited on. Sakichi quietly believed this. The field continued existing there, water continued flowing, unchanged, from high places to low, and the village, today too, sent thin columns of smoke from each house up into the sky. Sakichi's day, repeated this way countless times, was certainly, quietly, handed on to the next generation's day.